This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Ding. Clearing. Memory. Huh? Where is this? Sulu remembered that she was waiting for rice noodles in the rice noodle shop next to the school a second ago. How come she came to this inexplicable place the next second? She looked around in a panic, hoping to see other people. However, there was no one around Sulu. Was she kidnapped? But that's not right, Sulu thought. She is an orphan. Powerless. Why would they kidnap her? Is she recording a show? But it's illegal to force a show without the owner's consent in the blink of an eye. Besides, she didn't feel faint. She came here in the blink of an eye. Sulu thought, this can only be explained by fantasy. Is there anyone? Sulu shouted softly. She thought. It was so quiet around. If someone could hear it, they would naturally hear it. Besides, Sulu was afraid that her loud voice would attract some strange things. After waiting for 10 seconds, there was no sound around. So Sulu gave up shouting and turned around to observe her surroundings calmly. This was the experience she had gained from her years as an orphan. At any time, crying and panicking were the most useless behaviors. Only by being calm enough and observing carefully could she protect herself. And Sulu happened to be a person who could calm down more calmly when the situation was more critical. Sulu began to observe the surrounding environment carefully. She was surrounded by rows of gray houses, as if it was a demolition site. The dark clouds in the sky made it feel like the end of the world. She was standing on a road with no end in sight. Behind her, Sulu tried to turn around and walk back, but found that there seemed to be a transparent barrier blocking her. Well, Sulu thought to herself, at least the direction to move forward is clear. So Sulu prepared to explore the surroundings first. Just in case there was an exit, Sulu found something on the ground in a corner. She walked over and was surprised to find a row of wooden weapons on the ground. Fortunately, Sulu patted her chest. If I didn't see these weapons, I wouldn't be able to protect myself in any danger next time. Sulu knew how to fight, and her fighting style was ruthless. As an orphan, the orphanage didn't have the money to let her learn how to fight systematically. But most of the children in the orphanage were good at fighting, because the kids who are not good at fighting have long been eaten by the kids outside, leaving nothing but bones. Sulu calmed down and looked at these weapons. She had read many martial arts novels, in which the characters used various weapons, and her favorite was the sword. Many girls like ribbons, musical instruments, or at least soft swords, and boys no longer like the old-fashioned swords, and turned to weapons, sickles, tang swords and the like. But Sulu likes swords. In Sulu's mind, in the martial arts chapter, swords can be used to pretend to be a gentleman and kill people everywhere. In the cultivation chapter, swords can be used to become sword cultivators, fly into the sky with swords, and be handsome to flirt with girls. It really fits her imagination in every way. Sulu picked up the wooden sword, but was surprised to get a system prompt. Ding. Do you want to learn elementary swordsmanship, yes or no? Sulu? Yes. Then, she tried to pick up the long sword next to her, but found that she couldn't lift it. Okay, she thought. Be content with what you have. It seems that you can only use one weapon in this game. Sulu rearranged the weapons so that no one had touched them. Sulu stood up and prepared to leave. But the moment she stood up, she saw some strange patterns on the house. Sulu looked at it and found nothing wrong. She tried to press the pattern again, but there was no change. There was no way. Sulu had to suppress the strange feeling and set off. After walking a long distance on the road, Sulu suddenly stopped. Damn it! Seeing the scene in front of her, she couldn't help but swear. After swearing, Sulu looked around carefully again, and only felt relieved when she found that there was no one around. It's a sin. It's a sin. The director's mother strictly forbade them to swear. The director's mother was a very interesting person. She thought that fighting was to protect herself, but swearing was useless and would affect her image. So girls can fight, but they can't swear. Sulu still remembered the first time she swore in front of her. Her mother said, to those you hate, just bear it if you can. If you can't bear it, find someone who can control him. And if that doesn't work, beat him. Swearing is the worst option. Sulu couldn't help but raise her lips slightly when she thought of this memory. But she quickly suppressed it because of the situation in front of her. In front of her were densely packed giant insects, which were ordinary insects in life, including ants, cockroaches, mosquitoes, everything. However, each of them was half her size, and the disgusting feeling was magnified a lot. She could even see the fluff on the legs of these insects, just like looking at them under a magnifying glass. Su Luo couldn't believe that she was going to hit it, so she turned around and looked around. After turning around several times, Su Luo found nothing. If nothing unexpected happened, she might really have to go through this insect road directly. Su Luo wanted to give up immediately. She was not afraid of insects, but so many insects would give people great physical disgust. But giving up was definitely not her style. Su Luo prepared herself mentally, then sighed deeply, and went for it. Thinking of this, she did it. Su Luo rushed forward with a wooden sword in hand. Strangely enough, this sword was made of wood, but it was much sharper than an ordinary iron sword. Dealing with these insects was like cutting melons and vegetables. However, although insects were easy to kill, it was not easy to eliminate them completely. Oh my god! There are too many of them. The blood of these insects is actually green? Don't spit mucus all over me. Su Luo was killing insects while complaining in her heart. These insects were more than she had ever seen in her life. After an unknown amount of time, Su Luo's white shirt was covered with green blood and transparent mucus from the bugs, and her jeans had turned into the popular ripped jeans. But Su Luo didn't care about these things. The bugs were still swarming up like crazy, and Su Luo didn't know when this tide of bugs would end, or if it would never end at all. She waved her arms mechanically, and the crazy complaints at the beginning were no longer in her mind, leaving only the original. Kill! 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 Killing insects is a long process. Even after Su Luo became stronger, she would still shudder when she thought of the scene at that time, and for a long time afterwards, she would feel like vomiting whenever she saw an insect. The last scene in her memory was an overwhelming swarm of insects, and she was no longer able to stop them. She closed her eyes. When she woke up again, Su Luo found that her body was clean, and the insect corpses on the ground and the wounds on her body disappeared. Everything seemed like a dream. Only the green stain on the sword told her that everything that happened before was real. Su Luo lay on the ground for a long time before finally pulling herself out of the frenzy of killing. She picked up her sword and continued on her way. Since she had already started walking, there was no reason to turn back. As time went by, the houses around her gradually disappeared, replaced by weeds and sand. The dark clouds above her head gradually dissipated, revealing the scorching sun hidden behind. But not everything was going well. Su Luo keenly discovered that the temperature had risen, and the surrounding scenery was gradually becoming desertified. She had already guessed what the next test would be. A test of endurance. Speaking of which, this is a bit like an online game? Su Luo guessed. Have I traveled to the game world? In the vast desert, sand dunes undulate continuously, and a road is looming in it. There is a small black dot on the road. Yes, this is Su Luo. Su Luo has been walking for a long time. She is now tired and thirsty. But Su Luo did not stop to rest. She still remembered a hiking trip organized by the school when she was a child. When a group of little kids wanted to rest, the teacher stopped them. Su Luo still remembered what the teacher said at that time for this kind of thing. You have to do it with all your strength. Then it will weaken, and then it will be exhausted. Once you sit down, your energy will be scattered, and the next road will be more difficult to walk. Su Luo deeply agreed. Su Luo looked up and suddenly found a touch of green in the distance. She was very surprised. It should be an oasis. Su Luo almost cried with joy. This might be a rest stop for her in the game. Su Luo was about to run forward, but she slowed down and walked forward with big strides instead. What Su Luo was thinking at this time was, if it was really a game or a live broadcast, wouldn't it make her look too impetuous and lack endurance if she ran over? Can't let others laugh at me. Thinking of this, Su Luo straightened her chest and walked forward slowly. But after walking for a long time, Su Luo still didn't reach the oasis. Is this a case of looking at the mountain and running to the dead horse? Su Luo was a little confused. She looked up at the oasis again, but was surprised to find that there was nothing but yellow sand in front of her, and no green at all. Su Luo quickly climbed a small sand dune, but when she looked around, there was really nothing. Rich life experience told Su Luo that the oasis just now was just a mirage. Reason has made a judgment, but Su Luo still feels a little wronged. She doesn't know why she feels wronged. Maybe she was abducted to this place for no reason. No one talks to her. She has to do everything by herself. She was also deceived by a mirage. Who did she blame? Su Luo sniffed and suppressed her grievance. It is only useful to be wronged in front of someone who loves you. She can't let others laugh at her. Su Luo continued to move forward. The scorching sun and the wind and sand in the sky are all challenging people's physiological limits. Su Luo even missed the time when she killed insects. After all, she was alive. Now, it seemed that she was the only life left in the world. Not even plants. The hand holding the long sword had become a little weak. She wanted to throw the long sword away countless times. But she didn't. Intellectually, she knew what levels would come later. What if it could be used? Emotionally, she felt that this kind of novice sword in the novel might be very useful. She couldn't miss the great opportunity because of laziness. Su Luo didn't know how long she had walked. She was no longer able to think about anything. Even thinking seemed to reduce her physical strength. She staggered on the road. Suddenly, her eyes went dark and she knew nothing. Chapter 2. When I woke up again, the surroundings became blank. Su Luo sat up and unexpectedly found 3 more doors in front of her. All 3 doors were black. The only difference was that there were patterns of various colors on them. Su Luo's memory quickly recovered, and she remembered the patterns on those gray houses, which must be a hint for this place. Su Luo thought about it. If she didn't notice those patterns, she could only rely on luck now, with a 1/3 probability. And she could also test her luck value by the way. TSK. Su Luo shook her head, not interested in revealing her identity as a non-African. She pushed open the door with the same pattern as the gray house. Behind the door was a blue vortex. Su Luo pursed her lips and walked in. After a strong dizziness, Su Luo pressed her temples. She seemed to vaguely remember something, but she couldn't remember it clearly. The only thing Su Luo was sure of now was that she knew what she was doing. But now she had forgotten it for some reason. Very good, Su Luo thought. This can also prevent those who have parental experience from cheating. As for what happened just now, Su Luo was quite satisfied with her performance. She didn't give up and was more cautious. So she should have performed well. With some memories, she knew that she was not in a truly unknown area. So Su Luo calmed down a lot. She clicked on the end of the dungeon in front of her, and the system prompt immediately popped up. Ding! Congratulations to the player for passing the first section of the initial dungeon and getting perfect rating. Unlock profession. Priest, Shadow Priest, reward initial skill. Healing bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds. Congratulations to the host and get initial life plus 10. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden item in the dungeon. Sword of Light Fair, upgradable. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the hidden reward. Choose one of 3. 1. Hide the hidden item. 2. Spirit value plus 5. 3. Each attribute point plus 1. Su Luo was very confused when she saw this pile of rewards. But the magical thing was that some memories suddenly popped up in her mind, making her clearly realize that spirit value and attribute points are good things for her. Of these 3 options, the first one is undoubtedly used to play the pig and eat the tiger, and the second and third ones are both to increase attribute points. Although the second item adds fewer points than the third item, this kind of thing is always more about quality than quantity. If she had to choose between the second and third items, she would definitely choose the second one. But the first one suits her heart more. As a hidden reward, the wooden sword should not be obtained by many people, at least in the memory that just popped up in her mind. There is no impression of this thing at all. Then if she takes this thing directly, it will definitely be coveted by others. It will be too sad if it is robbed at that time. The upgradable displayed behind the sword. She was a little concerned. This kind of upgradable sword should be very rare. Although she vaguely remembered that the attribute points in this game were hard to come by. Su Luo thought that this kind of upgradable weapon should be even rarer. If she tried her best, she could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. So Su Luo decisively clicked the first item. As soon as she clicked, the wooden sword emitted a dazzling white light, and then the white light faded away. The wooden sword turned into a necklace with a silver cross hanging on it. There was a small diamond-shaped ruby in the center of the cross. Su Luo picked up the cross, and with a thought, the cross immediately turned into a sword. Unlike the original, the wooden sword turned into a silver sword, and the material of the hilt could not be seen, and it was engraved with a pattern of intertwined dragons and phoenixes. A diamond-shaped ruby was inlaid on the sword guard, which matched the silver blade and the black hilt. The sword had blades on both sides, with a straight blade and a sharp tip. When dancing, it was lethal when used in both directions, and the tip of the sword could easily penetrate armor. Su Luo was a little surprised. Why did this sword fit her aesthetic so well? Simple yet uniquely beautiful. Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. After turning the sword back into a necklace and putting it around her neck, Su Luo looked back at the system interface. Another prompt. Please register a game name, up to 6 characters, Su Luo said without hesitation. Lost. System. Registration completed. Why is it called Lost? This has to start with Su Luo's name. Su Luo is an orphan. The director of the orphanage is surnamed Su, so everyone has the surname Su. She was found under a tree in the orphanage. It was autumn, so the tree was covered with fallen leaves. If you ignore the bugs around, this is actually a very beautiful picture. There is already a child named Suyi in the orphanage, so she is called Su Luo, and the name Lost implies being lost in the fallen leaves. After naming, Su Luo looked at the rewards. She had played online games before, so she knew that the Shadow Priest was a character that could both attack and heal. But she didn't seem to have heard of anyone else having this profession. She would ask about it in a subtle way after leaving. Su Luo thought, I don't know what level the perfect evaluation is, but it should be pretty good, so I can only wait and see. There is a 100% after the initial skill. I guess the evaluation determines this number. Alas, there are still many unclear points. Su Luo sighed. Please prepare to enter the second section of the initial copy. Click to enter. The system prompt sounded. Su Luo took a deep breath and clicked in. Another dizziness came into view. And what came into view was a beautiful small park. And she was standing at the gate of the park, with 5 or 6 people around her. Before Su Luo could speak, a man wearing glasses next to her spoke first. You are the 6th one to come, so I will call you number 6. You look like a novice, so stay aside first. When everyone is together, I will introduce the rules to you newbies. Su Luo nodded, thanked him, and began to observe the surrounding environment. He turned his head to look at the open iron door behind him, and touched it with his hand. As expected, he touched a thin film. A fat woman with curly hair next to him reminded, don't try. I have tried many times and can't leave. Su Luo looked at the other party, and the woman slapped her forehead and said, I am the first one to come. You can call me number 1. Or my game name, slightly fat but not fat. Okay, number 1. Su Luo replied. And then she continued, my name is Lost. The previous copy was so difficult. I was overwhelmed when I saw so many bugs. And then suddenly 3 doors appeared. I quickly chose one and came out. In the end, I got an unqualified evaluation. What about you? Su Luo thought for a while and replied, I passed. If there are unqualified ones, there must be qualified ones. By analogy, there should be good and excellent ones. Then my perfect rating should be very impressive. So the door will only appear when the player can no longer hold on. My first skill is only 60% efficient. It's too hard for me. Pang Bang cried to Su Luo. Su Luo's mind turned quickly. Assuming the levels were unqualified, qualified, good, excellent, and perfect, then the corresponding efficiency should be 60%, 70%, 80%, 90%, 100%. So let's take a gamble. I'm only 70% too. We are in the same boat. Fatty nodded. My parents think this is the only way I can do. Alas, Su Luo thought. It seems that this is a second-generation player. No wonder he knows so much information. But she is too well protected by her parents. How could she just spill such information? While the two of them were talking, 6 people appeared in the copy one after another. To her surprise, one of the boys looked very handsome, and she seemed to have seen him before. He was wearing all black, and the round collar showed a little beautiful collarbone, and his arms outside the short sleeves looked very strong. After coming in, this person quickly glanced at everyone without stopping. After listening to the words of the eye, he was divided into number 10 and sat down in a corner. Others were very surprised by this overly handsome man. Su Luo could clearly feel that the fat man next to him swallowed his saliva. Suddenly, a blue transparent board appeared in front of Su Luo. Su Luo glanced at the others. Everyone lowered their heads, probably looking at their own interface. So she also lowered her head to look. Ding! The dungeon will start in 5 minutes. Please be ready. After everyone finished watching, the man with glasses spoke first. There are 6 newbies in this game. They should be number 1, 4, 6, 8, 9 and 10. Number 3 and I are partners. Formal Grandmaster players. We will take 2 people. Who is willing to come? Su Luo hesitated for a moment, then raised her hand decisively. Years of orphan life made her able to quickly recognize all kinds of people. This man with glasses has always been very calm, and his words just now implicitly expressed his own advantages. Although some words were incomprehensible, they looked very impressive. The other person who raised her hand was unexpectedly the pretty number 10. Su Luo thought happily. See, this is the standard plot for the heroine. Of course, it could also be the standard plot for the supporting actress. But this was not within her consideration. The man with glasses, number 2, nodded, and together with number 3, he took Su Luo and the others to a corner and began to introduce the rules. Take a look at your tasks first. Su Luo opened the system interface, and the task bar appeared. 1. Kill all monsters, required. 2. Kill 5 ordinary monsters personally, required, reward, HP plus 1. 3. Healing amount reaches 200, required, reward, HP plus 2. 4. Kill an elite monster personally, optional, reward, HP plus 3. 5. Kill the dungeon boss personally, optional, HP plus 5. Su Luo looked up after reading it, and number 10 had finished reading it. The man with glasses said, "Please tell me your profession and the level evaluation just now." Su Luo said, "Professional priest." The evaluation is acceptable. The 2 old players' eyes lit up when they heard the priest. Number 10 glanced at Su Luo and said, "Professional assassin." The evaluation is acceptable. The 2 nodded. When we encounter monsters later, let's use the first skill together. Stop when the monster is at low health, and kill it in the order of 2, 3, 6, 10. Chapter 3. The 2 nodded to indicate that they understood. The man with glasses looked at the 2 people with some concern and warned, "I give you a piece of advice in advance. Don't try to be clever. You will definitely not be able to beat us. Just complete the required tasks peacefully. Do you understand?" "Yes, X2. Su Luo glanced at number 10. Her intuition told her that number 10 could not be just a qualified one. So he should also be hiding his shortcomings and need to be observed more closely. Su Luo made a heavy note for number 10 in the little notebook in her heart. 5 minutes passed quickly, and the 2 veteran players led the 2 into the park. The scenery in the park is actually very beautiful. In addition to willows and poplars, there are also many roses. As they walked, the glasses man friend number 3 introduced the 2 newcomers. The monsters will be refreshed in the map immediately. Only the novice map is so simple, without complex terrain and countless monsters. There are only 100 monsters in the novice map, but it may not be the case in other maps. He paused and continued, in addition to asking a priest to add blood when you are injured, you can also use props, or wait for 5 minutes to automatically restore a little blood. There are very few priests, and besides using props, you can only be careful. Su Luo nodded, indicating that she had learned her lesson. Suddenly, a white light flashed not far away, and 3 monsters that looked like steel balls for washing dishes were refreshed. Each monster was about as tall as Su Luo's knees. The man with glasses pushed his glasses and said, "Monsters are coming. Be careful." As he said that, number 3 took the lead in throwing a magic bullet at the monster. He was a mage. The man with glasses also rushed over to attract monsters. Su Luo estimated that he was a tank. Number 10 was very fast, and in a blink of an eye he arrived in front of the monster and started to attack. And she could only stand next to the mage and add blood at any time. Su Luo felt very miserable. She could attack, but the required task was to heal, so she couldn't pretend to be a mage. Alas, miscalculated. While staring at the battlefield, the mage said to Su Luo, "You should focus on the tank. Don't let his blood volume turn yellow. Green blood volume is conducive to the tank to boldly attract monsters." Su Luo nodded. Her first skill can restore up to 14 blood points at a time, but according to her own qualified evaluation, it should restore 10 blood points at a time, calculated by rounding up. Su Luo strictly controlled the amount of blood added, trying not to show any flaws. Su Luo found that the monster could actually deal 3 points of damage at a time. In other words, if she didn't add blood, Then she would be dead after 5 attacks from the monster. Su Luo thought about it again. According to the task, there are also elite monsters and boss. If the monster alone has 5 points of attack, then the boss will probably be killed in 1 blow? This is a bit scary. It can only be said that it is worthy of being an assessment. Su Luo was thinking in her heart. And the mage next to her suddenly shouted, "Add blood." Su Luo came back to her senses and found that the tank's health had turned yellow. Su Luo quickly added blood and then looked at the tank apologetically. Tank had no time to care about the situation here. Instead, the mage said to Su Luo seriously, "If you die here, you will really die. There is no chance to come back. There are pros and cons to having a priest here." He glanced at Su Luo and continued, "Although life safety is more guaranteed, it is easier to be careless. If the priest does not add blood at this time, it is easy to cause death due to miscalculation. After that," he concluded, "so you must not be distracted. Take every battle seriously." "Okay." Su Luo nodded somewhat ashamedly, and focused on the battlefield. -3. -3. -5. Su Luo was surprised to find that the monsters actually had a critical hit rate. Is it okay to reduce 5 points of health at a time? The steel wool. Their fighting style is also very magical. They keep rolling on people. Well, Su Luo thought, it's like they see that the player is too dirty and want to clean the player. Su Luo felt that she had found the truth. In addition to these, Su Luo unexpectedly discovered that the number 10 was really quite powerful. He evaded the attacks of the monsters and seized every opportunity to cause damage. The number of times Su Luo healed him was few and far between. Su Luo secretly thought that her judgment was correct. How could such a powerful person be disqualified? The 4 of them entered the state. Healed. Attacked. Under the command of the old player. They proceeded in an orderly manner. Soon, with the cooperation of the 3 monsters were left with low health. And the 4 of them killed them in turn according to the previous distribution. Number 3 said to number 10, "Next time, you kill first." Number 10 nodded. The man with glasses smiled and said, "It's rare to see such a sensible newcomer. Well, he's also very powerful. The dungeon evaluation is nonsense. Just know it yourself. This itself is nothing. But you must hide your talent skills. This thing is very important. Even the worst talent skills can create miracles. I hope you can always be so sensible. If so, I will give you a piece of advice when it's almost over." The next few people continued to look for monsters in the park. The man with glasses told him some small knowledge on the way. The previous month is the novice month. In this month, the system will try to gather newcomers with similar initial test evaluations and similar talents and skills together so that newcomers can form a team. Su Luo was puzzled for a moment. As a person with a perfect evaluation, how could she be put together with unqualified ones? Did Pang Pang lie to her? At this time, the man with glasses continued, "But there are actually very few excellent levels. If they are vacated, they may be grouped together with unqualified ones." Su Luo nodded, and the doubt in her heart was resolved. "Oh, right. You don't know the evaluation level yet?" The 2 nodded. The evaluation is divided into 4 levels: unqualified, qualified, good, and excellent, corresponding to 60%, 70%, 80%, and 90%. Su Luo was shocked. Everything else was the same as she thought. But she didn't expect that there was no perfect level. Others didn't know. But she got it. Which only shows that the number of perfect levels is extremely rare. Although she was a little surprised, Su Luo did not show it, but asked, "Why is it not 100% effective?" The man with glasses smiled. "I don't know. Maybe it's because casting magic always consumes some energy." Su Luo nodded, covering up the thoughts in her heart. At this time, number 10's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, looking dangerous and charming. But such a beautiful scenery was not noticed by others. He suddenly smiled. His eyes moved. It was the first time Su Luo heard him say a sentence with a little lazy teasing, which was indeed nice to hear. If you ignore what he said, maybe everyone doesn't know there is an evaluation better than excellent. The man with glasses thought number 10 was joking and laughed too. Yes. 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 Maybe there really is. They hide among ordinary people and increase their attacks unexpectedly at critical moments, catching people off guard. Does this sound like a novel plot? The mage glanced at him and ignored him. He knew that his teammate would start to act crazy once he got to know others a little bit. Su Luo slightly bent the corners of her mouth to show respect. But her eyes were fixed on number 10. If she guessed correctly, number 10 was testing her. And number 10 was a perfect evaluation. At this time, the sound of some wire rolling on the ground attracted everyone's attention. And there were 3 steel balls again. Several people immediately entered the battle state. And Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Number 10's eyes were too aggressive. And she didn't want to be exposed now. However, what she didn't know was that number 10 had already seen her level from her reaction. Number 10 has now begun to consider whether to team up with number 6. Of course, this still depends on number 6's performance in the future. Everything was the same as the last battle. But when they were fighting, another group of steel wolves suddenly appeared. Now they had to fight against 6 steel wolves. And the tank and the mage had no time to save their energy. The 2 of them released their third skill together. And the tank's health suddenly increased a lot, and attracted a group of monsters together. In an instant, huge vines emerged from the ground, trapping the 6 steel wolves. At the same time, the assassin and the mage intensified their attack on the monsters. 2 seconds later, the vines disappeared, and the monsters began to fight back. Although Su Luo's milk supply was sufficient, it could not withstand such consumption. Soon, it was in short supply, and Tank's health turned yellow. At this time, a red bottle suddenly appeared in Tank's hand. He quickly pulled out the stopper, and poured the liquid into his mouth. Then a +10 appeared on his head, and Tank's health was restored by 10 points. Su Luo understood. This was what they called a prop. But she didn't know how to get it. With the blessing of the prop, Su Luo was finally not so flustered. Suddenly, a steel wool ball rushed towards her and the mage. Su Luo was not panicked. In her observation just now, she had seen that these steel wool balls had no rules at all. They just hit whoever they rolled to. If they could be hit, then her life as an orphan would be in vain. At the moment when the steel wool ball was about to hit her, Su Luo jumped up decisively and kicked the steel wool ball, kicking it back to Tank. The crisis was resolved. No applause. No shouting. Su Luo looked at everyone after realizing it. And number 10 laughed out loud without disguising himself. He was really charming and outstanding. Were you playing football just now? Su Luo's face was full of black lines. She decided to take back her previous evaluation. This is just an old child. The mage next to him looked weird and hesitated. I admire you. Su Luo waved her hands, looking helpless. What could she say? The weak auxiliary character she carefully created, not collapsed. She was sad. Chapter 4. With the cooperation of the 4 people, the steel wool was quickly eliminated. Perhaps because they were satisfied with their cooperation. The 4 people talked and laughed on the way. And Su Luo also learned a lot of knowledge. She realized that only the assessment copy was like this, and other game copies were different. In such an atmosphere, even number 10 softened a little, and occasionally participated in some topics that he was interested in. At this time, the system notification suddenly sounded, ding. The novice I am the first. Wang Nu died. Su Luo felt a little scared, because she had some impression of this person. Time goes back to the beginning of the selection of players. Then we will also bring 1 person. We are the official elite players. Let's lead. A slightly fat old man wearing a tang suit and looking kind shouted with full of energy. Next to him was a tall and thin man, also an old man, with a white beard and a Taoist robe, looking like an immortal. The 2 old men said some fashionable words in a somewhat uncoordinated way, and everyone around them laughed kindly. The remaining 4 newcomers almost rushed to raise their hands, and even started to fight. Me. 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 Old man. Choose me. Don't listen to him. I usually honor my parents and respect the elderly. Choose me. I am very obedient and never make trouble. Pang Pang also shouted, my parents are old players. I have experience. Choose me. The old man in tang suit looked at them with a smile. And the old man with white beard stroked his beard in a profound way and chose. Honor parents. There was a sound of booing all around. Some cheering and some wailing. But Su Luo's face was a little solemn. Years of experience told her that these 2 old men were not good people. The old man in tang suit had a pair of inverted triangle eyes, and the corners of his mouth were raised at a fixed angle, which made his face the most amiable. Su Luo remembered that the last time she saw a similar fixed expression was on a human trafficker. The old man with white beard was even easier to recognize. She often saw this kind of liar, most of whom were feng shui masters who cheated rich people. Su Luo looked up and saw that, as expected, the faces of several old players were full of understanding. But no one reminded them. Number 10 raised his peach blossom eyes, revealing a slightly sarcastic expression, but did not remind them. Su Luo hesitated. The dean's mother had always taught them to help others when they were able. She wanted to say it, but how could she make them believe what she said? How could she face the revenge of the two old players? Su Luo gritted her teeth and rubbed against filial piety, and whispered, I am a psychology student. There is something wrong with these two people. She left immediately after saying that. Success or failure had nothing to do with her. That filial piety. After hearing this, his face turned pale, and then he looked suspicious. He probably wanted to ask something else. But Su Luo had already reached the other side of the crowd. He thought about it seriously, and finally said suddenly, Sorry, two big guys. I don't want to follow you. The two old men looked surprised, and the old man in tang suit said kindly, Can you tell us why you changed your mind? Su Luo was a little nervous, and didn't want to be exposed. Fortunately, the man could hear the advice clearly, and was also a smart man. He replied, I was just thinking about my own life. But I forgot that you are just two old men. My skills are just scum, so I won't drag you down. The old man in the tang suit seemed to want to ask something else, but he couldn't ask in detail because of his face. So he had to agree. One of the other three newcomers had already chosen a person, and Pang Pang looked at filial piety thoughtfully, and didn't go over. However, at this time, Obedient went over happily and volunteered to ask, You too. Do you think I can do it? Su Luo stroked his forehead, feeling very desperate, thinking, Don't hit the diligent. Don't hit the lazy. Just hit this blind person. Forget it. Go again. Su Luo repeated the same thing. But this time his brain was not so sharp. He even looked at Su Luo with a self-satisfied look in his eyes. You are just jealous of me. Su Luo did not remind him again. One person once. Very fair. Can't save a fool. And the name of this person game is exactly I am the first. Su Luo recalled her memory and shook her head. But she unexpectedly found that the two men with glasses looked unhappy. Perhaps because they have always been obedient and cooperated happily. When the man with glasses heard Su Luo's question, he hesitated for a moment and answered her. We have extra tasks. For official players, you will get extra points if you survive 80% of the time. For informal players, you will get attribute points. Su Luo nodded. No wonder they want to take in newbies. After thinking for a while, he asked again, What is the difference between official players and informal players? The man with glasses said, Everything will be finalized after half a year, and no attribute points will be obtained. So those who have played for more than half a year are official players. Su Luo opened his eyes wide. There is such a thing. Then I must work very hard in the next 6 months. Su Luo's mentality changed quietly. Why didn't you remind the two newcomers at that time? Su Luo asked again. It's unnecessary. If you really want to talk about it, it will be a thankless task. It's not worth offending two official players for these points. Besides, those two people may be newcomer killers. Or they may just torture the newcomers. Su Luo thought about it. In this case, it is best to talk to the informal old players. They need attribute points, and will definitely ensure their safety. The second is the low-level official players, who need points. My choice was not a good one. But fortunately, these two people had good abilities and personalities. Two steel wool balls suddenly rolled over not far away. Although there were only two of them. One of them was a large steel wool ball that was as high as her waist. Su Luo thought, if nothing unexpected happens, this is an elite monster. Sure enough, the man with glasses said, Be careful. Elite monster. Several people quickly formed a formation and started to fight monsters. -5. -5. -5. The elite monster is worthy of its reputation. -5 health points at a time. The most terrifying thing is that its steel wire can swing freely. Su Luo immediately realized that her thinking was limited by the appearance of ordinary monsters. Monsters do not just have a single attack. Now Su Luo and the mage cannot escape the attack. The steel wire can extend far beyond the tank. Only then did Su Luo realize that he was wrong. This mage was not someone who would die in close combat. Instead, when the steel wire stretched out, a tang sword suddenly appeared in his hand and fought with the steel wire. The Tang sword was also powerful. It only took 2 times to cut the stretched steel wire. Su Luo was stunned, and suddenly became curious about what kind of damage her weapon would do. But Su Luo did not show it. It was better to hide it. Who knows how precious it is? This incident also suddenly made Su Luo realize that the 2 old players seemed to be trying their best. But in fact they might not have shown their true abilities at all, and were just playing around. Just like the tank. He did not take out his weapon at all. Of course, it is also possible that there is only one weapon, which is left for the mage to defend himself. But the mage did not show any nervous look, which shows that the situation is not urgent. -14. -20. -21. Several people kept attacking, but the HP of the elite monster was extremely high. Su Luo roughly calculated that the elite monster should have 100 HP. With the high attack, one person would definitely not be able to hold on. No wonder they had to form a team. Several people were getting better and better. Just when the elite monster and the monsters were all at low HP, footsteps suddenly appeared next to them. Su Luo turned around and saw the group of players that Pang Pang followed coming over. Pang Pang pointed at the monster with low HP in surprise. It's an elite monster. Su Luo was a little nervous. If they tried to snatch the monster at this time, they might not be able to snatch it. But soon Su Luo realized that she had judged others by her own standards. Several people had no intention of taking action, but just watched the fun from the side. Su Luo also keenly discovered that the old players on her side did not look over there, but number 10 looked over there. It seems that not snatching monsters is a rule that old players have tacitly agreed to? Su Luo thought thoughtfully. When the man with glasses killed the elite monster with a punch, the 2 groups gathered together and started chatting. Su Luo took the opportunity to look at her tasks. 1. Kill all monsters, required, not completed. 2. Kill 5 ordinary monsters personally, required, February 5th, reward, HP +1. 3. Healing amount reaches 200, required, 98/200, reward, HP +2. 4. Kill an elite monster personally, optional, 0/1, reward, HP +3. 5. Kill the dungeon boss personally, optional, 0/1, reward, HP +5. Okay. Su Luo sighed. It's not even halfway yet. There's still a long way to go. At this time, the man with glasses said, show the taskbar so we can see how much we need to complete. Su Luo, number 10 and Pang Pang displayed the panel as instructed. Su Luo took a look and saw that Pang Pang panel was 1. Kill all monsters, required, not completed. 2. Kill 5 ordinary monsters personally, required, January 5th, reward, HP +1. 3. Spell output reaches 200, required, 62/200, reward, HP +2. 4. Kill an elite monster personally, optional, 0/1, reward, HP +3. 5. Kill the dungeon boss personally, optional, 0/1, reward, HP +5. It seems that our progress is quite fast. Su Luo raised her eyebrows and thought, I made the right choice. Okay. No more chatting. Let's go on with the mission. See you when the boss comes out. The few of them quickly separated and walked in opposite directions. But don't think that this is because the conversation just now was not good. On the contrary, if they walk in the same direction, there will inevitably be uneven distribution of monsters, which will easily affect their relationship. Chapter 5. Then Su Luo found that there were more monsters. They no longer appeared in groups of 3 like at the beginning, but came out in groups of 5 or 6, 7 or 8, and hunted in groups. This turned them from hunters to prey. But at the same time, the task was completed quickly. Under the rockery, the few people finally got rid of the monsters and took a temporary break. The man with glasses took the opportunity to popularize science for them. Ordinary monsters can be defeated by 1 person, but elite monsters need 2 people if you don't have good skills. The final boss needs everyone to fight together, and it is not certain that they can defeat it. So although it will be more difficult to fight the boss with more people, it will be life-threatening if there are fewer people. Unless you are very confident in yourself, you should save others if you can. When he said this, he looked at Su Luo deliberately. As a priest, she was the most capable of saving others. Su Luo nodded and asked, how did you get the red medicine at that time? The man with glasses said, that can be exchanged with system points. 3 points per bottle. Or it can be obtained in the assessment copy. There is no novice copy. because at the end of the novice copy, 2 bottles of red and yellow medicine will be given. Red medicine increases blood, and yellow medicine increases physical strength. Su Luo sighed in her heart. It is still very important to have a good relationship with old players. Otherwise, it will take a long time to explore these knowledge by yourself. Thinking about it, she looked at number 10 again. And suddenly she was curious. If she was not there, how would this person get the information? Number 10 saw Su Luo looking at him, and looked back with some confusion. Su Luo was caught off guard by a wave of beauty critiques and realized that she had thought wrong. Based on this face, if you ask any team with female players, what news do you know? Thinking about it, Su Luo sighed again. If I were so beautiful, would I not be abandoned by my parents? After thinking absent-mindedly for a while, Su Luo adjusted herself. Occasionally, she would have such thoughts. She knew that she was not to blame, but she was a little sad. After a short rest, number 3 suddenly said, "It's almost time. The boss should come out. Let's go out and take a look." Several people immediately stood up and walked out. As expected, there was no need to look for it at all. A giant steel ball passed through the trees and came into their sight. The boss was indeed a boss. Its size was simply incomparable to that of elite monsters. This boss was taller than the 3 Su Luos. Several steel wires stretched out from his body and swung around, knocking down trees one after another. Su Luo and others hurried over. There were already several teams waiting there. One of them saw Su Luo and nodded to her, with a look of gratitude in his eyes. It was the one who said, "Be filial to your parents." Be filial to your parents came over and whispered to Su Luo, "My game name is Internet Addicted Youth. Thank you for reminding me at that time. My real name is..." Su Luo stopped him when she heard that this person wanted to confess. She shook her head and said, "I don't want to know who you are. I just saved you for no reason." After that, she advised, "Don't do this either. Once someone helps you, you will be defenseless. It's easy to be deceived." The internet-addicted boy blinked his dog eyes, and after hearing Su Luo's words, he quickly said, "I believe you are a good person. You saved my life. It doesn't matter if you want to hurt me. If you can't beat me, I will give you this life back." Su Luo rubbed his forehead. What a simple and stupid child. I can't afford to offend him. Anyway, I won't listen. Just based on your eyesight when you choose a new killer at the beginning. Where do you get the confidence to believe in your own judgment? The internet-addicted boy scratched his head and said dryly, "Can you tell me your name? If I encounter difficulties with you in the future, I will definitely do my best to help you." Seeing that he was determined to achieve his goal, Su Luo told him with a headache, "Lost." The eyes of the internet-addicted boy suddenly lit up. "I will remember it." Then he turned around and walked back to his team happily. Number 10 watched this drama with interest and muttered to himself, "Lost. Have you completed your mission?" A girl in a blue sportswear who was waiting over there asked. "Done." "That's good. Now the only task left is the boss. When everyone is here, please report your profession." "Yes." The 2 old players explained the situation in a few words, and then everyone waited for everyone to gather. After a while, the old cheating couple came over, and the newcomers subconsciously stood a little further away. The 2 old men didn't care, and still acted like masters. The boss appeal was huge. After a while, all the people who had never met before came together. Everyone reported their respective professions as just said. Among the 12 people, there were 2 tanks, 4 warriors, 4 mages, 1 assassin and 1 priest. When Su Luo reported the priest's profession, everyone else looked at Su Luo with bright eyes. Su Luo knew that there should not be many priests, but looking at their expressions, she guessed that she was overthinking it. The number of priests should be expressed as rare. The girl in the blue sportswear who spoke before immediately softened her expression and said to Su Luo gently, "I am a tank. Please watch me more later." Su Luo was shocked when she found out that she was a tank. Such a pretty girl turned out to be a tank. Like the man with glasses, they were very different. She nodded, indicating that she understood. The beauty touched her head, looking like an elder. Su Luo's eyes widened. She suddenly thought, this game can prolong life and maintain youth. Who knows how old this woman who looks like a big sister is? Then everyone started to discuss tactics. After they discussed it, the tank rushed forward first to attract hatred, and the others scattered around and waited for an opportunity to move. Su Luo found that being hit by the boss wire bar would reduce her HP by 10. Her face was pale. If she died in the assessment, she would really die. If she hadn't received a perfect evaluation, her HP would have been in danger if the boss hit her. The second mage obviously thought of this. He asked the newcomers to retreat, and the warriors not to go forward. Only the assassins could go and take a look. Then he asked Su Luo to stand behind him, and add HP to the tank at any time. But in this way, the attack power was not very sufficient. Among the remaining 4 newcomers, only one was a mage, and the rest were warriors. The front line was shaky. And at this time another rookie mage said to Pang Pang, "You go to the front and attack." Pang Pang profession is also a very contrasting warrior. Su Sure really doesn't understand the profession allocation rules of this crappy game. Pang Pang said puzzledly, "Why do you want me to go?" The rookie mage said, "Didn't you see that the front is almost dead?" Pang Pang said, "I asked why I should go, not why I should go." The mage said confidently, "Didn't you say that your parents are also players? Your parents must have given you a lot of experience. Isn't it right for you to go?" Pang Pang was simply confused. What kind of bandit logic is this? But Pang Pang has never been good at quarreling with others. In the past 18 years, she has quarreled with others only a few times. Pang Pang's face turned red with anger, but she couldn't utter a word. The mage was even more proud. "It doesn't matter. You are so fat. You must be thick-skinned. A few beatings are nothing." Su Luo was almost stunned by this person's shamelessness. She often encountered this kind of "I am weak, but I am right" thinking. Some children in the orphanage have seen too many sympathetic eyes from others and are used to being helped by others. So they really think that the world should give way to them. In the end, you will lose yourself and be defeated by the huge gap between reality and reality. However, what puzzled Su Luo was, doesn't this woman want to be an orphan? Why does she always do things that an orphan does? Thinking about it, she also said, "How dare you let others die? Your face is comparable to the city wall." Ignoring the mage's expression, Su Luo continued, "You have the same amount of health as him. Why don't I send you to the front line and let you feel the warmth of the boss?" Thanks to the dean's mother. Although Su Luo can't curse, her level of verbal cannon is max. Just a few words made the mage blush. Poochie. Su Luo looked towards the source of the sound, and it was number 10 who was laughing. He saw Su Luo looking at him, waved his hand, and said with a smile, "Don't worry about me. You continue." Where has the mage seen such a handsome boy? Even a star can't compare to his appearance. He looked at him with resentment, but immediately lost his temper and waved his hand shyly. "It's okay. This woman is funny. Nosy." She looked at Su Luo angrily. It was all her fault that she embarrassed herself in front of her idol. Are you blinded by your beauty? You really don't know what he is laughing at? Both brain damage and narcissism are diseases. They must be cured. Su Luo glanced at number 10 and said lightly, "What are you laughing at? Have you never seen someone swearing?" Number 10 looked at her with a smile in his eyes. "I have never seen someone swearing like you." Su Luo sighed in her heart. She has always suffered from her appearance. 1.62 meters tall. Pure and cute. This led to her opponents always asking her, "Have you been weaned?" whenever she took a group of little brats from the orphanage to fight. In the end, she always had to fight to prove herself. Su Luo thought more than once that if she had a queen-like face and was 1.7 meters tall, she could intimidate others with her domineering aura. Chapter 6. The new mage was furious when she saw the 2 people ignoring her. But one of them was a rare priest, and the other was a handsome guy. And she didn't want to offend either of them. So the mage turned around and looked at Fatty fiercely. "What are you looking at? You're like a pig. You can't do anything." That Fatty calmed down at this time and sneered. "Do you have any misunderstandings about me?" Su Luo thought Fatty was a poor little thing. But when she heard this, she turned around and looked at Fatty. That Fatty suddenly put his hand on the new mage's head. Nothing happened. The mage screamed first. "Ah! What did you do to me?" When he realized nothing happened, he laughed again. "You are just trying to scare me." And Fatty just laughed. "You will know soon." Su Luo frowned. She felt that Fatty was not just scare me, but really did something to the mage. She was about to say something when the tank in the distance shouted, "Stop chatting. Hurry up and get the output and heal. We can't hold on any longer." Su Luo's expression was stern. She didn't care about her personal grudges and quickly focused her attention on the battlefield. -14. -21. -20. The attack was carried out in an orderly manner. and the boss' blood volume gradually decreased. Suddenly, the boss' tentacles were retracted. Before Su Luo had time to ask, the blue-clothed woman shouted at them, "The boss is going to use a big move." Su Luo was startled and looked at the boss. At this time, the boss had jumped up. It jumped to a position that blocked the sun, and then fell heavily. Su Luo was surprised to find that the direction where the boss fell was exactly where the new mage was. The newbie had never seen such a scene before. She was just a little girl who bullied the weak and feared the strong on campus. She accidentally tested out that she had a talent skill. Although it was just an ordinary skill, it also made her unprecedentedly popular in those days. However, this also caused her to be so arrogant now. She never thought that her life would be in danger. So when the boss fell, she was stunned on the spot. An experienced magician next to them wanted to push her. But unexpectedly, the little girl was so scared that her legs softened and she collapsed on the ground. Shouting, "Help! Save me!" The veteran cursed inwardly. No one can save you if you are so cowardly. There was nothing he could do now. Su Luo watched the steel wool ball hit the mage, reducing his HP by 20. In an instant, the mage's HP was emptied and disappeared from the spot. Su Luo looked at the place where the mage disappeared, a little stunned. The boss' ultimate move could actually kill a novice in one go? This is too crazy. Don't just stand there. Use your skills quickly, someone shouted. Su Luo came back to his senses immediately. Now was not the time to be surprised. Killing the boss was the most important thing. Although she was using skills, Su Luo's mind was still thinking. The boss jumped and landed on the rookie mage. Thinking about the previous events, it was hard for Su Luo not to think of Pang Pang. Thinking about it carefully, when the boss landed on the mage, Pang Pang was the only one among the rookies who didn't scream. It must be her innate skill that worked. So what exactly is her innate skill? There was no time to think, because with the concerted efforts of everyone, the boss finally had little health. Everyone was tense, and the time to grab the boss had finally arrived. Fire God Candle, Ray Whip, Wind Blade. Skill after skill was thrown at the boss, and even Su Luo threw a skill at it when no one was paying attention, hoping to try his luck. Swoosh! In an instant, the boss' health was emptied, and it turned into dots of white light and disappeared in front of everyone. Su Luo secretly complained. Just now, he looked like he was in trouble. But in fact, he has hidden a lot of skills behind his back. While looking at the taskbar, as expected, it was not completed. She looked up to see which lucky person had grabbed the boss. However, everyone was a veteran, and everyone looked normal. Even Su Luo, who was an expert in observation, didn't notice anything. Wait! Su Luo suddenly found that number 10, who was still hiding in the corner, looked a little strange. Number 10 obviously noticed her observation and looked up at her. The copy is about to end, and the countdown begins 5. She saw number 10 open his mouth. 4. What is he talking about? 3. Black. 2. My name. 1. End of the dungeon. Congratulations to the player for completing the initial assessment. Now proceed to the settlement. 1. Kill all monsters, required, completed. 2. Kill 5 ordinary monsters personally, required, May 5th, reward, HP plus 1. 3. Healing reaches 200, required, 200/200, reward, HP plus 2. 4. Kill an elite monster personally, optional, January 1st, reward, HP plus 3. 5. Kill the dungeon boss personally, optional, 0/1, reward, HP plus 4. Total reward, HP plus 6. Attribute point plus 1. Points plus 20. Physical potion x2. Health potion x2. Please freely allocate attribute points. My mind was dizzy again, and all the memories that had disappeared before were restored. Yesterday. Congratulations. You have a talent skill. Please come to the capital airport this Friday and enter the player continent with other players. Su Luo sighed helplessly. Although she was an orphan, her life was not in danger in this continent. However, after entering the player continent, her life would probably be in danger. A few decades ago, some people suddenly got a skill after the age of 18, and then were forced to enter a dungeon every month. Some came out, while others disappeared. Later, the government uniformly sent these people to the Aro continent, which is now known as the player continent, and developed a system to maintain the stability of the new continent. Su Luo mobilized the interface in his mind and looked at his attributes. Life, 15, 15, strength, 7, 10, speed, 12, 10, spirit, 14, 10, endurance, 10, 10, charm, 12, 10, talent skill, God's redemption, legendary teleport a person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed. It can only be used once in a copy. The upper limit that humans can reach is 15. And the brackets are the average of all players. As for the level behind the skill, the talent skills are divided into normal, elite, master, grandmaster, epic, myth, and legendary levels. After arriving at the new continent, the initial copy will be open to determine the player's profession and first skill. Su Luo looked at her attributes and thought that she would probably be a mage. Back to the orphanage, Su Luo began to pack up, although she didn't have anything to take away. Knock, knock, knock. Su Luo turned to open the door, and it was the dean's mother as expected. The dean's mother came in, and what caught her eye was a small suitcase. Originally, the dean's mother wanted to see if there was anything she could help Su Luo pack. There was no need to ask now. The result was obvious. Looking at the small box that couldn't hold anything, the dean's mother's eyes were a little red. Luo, you must be good when you get there. Be cautious when encountering things, and don't trust others easily. You are a sensible child, and Mom hopes you can be happy. Su Luo knew that the director's mother was really doing it for her own good, recalling the time in the orphanage. Although there were children outside laughing at her, as long as she was in the orphanage, she was always surrounded by beauty and warmth. Originally, she thought that she would work hard to make money in the future and strive to make the children in the orphanage live a better life. But now she really can't. Almost no one who went there came back. Only by becoming a player on the list could they come back. Director Mom, I can't repay. Before Su Luo finished, the director interrupted her. What's the point of repaying or not repaying? If you go there, you will be dead or alive. Mom doesn't have any other requests. Living is the greatest reward for me. Director Mom asked Su Luo if she wanted to hold a farewell party, but Su Luo refused. As the director of the orphanage, Director Mom is actually very busy. There is no need to be busy for her, a person who will almost never see her again. Su Luo sat down on the bed, a little dazed. There are very few people who awaken their innate skills, so Su Luo never thought about what it would be like to become a player in her life plan. And now, sigh. Since she has awakened, Su Luo can only start thinking about what to do in the future. From the legendary level, it can be seen that her innate skills are very strong. Indeed, although a copy can only be used once, it is undeniable that this skill has great potential as a magical skill for escape. Chapter 7. Squeak. Su Luo was thinking. The wooden door was suddenly pushed open a little. Su Luo looked up and saw that it was her little brother Su Mao in the orphanage. Su Mao saw Su Luo looking at him, so he pushed the door open and came in. Sister, I heard that you have awakened your talent skills. Su Mao's face was a little excited. He didn't know that this was not a good thing. In his heart, awakening skills means endless adventures. Well, I leave on Friday. Su Luo answered simply. Hearing Su Luo say that she was leaving, the excitement on Su Mao's face gradually disappeared. Su Luo looked at the young man with a face full of immaturity and told him, after I am gone, you must listen to the director's mother. You will be a big child soon. Take care of the other children, and don't always cause trouble for the director's mother. Su Mao sat down next to her and looked at her pitifully with puppy eyes. I will definitely be obedient, he said with a little hope. But I think I can definitely awaken my skills. When the time comes, I will go there to find you. We are a pair of siblings, invincible in the world. Su Luo listened to the silly boy's immature words, rubbed his head, and was too lazy to break his fantasy. I just hope he won't wake up. Friday came in a blink of an eye. Su Luo refused the company of the dean's mother and came to the airport alone. There were many people in the airport. Most of the children were excited. They all had the same idea as Su Mao, but their parents were full of sadness. In the airport, sobbing sounds of varying degrees were heard. Su Luo looked at the sign in her hand. She was assigned to the number 1 plane. Suddenly, the airport horn sounded. Passengers of flight number 1, please board the plane as soon as possible. Passengers of flight number 1, please board the plane as soon as possible. Su Luo followed the instructions and entered the plane. After getting on the plane, She was surprised to find that the boy sitting next to her was a very handsome boy. The boy was wearing a black sweater, which made his skin look even whiter. The cap covered half of his face, and only his tall and straight nose and cherry-colored thin lips could be seen. The face was well-defined, and if nothing unexpected happened, his charm value should be 15. Perhaps Su Luo's gaze was too scorching. The boy looked up and followed Su Luo's gaze. This time Su Luo saw his eyes, which were a pair of peach blossom eyes that seemed affectionate but ruthless. His dark brown eyes looked at Su Luo, as if he could drown her in these eyes. Su Luo was amazed, and was a little dazed for a moment. But the boy lowered his cap, and closed his eyes again. Su Luo came back to her senses, raised her eyebrows, sat down next to him, and thought, it seems that the next C is a cool boy. Although Su Luo is obsessed with looks, she is definitely not a fangirl. Since the other party has no desire to chat, she will definitely not go up to him and make things boring. No words along the way. 12 hours later, the plane arrived at the destination, Oro Continent. Under the guidance of the tour guide, Su Luo recorded the blood and fingerprints and successfully activated the system. Su Luo walked to a corner of the airport and logged into the system. Ding dong. Hello. 9012378828 system is dedicated to serving you. Please name it. Su Luo was too lazy to come up with a complicated name, so she casually said, just call it Tongzi. The system replied, okay, smiley face. Tongzi is at your service. I don't know if the system is dissatisfied with this unreliable name, and even set a smiling expression, which seemed to be mocking her. However, Su Luo did not intend to think about the deep meaning behind the system's smile. She just wanted to get into her house as soon as possible. After a 12-hour flight, she was almost exhausted. As far as she knows, players who first arrive at the Oro Continent will be assigned free houses, and they don't have to pay for the first year. After all, there are few players, and the continent is very large. Su Luo walked to the teleportation point and came to her house. The layout of the house is very simple, with one bedroom and one living room. The whole house is in black and white, and Su Luo is very satisfied with this house. You know, even such a simple one bedroom is much better than the house in the orphanage. After packing up, Su Luo sat on the bed, turned on the system, and began to read. Player instructions, mainland version. 1. Players must participate in the assessment dungeon at least once a month, and at most 3 dungeons. 2.1 system points equals 10 yuan. 3. Universities will be allocated according to college entrance examination scores. Click to view. Player version. 1. Occupations are divided into warriors, mages, tanks, assassins, and priests, which will be allocated in the preliminary examination. 2. After the assessment dungeon, you will get fixed skills and attribute points. One person can get up to 5 skills, and talent skills can be upgraded. 4. Players must go through the end-of-month assessment dungeon once a month, and can freely choose whether to go through the game dungeon. Up to 3 game dungeons per month. 5. 20 points will be deducted for death in the game dungeon, and 30 points will be deducted for failure. 6. Death in the assessment dungeon and in reality cannot be resurrected. 7. 1,000 points can be exchanged for 1 year of life, if exchanged at the age of 18. The body functions of 18 years old will still be maintained in the second year. 8. Players can leave the game at the age of 60. 9. Players can log into the player forum through the system. After reading player instructions, Su Luo quickly clicked to check the college entrance examination results. As expected, she was admitted to the best university here, Q University. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Although dungeons can make money, but after a calculation, even if she can successfully pass the dungeons every time, 4 dungeons a month, 25 points each time, can only get 1,200 points in a year. If you want to retire safely at the age of 60, you must exchange at least 20 years of life. So this amount of points is not enough. After all, only a few people become big bosses by dungeons. Most players still rely on education and ability to live as before. With Q as a guarantee, her real life is not a problem. Su Luo was very happy. With her talent and skills to protect her life in the dungeon, she could probably maintain a balance between income and expenditure. As long as she played bravely, she would be able to retire at the age of 60. After thinking about this, Su Luo sat on the bed, looking at this strange room, and fell into confusion. Although she thought well just now, Su Luo was still very panicked. Although her adaptability was indeed very good, she was also very confused in her heart when she arrived in a new continent. Everything here is not in her familiar field, and there is no one she knows. There are only endless dangers and unknown tests. Single bet. What will happen to her future? Su Luo fell on the bed, emptied her mind, and prepared to rest up to welcome tomorrow's initial copy. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Su Luo turned on the system and saw a system notification. Please enter the copy on time at 9 o'clock this morning. If you fail to enter on time, the system will force you to enter in 1 minute. Su Luo's face was a little bad. If she didn't wake up on time at 8 o'clock, but slept in, she might be forcibly taken to the copy in her sleep. Isn't this life-threatening? At 9 o'clock, Su Luo clicked enter the dungeon and vaguely heard clear memory. This is the previous part. The memories ended and Su Luo returned to reality. Seeing the taskbar in front of her, Su Luo smiled, because she and Ji Hei had not made any trouble before, and compared with the tragic situation of other groups, the two old players specially gave them an elite monster each. They said, "Look, the two of them don't look like people who are only in the low ranks. Anyway, they won't meet each other, so why not sell them out?" Thinking about it, as a priest, Su Luo decided to add attribute points to spirit, which would increase both healing and attack power. Su Luo planned to add spirit as the main attribute and speed as the auxiliary attribute. Add spirit value. Add points successfully. Display attribute panel, life, 25, plus 6, strength, 7, speed, 12, spirit, 14, plus 1, endurance, 10, charm, 12, score, 20. Su Luo recalled the advice given to them by two old players. Look at the top post on the player forum. Su Luo clicked on the player forum, and sure enough, the previous player's "please complete the initial assessment" was gone. Beep. The account was automatically registered. Su Luo first looked at the pinned message. 2 or 3 things players must know. Su Luo felt a chill. What an unreliable title. It still costs 3 points. If it weren't for the reminder from the old players, I might really ignore it. Su Luo paid to open it. On the 2 or 3 things that players must know. Copy version. 1. The game copy is divided into supernatural, survival, and other categories. 2. Death in the game copy will deduct 20 points, and failure will deduct 30 points. 3. There is an assessment copy at the beginning of each month, and the penalty for failure is death. 4. You will get an attribute point after the assessment copy ends. 5. Killing the assessment copy boss will get an attribute point. 6. After the assessment copy ends, you will get a chance to choose a skill, choose one of 3, or upgrade a skill. 7. Completing hidden tasks or killing bosses in the game copy can get an attribute point. Player version. 1. Player professions are divided into warriors, mages, tanks, assassins, and priests. 2. The number of professions is mage equals warrior, greater than tank, greater than assassin, greater than priest. 3. The initial life of the tank is plus 5, and the attribute points cannot be added to strength, but can be added to blood volume. 4. Other professional attribute points cannot be added to blood volume. 5. Charm points can be added up to 20 at most. 6. The initial assessment rating is unqualified, less than qualified, less than good, less than excellent. Rating determines the damage of the first skill. The first skill cannot be upgraded. 7. The rank is divided into ordinary, less than, elite, less than, master. 8. The weapon level is divided into ordinary level 5, less than, spiritual level 50, less than, treasure level 500. The brackets are the system points that can be sold, each corresponding to the highest level of each rank. 9. 1,000 points can be exchanged for 1 year of life. 10. Players can form a team, same rank, 2 people in a group, and the average is used for the final ranking. 11. After half a year, players will no longer gain attribute points. 12. The first month is the novice protection month, and players will only lose half of their points. 13. Try to participate in more dungeons in the first month. The people you often meet are the potential matchers matched by the dungeon. After that, there will be no such benefits. 14. Wish you all good luck. Su Luo let out a long breath after reading it. It was indeed a piece of information full of useful information. These 3 points were worth spending. There are so many details. It's too difficult for her. Chapter 8. After closing the forum, Su Luo thought for a while, and then opened the system mall. Mall. Health potion 3 points. Stamina potion 3 points. Disguise potion, temporary 3 points. Disguise potion, permanent, 300 points, to sell items. Just bring them into the system description from the dungeon. There are only these things in the system mall. Su Luo took a look and felt that a bottle of disguise potion in each game was necessary. Calculated in this way. If you can earn 25 points in a game and use 3 points of potion, then you can use a maximum of 5 bottles of red and yellow potions. Otherwise you will lose money. Su Luo looked at the time. It was still 9 o'clock, proving that the game did not consume time outside. However, this did not mean that energy and physical strength were not consumed. Su Luo was now exhausted. She thought about it, and thought that she should have done everything she should do. So she lay on the bed and closed her eyes. When she woke up again, the sun had already set. The dusk on this continent was no different from the original. But Su Luo felt a kind of thrilling beauty from it, which was the beauty of life given to it after the tense and exciting game of life and death. Su Luo clicked on the service brain in the room. Please give me a standard dinner. Okay. It will appear in your cupboard in 5 minutes. Please wait. This is another function of the room that Su Luo saw in the forum. Standard 3 meals a day are provided for free in the first year. But if you want to eat something else, you need to pay. Su Luo has no plans to work for the time being. Nor does she plan to exchange points for money. So she has prepared herself mentally to eat standard meals for a month. While waiting for the meal, Su Luo opened the player forum again. The player forum is divided into several modules, one of which is the newcomer forum. Su Luo clicked in to see the status of other players in the same period. It's him. Not me. Let's take a look at how lethal the newcomers are. The host. I met a newcomer in the assessment today. I saw a little girl who looked well behaved and wanted to take her. First floor. Move the chair and eat melons online. Second floor. Then what? Blindly guessed that the little girl is used to making trouble. Host. Then this little girl said with a picture, I know you want to hurt me. Join my team with a look on her face. Third floor. Why did she agree? Original poster. She probably thought that if she didn't agree, I would be in trouble. Who knows what this little girl is thinking? Fourth floor. Ha ha. I'm looking forward to the development of the plot. A good-natured uncle who wants to help a little girl x a little girl with paranoid delusions. I can. 5th floor. 666. I give you the pen. 6th floor. Hand the pen to the boss. Original poster. Question mark. I'm not an uncle. 7th floor. Don't go off topic. Continue. OP, I said to the girl. When we encounter a monster, we will kill one each. Is it reasonable? Just tell me if it's reasonable. 8th floor. It's reasonable. And then what? OP, I finish it in one breath. Then the girl took advantage of me fighting with 3 ordinary monsters and ran away. I didn't have time to chase her before I saw her encounter 3 small monsters. And then she quickly turned into a white light and died on the spot. 9th floor. Isn't this death too hasty? I thought she had some special skills to play alone. 10th floor. Born to be an actor. Su Luo was speechless after reading this. She really didn't understand. Isn't it good to be alive? Why are you in such a hurry to die? But then she found out that what this newcomer did was just a drop in the bucket among many mentally retarded newcomers. Serious naming. How much the newcomers you have led want to die. Original poster. I have been playing this game for a long time, leading a newcomer every year. And I have led 38 so far. First floor. Oh my god. A big boss has appeared. Second floor. The original poster is 56 years old now. And can retire soon. OP, yes. That's why I'm here to complain. OP, I met a new support player who got the idea of support players are super rare. So everyone should listen to me from nowhere. He would complain about everything in the dungeon. If you don't listen to him, he would mess around, attract monsters blindly. And his skills are so poor. He would always hit the monsters with his skills, as if he could deal damage. In the end, he attracted too many monsters and got himself killed. 3F. Liliu is really scary. Attracting monsters is too scary. It hurts others and yourself. 4F. This kind of new player really doesn't deserve to live. OP. And there are those players who only do tricks. At the beginning, He refused all the old players to lead him, and insisted on going alone. Then his talent skill probably had some effect of attracting monsters. Running and attracting monsters all the way. In the end, you saw him running alone in front. And a group. Yes, a group. About 60 or 70 monsters followed him. And we couldn't attract the monsters' attention even when we were fighting monsters. 5th floor, 666? 6th floor, what is he going to do? Use the ultimate move? OP, he seems to want to lure the monsters to the boss. And then? Kill them all in one fell swoop. 7th floor, question mark. Sure enough. 8th floor, talent. OP, but what he doesn't know is that the boss will only appear when there are a certain number of monsters in the rookie dungeon. We told him. But he didn't believe it. I'm really convinced. Don't ask then. If you ask, you will die on the spot. 9th floor, okay. 10th floor, brain is a good thing. Strongly request that talent skills grow on people with brains. OP, also. There is a rookie's talent skill of shape-shifting, which means that he can transform into something exactly like what he chooses. It's quite powerful. But the host is a mystery. He turned into a monster, thinking that the monster would not attack him. 11th floor, huh? This involves my knowledge blind spot. OP, question mark. Is there really someone who doesn't know? The monsters don't need to distinguish whether you are the same kind or not. They look at us in the same way as we look at people with the NPC sign on their heads. 12th floor, I've learned something. Su Luo nodded when she saw this. I see. But I don't know if it's the same in the game dungeon. Ding dong. Su Luo thought that the meal was ready. She opened the window and saw a steaming meal. Dry fried beans, a small portion of braised pork, and tomato and egg soup were unexpectedly rich. Su Luo ate with satisfaction, ignoring the fact that her life was in danger. Life here couldn't be better. Su Luo summarized today's copy while eating. This is what the dean's mother taught her. After doing something unfamiliar, summarizing the experience can effectively prevent making the same mistake next time. She found a notebook and wrote while eating. 1. She was too inexperienced at the beginning, and was seen as a novice at a glance. Although there was nothing wrong here. She might be cheated as a fat sheep in other situations. 2. She was too easily distracted when fighting monsters, and was likely to be ambushed or betrayed by teammates. 3. She was too curious when encountering new things. You know, curiosity kills the cat. And she might have died many times. Fortunately, I am not a cat. Su Luo thought. There were probably no obvious mistakes. Su Luo turned to a new page and began to record some historical problems. Regarding Jihei's question, 1. Jihei has a high probability of a perfect evaluation. By analogy, he is likely to be a hidden profession with hidden weapons, and he is likely to be encountered in the next dungeon. 2. Jihei seems to be a kid with a story, and he doesn't look like a human in the Eolo continent. This speculation is well-founded. When Su Luo first met him on the plane, he was wearing a hat and covering his eyes. People like him generally don't want others to see their inner thoughts, except for celebrities. So he is probably worried. In the dungeon, although he rarely speaks, when I ask him about some dungeon-related content, Jihei is obviously listening carefully. Not like someone has told him the rules. So he should not have any familiar people in the Eolo continent. There is too little information. Su Luo gave up studying him and began to think about Pang Pang. About Pang Pang. 1. White cut black. Black sesame black. 2. What is the most likely talent skill to attract monsters? Or is it similar to the unlucky aura? Although Su Luo is very likely to not meet Pang Pang again, the observation method that has always worked for her is ineffective. Su Luo thinks that she should summarize it in order to improve her observation skills. Thinking about it, Su Luo began to think about whether Pang Pang had revealed any flaws. Suddenly, Su Luo remembered that everyone awakened their talents and skills at the age of 18. And Pang Pang was a novice. So how could she have a face of 30 years old? It can be seen that she bought the disguise potion at the beginning. This is nothing in itself. After all, Pang Pang is playing the second generation, and her family should have told her. But thinking of her white-cut black nature, Su Luo felt that she was doing this to prevent others from taking revenge. Su Luo also remembered that after she reminded the internet-addicted teenager, Pang Pang did not go to find the two old men again, which shows that she is very smart. When Pang Pang found that her team was fighting elite monsters, Su Luo clearly saw the desire in her eyes. So Su Luo was a little nervous at that time. Plus, she was the one who shouted it out loud. So she must have really wanted to grab the monster. But because the two veteran players she followed didn't have this idea, she was forced to watch the show. Thinking about it carefully, Pang Pang actually revealed a lot of flaws. But because of Pang Pang's seemingly kind reminder at the beginning, I always thought that Pang Pang was a simple and honest person. So I ignored so many flaws. Su Luo sighed. There are still big problems. After summarizing today's gains, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. The revolution has not yet succeeded, and we still need to work hard. Su Luo's eyes lit up with excitement. She could live an ordinary life. But this dangerous life is more interesting, isn't it? Su Luo knew that she had never been a good kid. Otherwise she wouldn't have beaten those naughty kids when she was a child. Even though she could have told the teacher, you can tell a child's future at the age of 3. And you can tell a person's future at the age of 7. The old saying is always true. Su Luo looked at the starry night sky outside and smiled. This kind of life is really wonderful. Chapter 9. On the second day of arriving at the player continent, Su Luo's biological clock woke her up at 8 o'clock. Su Luo washed herself and decided to complete 4 dungeons a month. Su Luo thought, I can earn attribute points in a year. Only by getting more attribute points as soon as possible can I spend the rest of my life more safely in the future. She bought a bottle of disguise potion, which can last a whole day in reality. Who knows if she will make enemies with some second-generation players in the dungeon. If the people in the dungeon knew what I looked like, then those who were powerful here would probably find me through my appearance and bring threats to me. Su Luo drank the disguise potion in one gulp. It didn't have any strange taste and was sweet. Su Luo gave it a thumbs up in her heart and then looked at the mirror. In the mirror was a pretty lady, but it was completely different from Su Luo's original cute style. The girl in the mirror looked like someone who would think it was natural and not angry even if she suddenly got angry. But it really doesn't look like her anymore. Su Luo nodded in satisfaction. This kind of unique look might be useful in a dungeon. She glanced at the attribute panel. Life, 25, plus 6, strength, 7. Speed, 12. Spirit, 14, plus 1, endurance, 10. Charm, 12. Points, 17. Talented skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleports a person with full health to any place the skill owner has passed by. It can only be used once in a dungeon. First skill, Healing Bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds, if all points deducted for a novice are deducted by half. 15 points will be deducted for failure, and 10 points for death. If these two are done at the same time, I will die on the spot. I hope I won't encounter a 2-in-1 copy. Su Luo prayed in his heart. After 9 o'clock, Su Luo clicked enter the copy on time. After a dizzy spell, Su Luo found herself in a room. She looked around first. Okay. It was a single room. I don't know if there is heating. The floor of this room is warm. Su Luo locked the door. And after making sure no one would come in, she opened the system to check the mission of this copy. Copy, Cat and Mouse. Mission, survive for 7 days. Background, in the Zodiac Kingdom. You are a mouse who loves cosplay and traveling. This time, the 6 mice with the same hobbies dress up as cats to explore a lost place together. When you enter this village through an extremely narrow crack, the simple dungeon name and simple tasks reveal the not-so-simple dungeon difficulty. This dungeon is the kind of dungeon where failure and death are integrated. It is the dungeon that Su Luo least wants before entering the dungeon. Su Luo originally thought that she was just an ordinary person. But now she finds that she may be a non-African. Novice dungeons are generally quite simple. What bad luck has she encountered? After calming down, Su Luo looked at the background of the dungeon and pondered. It was obvious that she was already in the village. This was probably a hotel room. Otherwise it wouldn't be so empty. According to the name of the dungeon and her own appearance, it can be found that cats probably live in this village. So what she needs to do is not to be discovered by the cats. Then using reverse thinking, how can the cats discover them? Su Luo thought of this and immediately found a full-length mirror in the room. In the mirror, she looked like a human with a cat's head. Of course, her appearance has not changed, and she still looks like a young lady. According to the copy, this is how she looks when she puts on makeup. So where are the makeup tools? Su Luo found a suitcase in the room, which seemed to be hers. Su Luo flipped through the suitcase and found that in addition to spare clothes and perfume, there were indeed cosmetics and makeup remover. Su Luo didn't wear much makeup. But as an orphan, she actually worked part-time to earn money for her studies. One of the jobs was when she was 13 years old and worked in a hair salon. There, she learned a little bit about nail art, hairdressing, and makeup. So Su Luo discovered that cosmetics and makeup remover are not proportional at all. If you remove makeup every day, makeup remover is more than enough. But these cosmetics can't last more than 7 days. Su Luo estimated that it would take 2 cosmetics of the same quality to make a person last for 7 days. Su Luo felt something was wrong. In the dungeon, it was not very safe even at night. So few people would remove makeup every day. Right? It is even possible that a makeup can last for 7 days. Su Luo thought with some conspiracy theories. Then the game's trap here is useless. This doesn't seem like a routine of a game that can kill people. If we infer this way, there is a very likely reason why they have to remove their makeup every day. Thinking of this, Su Luo opened the suitcase again and carefully searched it inside and out. Sure enough, he found a triangular piece of paper in a corner, with only 3 words left on it. Will disfigure. Su Luo thought. Will it disfigure? What will disfigure? The pitfall of the game. Su Luo had to think that if she didn't remove her makeup for a day, she would be disfigured. Oh my god! Su Luo wanted to curse. When she first looked at the task, she thought that there was no intrigue in this novice dungeon, and everyone just had to do their own thing. Looking at this situation, it seems that they have to fight for cosmetics. It was originally a dungeon where failure was certain to kill, and there was also competition from peers. Su Luo felt that she had entered the most difficult one among the novice dungeons. Click, click. The doorknob suddenly turned twice. Dong, dong, dong. Then, there was a knock on the door. Su Luo quickly put away her suitcase and cautiously shouted to the outside. Who is it? The person at the door said loudly. Are you a player? Gather together. Su Luo learned from the forum that currently, if you say player in front of an NPC, the game will automatically censor you. So the players outside are so fearless. Su Luo quickly tidied up the room and opened the door. A big man, with a cat face and a beard stood outside the door. He looked at Su Luo and said to her, Let's go! There are already 3 players waiting over there. You and the player in the room next to you are the only ones missing. Su Luo glanced at him, nodded, and followed him to knock on the door of the room. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened directly, and a boy in a black shirt came out. The boy looked very ordinary. He leaned lazily against the wall and asked, What's the matter? The big man choked, feeling that he was not a player. So he asked tentatively, Player? Yes, I am, the young man said slowly. Although he looked ordinary, his gestures gave people a very gentlemanly feeling, and Su Luo inexplicably felt a familiar aura from him. This person was not simple. Su Luo quickly made a judgment. After the big man confirmed his identity as a player, he went straight to the point. The others are waiting outside. Only you are missing. We are all in the same dungeon. Let's introduce ourselves and get to know each other. Maybe we can help each other. The young man in black raised his eyebrows, said nothing, and just nodded. So the 3 of them walked towards the hall outside the door together. When they arrived at the hall, as expected, there were already 3 people standing there. Several people began to introduce themselves, and the big man spoke first. Are you all newbies? Everyone nodded. Okay. My name is Brother Tiger. You can just call me Brother Tiger. The water cup is gone. Just call me Water Cup. A dark and thin young man said with a smile. A delicate flower looks like me. Well, just call me Xiaohua. If you call me a delicate flower, I will be angry. A girl with a common face tilted her head and made a gun gesture. She is very cute, but with her appearance, it gives people a sense of disobedience. Disappointed, Su Luo said concisely. At this time, the young man in black looked at Su Luo meaningfully, which made Su Luo look puzzled. Then he said slowly, I am Jihei. Oh, fate. Wonderful. Others didn't notice the undercurrent on their side and continued to introduce themselves. I'm the reason why I came here. You can just call me Xiao Ming. After several people finished introducing themselves, they heard Brother Hu say, This dungeon obviously doesn't have as many twists and turns as described in the forum. It should be that everyone does their own thing. If you have any discoveries, share them together, and try to make all 6 of us pass it. Su Luo's face was full of black lines. Is this person a fool and bold? And also a little bit of a saint? This doesn't match his appearance at all. Su Luo looked at him thoughtfully. However, what made Su Luo speechless was that, except for Ji Hei, the other newcomers really nodded seriously. Okay. It's worthy of being a novice copy. It's like playing to get the cosmetics in their hands? Then let's go around and see if we can find anything. Brother Hu waved his hand, and the 6 people separated. Ji Hei winked at Su Luo, and the 2 left in the same direction together. Did you find anything? Ji Hei asked when they reached a small road with no people. Su Luo nodded and asked again, what about you? Ji Hei said, makeup on your face can be removed with more than just makeup remover. Su Luo was shocked. It seemed that the makeup remover in the suitcase had disturbed her perspective, and she had not thought of this. She suddenly recalled the faint heat radiating from the floor of the room. And there was no heating installed in the room. So this town should be natural geothermal. Where there is natural geothermal heat, there is a high probability of hot springs. Then, hot water. You can use hot water to remove makeup. Isn't that right? Yes. Ji Hei looked at her deeply. After getting the important information, Su Luo also told Ji Hei seriously, you have to remove your makeup every day. After listening, Ji Hei pondered for a while before asking, not enough cosmetics? Su Luo smiled with satisfaction. Yes, at least enough for 2 people. The 2 smiled at each other and began to walk around the village. Chapter 10. The 2 walked back to the village and were about to find a family to inquire about the news. They happened to see an old lady and a little boy eating outside in one of the courtyards. One old and one young. Both of them are easy to fool. Su Luo and Ji Hei walked over immediately to see what was going on. Before the 2 approached, they heard the old lady telling a story to the little boy. The voice of the cat lady was sharp and thin, a bit like the eunuch in the TV series, with a wrinkled old face. It actually had a sense of horror in horror movies. The 2 of them would not think that this was just a random chat between the grandparents and grandchildren. This story was most likely related to the plot. So the 2 of them listened carefully. A long time ago, cats lived with other animals on this beautiful continent. One day, the god suddenly came down to earth and gave us a task, which was to become the 12 zodiac signs. Only the first 12 animals that reached the gate of heaven could get this divine position and stay on this continent. So we made an appointment with the mouse, who was still our friend at the time, to let the mouse remind us to get up early, and we needed to take the mouse over. As a result, the despicable mouse betrayed his promise and did not wake up the cat. He left alone, which eventually caused us cats to wake up late, failed to obtain the priesthood, and were expelled from the zodiac continent, and were forced to hide in this lost land to survive. The little boy said, a little bored, I have been listening to this story since I was born, and I am tired of it. The old lady patiently stroked the little boy's fur. When the little boy was in a better mood, she asked again, Grandma asks you, if we can go out one day, what will be the first thing you do? The little boy had obviously been asked this question many times, and he said smoothly, destroy all the rats on the road. The old lady nodded with satisfaction. Su Luo and Ji Hei looked at each other and walked towards them with heavy steps. Su Luo thought, it seems that cats really hate rats. Yes, the rats were really unkind in this matter. In the story of the 12 zodiac animals, the rats also used tricks to steal the first place from the ox. But the ox only lost the first place, while the cats were miserable. They directly lost the opportunity to live on the mainland. If it were her, she would not be able to bear it. When the 2 walked to the front of the small courtyard, Ji Hei asked gently, Grandma. Hello. Before the old man could speak, the little boy shouted loudly, oh, they smell so bad. As he said that, he swallowed his saliva. The old lady also showed disgust between her eyebrows and asked unhappily, who are you, and what are you doing here? Why haven't I seen you in this village before? Smell bad? Su Luo thought thoughtfully, and she remembered the perfume in the suitcase. Su Luo initially thought that perfume was a necessity for delicate girls, but now she thought it might be for this situation. Su Luo subconsciously glanced at Ji Hei. It was normal for girls to have perfume, but she didn't know if boys had it. But she wouldn't be stupid enough to ask. She didn't have a saintly heart. The 2 of them were just a temporary team. If Ji Hei didn't have it, and she didn't intend to give it to him, the plastic combination of the 2 would break. and it was likely to offend a strong enemy. Ji-hye noticed Su Luo looking at him, and looked at Su Luo with a slightly lowered head. Su Luo shook her head obscurely, lowered her eyelids, and hid the thoughts in her eyes. Ji-hye looked at the old lady and replied, "We are from." Ji-hye suddenly paused. Su Luo knew what he was hesitating about. Originally, they wanted to say that they came from outside, but now they knew that there was no cat outside at all. The reason was invalid. So what should they say? As the pause prolonged, the old lady and the little boy in front of them gradually lost their kind and lovely image just now, and their eyes became more and more dangerous. The little boy licked his lips from time to time, and looked at them as if he was looking at prey. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer Su Luo would become, and her brain would work frantically. Suddenly, she said, "We don't know what happened. We woke up and came to the outside. Then we searched everywhere and finally found this village." Ji-hye also calmed down at this time and continued, "Yes. The place where we lived originally was not called the Zodiac Continent. I was afraid that you would not believe it, so I didn't dare to say it just now. This statement is 7 parts true and 3 parts false." As expected, the old man and the little boy calmed down, as if the storm just now was an illusion. "Oh, so you are from the other world. Sometimes we also have some people from other worlds here. There is nothing to disbelieve. You two should leave quickly. The smell on you two is too bad. I can't stand it." What can't be stood? When ordinary people encounter bad smells, they will obviously stay away. But it seems that this is not the case here. Su Luo and Ji-hye left the old lady's house and started walking back. On the way, they discussed, "We must not reveal our identities. If we do, we will definitely die," Ji-hye said seriously. They smelled our scent, and not only found it unpleasant, but also seemed to feel appetizing. Su Luo said her discovery hesitantly. "Yes, I think so too. Although they are completely different from us. They are of different races after all." The two talked as they walked, and they had a good time along the way. When they returned to the hotel where they first came, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They agreed to meet here at 4 o'clock, but at 4:30, only 5 people came, and the one who didn't come was Xiaoming. Everyone guessed that Xiaoming was probably in danger. In fact, it was quite unexpected for Su Luo. With the difficulty of this dungeon, Su Luo thought that more than one person should be in trouble. So obviously, the people present were not as simple as they seemed. "Does anyone have any news? Would you like to share it?" In the silence, brother who spoke first. However, there was still silence afterwards, and no one was willing to tell everyone the news they had risked their lives to get. Looking at each other in silence, Shueibei sneered and went back to the room first in the awkward situation. The others also went back to their rooms. After Su Luo returned to the room, she immediately opened the suitcase. The hair she had clipped on the zipper did not fall off, so it seemed that no one had secretly moved the suitcase after she left. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief, and then hid all the things in a hidden place, leaving only the clothes inside. After finishing these tasks, she finally felt relieved. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon when Su Luo entered the dungeon, and it was only 4:30 now. Obviously, she had to go to dinner later. Su Luo began to think about how to take away someone's cosmetics without leaving a trace. Once today is over, it will not be so easy to get the cosmetics again. Thinking about it, she couldn't sit still. Xiaoming is dead, but his things should still be in the room intact. Su Luo thought of this, immediately stood up, and quietly went to Xiaoming's room. She had observed the rooms that everyone entered when everyone left unhappily just now, and only room 3 was left unattended, which was obviously Xiaoming's room. Su Luo quietly slipped in, but unexpectedly found Ji-hye was already there. Too late. A step too late, Su Luo thought helplessly. Ji-hye was not surprised to see that it was her who came. He shook the cosmetics in his hand, raised his eyebrows and said, "First come, first served. You are late." Su Luo could only sigh. It was only 5 minutes since she entered the room. Her reaction was fast enough, but Ji-hye was obviously better. Su Luo was willing to admit defeat and turned to leave. "Wait!" Ji-hye suddenly called her. Su Luo turned around and set a questioning look, and then said, "After dinner? Let's go out and have a look." Su Luo nodded indifferently and turned to leave. Behind him, Ji-hye curved his mouth and smiled silently. "Well, smart, calm, reliable, Complimentary to me in some aspects. Perfect as a teammate. Su Luo, who had already left, didn't know what someone was thinking. If she knew, she might scold him. She didn't allow her to have the mission props. But she still dreamed of forming a team? Bah! Wishful thinking. At this moment, Su Luo was completely occupied by how to get the second cosmetics. She thought about it, and knocked on Xiaohua's door. Knock. 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 Who is it? It's me. Lost. The door opened, and Xiaohua stood at the door and asked, It's you. What do you want to see me for? Xiaohua looked quite surprised. Probably because she thought that someone like Su Luo, who looked like a young lady, would not take the initiative to look for others. Su Luo obviously realized this, and she immediately put on a posture and said proudly, I don't have any cosmetics in my room, so I asked you to come and touch up my makeup. She then said almsgivingly, Of course. I will give you a message in return. Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and she immediately welcomed Su Luo in. She was going to leave by herself, and before she had time to ask someone for information, she saw with her own eyes that Xiao Ming said something. And then the cat-faced NPC suddenly opened its bloody mouth and swallowed Xiao Ming. She didn't dare to ask for information anymore, and after a quick search, she returned to the hotel to wait. Seeing that this young lady didn't care, she was afraid that the man in black clothes next to her was a licker who did everything for her. It's true that you don't know how expensive firewood and rice are if you don't manage the household. Can information be sent casually? It just so happens that she doesn't plan to remove her makeup these days. If this young lady asks, she can give her those cosmetics. If Su Luo knew what she was thinking, she would probably laugh out loud. Not to mention that the latter thoughts coincided with hers. Just the fact that he regarded Jihei as a bootlicker was enough to make her laugh for a while. The two entered the room, and Su Luo pretended to pick up Xiaohua's cosmetics, turned the bottle towards the light, and said with disdain, This cosmetics doesn't even have a brand, and it doesn't look like a good material under the light. I hope it won't hurt my delicate skin. Chapter 11. Xiaohua smiled and said, This is given by the game. This is all I have. Don't dislike it. It won't damage your skin in the game anyway. It's better to have it than not. Su Luo nodded and said, pretending to be helpless, Alas, this is the only way. The two of them had their own ulterior motives. One deliberately pretended to be a bitch, and the other pretended to flatter. They had a good chat. Su Luo saw that it was getting dark and ended this boring conversation. Okay. I think it's almost time. I plan to go back. Then she raised the cosmetics in her hand and said, I take this back too. After that, she turned around and walked out. Hey! Wait! Su Luo's body stiffened slightly, and without turning her head, she asked directly, What's wrong? Xiaohua smiled and said, This cosmetic is for you. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief and suddenly asked, How many times have you played the game? Xiaohua was stunned for a moment, not understanding why she asked this question. After thinking about it, she answered honestly, The 6th time. Su Luo suddenly felt relieved. It's okay. I'm just asking casually. I'm leaving. Then she returned to her room. After returning to her room, Su Luo sighed. According to the number of cosmetics, only 3 people can survive in this game. But after all, she attacked an innocent person, and she still felt guilty just now. Fortunately, there should be very few people who don't even have 50 points left in the 6 copies. So she shouldn't really die, which is a blessing in disguise. Having solved the biggest problem at the moment, Su Luo is now free from worries. She went downstairs to observe the hotel, when a cat-faced uncle suddenly walked in from outside the hotel. This man was obviously not one of the players. Su Luo's eyes moved, and she went to greet him. Hello. The man smiled and said, You are outside. This just saved me a lot of trouble. Call everyone else out. It's time for dinner. Su Luo secretly suppressed her fear. Fortunately, she was more careful just now, and didn't ask who this man was directly. Otherwise her character would be ruined. It seems that he is probably the owner of this house. He should be an important NPC. Maybe he can get a lot of clues. Su Luo called out the others, although they were puzzled about who this extra person was. No one asked when they saw Su Luo's eyes. Before everyone started to eat dinner, the owner smiled and said, While you are eating, I will introduce myself. You came too hastily yesterday, and I was busy, so I didn't have time to say anything. My name is AI Chiyu. You can call me Uncle AI. You can live here from now on. It's free. I do it for you. Several people nodded. Xiaohua suddenly asked, can we go out of the village to have a look? As soon as this question came out, Uncle Ai's face changed visibly. His eyes turned into dangerous vertical pupils. His fangs were exposed, and the whole person seemed to have suddenly turned into a big boss in a horror movie. Xiaohua quickly said, no. I'm just asking casually. This village is so good. How could I want to go out? Uncle Ai calmed down and turned back into the seemingly honest uncle. That's good. I'm just worried that you get hurt. Who would believe that? Xiaohua secretly complained. But she still flattered. We know that the uncle is just concerned about us. Uncle Ai nodded as a matter of course. Well, it's okay to tell you. It's not a secret. Our cat village was once punished by the gods. And we can only come in but not go out. Outside the cave entrance is a formation set up by the gods. And anyone who wants to pass through it will die. The others just listened casually. And they were a little surprised why Xiaohua asked this question. After all, if they could escape, they wouldn't have to worry about surviving for 7 days. Su Luo wanted to go there to take a look. She always felt that it was related to the hidden mission. She subconsciously glanced at Ji Hei. Although she didn't want to admit it, it was more reliable to explore the hidden mission with Ji Hei. The two of them seemed to be in sync at the moment. And this person was also her team's reserve. She looked up and met Ji Hei's eyes. After confirming the look in his eyes, he was the one who wanted to cause trouble. The two nodded slightly and retracted their gazes at the same time. Dinner was fried small yellow croaker, fried fish roe with peppers, and a big pot of delicious fish soup. Su Luo had a headache. I'm afraid she would have to put together a full fish feast in these 7 days. After dinner, Uncle Ai was about to leave. But suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Turned around and said maliciously, there is a curfew in Cat Village at night. You can't leave the hotel after 8 o'clock. Although he said so, his eyes seemed to be looking forward to the night out. Okay. Su Luo and Ji Hei looked at each other, shrugged helplessly, and the exploration was temporarily terminated. Just when Su Luo was about to go back, Xiaohua suddenly called her. Hey! Let's go together. It seemed that the two of them had a good relationship. However, in a place where no one could see, she winked at Su Luo and told Su Luo with her mouth, there is news. Su Luo nodded and went back to the room with her, leaving the others with different expressions. What news? Su Luo asked directly as soon as she arrived in the room. This fits her character as a young lady very well. And Xiaohua did not doubt it, and said to her, my talent skill is a master level skill, which can randomly obtain a copy of the hidden task. I will tell you the task, and you tell me the news. How about it? Su Luo thought about it. If her news is to escape from the cat village, then she will tell her a completely unimportant information. If she tells me something that I have not guessed, then I will tell her important information. Okay. You go first. Although Xiaohua didn't want to speak first, she had no choice, because she hadn't found anything yet. The hidden task I got is, find the secret hidden in the cat village. After saying that, Xiaohua looked at her eagerly. Su Luo thought for a moment. Is there any hidden task? It is indeed very important. She decided to give Xiaohua a chance to live. If you don't remove your makeup for a day, you will probably be disfigured and eliminated. Xiaohua was shocked. You knew it a long time ago. You should have known it yourself. Why did you steal my cosmetics? Su Luo sighed. It was hard to talk to an idiot. If she couldn't guess, she couldn't blame her. That's another piece of news. After saying that, Su Luo turned around and left. Wait! Xiaohua saw Su Luo was leaving and immediately became anxious. Aren't you afraid that I will attack you now? Then we will both die together, and you won't get any good results. Su Luo smiled. I guess your points are not much. And you can only complete the basic tasks every time. Right? How many points can it add? All of them are added to life. And the attack is not much increased. Right? I am a tank, and I am afraid of you? Su Luo dared to tell her the truth because she was confident. She was deceived so easily, which shows that she was like this before. Then even if she could get the news of the hidden task, she probably completed the task once in 6 dungeons at most. 6 dungeons? Assuming she completed 1 per month. Then she passed 6 assessment dungeons. Although she has many skills, her attack is not high. I am a support. If I can't do anything else, can I still save my life? Besides, I can attack. So it's not certain who is afraid of whom in a real fight. Pretending to be a tank is just to prevent her from thinking that she is easy to bully. Then I will tell those two people about this. Let you attack each other. And you won't feel good even if I die? Su Luo thought. It's really these few sentences. Nothing new. Instead of competing with me here, it's better to quickly trick two bottles over when others don't know. Jihei and I both have it. So we are definitely on the same front. Those two people may not be able to beat us. Besides, we are not harming their interests. I have information about hidden tasks. In exchange, you help me get a bottle. Seeing Su Luo was about to leave again, Xiaohua said desperately. Her innate skill is actually a master-level skill, which can know all the hidden tasks in the dungeon. Originally, she wanted to hide it and complete it by herself. But she didn't expect that it would become her last straw. Su Luo actually didn't want to help her. Until now, she hadn't realized that one person needed 2 bottles. This IQ was not worth helping. And she had already guessed a task with a high probability of obtaining attribute points. After escaping from the cat village, she got another one from her. There was no need to listen to it again. Forget it. Su Luo sighed. After all, it was her own fault. She said, I won't help you. But I can give you another message. If it doesn't work, forget it. Xiaohua hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Su Luo said, one person needs 2 cosmetics to survive 7 days. Oh! No wonder you wanted to take mine. Why didn't I think of it just now? Su Luo was speechless, thinking, your IQ limits your imagination. What else could it be? Where's your news? Oh! Escaping from the cat village is also a hidden mission. Okay. Su Luo nodded indifferently, verifying her guess. It's not a big loss. Su Luo really went back to the room this time. After Su Luo left, Xiaohua sat on the bed and thought for a long time. She didn't want to fail. If she failed this time, she would lose 50 points. And all the points she had accumulated with great difficulty would be used up. But she didn't blame Su Luo. After all, everyone in the dungeon relies on their own ability. She was willing to tell her the truth before she had a chance, which showed that she was a good person. Xiaohua gritted her teeth, went out, and knocked on the door of Brother Hu across the street. It was already 8 o'clock. And Su Luo stayed in the room peacefully. She didn't plan to go out and commit suicide. It seemed that not going out at 8 o'clock was a hard rule of this dungeon. So she had better not challenge the authority of the dungeon. Su Luo applied to the system for the file of the university textbook, which was also a system function she discovered. As long as it is not related to the dungeon, the system will allow you to read it. After the information came out, Su Luo began to study on her own. She applied for the history major, originally just because she liked it. Now she sees that many dungeons on the forum are related to history. So she plans to focus on both her studies and dungeons, complementing each other and reaching the peak of her life. Chapter 12. Ah! The next morning, before 7 o'clock, Su Luo was awakened by a loud scream. Su Luo, who had expected this, calmly dressed, washed her face, brushed her teeth, and tidied herself up before going out to check. Sure enough, the accident happened in Shuibei's room. Su Luo walked in and saw Shuibei covering his face with both hands, screaming hysterically, "Why did I become like this? The rice is poisonous." He looked up and saw Su Luo coming, opened his mouth in surprise, and cried again, "Why? Why are you okay? Everyone has eaten. Who wants to harm me?" Red spots can be seen on his face, and large pieces of skin have peeled off in some places. The cat ears on his head have become big ears like Mickey Mouse. The hair has turned gray, and it can be seen that it is a mouse. Ah! In addition to disfigurement, it will become like this. Su Luo even has the leisure to sigh. Xiaohua is still very powerful, Su Luo thought. She acted very quickly, and quickly deceived 2 people to get the cosmetics. It was not in vain that I told her. There were footsteps outside. Su Luo turned around and saw Jihei. He first glanced at Su Luo, then saw the scene on the bed, sighed, and waited for the others to arrive without saying anything. To Su Luo's surprise, the third person to arrive was not Xiaohua but Brother Hu. While Xiaohua was late. Was he killed? Su Luo thought with some surprise. Then, Uncle Ai came. He saw the cup crying with its face covered, and opened his mouth, his fangs flashing coldly. It turned out to be a despicable rat. Hearing this, The water cup quickly raised its head and stepped back in fear. You? Don't come over here. Before he could finish, Uncle AI suddenly opened his bloody mouth, cracked it into a size that a normal person couldn't reach, and then swallowed the water cup in one gulp. This is the punishment that mice deserve. Uncle AI turned around with some pride, and his cat eyes glanced at them meaningfully, as if he was observing whether there were other mice, and then said to them as if nothing had happened, I take you to have a big meal at noon today. The three of them didn't talk during breakfast. Only on the second day. There were only 3 players left. The difficulty of the game was unexpectedly high. Su Luo looked at Brother Hu thoughtfully. When Xiao Hua already knew what to do, it was Brother Hu who stayed in the end. It can be seen that Brother Hu really didn't want to act so stupid, and he might even be a hidden boss. After finishing breakfast quietly, Brother Hu left with a cold face, and no longer pretended to be enthusiastic yesterday. Su Luo looked at Ji Hei. Want to go to the cave entrance? Ji Hei nodded, and the two walked towards the cave entrance. Uncle AI did not lie. There was indeed a blue barrier at the cave entrance. Ji Hei threw a frog he caught on the road into the cave, and a tiny electric current flashed, and the frog was immediately electrocuted and scorched black, and it fell to the ground and twitched slightly from time to time. It seems that this is an electric membrane, so we can get out if we find an insulator, Su Luo thought. But Su Luo wanted to complete another task more. She always felt that there was another hidden story in the story of cat and mouse. Ji Hei turned to her and said, Did you find anything last night? Su Luo nodded. Brother Hu is not simple. Yesterday I told Xiao Hua that she needed 2 cosmetics to survive. Xiao Hua should have gone to find Brother Hu, but in the end, it was Brother Hu who survived, and Xiao Hua disappeared. Ji Hei nodded thoughtfully, and suddenly asked, What did Xiao Hua tell you? Su Luo had a headache. This is the bad thing about talking to smart people. They can find loopholes. Can't it be because I hurt Xiao Hua, and I feel guilty, and give her a way out? Su Luo asked back. It's unlikely. If you had a change of heart, you should have at least shown some regret when you saw Brother Hu. After all, you failed to buy it, but you only showed surprise. It shows that you two are doing a fair deal, and there is no personal relationship. After thinking for a while, he added, of course, among so many pieces of information, you are willing to tell the person you cheated this news, which is really soft-hearted, Ji Hei said at the end and chuckled. Oh, so what if you guessed right? I just won't tell you, Su Luo said with a smile. Ji Hei choked, then laughed again. How about we exchange information? Su Luo tilted her head. My information is very valuable. Ji Hei sneered. I guess our information is equally valuable. Mine is a hidden task. Successfully make a member of the cat village no longer hate mice. After dinner yesterday, I was thinking, in addition to the hidden task of escaping from the cat village, which is almost obvious, what other hidden tasks can there be? He paused, deliberately keeping the audience in suspense, and then continued, when I was browsing the forum before, I came across a big guy saying, the point of the hidden task is to challenge the impossible. The villagers here have such a deep prejudice against rats. So, he didn't finish. But the 2 people present knew that this was a very likely hidden task. But considering the reality, Su Luo thought, TSK. This is a bit difficult. She raised her eyebrows. It was really equally precious. But she was still better. I got a confirmed hidden task. Find the secret of the cat village. Ji Hei heard her hidden meaning, but did not refute it. He asked, which one do you think is easier? Of course, escaping from the cat village is easier, Su Luo said, looking at Ji Hei leisurely. Ji Hei's eyebrows were calm, and he touched his chin. It's a bit difficult. There are a lot of people here during the day. If we get close, there will be countless people watching us secretly. If we take another step forward, we will probably be attacked by everyone. We can't go out at night. How do you want to leave here? Su Luo smiled. I plan to see what secrets this cat village has, but it won't stop me from escaping from the cat village. Su Luo kept this sentence in her heart. Once she made a simple insulating suit. She could use her skills to escape the village. However, having said that, attribute points are always better than too few. And she is also very curious about the secrets of the cat village. After the 2 of them confirmed that they couldn't get out directly, they left the barrier and turned back. What do you think the secret of the cat village is related to? It was Su Luo who spoke. Maybe it has something to do with the story of cat and mouse. Ji-hei answered after thinking seriously, and then immediately asked back, then where do you think we should dig out information from? Here we go again. Su Luo sighed. Uncle AI or the village chief? Let's go. Unlock new NPCs. Su Luo stopped an old farmer carrying a hoe on the side of the road, and asked with a well-behaved face, hello, old man. Do you know where the village chief's house is? Oh, it's the new girl. Why are you going to the village chief's house? The old man asked with a smile. Su Luo was suddenly stunned, and then tried to ignore the strange look next to him, and said sincerely, we are new here, and we have to live here in the future, so we must visit the village chief's house. I like polite girls like you. Then the old man enthusiastically showed them the way, and at the end, he said to Su Luo, daughter, come to my house when you have time. I will make you delicious food. After leaving the old man, Su Luo tried to speed up her pace, trying to get to the village chief's house as quickly as possible, get rid of the burden behind her. Ji-hei was walking slowly behind, with his hands crossed behind his head. He asked leisurely, hey, why don't these NPCs suddenly think you smell weird? Su Luo's body suddenly became alert, and she was discovered. Oh, maybe we have lived in the village for a day, and the smell has dissipated. Su Luo was evasive. However, Ji-hei didn't buy it. Oh, is that so? Then do you want me to find an NPC to try? Su Luo had a headache. Oh, okay. I found some perfume in my luggage. I will spray some on you when I go back. There was no other way. He would need his help in the exploration later, and he couldn't break up with his friend now. Su Luo had to give up his hidden items with humiliation. Wait. Su Luo suddenly felt something was wrong. My own hidden items? You know, a dungeon can't be so unfair. I have special dungeon items, so how could other players not have them? Ji-hei. Su Luo called him dangerously. Are you hiding something from me? This time it was Ji-hei's turn to feel guilty. Ahem. You found it pretty fast. Not as fast as you, Su Luo said with a grin through gritted teeth. Well, I actually have an insulated suit. What the hell? Isn't the difference between the two too big? Su Luo's eyes widened. She was just a bottle of perfume, but he had the insulating suit that she needed so much? Su Luo said she couldn't stand this grievance. Is this the difference between the European emperor and the non-European emperor? But in fact, no. There is an insulating suit, but it is impossible to reach the barrier wearing an insulating suit, and it is impossible to change into an insulating suit in front of the barrier. On the contrary, perfume can be used whenever you want, and it is easy to find hidden secrets. To some extent, it is actually better than insulating suits. However, this did not stop Su Luo from beating him. The bastard. He was hiding something from her. How could he have the nerve to confront her? If she hadn't reacted quickly, she would have been fooled by him and suffered a big loss for nothing. Double standard dog. But if you think about it this way, then everyone should have a special item that is different from others, and they should all be very useful or related to the task. For example, if her perfume can easily trick NPCs, it is probably related to the task Find the Secret of the Cat Village. Ji-hei's item is related to the task Escape from the Cat Village, and she doesn't know about other people's items yet. Wait a minute. Su Luo suddenly stopped, and Ji-hei asked, what's wrong? She seemed to realize something. This novice copy might not be as difficult as she imagined. Thinking of this, Su Luo didn't even bother to find the village chief, and ran directly to the hotel. Chapter 13. The two returned to the hotel, which was now empty. Su Luo first went to Shuebei's room and searched around. Sure enough, she found a cat-faced headgear under the bed. Su Luo thought that with this cat-faced headgear, she didn't need cosmetics, and there was no need to put on and remove makeup. But Shuebei didn't know that he needed to remove makeup every day, and he wasted his life in vain. It was really miserable. Then Su Luo went to Shihua's room again and found a small box that she had never noticed in the last 2 times she came. It was placed at the head of the bed. She opened the box, and inside was a black pill with a yellow line in the middle of it. Su Luo searched around, but couldn't find the instruction manual, so Su Luo had to put it in her pocket and ignore it. Finally, Su Luo went to the room of the first dead person again, and as expected, Su Luo found a cute mouse-like rag doll on the bed. Su Luo had a headache. She said how could a novice copy be so difficult? At least 3 people had to die to pass it? It turns out that the copy had already given them a solution. If everyone believed in their own judgment at the beginning, and firmly believed that this copy was indeed a cooperative copy, and then everyone told others about their discoveries and their hidden items, then they could leave here directly, and the water cup could wear a headgear. So there would be 2 more cosmetics and 2 fewer people. Although I don't know what this pill is for. It is very likely to be very helpful for this copy. As for the rag doll, Su Luo has not thought of its use yet. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh, feeling the sinister intention of this game, taking advantage of the defensive psychology of the players, setting a big trap for the players. Ji-hei had been following her, and after reading these things, he also fell into a long silence. This kind of trap is simply unavoidable. Don't be too sad. This setting is to disgust the players. Unless all the players in a game are naive, who would be stupid enough to tell others the key information they found. Ji-hei looked at Su Luo and said, "I'm not sad. I'm just thinking about how to deal with this situation. In fact, I'm not careful enough. If I realized that other people should also have hidden items when I found out that I had perfume, so many people wouldn't have died." Ji-hei looked at Su Luo with a strange expression and said, "Virgin Mary?" Su Luo rolled her eyes at him speechlessly. "Virgin Mary. You head. I'm just summing up my experience. It's my first copy. I don't have much experience. I'm too careless." Ji-hei breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Well, I didn't expect this. I was really a little careless. I thought I had found all the pits in this copy. But in fact, Ji-hei knew in his heart that he just didn't care about other people's lives. The 2 of them did this in the hotel. And before they knew it, it was already noon. Brother Hu also came back. He looked at Su Luo and said, "Uncle Ai said yesterday that he prepared a big meal for us today. I guess it's a home-in banquet. What are you going to do?" Su Luo said, "When the enemy comes, we will fight back. When the water comes, we will block it with earth." Su Luo thought for a while and said, "When the time comes, you will help me attract Uncle Ai's attention." The 2 nodded. At this time, footsteps sounded. Before the person arrived, the voice came. "What are you talking about? You seem so happy?" It was Uncle Ai. "Ah, we were just talking about what the big meal you mentioned is," Brother Hu said quickly. "Really? Then let's go now. I believe you will be very surprised when you see it." "Ha ha ha," Uncle Ai said with a smile. But this smile seemed to have a malicious meaning. Several people followed Uncle Ai to the dining table. A soup was already placed in front of each seat. The milky white soup exuded a rich and tempting smell, and it looked very delicious. Several people swallowed uncontrollably. Uncle Ai looked at their performance with satisfaction and introduced, "This soup is a traditional soup of our cat tribe, which has been passed down from ancient times. Cats can prolong their lives after drinking it. Our village hasn't had new people for a long time. After you drink this bowl of soup, you will officially join our cat village." Su Luo felt that this sentence had a lot of implicit information. Cats can prolong their lives after drinking it. But what about mice? After drinking it, they will officially join this village. So can they still leave? Thinking of this, when Su Luo looked at the bowl of delicious soup, she felt a genuine chill. The others sat down one by one, and Su Luo winked at Ji-hei, who immediately stood up to thank Uncle Ai. "Uncle, it's great that the village accepted us. I think you must have played a very important role in this." "Thank you, old man." Brother Hu also echoed, "Yes. Yes. Yes. You gave us such a precious soup. Thank you very much." At this time, Su Luo quickly put the cat hair that had been prepared long ago into the soup, and then shouted, "Ah! Why is there cat hair in this soup?" Several people looked in the direction of the sound, and sure enough, there was white cat hair floating in the soup, which was similar in color to the soup. Su Luo stood up and stamped her feet coquettishly. "It's too dirty. I don't want to drink it." Then she walked back directly. Uncle Ai stood up and stopped her. "Little girl, don't be angry. Uncle will serve you another bowl." "Okay?" Su Luo asked angrily. This soup must have been cooked in one pot, which proves that the soup in that pot was also stained with cat hair. So what's the point of serving another bowl? You are so unhygienic. I don't want to drink this soup. Uncle Ai said unwillingly. Then I will cook another pot for you. Okay. Su Luo crossed his arms and asked arrogantly, "Didn't you say this soup is precious? You said you would cook another pot?" Uncle Ai wiped the sweat from his forehead. "No, it's Su Luo interrupted him directly. Hee. Some small businesses like to cheat consumers by making up numbers. After saying that, regardless of Uncle AI's bad face, he pointed at Ji-hei and Brother Hu and said, I won't drink it. And you are not allowed to drink it either. Then he went upstairs angrily. Ji-hei looked at Uncle AI with apology and embarrassment. Then pulled Brother Hu upstairs to coax Su Luo. In the room. 6. Women are unreasonable when they get angry. You were like a detective just now. You could talk about any loophole in Uncle AI's words. I think Uncle AI is going to be mad to death. Brother Hu said with admiration and emotion. Ji-hei looked Su Luo up and down, as if he knew her all over again. Then he wisely retracted his gaze before Su Luo got angry, and said seriously, we should have passed this level. Uncle AI should not cause trouble in the short term. Let's continue with the hidden mission. Shall we? Brother Hu was surprised and said, you guys are also going to do hidden missions? After what they had just experienced. They did not intend to hide it from him. Yes. We want to find the secrets hidden in the cat village. Brother Hu thought about it, took out a piece of paper from his pocket, and asked, I found it in the suitcase. The two opened the paper and found it was an instruction manual, which said, eating half of it can make the user enter a state of suspended animation. If no one who is suspended animation eats the other half, the user will become a real dead person after 10 days. Eating the whole thing has no effect. By Universe Company. After they looked up in surprise after reading it, Brother Tiger continued, after I found this in the suitcase, I searched the suitcase inside and out, but I couldn't find anything that matched what was said above. Su Luo took out the box from her pocket, and Brother Hu asked in astonishment, what is this? Su Luo said helplessly, I found this in Xiaohua's room, and it looks like the same as yours. Brother Hu said with some regret, if I had known that when Xiaohua came to my room, I should have interrogated her before sending her out. Su Luo did not ask Brother Hu how he killed Xiaohua. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and it would be bad to ask. She laid out all the props she had found before, and then took a small notebook and began to memorize. Perfume. The function is to gain NPC favorability. Protective clothing. The function is to pass through the barrier outside the cat village. Cat face hood. The function is to replace cosmetics. Pills and instructions. The function is to fake death. Directly survive 7 days, with huge restrictions. Rat puppet. The function is, when it came to the mouse puppet, Su Luo bit her lower lip and stopped. Seeing this, Ji-hei said, there are corresponding props for the 3 hidden tasks. The secret of the cat village and escaping the cat village. So the puppet should correspond to eliminating hatred. How about we divide these 3 items equally among the 3 of us? The 2 nodded and began to divide the spoils. I want a protective suit. I have special skills to use it, so it is easier to use. The other 2 nodded. After all, it is still very troublesome for them to use this thing to leave the village. Whether they wear it to the barrier, or wear it again in front of the barrier, it is very unreliable. Ji-hei picked up the perfume. I'm very interested in the secrets hidden in this village. Brother Hu took the puppet and said, I use this one. Seeing that the cooperation was quite pleasant, Ji-hei generously pointed out the location of the little boy's house. This puppet was obviously given to children, and children did not have such a deep hatred for mice, so it was the most suitable brainwashing target. After the distribution, several people acted separately. Su Luo quickly returned to the house, and then put on the protective suit. Then Su Luo decisively activated the skill and directly reached the barrier. Before others could react, she quickly passed through the barrier. Ding! The copy is completed. Chapter 14. Ji-hei went back to his room and sorted out the characters related to the task. Uncle AI, he wants the player to die. Old lady, bad temper, but can tell stories to children. Village chief, unknown NPC, should be familiar with the secrets of the village. These are all the key characters that Ji-hei has discovered so far that may be related to the task. Ji-hei sprayed the perfume and left the room. He went to Su Luo's room first and found that there was no one inside. You acted really fast. No wonder you said it was easier to do this task. Suddenly, it occurred to me that this was only the 2nd day of Su Luo's mission, and she had already cleared the level? Ji-hei was somewhat amused. It was probably that the game designer had not expected that someone's talent skill could allow her to quickly pass this dungeon. Why was it said to be due to talent skill? This guess actually made sense. After Ji-hei found the protective suit in the suitcase, He had actually been studying how to use it to escape. According to his idea, he should make a relatively large piece of clothing, put the insulating suit directly inside, and then escape from the cat village in one fell swoop. But in fact, this is very risky. Once discovered, there is no way to explain it. Like Su Luo, Ji-hei only has 17 points. He can't fail. So Ji-hei has not taken any action. It is definitely not possible to walk on the street wearing it directly. So Su Luo must have skills such as invisibility or directional displacement, so that he can leave quickly as soon as he gets the insulating suit. Ji-hei smiled to himself, ignoring the strange feeling of emptiness in his heart. Leaving the hotel, he had to speed up his progress. He wanted to go to Uncle Ai first. Uncle Ai didn't live in the hotel, but Ji-hei guessed that Uncle Ai lived very close to the hotel. Otherwise, he couldn't have rushed to the hotel so quickly when the water cup had an accident this morning. "Old man, do you know where Uncle Ai lives?" Ji-hei asked a passerby. The passerby said, "Oh, Uncle Ai. He lives in the small gray thatched house in front." Ji-hei looked up and saw a dilapidated thatched house standing in front. Ji-hei felt something was wrong. How could a person who could afford to run a hotel live in such a shabby house? Even if he lived in a hotel, it would be much better than this small house. Ji-hei asked the passerby, "Doesn't Uncle Ai run a hotel? Why do you live in such a poor place?" The passerby laughed and said, "Hey, that was said by old man Ai. Don't listen to his bragging. The hotel is not his at all." Ji-hei pretended to be curious and asked, "Ah? How could it be?" Seeing his curiosity, the passerby became more excited. The hotel was given to him by a mysterious person many years ago. Strangely enough, since that incident, the old Ai family has been a single-line inheritance. This is an open secret here. Mysterious person? Ji-hei suppressed his doubts and thanked the passerby. But then he did not walk towards the house, but turned around and walked in another direction. A wide fish pond. The water surface was sparkling under the reflection of the sun, and there were several cat village people fishing leisurely around. But there was only water in their buckets, but very few fish. Among these villagers, there was obviously an outlier. He seemed to catch a big fish every few dozen minutes. The fat fish tail swayed in the air, throwing out drops of crystal water, which was very eye-catching. That was Ji-hei, a crazy fisherman. There were many people around him. Every time Ji-hei caught a fish, there would be a lot of cheers. Some people asked if he would sell these fish, but Ji-hei gently refused. Recalling the fish feast he had last night, Ji-hei did not miss the distressed look on Uncle Ai's face. Judging from the expressions of these villagers, this fish is obviously quite precious. Catch 3 by yourself. And then the old lady, the village chief, and Uncle Ai will give 1 to each family. An hour later, looking at the fish swimming in the bucket, Ji-hei smiled with satisfaction. Then he carried the bucket and left in the envious eyes of everyone. Dong dong dong. "Who is it?" "Here." Uncle Ai opened the door and found that it was the annoying tourist staying in his hotel. But for some reason, he didn't seem so annoying today. Uncle Ai thought, "What are you doing here?" Ji-hei elegantly lifted the bucket in his hand, which looked very awkward, and said, "Thank you for your care these days. I'm here to bring you some fish." Uncle Ai's eyes fell on the bucket, and his eyes lit up. There was actually a fish. His eyes suddenly became hot, and he looked at Ji-hei with a little hospitality. "No thanks. No thanks. You are such a polite and good boy. Come on. Come in quickly." The two entered the house, and Ji-hei put the fish bucket next to him and chatted with Uncle Ai. Uncle Ai looked at him kindly and said, "You are such a thoughtful kid. This fish is rare. You must have been fishing for a long time. Right? It's really hard for you." One of them was really happy, and the other was trying to please him. Soon Ji-hei made Uncle Ai smile and looked at him with a kinder look. After chatting for a while, Ji-hei suddenly pretended to ask casually, "You also know that I came from another world. I have heard many cat and mouse stories in another world, which are different from those here." Uncle Ai said, "After all, it is a different world. It is normal to be different." After that, he asked with interest, "What stories are there in your place?" Ji-hei was sure this time that Uncle Ai probably didn't know the secret of the cat village, but he still told 2 stories conscientiously, and then pretended to ask about the mysterious man casually. However, the time was too long ago. According to Uncle Ai, This hotel was guarded by his family since his great-great-grandfather's time. And he really didn't know what happened at the beginning. Ji-hye knew that there was no way to get any more information. So under Uncle Ai's reluctant gaze, Ji-hye said goodbye and left. Ji-hye slowly took out a bucket from the weeds next to the house. And inside it were the remaining 2 fish. Ji-hye straightened his collar and walked towards the old lady's house. He had already asked. And the old lady he met on the first day was the oldest person in the village. And maybe she knew something. Outside the old lady's house, Ji-hye knocked on the door. When the old lady saw the fish, she welcomed him in happily just like Uncle Ai. The little boy was not at home. And it seemed that he was deceived by Brother Hu. That was good. So he didn't have to coax the old lady and the child. After a while, Ji-hye used his eloquence to coax the old lady into a happy smile. And she looked at him as if she were her own grandson. On this basis, he successfully got a lot of secret gossip in the village. For example, when everyone next door was young, she used to have many affairs. Grandpa Li had always had a crush on Grandma Hua. But Grandma Hua only liked Grandpa Zhang, who had passed away. Strangers who came here almost died because of acclimatization. After hearing the news about the strangers, Ji-hye was very surprised. Could it be that all the people who came here to do the mission died? That was obviously impossible. So the system should have modified the memory of the players. Ji-hye thought of this and asked tentatively, "Do you still remember the little girl who walked with me yesterday?" Grandma Cat said puzzledly, "Yesterday? Weren't you the only one who came here yesterday? How could there be anyone next to you?" Okay. Ji-hye thought clearly. It seems that people who pass the level will not be remembered by the people here. And people who die will not think that they did it themselves, but will become acclimatized. No wonder this village is so weird but not bloody. After thinking about what the old lady said, Ji-hye asked again, "What do you mean by almost?" The old lady said, "Didn't Lao Ai make you a soup to keep you here? As long as you drink the soup, you can stay here." Ji-hye immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he didn't drink it. But even if he drank it, he might not stay here. After all, he was not a cat and might die on the spot. It seems that death is better than staying here forever. Drink it. Drink it. Can you tell me what happened to those who stayed here? Them? They were a little uncomfortable at first. But later they lived happily in this town. It is obviously impossible to be happy. Anyone who has ever had a real world cannot live well here. The initial discomfort is probably their struggle. So what made them accept this town? Suddenly, the old lady seemed to remember something and said, "Oh, right. It seems that the village chief this term is a stranger." Ji-hye was shocked and almost immediately wanted to ask more questions. But the old lady obviously didn't want to say anything more. And Ji-hye didn't ask too much. After listening to the old lady's gossip for a long time, Ji-hye finally got the information he wanted. Speaking of the village chief of our village, he was a very sunny guy when he was young. And many girls in our village had a crush on him. As a result, when he became the village chief, he didn't like to talk to us anymore. He seemed to have changed his appearance and looked a bit like the previous village chief. Ji-hye finally became more alert. This was a key piece of information. What exactly caused his temperament to change so drastically? He was genuinely curious. Then do you know why? The old lady shook her head. This has always been a mystery in our village. It is said that many village chiefs have been like this. Some people have tried to explore the mystery, but none of them have succeeded. Ji-hye was sure that the secret was with the village chief. But it was late. So he didn't want to go out to visit the village chief. So he went back to the hotel first. When Ji-hye returned to the hotel, he saw Brother Hu had returned as expected. Brother Hu saw him and said with emotion, "The little girl named Lost moved really fast. When I came back, there was no one in her room. She must have left the dungeon now." Ji-hye nodded, and didn't explain that Lost left almost as soon as she got the isolation suit. He just smiled and agreed. It was very fast. During dinner, the two talked about their gains today. Chapter 15. I went to find the little boy and teased him with the mouse puppet. He really didn't know it was a mouse. I planned to let him develop feelings for the puppet first, and then tell him it was a mouse after they had developed a strong relationship. Ji-hye nodded. The plan is feasible. I wish you success. Brother Hu smiled and thanked him. Then asked, "What about you?" Ji-hye thought for a while and said, "This town is very strange. There are many secrets that I feel we can't explore now." He just said these and kept silent about the news he got before. Brother Hu was also a man with good eyesight. Seeing that Ji-hye was unwilling to talk, he stopped asking. Ji-hye didn't want to tell him, but Ji-hye felt that the secret of this cat village was quite involved, and there was no need to drag irrelevant people into it. The two had dinner and went back to their rooms to sleep. There was no conversation all night. In the morning, this was already the third day of the dungeon. Uncle Ai came early. He waited in the living room for the two to come out and said to them, "Meet in the living room at 3 p.m. and take you to the hot springs." If it were an ordinary person, they might really believe it. But Ji-hye and brother, who were both shocked, they had discovered that Uncle Ai had a pattern of doing something once a day. This hot spring trip was probably dangerous, and they had to find a way to escape. Ji-hye had actually thought of what he had discovered before. Cosmetics would come off when exposed to heat. This hot spring test must be trying to trick them. After Uncle Ai left, Ji-hye quickly told brother who about this discovery. Brother who thanked him gratefully, and the two went their separate ways to complete their respective tasks. Ji-hye came to the village chief's house with the fish, and the one who opened the door was an old man who looked a little gloomy. "Is it the village chief? I'm new to our village, and I'm here to visit you." The village chief nodded, just glanced at the fish, and then stopped looking at it. And then he said lightly, "Come in." Ji-hye first chatted with the village chief for a while, but the village chief seemed to be uninterested and even yawned. Ji-hye's heart sank, and he grasped a key question and asked, "Village chief, I heard that you are also a stranger." The village chief raised his eyelids calmly. "Yes. What's wrong?" Ji-hye was not sure whether his indifference was because it had been too long or because of something else. "How did you adapt to life in the cat village?" Ji-hye asked. "The people here are very nice, and I gradually adapted to it." This was equivalent to saying nothing, and Ji-hye thought to himself, "It seems that this village chief is a master of Tai Chi." Ji-hye asked again, "Then can you tell me about your situation in the original world?" The village chief shook his head. "I'm old. I've almost forgotten everything." "Forgotten? Or can't remember?" These two are very different. Forgotten, because the life in the other world was a long time ago for him. So he can't remember it. Can't remember it means that there is some external force that caused the village chief to lose his memory. Ji-hye had a headache and didn't know how to proceed. "Do you know the story of Tom and Jerry? There are many versions of our original world." Ji-hye was ruthless and gave a strong medicine. The village chief really looked up at him, and after a moment of silence, he continued, "I don't remember." After saying this, the village chief said that he was tired and asked Ji-hye not to ask any more questions. It was obvious that the village chief was adamant. What should he do, seeing that it was almost noon? Ji-hye had no choice but to say goodbye and leave. Back at the hotel, Ji-hye said that he was very troubled. How could he get the village chief to speak? Did he overlook something that caused the task to be stuck here and could not be moved? On the other side, brother who had no such trouble at all. His mission progressed very smoothly. When he returned to the hotel, he was in high spirits. Ji-hye knew at a glance that the other party had completed the mission well, and he immediately became depressed. Why did it feel like his mission was the most difficult? Even if this novice copy was difficult, it would not leave people completely clueless. Right? No. There must be something that he had not noticed. Ji-hye pondered. However, Uncle Ai interrupted his thoughts. "Come on, kids. It's time to eat." Ji-hye had no choice but to follow him to the restaurant. After lunch, they took a short nap and went to the hot spring. The hot spring was surrounded by natural stones, and the steam was curling above the hot spring. If there were potential risks, it would be a good place to travel. Brother who had already put on a cat-faced headgear, so there was no need to worry, and Ji-hye was even less worried. As a qualified socialite, he had already established a good relationship with Uncle Ai. As soon as he mentioned to Uncle Ai that he was not feeling well, Uncle Ai drove him back to his room to rest. If there is no perfume in this relationship, not to mention discomfort, even if you want to go to the toilet, you have to go to the hot spring. Ji-hye returned to the room to reorganize the known information. This is what he learned from Su Luo, and it is indeed easier to write it down in a notebook than in the mind. Village chief related. 1. The village chief may have been a player, at least not a native of the cat village. 2. Strangers living here will gradually adapt to this place. Possible reasons. 1. Gradually lose memory. 2. Gradually replace the soul. 3. Brainwashed. This is all the possibilities that Ji-hye can think of at present. combined with the performance of the village chief. 3. The village chief knows the secret hidden in the cat village, which should be related to the story. Jihei thinks that the breakthrough point should be considered from the point that the village chief is from another world. If the village chief can find the feeling that he is from another world, then many of his problems should be solved and the task will be easily completed. But what should be done to arouse his memories? Jihei thinks that the problem should still be everyone's special items. But the special items have obviously found their uses. Right? Jihei began to think carefully again. What other uses those items had? However, until the moon quietly climbed up the branches, Jihei still had no clue. But it didn't matter. Jihei had already decided to bring everything to the village chief and try it out. And he would always find a way. It was already late. Jihei turned off the lights and fell asleep. On the morning of the 4th day, Jihei began his never-ending exploration. Grandpa Village Chief, let me show you what I brought from another world, he said. I'm here to share with you out of kindness. The village chief couldn't refuse him. He showed perfume, cat headgear, pills, and even notes to the village chief, who looked at him like a mentally retarded person. But it was obviously useless. Jihei borrowed a mouse puppet from brother, who was his last hope. When he put the mouse puppet in front of the village chief, the village chief finally changed his previous indifferent look. He seemed to be stuck in a machine and spoke incoherently. How can I? Seeing this, Jihei quickly asked, do you know what the secret of the cat village is? The village chief seemed to want to say something to him, but his face was ferocious. God, rat, traitor, he said a few words intermittently, and the village chief suddenly widened his eyes, took out the fruit knife next to him, stabbed it into his neck, and then fell to the floor. Jihei was shocked and immediately shouted, someone come. The village chief committed suicide. Then he went to open the door. Soon, some people were attracted. They saw the body on the ground and looked at Jihei, who shook his head and said, it wasn't me. I showed the village chief a cat-faced hood. And he suddenly said something vaguely, and then committed suicide. This statement was very close to reality, only secretly omitting a few things. Sure enough, they asked Jihei to give them the hood, and asked Jihei if he heard anything. Jihei said. The village chief seemed to say something about the gods. After being asked some more details, Jihei left the village chief's house. He returned the puppet to Brother Tiger, and went back to his room to retreat. God, mouse, traitor. The first 2 words are mentioned in the original story. So only the traitor is left. Who is the traitor? Mouse or cat? For whom is the traitor? Jihei started to have a headache again. What is this? 3 words at the beginning. And the result depends on guessing? It doesn't matter. Just try one by one. In the beginning of the story and the end result, the mouse and the god are obviously a group. If the traitor is the cat, then the person behind the traitor is the force against the god. The cat obviously wants to get the title of the 12 zodiac signs. So with this title, it may be more conducive to restraining the god. If the traitor is the mouse, then the person behind the traitor is the god. Then what the gods want? Let him make a bold guess. It is probably the zodiac continent. And the cat knows this for some reason. So the cat wants to stop the gods. But the mouse knows. So he deliberately doesn't wake up the cat. In the end, the gods exile the cat here. However, no matter which guess it is, you can see the mystery of this copy. Jihei told the system both guesses. And sure enough, after the second guess was finished, the system prompt sound came as promised. Ding! Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden task. Find the secret of the cat village. May I ask if you want to accept the long-term task? The commission of the zodiac continent. Task success reward. Get a zodiac ability. Task failure penalty changes with the plot participation. Not fatal. Jihei decisively chose to accept. If it doesn't cause death, then this exchange is fair. Besides, it seems that the tasks in the zodiac continent are particularly rich in props. He saw in the forum that other dungeons may not even get a single prop after a hard game. In contrast, this dungeon gives 5 props at the beginning, and the dungeon benefits are really good. After accepting the task, Jihei breathed a sigh of relief. The next thing is easy. Soon, the remaining 3 days passed by. Jihei left the dungeon and applied to add a friend. Chapter 16. Congratulations to the player lost successfully cleared the dungeon cat and mouse, and received a reward, points plus 30. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden task escape from the cat village. And received a reward, attribute points +1. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the dungeon item, Insulation Suit X1. Su Luo said, as usual, attribute points are added to the spirit. Open the panel, life, 25, +6, strength, 7. Speed, 12. Spirit, 14, +2, endurance, 10. Charm, 12. Points, 47. Talent skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleport a person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed, and can only be used once in a dungeon. First skill, Healing Bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds. Su Luo was about to exit the system, but suddenly remembered to buy another bottle of disguise potion, which would be useful next time. She opened the mall and unexpectedly found that there was one more thing in the mall. 5 cubic meters of portable space, limited to 30 points. Su Luo was really upset. She felt that this broken game was intentional. She had worked so hard to earn 30 points, but she had to give them away before she could even warm them up. And she was filled with sadness. Although she was really reluctant, Su Luo still bought it decisively. Who knows if there is a quantity or time limit for this thing? What if she hesitates and the space is gone? Who can she cry to? Unfortunately, if this happens, the next copy will probably be a series of losing and dying, and her life will be in jeopardy. Exiting the system, Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, she has only been in this copy for 2 days, but she is now exhausted physically and mentally. There are still many hidden points in the copy that have not been found, but fortunately they have nothing to do with the task. This time, the dungeon yielded a lot. Although she gave the pill to Jihei, Jihei would most likely be her teammate, so it was okay to give it to him. She still believed in Jihei's character. Lying on the soft big bed, Su Luo emptied her mind and fell asleep. When she woke up, it was already 11 o'clock. Su Luo ordered a standard set meal, specifically marked that she didn't want fish, and then ate it happily. After lunch, Su Luo opened the player forum and typed cat and mouse, but was disappointed to find that there was no information about this dungeon. She searched again for copy, and this time she got a result, only to see 14 big red words on the screen. Player forums are prohibited from revealing too much copy content. Okay. Su Luo gave up the search. She planned to go out for a walk and relax. Although she had no money now, it didn't stop her from enjoying the sights. Su Luo opened the city map app that the airport sent to new players and began to plan her itinerary, just as if she was here for a trip. Su Luo was originally from the capital, so when she came here, she was also from the capital. The first stop is Q University. Like the original continent, Q University here is also open on Saturdays and Sundays. Today is Saturday, so I just went to take a look. The environment of Q University is very beautiful, and the greening is outstanding. And on this continent, Q University has another biggest advantage. That is, there is a simulated copy system here. You can set tasks by yourself and simulate the real copy environment. Of course, in addition to this, the excellent faculty of Q University is also fascinating. At Q University, the formal professors are all high level, and it is even said that the president of Q University is a legendary level. You know, there are 200 million players in the entire player continent, and the number of high-ranking players does not exceed 2 million, which is pitifully small. You can imagine how excellent the teachers at Q University are. Although high-ranking players do not necessarily have high academic qualifications, it is obvious that players who can reach high-ranking players must be people with outstanding learning and personal abilities. Every time Su Luo thought about the fact that she was about to enter this academy, even with her calm and self-sustaining personality, she couldn't help but smile. In the academy, students were walking in groups of 3 or 2. And of course, there were some visitors like her. Su Luo was about to leave when she met an unexpected person, the Cup. The Cup did not recognize her. After all, she had used a disguise potion. Su Luo had to sigh at the smallness of the world, but she was still surprised that the Cup was not dead. Judging from the performance of the Cup in the previous world, he should be a super novice? Suddenly, Su Luo understood. Yes, the Cup did not buy the disguise potion, so he had 20 points. He will die only when he has negative points, so the Cup should have 0 points now. Su Luo had no intention of coming forward to meet an old friend. She just took a look and left. Shuibei looked in Su Luo's direction with a sense of something, but only saw a patch of weeds. After a round of walking, Su Luo left Q University and looked at the arrangements. Very good. The next stop is Meters Bonwi, which is the largest shopping mall in the city. It is surrounded by a whole commercial street. As I said before, although she has no money, she can enjoy the sight. By the way, she also has to see if there is any place where she can work. After all, she only gave herself a month's vacation. There are many advertisements on the commercial streets, and there are also stars on this continent. After all, the general public still needs entertainment. There are two types of stars here. One is natural stars, and the other is added point stars. Yes, that is, stars who add points to their charm through games. There is a big difference between these two types of stars, because after adding points, your facial features will be adjusted to a look that is still very beautiful, but slightly different from that of Earthlings. And this kind of look is that no matter what species you are, you will be considered beautiful. This kind of star is very controversial here. Many people think that they are just for fame and will not care about their lives. They will also cheat people in the assessment copy. Su Luo thinks that their lives are theirs, so they can do whatever they want. They are well-born, so they can definitely find a strong person to form a team. Maybe they will even benefit from their help when they meet someone. Su Luo walked around for a while and saw several stores recruiting. The one she liked the most was a milk tea shop, which paid 10 yuan per hour. In addition, Su Luo also found that the prices on this continent were lower than those on the original continent. But the salary was also lower. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Su Luo opened the system and found that it was Jihei's friend request. Su Luo clicked agree and Jihei sent a message directly. Jihei, let's arrange a time for an interview. Su Luo, next Monday. Jihei, sure. Jihei, Meters Bonwi's second floor cafe? Su Luo, no problem. In a few words, the time and place were decided. The other party didn't say anything else, and Su Luo directly closed the system. Su Luo felt that she had finished shopping. After all, she couldn't have dinner outside, so she happily went home to prepare for dinner. After quickly eating dinner, she began to record in her little notebook the things that were not related to the dungeon but seemed to have something to say. After a while, she was afraid that she would forget it. Suspicious points in Cat and Mouse. 1. Cosmic Company. This appeared on the instruction manual of the pill, and it should be the company that produced the pill, although it is reasonable to suspect that this so-called cosmic company was made up by the system. Su Luo said frankly that a company with a name that looks like a company in a science fiction novel is likely to exist in reality. 2. The props of the 6 players. According to the background of the dungeon, these 6 people are here to explore. But how can people who come here for exploration bring insulating clothes? Cat headgear? Even pills that can make people fake death? This is obviously not something that explorers may bring. But it seems to be specially tailored for this dungeon. But it is also possible that the dungeon suddenly inserted it just to let us pass. 3. The secret of the cat village. This task should be quite difficult. Su Luo realized this only after leaving the dungeon, because the other 2 hidden tasks, one does not need to be done to people, and the other only needs to brainwash children. It is still difficult to get words from an adult. But the most important thing is that this secret obviously involves people outside the cat village. Whether it is the mice or the gods in the original story, they are not in the cat village. Su Luo couldn't help but wonder if there was something wrong with this task. After closing the notebook, she took out the notebook used to record mistakes and started writing. Cat and Mouse Dungeon. 1. Insufficient association. This problem is mainly discovered from hidden objects. She actually made a habitual mistake after she found that there were too few cosmetics, and learned from Jihei that hot water could remove makeup, and finally found that she had cosmetics that could cover up the smell. She had already discovered 3 hidden things in this dungeon. 3 is an extreme number. When the number reaches 3, people will habitually think that there are no more. For example, if you know there are surveillance cameras in the room, when you find 3, most people will think that they have found all of them. So the 4th monitor is very safe. This is the case with Su Luo. After making 3 discoveries, she subconsciously relaxed her vigilance and did not notice this obvious pitfall. 2. Too soft-hearted. This problem was discovered when she told Xiaohua the truth, although she had considered it rationally, and it would not cause danger to herself. She was afraid of the worst. What if Xiaohua was a brainless force? Wouldn't it be unfair for her to die? Don't be soft-hearted. 3. Not good at talking to NPCs. Although she only stayed for 2 days, Su Luo only talked to 3 people. One was Uncle AI. One was an old lady. And the other was a passerby. Su Luo herself wondered if she was a little socially anxious. Compared to her, Ji Hei was simply a qualified social butterfly. During the 2 days that Su Luo was there, Ji Hei had communicated with Uncle AI, the old lady, the little boy, and all kinds of passers-by. This completely overturned the image of Su Luo as a cold little male god at the beginning. But it seems that they complement each other. And Su Luo is still very satisfied. After sorting out the mistakes, Su Luo yawned and fell comfortably on the big bed. Suddenly, she remembered something again, sat up with a carp, and opened the player forum. Chapter 17. Then I started searching for information about portable space. And many related searches popped up in the forum immediately. Su Luo clicked on the first one. The system setting of portable space is to discuss people. First floor, what portable space? Second floor, first floor is not okay. Original poster, after the second copy. I accidentally clicked on the system mall, and found that there was a portable space in it. But when I looked at my points, if I bought it, I would really die if I died in the next game. So I didn't buy it, and planned to save some points to buy it later. As a result, when I went to see it after the 3rd dungeon, it was gone. 3rd floor, I've learned a lesson. I just passed the first assessment dungeon. 4th floor, I envy the above. I didn't even know about this. Original poster, it doesn't exist. The game won't give latecomers such a big loophole. 7th floor, I'm going to the 2nd dungeon. Wait for my good news. 18th floor, wait. 19th floor, I'm back. 20th floor, question mark. Why don't you finish it in one breath? Learn from the original poster. 11th floor, to be honest, it's really disgusting. The original poster is right. The game seems to have deleted my memory of the portable space. So I didn't even open the system mall before it came out. I remembered everything as soon as it came out. 12th floor, okay. It's worthy of being a system. Original poster, no. You are wrong. There is no most disgusting. Only more disgusting. Only if you enter the dungeon for the 2nd time in the 1st month will you have a portable space. In the 2nd month, even if you enter it for the 2nd time, you will not have it. 13th floor, question mark. Such a cruel system. 14th floor, optimistic. Anyway, I have no chance. So this just eliminates the possibility of others having a chance. And everyone is still on the same starting line. 15th floor, the above person is good. So reasonable. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she bought it herself. Although the next dungeon will be a little difficult. If there is no portable space, there will be no way to bring it into the dungeon when there are more props in the future. By the way, I still have to ask Ji Hei. Thinking about it, she sent a message to Ji Hei, portable space? In less than a minute, Ji Hei replied, yes. Su Luo immediately felt relieved. Although it was almost the same for 2 people to use one space. It was not as convenient as one for each person. On Monday, Su Luo arrived as promised. Although it was not the first time they met, Su Luo was still secretly amazed by Ji Hei's appearance. She admitted that she was guilty, and was very jealous. Ji Hei didn't know what Su Luo was thinking. He stood up and greeted Su Luo like a gentleman. Hello. My name is Yun Feibai. Su Luo said, my name is Su Luo. Then he asked curiously, your name and game name. It's either black or white. So it's either white or black. Su Luo smiled. This name is actually quite interesting. The 2 walked to a seat in a corner. After Su Luo sat down, Yun Feibai asked, what would you like to drink? Su Luo said without hesitation, just water. Yes, water is free here. Su Luo saw it when she entered the door. Yun Feibai was very frank, looking at her with a smile in his eyes, and ordered 2 glasses of water under the waiter's understanding and somewhat regretful look. The cafe was empty at this time, and Yun Feibai asked the waiter to stay away. The waiter asked considerately if he wanted a soundproof board, and Yun Feibai nodded. While putting up the soundproofing board, Su Luo asked, how many did you take? Yun Feibai knew she was talking about props. 2. The rest are really useless. Su Luo nodded. He should have taken perfume and pills. After the soundproofing board was put up, he went straight to the point. I ask you questions? Ask if there's anything you haven't asked? Su Luo nodded. Perfect evaluation? Yes. Weapon? I have a dagger. Sword? Legendary talent? Yes. Goal is legendary. Yes. Hidden profession? Yes. Yun Feibai nodded with satisfaction. I've finished asking questions. Do you have anything else to ask? Su Luo nodded. Q University History Department. Ji Hei looked at her in surprise. Q University Computer Department. Su Luo smiled and stretched out her hand to him. Happy cooperation? Ji Hei also smiled and shook her hand back. Happy cooperation. Seeing that all the questions had been asked, Su Luo said a little embarrassedly, I want to wait before forming a team. This was the result of her careful consideration. Ji Hei asked in confusion, why? When it comes to teaming up, the sooner the better. Su Luo explained, we have been paired together since I arrived on this continent. I want to try what happens when I am alone. Ji Hei nodded in understanding. He had actually thought about this question, but he was very confident in his own strength. He did not think that he or Su Luo were stronger. He just thought it was icing on the cake. But obviously the friend is not that confident. Seeing Ji Hei agreed, Su Luo added, I will enter the dungeon tomorrow. And you will enter the day after tomorrow. And then we will team up after you come out. Okay. Then let's get to know each other better. Su Luo nodded. Because they didn't team up, the two of them didn't dare to expose their attribute panels. But it was okay to talk about past experiences. Su Luo's past was actually quite simple. She said directly, I am an orphan. I don't have any connections in this continent. And I'm okay with fighting. In fact, Su Luo was being very modest. After being beaten by a big kid, she emptied her savings to enroll in a professional fighting class. Now, even if 5 big guys come, she can beat them down. My past was very rich, Yun Feibai said calmly, which was the calmness after being washed away. I used to be a young master of a big family. When I was about 14 years old, my family went bankrupt. And then I fell into poverty. Later, I began to cultivate my own power. And now I have achieved some success. Su Luo nodded. Although Ji Hei didn't say much, she could fully feel the hardship. A wealthy family would go bankrupt, most likely because of malicious competition. Then his road to rise must be very difficult. Moreover, he was so young at that time. He went from the clouds to the bottom of the valley. But he never sank. Thinking about it, Su Luo admired him very much. If it were her, she really couldn't do so well. Why do you say Yun Feibai is doing well? This is what Su Luo realized when she saw him for the first time. From being down and out at the age of 14 to being 18 now. It turns out that no matter how good the etiquette is, it will eventually collapse. But when she first saw him, Su Luo felt a kind of nobleness coming towards her. It can be seen that he should be doing well in the country now. Su Luo didn't believe what he said about some achievements. But this experience really feels like a useless male protagonist's counterattack. She even wanted to ask Ji Hei if there was a script about breaking off the engagement. But out of humanitarian spirit, Su Luo chose to keep silent. If Ji Hei could see Su Luo's inner world, he might twist her head off. Unfortunately, he couldn't. Yun Feibai continued, I don't have any connections in this continent. I don't have any relatives under the age of 18 in the original continent. Su Luo always felt like she was on a blind date. But she was generally very satisfied with what Yun Feibai said. This meeting was very pleasant. And both of them were quite satisfied with each other. So they began to look at the system interface together to see what precautions there were for team formation. Team formation instructions. 1. The first team formation is free, and subsequent team formations will cost 20 points. 2. After forming a team, if one person clears the level, the whole team clears the level. And the attribute points of one person are the attribute points of the whole team. 3. After forming a team, points can be exchanged. It should be mentioned here that system points cannot be transferred. 4. If you want to cancel the team formation, you must first pay 10 points and then pass the conscience dungeon. If the dungeon fails, the player will die. Su Luo has to say that the team formation benefits are too good. It seems that this game is very encouraging players to form teams. Except for the question of conscience dungeon. The others are beneficial to players. The two searched the question of conscience dungeon on the player forum again. And surprisingly, the results were all positive, which made people sincerely doubt whether the system controlled the comments. Ji Hei thought for a while and said, It seems that those who passed it were all easy to pass. And those who didn't pass it, Su Luo continued his words. Those who didn't pass it died. She then analyzed. So it seems that this question of conscience dungeon has a specific limit for whether it can be passed. Judging from the name, those who feel guilty will not be able to pass. It seems that the system really attaches great importance to team formation. Not only does it give great benefits to team members, but it also gives the greatest punishment to those who maliciously unbind. It's good. This can effectively prevent one party in the team from causing trouble. After all, the two people will prosper together and suffer together. After checking, the two were very relieved. The other party is a smart person and should know what to do to benefit himself. When a team is together, it is like a grasshopper on a rope. So the stronger the better. The other party is obviously very good. So unless they find that they have different values in the future, they will not unbind. After feeling relieved, the two began to explain their values. First, Hey, if it doesn't involve issues of principle, I always put interests first. And attribute points are more important than points. Su Luo nodded. Same. My principle is not to hurt others unless it is necessary. But I will take revenge for any slight offense. Hey showed appreciation. Then we should be very compatible. Su Luo was very happy when she returned home. Nothing is more joyful than finding reliable teammates in a life and death game. If there is, it means that your teammates are not reliable enough. She lay on the bed and turned on the TV. It was a popular TV series. Although it was an old-fashioned soap opera, it added dungeon elements. So it was still very interesting to Su Luo. But soon, Su Luo felt that this TV series was really interesting. The system turned into the male protagonist and lived with the silly and sweet female protagonist in the game, thinking about her own system that couldn't be called out, and didn't speak when it came out, and then looking at the male protagonist, who was so coquettish in the TV series. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh that human imagination is really endless. Chapter 18. The next morning, Su Luo got up at 8 o'clock, washed up first, and then looked at the attribute panel. Life, 25, plus 6, strength, 7, speed, 12, spirit, 14, plus 2, endurance, 10, charm, 12, scores, 17, talent skill, God's redemption, legendary teleport a person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed, and can only be used once in a copy. Skill 1. Healing bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds. Then she had breakfast and waited until 9 o'clock. And she clicked enter the copy on time. After a dizzy spell, Su Luo found herself still in a room. However, this time, there was nothing in the room except a box. The box was black with some golden lines on it. Su Luo opened the system and checked the copy this time. Copy, real werewolf killing non-team mission, your team wins. Rules, the good guys report the werewolves during the day, and the werewolves kill the good guys at night. If all villagers or gods die, the werewolves win. If the werewolf dies, the good guys win. If the good guys win, all the dead good guys will be resurrected. And if the werewolf loses, all the werewolves will die. And vice versa. Background. It's just a simple werewolf game. It's just that the loser will die. Werewolf. Su Luo played it in school before, and it was quite popular at that time. I hope I don't draw a civilian card. She pursed her lips. Su Luo actually expected that she could draw a witch or hunter card, because these two cards are relatively strong, and they can prove their identity when retreating, and protect themselves when advancing. Su Luo prayed silently and opened the box. There was only one card inside. Su Luo turned over the card, and it said, Werewolf. Werewolf can kill one person every night. Werewolf. Not too good nor too bad. Su Luo felt that if he didn't jump into the role of prophet, it would be best to be tough. This would give the good guys the illusion that the one who is so tough must be a priest. Even if the pit of the god is full in the end, he can still say that he is an Iron Man. Su Luo tore the card into pieces, threw it into the toilet, and then flushed it away. Only in this way can it be the safest. Then, she walked out of the room. Outside the door was an open space with several houses next to it, and outside was the forest. Others came out one after another. Su Luo kept counting. There were 12 people in total. According to the rules of playing werewolf, there should be 4 villagers, 4 werewolves, and 4 priests. Generally speaking, The priests must include the prophet, the witch, and the hunter. As for whether the last one is a guard, an idiot, or a little girl, it is unknown. If it is a guard, then the werewolf will be miserable. The opponent is equivalent to an extra round. She has encountered a good guard before, who almost made the witch useless from the first day. Unless it is a wolf with a knife. It is Christmas Eve. A master. I hope there will be no such big guys in the good camp. As for the werewolf camp, I don't know if there are any special characters like demons. When everyone gathered, the system prompt sound suddenly came from the air. Ding! Announce the rules. 1. Voting time is 8 o'clock every day. Please come back here to vote. 2. Players cannot stay in one place together all the time, which is considered cheating. Children who cheat will be punished. 3. Werewolves can only kill one person a day. If they kill more than one, they will have to exchange one life for another. 4. You must return to the room at 8 o'clock every night. 5. This game is only for single players. Fair, just, open and transparent. 6. Outside of game time, no discussion of the game is allowed. Okay. Now, the game starts when the system said the last few words. The 12 people present actually heard a secret excitement. This pervert. After reading the rules, Sulu realized that she had to quickly identify who was the werewolf, and then discuss with everyone. Otherwise, if she stabbed her teammates, or fought with them in the daytime, it would be like a flood that washed away the Dragon King temple, and the family members would not recognize each other. At this time, a man in a suit and leather, who looked very gentle, suddenly spoke. There are 12 of us, and it's too troublesome to remember names. So let's line up in the order of appearance. Who is the first one to come out? Sulu raised her hand. Okay, you're number 1. Then everyone quickly lined up their numbers in order. Sulu thought that people who came out at the beginning were probably good people, because if it was a wolf, it must want to hide. She wanted to be invisible so that no one could see her, so that the prophet would not check her. It's impossible to attract attention right away. Sulu also keenly noticed that after he finished the first sentence, he took a small step back. Sulu thought that he probably said too much in the opening remarks. The result is that even here, he is used to it, and when he starts, he finds that he can't hold up the identity of the first bird. He has no confidence, so he will take a step back. The first bird to stick out will be shot, and he will be pulled out to block the gun when needed. After the number is lined up, the girl number 6 suddenly spoke. She is a very sweet girl wearing a set of overalls, and the whole person looks very girlish. Has anyone never played werewolf? Sure enough, someone raised his hand cautiously. It was number 11. Number 11 looked a little timid, like a homebody. Number 6 walked over and began to teach him the rules of the game. Number 11 looked like he had never met such a beautiful girl in his life, and his face turned red. The skinny number 10 next to him said to number 11 in a sarcastic tone, "It's a blessing in disguise." Number 11's face turned red, and he looked at him angrily. Number 10 blew a whistle and left arrogantly. Number 6 is such a warm-hearted good kid. Shouldn't he also quickly establish a good person image? Sulu thought about something. She looked up at the sky. It was already late. Night was about to fall. It was already 6 o'clock when they entered the dungeon, and it took a lot of time just now. It seems that we can't go into the forest to explore today. Sulu was actually very curious about what the hidden task of this dungeon was. But how can we know who is the werewolf? How can we kill people? This game gives too little information. Sulu was very troubled. Can players kill people during the day? This question is not clearly stated. In fact, Sulu had a vague guess in his mind. Werewolves can only kill one person a day, but good people can also kill people. So this game should have another way to play. That is, one person and one god unite to kill people, as long as they kill everyone else. Then the good people will definitely win. But in fact, it is not very feasible. If these two people kill a lot of good people first, then the wolf can control the situation. Alas, Sulu shook his head. Fortunately, there are no people with super strong force in the novice copy. Sulu walked into the forest. She didn't dare to go deep into it. She just walked around the periphery and saw nothing. The sky was getting darker and darker. Sulu didn't walk around anymore and went back to her room. After a while, a warning bell rang, followed by a system prompt. It's dark. Please close your eyes. Werewolf. Please open your eyes. Who do you want to kill? A transparent blue panel suddenly appeared in front of Su Luo. With a line of words on it, you have 5 minutes to choose. In addition, there are icons for numbers 1 and 12. Su Luo had come up with a good idea. She first clicked on her icon, and a small knife appeared on her icon with a small one below. After a while, the 1 suddenly changed to 2, and it seemed that someone followed suit, with 2 as a breakthrough. Soon, 4 people all clicked 1. Su Luo saw that everyone was there, and quickly changed the knife to 2. Su Luo's move was actually a half-step risky move. What she meant was, I am number 1, and the knife is number 2. If others understand, they will first kill themselves, then kill number 2, so that everyone's identity will be clear. If they don't understand, and still choose to kill number 1, then I will take a chance and see if the witch will save me. After all, the first knife on the first day is still very convincing. If they don't understand what I mean, but choose to kill number 2, then I will jump into the prophet, give number 2 gold and water, and then put number 3 in the wolf pit. After all, number 3 is most likely a civilian, and after being checked and killed by me, he could only shout. There was a brief pause on the panel, and suddenly, a knife and a 1 appeared under the icon of number 6. Then after a while, the knife on number 6 head disappeared, and the 1 on number 2 became 2. Su Luo smiled. It seemed that someone understood her operation. Soon, a knife also appeared on number 5's head, and then the knife disappeared, and 2 became 3. Now there was only 1 person left without moving. Su Luo hoped to get a victory meeting, but until the time for the werewolf to kill people was over, the last person did not reveal his identity, and his knife was always hanging on Su Luo's head. Su Luo thought, this teammate is not a fool. However, Su Luo did not know how foolish this teammate was. 5 minutes passed quickly, and several people successfully killed number 2. Su Luo thought, if there is no problem with the current wolves, they should be number 1, number 5, number 6, and the last person is estimated to be between number 7 and number 12 according to probability. At the beginning of the game, number 6 enthusiastically explained the rules of the game to number 11, which was very good. It seems that he should be very powerful. The system prompt sounded again. Werewolf, please close your eyes. Witch, please open your eyes. Tonight she died. Do you want to save him, her? Do you want to use poison? Witch, please close your eyes. Prophet, please open your eyes. Who are you going to test tonight? She is Prophet. Please close your eyes. Chapter 19. After the round, Su Luo thought in the room. Number 1, 12, 1, 5, 6 are wolves. Number 3 is civilian. So number 2, number 4 are very likely gods. When number 10 taunted number 11, he looked very tough, and he is very likely a priest. Yes, Su Luo thought. Half of his identity is almost exposed. After Su Luo sorted out his thoughts, he went to sleep peacefully. This dungeon looks quite simple. There shouldn't be any problems. If possible tomorrow, it's best to get number 3 directly, and then we can start the massacre of civilians. A dreamless night. Please open your eyes at dawn. The next morning, a system notification sound woke Su Luo up. Su Luo looked at the system time, and it was 7:30. She immediately got up, washed up, and went out. When she went out, she saw that everyone was already waiting here, and this time Su Luo was the last one. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at her, Su Luo smiled and nodded and said, "Good morning." Su Luo looked very ordinary in this copy. Seeing this, everyone just said hello and stopped looking. Su Luo looked in the direction of number 5 and number 6 and found that they were already standing together. Looking again, it turned out that everyone had formed teams and stood together in pairs. And some were 3 people standing together. Isn't this too fast? Su Luo sighed. In order not to be discovered, she planned to go to other groups first, pretending to want to join. She walked around and found that everyone looked very vigilant. So Su Luo pretended to be bored and walked to number 5 and number 6 and asked, "Can I discuss with you? I'm really not a wolf." The 2 of them hesitated for a while like a drama queen, and then nodded. "Who will play the role of the prophet later? I suggest one of you 2, and then give the other one gold water." Su Luo whispered. Miss number 6 nodded. "I think so too. I will play." Sulu repeated yesterday's speculation. And the two of them said in amazement, "Your observation is too detailed." Sulu touched her nose and smiled. And stopped talking. Soon, 8 o'clock arrived. And the system prompt sounded as expected, game start. Let's start the election for sheriff. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4, 6, 8, 12 are on duty. Number 6 speaks. A 5-minute countdown clock was hung in the sky. When the countdown started, Sulu found that she couldn't move at all. Not even blinking. Which effectively prevented cheating, and was very safe. Sulu couldn't help but sigh. God is helping me. The first position speaker has a stronger impact. And it depends on the performance of number 6. Number 6 was also a little excited. I am the prophet. Number 5 Jin Shui. I say it again. This is the prophet. Checking up and down. Give it to number 5 Jin Shui. Ah. The first position speaker. There is no information either. After thinking for a while, she continued, if there will be a jump, just play Iron Wolf. If the jump prophet gives gold water, then use the police badge flow. If it is a check, then the check must follow me. And then I will use the police badge flow. Well, number 1. Check my side first. If there is any problem, the police will change to the police badge flow. She finished her speech. And Sulu nodded with satisfaction. There were no loopholes in her speech. And the first position itself was relatively strong. If there were no accidents, she should be able to get the police badge steadily. By then, there would be one less round of good guys. Which would be even easier. No. 8 speaks. And oh. 8 smiled evilly and shocked everyone. I am a werewolf. Besides me, number 1, number 5, and number 6 are also werewolves. You should kill us? I am an undercover agent. Right? He then said complacently, in that case, I am also on the good side. And I should be able to win in the end. Ha ha ha. You didn't expect that I spent the whole night thinking about this game yesterday. Now I am an undercover agent. And you can't copy me. No. 8 withdraws from the police. Sulu looked at number 8 with a look of idiocy. She felt like cursing again. Why did she use? Again? Isn't this person a fool? Why ask if he doesn't know the rules? Why pretend to know when he doesn't? Hurting others and himself? And undercover? What sin did she commit? Otherwise, how could she meet such a stupid teammate? Why did he survive before? With this IQ, shouldn't he have been eliminated in the first assessment dungeon? Sure enough, the game is not that easy. No matter how good the situation is, it can't stop the critical hit of a stupid teammate. This operation is too cool. Sulu said that she really can't be cooler. Number 5 and number 6 also looked unhappy. The perfect start was broken. No matter how much they thought, they couldn't guess that there would be such a teammate. It's really poisonous. Sulu tried to calm down. The old saying is right. Opportunities are also challenges. If this fool uses it well, it can completely become their motivation to move forward. But how should she use this crisis to turn it into an opportunity? No. 12 speaks. And oh. 12's expression is a bit hard to describe. Did the werewolf reveal himself? Then there's nothing to say. 8, 1, 5, 6 in order? I originally believed in number 6. But I didn't expect it to be a wolf. I'm just a villager card. Let the police take a look. When you vote later, give it all to number 4. Pass. No. 12 retreats. No. 4 speaks. I'm the prophet. Checking and killing number 5. It's also checking people up and down. So number 5 and 6 are both wolves. And what number 8 said should be true. So I suggest to play them in order. But play the prophet who jumps against me first. If you want to play the police badge, just hit number 1. Pass. There are number 4 and number 6 on the police list. Players who haven't become police, please vote. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Number 1 and number 5 vote for number 6. Number 2. Number 3. Number 7. Number 9. Number 10. Number 11 vote for number 4. Number 4 was elected sheriff. Last night was Christmas Eve. Number 1 will start speaking. It was her turn now. Sulu's expression was a little serious. Whether she could win back the game depended on herself. I don't need to explain the reason for voting for number 6. Right? Number 12? I just want to ask you. How can you be sure that number 8 is not a werewolf? Don't tell me that he has no benefit. Number 4 was elected as the sheriff. And countless fools believed his words. Isn't that the biggest benefit? Su Luo paused, then said, I think number 8 and number 4 should be in the same group. Didn't you see that when number 8 was exposed as a werewolf? Number 4 still said that he would jump to the prophet first. Isn't this just to save his werewolf teammate's life first? As she spoke, Su Luo showed an angry look again. I'm so angry. When number 6 asked if anyone didn't understand the rules, number 8 didn't stand up. Why is he pretending not to understand now? So he is probably pretending not to understand, deliberately exposing himself as someone who knows nothing to confuse the good people. Anyway, it's not wrong to play number 8 first in this round. Right? After speaking, Su Luo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This should confuse most players. Next, it depends on the speeches of number 5 and number 6. When she breathed a sigh of relief, number 6 also breathed a sigh of relief. The teammates were still very reliable. These words should have successfully turned the defeat into a win. 2 spoke. As expected, when number 2 spoke, the tone of the painting changed. I think what number 1 said makes sense. This number 8 should obviously know the rules. How could he be so stupid? It's probably intentional. The wolves really played a good hand. I was just confused at the time. Now I stand for number 6. Number 3 speaks. I still believe in number 4 now. Because before 8 o'clock today, I clearly saw number 5, number 6, and number 1 standing together and talking about something. They clearly recognized each other at night, and then discussed countermeasures together. Number 4 speaks. Yes, I agree with number 3. The 3 of them standing together are obviously 3 iron wolves. Number 2. Don't be stupid. I said to send number 6 first just to prevent her from confusing the good people. I don't care about sending number 8 myself. Then the sheriff returns the votes, and number 8 will be voted out first. Number 5 speaks. No. 3 and number 4 have formed a group? This is obviously a lie. Are you all standing alone? No one is next to you. I clearly saw number 3 and number 4 standing together, and number 11 and number 7 standing together. Everyone is obviously standing in a group. So are you all iron wolves discussing countermeasures? Besides, although number 3 feels that he has discovered something wrong, he should still stand neutral when the situation is unclear. Right? Is it okay to just stand in line? You are the charged wolf. Right? Number 5 said with a red face. He is a big man who looks honest, and this look makes him more convincing. He went on to say, besides, number 1 was the last one to start, and she asked many groups, but no one was willing to accept her. Number 6 is kind. So we stand together. If the 3 of us were wolves, wouldn't we have to avoid suspicion and go to the ends of the earth? Stand together and wait for you to catch us? Besides, I stand with number 6 because she has helped others, and I think she is a good person. 8. Pass. 6 speaks. I'm really angry. It was a good situation, but the werewolves were so cruel. They sacrificed a wolf to frame me, but they did succeed. I just want to ask, don't the good people here have their own logic? Whatever he, 8, says, you believe? There are so many people on the field, except for 1 and 5 who were framed as wolves by 8. No one believes me. Use your brains. When has the dungeon been so easy? It ended just after the start. This is good. The good guys have one less round. I tested number 3. Passed. Su Luo thought. The speeches of number 5 and number 6 were quite standard. Number 5 hit number 3's point very well. This gave number 6 a wave of points, and both of them were emotionally full. There shouldn't be any big problems now. I just hope number 8 can appear a little more stupid, so that others will not believe him even more. Chapter 20. No. 7 speaks. I think this game is mainly due to number 12's thoughtless vote. I was still a little hesitant about whether to believe number 8, but number 12 forced me to vote, as if I would be a wolf if I didn't vote for number 4. I didn't want to do it badly, so I voted for number 4 directly. I seriously suspect that number 12 is a little werewolf, and I suggest that the prophet check number 3 and number 12 first. No. 8 speaks. You don't understand my discovery at all. I'm telling the truth. Why don't you believe it? If I had known that the good guys were so stupid, I wouldn't have been an undercover agent. But it doesn't matter. After all, I'm still a werewolf. And it's very likely that no matter whether the good guys win or the werewolves win, I will win. Ha ha ha. After listening to number 8's speech, everyone was full of black lines. How could the system give you such a big bug? Is the person mentally retarded? If not, then he is pretending too well. If so, how did he survive until now? 9 speaks. Everyone, ignore 8. He's not good at anything, and is talking nonsense about being the first. I am just a fool. I am a bit confused. To be honest, 8 has helped 4 find all the wolf pits. And among these wolves, except for the so-called prophet, there is not a single priest. If you believe 6, then I will be one of the last 2 civilians. 9 looked around at everyone and said, the others who jumped to civilians are 7 and 3. Number 3 is in the wolf pit of number 6. But number 7 is standing on number 6. Although it is possible that it is a hook wolf. If we ignore this point for the time being, number 7 is also the civilian pit of number 6. In this way, the civilians who jumped next are all wolf pits. Su Luo's heart sank. Indeed, number 9 is a smart man. He caught a key point about the werewolf. Now there are a few civilian pits left. So the players holding the villager cards, who want to trust number 6, have to think carefully. It seems that I have to jump to the gods to make room for a civilian pit. I just don't know what gods are left on the field. 9's speech continued. Don't jump out. Witch, you are hopeless now. You will die if you jump out. There are definitely some pitfalls on the field, such as witch, hunter, prophet. But I don't know what the last god is. Well, I can only say hide it. Pass. 9 speaks. I think what 9 said makes sense. I am a villager card myself, and there are already many pitfalls. 9's logic is correct. He is doing things for good people, so I think he is a good one. According to his logic, I advise number 6 to check number 7. If he is a gold or water, then the civilians behind us are all your wolf pit positions. So I can only stand with number 4 first. But it is right to play number 8 first today. Number 11 speaks. Number 9. Number 10. You have overlooked one point. That is, there is a high possibility that there is a god pit in number 1 and number 5. The reason why I didn't jump out before was because number 8 was the anti-out position. So there was no need to jump out. This is what I want to point out. Secondly, number 6 should not listen to number 10. I think it is better for you to check number 12. He started the game by calling the villagers to the police and randomly returning the votes. He did not do a good job. Number 3 is your wolf pit. There is no need to check him. He thought for a while and continued. Number 6 took the initiative to help me understand the rules yesterday. If it is a wolf, it is natural to hope that good people do not understand the rules. So I will stand aside for number 6 first, and the others will talk about it after the witch reports the silver water. Su Luo was a little surprised. She did not expect that the timid number 11 would speak in an orderly and logical way. Fortunately, number 6 had planted the seeds of goodness early on, and now it has taken effect. Number 12 speaks. Ah, I'm really sorry. I really didn't think so much at the time. I just thought what number 8 said was true. So I voted directly. As he said this, he bowed repeatedly. I forgot there was such a dirty trick. I hope that prophet number 6 can listen to number 11. Verify me first, and let me prove my innocence. If I am not a wolf, then number 3 must be in your wolf pit. If I am, you can check number 3 again. What do you think? Let's go with number 8 today. No one should split the votes. I will pass directly. Please choose the referendum object. A blue transparent panel appeared in front of everyone, and Su Luo clicked number 8 without hesitation. Looking up, the others also acted quickly, obviously not tolerant of this idiot. 1 minute later, the system prompt sounded. Referendum ends. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 1, 0. Vote for number 8. Number 8 dies. Please let number 8 make his last words. And 8 said with some disgust, you are 2 idiots. I have said it so clearly, but you still don't believe it. I really don't understand. Isn't it better to be less tricky? But number 1 is really amazing. He turned the defeat around. If I had known there were such amazing players in the wolf camp, I wouldn't have been an undercover agent. Bye. See you later. As soon as he finished speaking, number 8 turned into a white light and disappeared. At the same time, the sense of restraint on everyone also disappeared. It seems that this round of the game should be over. Next, it's time for independent exploration. The people around him started to form teams freely. But Su Luo didn't plan to follow them. Anyway, they couldn't discuss the plot outside the game. So there was no point in going together. Although his strength was not enough. His life-saving skills were perfect. If he encountered danger, he would use his skills to run away and leave his companions to die. That would be too unkind. Besides, others might not agree with his plan. If they parted ways halfway, it would be better not to be together from the beginning. At this time, Miss Number 6 came over and said with a smile, "Hello? Let me introduce myself. My name is Hiyu." Su Luo replied, disappointed. Su Luo's original intention was, "You see, I'm so cold. Don't invite me." But she obviously underestimated Hiyu's determination. Hiyu invited her after careful consideration. A person who is calm and quick to react is indeed suitable to be a teammate. She often encountered pig teammates in the past few games, which made her deeply feel the importance of finding a reliable teammate to form a team. So she planned to go with Su Luo and get to know her deeply. "Let's go together." Su Luo sighed and said, "Sorry, I'm used to being alone." Hiyu continued to ask, "It's safer to be together with two people. And the attack power is also high. Besides, I'm a tank, and I can definitely stand in front of you." Su Luo was really confused. There should be very few tanks. So why do I often encounter them? And why are tanks always such pretty girls or tall and thin guys? Shouldn't a regular tank be a fat man or a relatively strong boy? Let the girls block the damage. This is a shitty game. Seeing her insistence, Su Luo also understood her hidden meaning and immediately refused. "I already have a teammate. And I met him in both copies. The fact that he met me twice shows that the system is very adaptable." She had no choice now. So she had to turn around and find number 5 as the next best option. The departure of number 6 also discouraged many people who were secretly observing. Although number 8 was very stupid throughout the whole process. He at least said one thing right. That number 1 was indeed a high-level player. So there are actually quite a few people who hold the same idea as number 6. But as number 6, who just cooperated tacitly, failed in the negotiation, their success rate is obviously not too high. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief and turned to walk into the forest. She actually always felt that something was wrong. Real werewolf. Real werewolf. But she didn't know where the truth was. She originally thought that werewolves needed to kill people directly. But now it seems that this is obviously not the case. Even when others are talking, she can't move. Except for being face to face. It is no different from the werewolf on the phone. There is also the time limit of 7 days. Logically speaking, except for the special skills to pass the level as in the previous game, the time should be just right or not enough. Right? It is difficult to use 7 days for this kind of werewolf killing game. But the game time is definitely not given for free. So there must be something they haven't discovered. At this time, Su Luo missed Jihei more. When the two of them discussed together, the efficiency was always very fast. In addition, the setting of this forest was also very confusing to her. If the forest is to limit the playground, then shouldn't they be able to walk in? Besides, Su Luo had walked around before and didn't find any props or anything, which was very strange. So she had a hunch that there might be some secrets in the depths of the forest. Su Luo walked deeper and deeper, and there were only a few people walking around. But now there was no one around, walking through this very quiet forest except for the sound of birds. She was actually a little panicked inside. After all, she was alone. But in order to confirm her guess, she had to hurry. She needed to get back before 2 p.m. Otherwise she might miss the curfew. After walking for a long time, Su Luo still found nothing. But she didn't want to give up. Su Luo felt that the key to this copy was in this forest. After another endless search, Su Luo seemed to hear someone talking. She was overjoyed and ran in that direction. However, until 2 p.m., there were still trees around, although Su Luo vaguely saw a village ahead. But Su Luo hesitated. What to do? Su Luo thought. She really wanted to explore ahead. But if she didn't go back now, she might not be able to get back before 8 o'clock. Forget it. Su Luo sighed. Anyway, she had the skills to go directly here. Thinking of this, she got up and walked back. Alas, this life is unbearable. Chapter 21. The way back is always longer than the way in. Su Luo feels that this copy is for tempering her mind. She really doesn't want to see green again. She feels that she is about to suffer from tree blindness, similar to snow blindness. When Su Luo returned to the camp, She was exhausted. It was already dark. She glanced at the watch. It was 7:30. Just the right time. Su Luo walked back to the room, sat cross-legged on the bed, and massaged her legs. If she didn't do this now, her legs would hurt tomorrow. After all, she had walked so much. This is also the lesson she learned in life. Because she couldn't stand it the next day. She even felt that she was a useless person. So she specially found a master to learn this craft. Su Luo pressed her legs silently, waiting for the game to start. At 8 o'clock, the system prompt sounded on time. Close your eyes when it's dark. Werewolf. Please open your eyes. Who do you want to kill? Su Luo thought about it. Put the knife on the head of number 12. And the other two quickly followed suit. Why did Su Luo want to kill number 12? There is actually a reason. Number 12 was put on the police. Although he said that he was a villager on the police. But he is obviously not someone who can summarize. In other words, his police presence is useless. It is better to vote under the police. This game is not like the werewolf killing on the mobile phone. Some people just like to play around and don't want to vote. This game can kill people. So there must be a reason why number 12 was put on the police. So what is the reason? Su Luo guessed that it was very likely that number 12 was a priest. Su Luo estimated that he should be a witch. She wanted to report the silver water, but found that it was unnecessary. So she pretended to be a villager. Now that she killed him, she could jump directly to the witch. Anyway, except for the first day, people who died at night could not speak. If number 12 was a hunter, that would be fine. Number 12 seemed to trust number 6 more, and would bring number 3 with him. The system prompt sounded again. You killed number 12. Werewolf. Please close your eyes. Witch. Please open your eyes. She died tonight. Do you want to save him, her? Do you want to use poison? Witch. Please close your eyes. Prophet. Please open your eyes. Who are you going to test tonight? She is Prophet. Please close your eyes. It seems that everything is done. Su Luo tried to stay awake and thought that she had exhausted too much energy today. She walked for almost 11 hours. Now she just wanted to have a good sleep. Please open your eyes at dawn. On the third day, Su Luo woke up again on time under the urging of the system. She looked at the unfamiliar roof above her head and was a little confused for a moment. Oh! She remembered. She had awakened her talent skills, came to a new continent, and was now in a dungeon. Alas! Su Luo didn't know what she was sighing about. She went out like yesterday. What was different from yesterday was that everyone's attitude was much more enthusiastic. Big boss. Get up. Big boss is big boss. If you don't get up early in the dungeon, you will do useless work. This was a bit sour. And everyone glared at number 10. Number 10 was tired of the public anger and smiled awkwardly. I was just talking. Su Luo felt a little emotional when number 10 confronted number 11 yesterday. Everyone watched coldly. After she showed her strength, number 10 said something sour and was excluded by everyone. It's like bullying the weak and fearing the strong. She had experienced it personally before, and it was no surprise to see the scene. The law of the jungle is the law of survival. She had no way to change this world, so she could only make herself stronger so that she could have room for independent choice. Facing the enthusiasm of the crowd, Su Luo just said good morning as she did yesterday, and walked towards number 6. Everyone was not angry when they saw this. They just thought that all masters have their own tempers, and even took it for granted. Of course, there might be some who were angry, but no one showed it. After Su Luo walked to number 5 and number 6, she quickly told them what she had discovered. Number 12 is likely to be a witch or a hunter. If he has a gun later, I will pretend to be a civilian. If he is dead, I will pretend to be a witch. Number 5 and number 6 were already used to her drawing conclusions through observation, so they nodded directly. Number 6 said, I give number 12 the gold water? Su Luo nodded. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded, number 12 died last night. Number 1 spoke. Su Luo cleared her throat and said, it's the second day, so I won't hide anymore. This is the witch. Number 11 has already explained why I didn't jump yesterday. Number 2 was my silver water yesterday, so it's better to protect the first knife. Why not poison number 4? The main reason is that the werewolf is afraid that the werewolf will insist that it is number 4 of the wolf knife. And then there will be no way to prove it. Su Luo looked up at the audience with a smile. Now I still have a bottle of poison in my hand. If there is a pair of jumps, just come out and I will give you a quick death. Today the witch returns the votes and comes out with number 4. I will poison number 3 tonight. There is only one wolf left. We will slowly find it. Pass. Su Luo's aura is fully open at this time, and the feeling of a genuine witch arises spontaneously in everyone's heart. After all, Su Luo is too strong, and is not afraid of anyone jumping back. She is very strong. And oh. 2 speaks. I am firmly on number 1's side. Number 1 is undoubtedly a witch. If someone jumps back later, I will also believe in number 1. I am just a fool card here. I don't know how to do anything. You can't see anything. I still hope that the prophet can come to test me and let me prove it. No. 3 speaks. No. I am not a wolf. Whatever number 1 says. You believe it? What if number 12 is a witch? Number 11 is definitely an iron wolf. How can a normal person resist jumping out on the first day of being checked? Number 3 is also anxious now. He can see that he is definitely in number 6's wolf pit, so he can only stand with number 4. But number 4 is at a disadvantage now. Number 3 is a little desperate. He knows that he is a villager card, but there is no way to prove it. Number 4 speaks. No. You believe me. I really am a prophet. Number 1 checked and killed. Number 8 did not lie. Number 3 is right. You can't just think that number 1 is a witch because she is powerful. I now suspect that number 8 is their tool to deliberately blame others. Listen to me today and play number 6. No. Play number 1. Number 1 is more terrifying. Pass. Number 5 speaks. You little werewolves are really good. Just watching number 12 die. You are crazy about giving him a god position. How did we kill the witch so coincidentally? And then number 1 jumped to the witch the next day. Don't be desperate. Even number 8 can blame us. I'm convinced. All the good people present should follow number 1. And number 4 will appear. Pass. Number 6 speaks. Yesterday I said I would test number 3. But you insisted that I test number 12. And I ended up testing a deadly gold water. Isn't this a waste of my day testing people? Today number 4 appeared. And the witch poisoned number 3 tonight. So there are only 2 wolves left. So tomorrow all the other priests will appear. And I will test them directly in the people. 4 appeared. Pass. Su Luo nodded. The speeches of these 2 people were really as usual. In a standard manner. Without any explosive points. If it weren't for me, they would seem very powerless. But I have my own logic in front of me. And now most people on the field believe in my side. So they can pass the test by being in a standard manner. No. 7 speaks. There is no suspense anymore. Right? Fortunately, there is a big guy leading this dungeon. Otherwise the werewolves have too many tricks. And the good guys will lose easily. However, no matter how powerful they are, they can't stop us good guys who have a big boss. Quickly, let's go out with 4. I suggest that number 6 test me tomorrow. I want to prove my innocence. Pass. When he was talking, he was actually laughing in his heart. It's true that there is a big boss in this game. But it's a pity that he is a big boss among the werewolves. It seems that this game will be won. But she always felt a little uneasy in her heart. Although there was a big boss leading her, she had never been so easy in the previous few games. I hope she can pass the dungeon smoothly. He who prayed silently in his heart. 9 speaks. No one has jumped to the prophet so far. It seems that number 1 should be a witch. Although number may 12 also be a witch. It is too small after all. So if no one jumps to the witch by the time number 11 speaks, then we can just play number 4 directly. He thought for a while and said, number 12 died last night. Which shows that it was a massacre. There are 3 civilians left on the field. The remaining priest jumps out. And the hunter hides among the civilians. So that the werewolves will not know who is the civilian, and it will be easier to attack. Number 9 was actually a little suspicious of number 6. So he hoped that the hunter would hide. And maybe he could beat the werewolf unexpectedly in the end. However, what he didn't know was that Su Luo had already guessed who the hunter was. And what he did now was exactly what Su Luo wanted. At this time, Su Luo thought, this is simply God's help. Now the only thing she didn't figure out was the unknown priesthood. The hunter is very likely to be number 2. Why? First of all, number 2 was the only one who kept emphasizing that he was a fool. But a fool's team would not be so strong. Moreover, in this kind of game, according to the probability, 2 gods and 2 wolves appear in 1 and 6. And the same is true for 7 and 12. So it is very likely that this number 2 is a god. And a hunter. How to say it? Su Luo once made money by helping people to brush up the werewolf killing level and win rate. So she played this game very well. How good is it? Su Luo can almost tell the hunter's priesthood by listening to the tone. In her eyes, the speech of number 2 is a standard hunter speech, timid but strong, pretending to be stupid, eager to be tested. It can't be more obvious. As long as this priesthood jumps out at the end, Su Luo is 100% sure to win directly. And 10 speaks. Chapter 22. I think number 9 is right. The last 2 werewolves hid too deep. Without a prophet, they would not be found. Well, I am the white god here. I tell you, if the werewolves jump to each other, it is equivalent to exposing their identities. Pass. Number 11 speaks. Number 11 glanced at number 10, and after a moment of silence, he said, well, I am a villager card here. I have not done anything wrong throughout the whole process, except voting for number 4. Personally, I suggest that the prophet check number 7, which can be said to be a smooth check. Hunter should hide, and then the prophet should do his best. Su Luo almost laughed out loud. The cooperation between number 10 and number 11 was too uncoordinated. Although number 11 finally understood number 10's intention, it was easy for anyone with a discerning eye to see that number 11 was the real white god, and number 10 was just out to block the knife and confuse the werewolf. Number 10 hesitated for a while before jumping into the white god, and even specifically explained the benefits of jumping into the white god. Then number 11 also hesitated for a while whether to expose number 10, and then remained silent, just asking the prophet not to verify himself first. Okay, this time it's safe. Su Luo has already planned it out. Tonight, she will kill number 11. And tomorrow, number 5 will expose herself. And then she will kill number 2. And the game will end. It's so pleasant to encounter a copy that you are good at. After everyone finished speaking, the system prompt sounded. Please choose the referendum object. Su Luo clicked number 4 neatly. She needed to go to the forest to explore. The smoother the game went, the more panic she felt. She always felt that she had overlooked something key. Number 1, 2, 5, 6, 789. 1011 voted for number 4. No. 3. Number 4 voted for number 1. No. 4 died. Please let number 4 make his last words. Number 4 said angrily, we will definitely lose this game. The werewolf had a burst at the beginning. It was a sure loss. But with the help of a big guy and a bunch of idiots, we won. Because he was already dead. Number 4 could no longer bear it, and he directly scolded his teammates. Stupid teammates. Number 9. You let Baishan come out. Aren't you pointing the knife for the werewolf? I'm really not afraid of godlike opponents. But I'm afraid of teammates who are like pigs. Number 4 was there indignantly scolding his teammates. But he chose to ignore his speech, which was almost full of emotion and was a waste of time. Number 7 was almost laughed at by him, although number 4 had turned into white light and disappeared. Number 7 still scolded, how dare he say that we are teammates who are like pigs? Not to mention that he is a werewolf himself. Even if he is a good person, his speech is not that good? What's the point of cursing now? Su Luo had no time to care about their grievances. The game was a foregone conclusion. As soon as the restraints on her body disappeared, Su Luo quickly walked into the forest. Then she found a deserted place and used her innate skills. A flash of white light that was not dazzling flashed, and Su Luo came to the last place she arrived yesterday, and then ran towards the village. This is indeed a small village, with a big banyan tree at the entrance of the village. The tree is very lush, and there is a round tree hole in the middle. There is also such a tree with a tree hole in Su Luo's orphanage. It is one of the few good memories of Su Luo and a group of children in their childhood. After lunch at noon, the children would line up to tell their secrets to the tree hole, and the tree hole contained their infinite thoughts. Su Luo looked at the banyan tree and felt a little emotional. Soon, she sorted out her mood and walked into the village. The system prompt sound suddenly sounded. Su Luo opened it and saw a system notification. The copy has changed. She opened the system copy interface and found that there were indeed big changes. Copy. Real werewolf. Non-team task. Your team wins. Rules. 1. The good side reports the werewolf during the day, and the werewolf kills the good side at night. If all the villagers or gods die, the werewolves win. If the werewolves die, the good side wins. If the good side wins, all the dead good side members win and revive. And all the werewolves fail and die. And vice versa. 2. Eliminate a werewolf. Points +2. Eliminate a villager. Points -10. Background. You were originally tourists who came to the forest to camp and play werewolf. But you accidentally discovered that in a village deep in the forest, there is a village that is always threatened by werewolves. At this time, the werewolves have already infiltrated the village. P.S. Players who have not arrived at the dungeon site now, please arrive before 12 o'clock today. Otherwise you will be forced to be expelled from the dungeon as a failure. Su Luo's face was ugly. She found that she was deceived by the system. No wonder the system has already published the rules. But it has to repeat them before the game starts. That game is not a dungeon mission at all. In other words, if they had found this village earlier, then they would not have to play that game at all. The system successfully deceived them by publishing the rules twice and hiding the background of the dungeon. This crappy system is inhumane. It is already the 3rd day of the dungeon, and they have successfully wasted 2 days. If she hadn't insisted on coming over to take a look, even if she had to use up her skills, the werewolf game set by the system would have delayed them for another day. Su Luo had learned from the forum that the regular dungeon lasted for 7 days, so they would only have 3 days left. If she spent another day on the journey, she would definitely not be able to complete the dungeon. Su Luo was a little frightened. She almost died, although it was her fault that she didn't notice it. She was really unwilling to die like this. She didn't know if it was her illusion, or if everyone was like this. Su Luo felt that the difficulty of each dungeon she passed was far beyond that of ordinary people. Just look at the other players around her. They have never had such an experience. Could it be because of the legendary talent skills, or the perfect evaluation of the clearance? At the same time, the players in the camp were confused. They had no idea why the system suddenly changed the background, nor did they know where the village in the background was. At this time, number 6 suddenly shouted, "Number 1 is missing." Everyone looked around and found that number 1 was missing. Everyone gradually remembered number 1's strange behavior before. Number 1 goes to the forest to explore every day. This forest is obviously only used to limit the game venue. Right? Number 3 said. Number 7 also suddenly recalled, "I saw number 1 coming back at around 7 o'clock yesterday, looking pale and out of breath." Number 6 said in a deep voice, "It seems that number 1 has long discovered that something is wrong with this dungeon. And today he has found out that there should be a real dungeon site. A village. In this forest." After saying that, she walked into the forest without looking back. Seeing this, the others hurried to follow. Su Luo was at the village chief's house at this time. According to the village chief, werewolves appeared in this village before. But the village has always been under the protection of God, so werewolves cannot enter. Yesterday, the witch suddenly felt that the village had been infiltrated by werewolves, and they secretly hid the treasures left by the gods. The village chief continued to nag. The witch predicted that a messenger of God would come to save our village. So the witch performed a ritual to summon you. But the ritual consumed too much energy, and the witch died before she could hold on. The village chief's eyes were a little red as he spoke. The witch helped us a lot, and now she is dead. We are all very sad. Oh, so it was because the ritual did not succeed that we did not reach the village directly. It's reasonable and convincing. I believed you. Not only did they not tell us the real background of the dungeon, but they also deliberately confused us. Isn't this intentional? Su Luo felt that she really couldn't figure out the trap of this crappy game. The last round hid the task items, and this round was even more cruel, directly hiding the background of the dungeon. Su Luo thought, no wonder I found so many things wrong before. In this game, you really can't ignore any mistakes. Do we need to help you kill the werewolf? Su Luo interrupted the village chief's endless chatter and asked directly. The village chief replied somewhat awkwardly, yes. That's right. Then how can we distinguish werewolves, and how can we kill them? Su Luo asked immediately. This is a spray that can be used to test whether it is a werewolf. After spraying it on the werewolf's face, the werewolf will lose its human form and turn into a wolf, the village chief said, taking a bottle of spray from the table. Take it, kid, she said kindly. If you want to kill a werewolf, you can only rely on yourself. Except for letting the werewolf be sprayed with the spray. Each bottle of spray can be used to spray 5 werewolves. Sulu nodded and suddenly asked, "Is there any limit to the use of the spray? There are so many pitfalls in the system. She has to be more cautious. And she still has some things to verify. She sincerely doesn't want it to be what she guessed." "Ah, look at my memory. People get old and their memory is not good." The village chief slapped his forehead and laughed. "The spray can only be sprayed 3 times. And it will be useless after 3 times. So, although the more people the better to eliminate werewolves, the number of sprays is limited. In order to avoid killing good people, it is very likely that someone will grab the spray at the beginning. At that time, there will even be casualties. The fighting power of the werewolves is unclear, but it should not be too strong. After all, most of the people present are novices. So the cake is so big. The fewer people, the better." As he said, the village chief handed the spray to Sulu. Sulu asked again, "Do you know how many werewolves there are in the village?" The village chief shook his head regretfully. "I don't know. If I knew, it would be easy." Sulu nodded thoughtfully. Asked the last question, "How many bottles of spray are there in the village?" The village chief replied, "There are 10 bottles." "Okay. Thank you for answering my doubts." Chapter 23. Sulu finished speaking, took the spray, and then said, "I should stay in this village for a few days. Please help me find a good place to live." The village chief readily agreed and took Sulu to the backyard of the village chief's house. The backyard is very large, with many empty houses. After the village chief arranged everything for Sulu, Sulu thanked the village chief, bowed deeply to her, and then when she stood up, she suddenly sprayed the spray on the village chief's face. The village chief was not careful for a moment, and was hit in the face by the spray. She covered her face in pain, and whimpered indistinctly. Her figure gradually grew larger. Gray hair grew out of her body, and her muscles gradually swelled and broke through her clothes. The whole transformation process took only 10 seconds, and the village chief turned into a standard werewolf. Sulu hit the village chief when she was transformed. -17. Sulu knew that her attack should be -16. But now it was a little more. In order to do a test, Sulu waited until the village chief was transformed before using a skill, and found that the attack was -16 again. Okay. It seems that when they transform, they are vulnerable, Sulu thought to herself. But her hands did not stop. She quickly distanced herself from the village chief, and used her first skill to hang on to the village chief like a dog. The werewolf was still quite fast, but every time it was hit, the werewolf would feel pain, so it would unconsciously slow down. On the other hand, Sulu, because she was an orphan since childhood, when she was weak, running away was a compulsory course. So Sulu not only ran very fast, but also always turned at the critical moment to let the werewolf miss. The werewolf didn't even touch her clothes. Sulu fought with the werewolf in the yard, and finally killed him. The werewolf's health was emptied, and it turned into a light spot and disappeared. Sulu sat on the ground and breathed heavily. Obviously, after the beast transformation, the IQ of the original body dropped to that of a wild beast, so she could fight more easily. Sulu looked at the place where the village chief disappeared, and was a little dazed. When this person saw her, there was no joy in his eyes, but a little fear. When talking about witches, the words used were not very respectful. For example, death, which could obviously be passed away. This behavior was not something that someone who respected witches would do. The most important thing was that many key information needed Sulu to ask before the village chief would answer. Sulu did not think that this was because the village chief forgot, but rather that he deliberately did not tell her. However, because the system required it, they could only exploit loopholes, and not tell the players unless they asked. They had to tell the players only when they asked. That's why Sulu boldly guessed that the village chief was a werewolf. So that happened. Sulu unexpectedly sprayed the spray on the village chief's face. From the result, her guess was confirmed. The village chief did become a werewolf. But even the head of the village is already a werewolf. It seems that the situation of this village is worse than she imagined. Sulu felt heavy in her heart. Maybe the witch's death was also caused by the werewolf. She stood up, patted the dust off her butt, took 7 of the 10 bottles of spray, and then walked back to the room arranged by the village chief for her. The final use of these 8 bottles of spray depends on the next situation. If all of them are taken away, it will be easy to be suspected. If those players behave better, I don't mind giving them more. But if they are not worry-free, I will tell them that there are 5 bottles in total, and I have already used 1 bottle. And now, because the background has changed, she needs to review the rules. Su Luo opened the copy panel again. Copy. Real werewolf killing, non-team mission. The team wins. Rules. 1. The good side reports the werewolf during the day, and the werewolf side kills the good side at night. If all villagers or gods die, the werewolves win. If the werewolves die, the good guys win. If the good guys win, all the dead good guys win and revive. And all the werewolves fail and die. And vice versa. 2. Kill a werewolf. Score +5. Kill a villager. Score -10. Background. You originally came to the forest to camp and play werewolf, but you accidentally found a village in the deep forest that was threatened by werewolves. At this time, the werewolves have infiltrated the village. P.S. Players who have not arrived at the dungeon site now, please arrive before 12 o'clock today. Otherwise you will be forced to expel the dungeon as a failure. Obviously, there are still 3 parties in the game, namely villagers, werewolves, and gods. The currently known god is the dead witch. The village chief said they are messengers of God, so Su Luo estimated that they are also gods. Next are the villagers and werewolves in the village. Judging from the way the village chief just spoke, the werewolves really don't know who is the werewolf, nor how many werewolves there are in the village. And Su Luo keenly discovered that the werewolves must not know who is the werewolf, because the village chief said, "If you know, it will be easy." This sentence lacks a subject. What is easy? Su Luo thinks that it is probably easy to occupy the whole village, according to the rules of werewolf. Once the number of werewolves exceeds the number of gods and villagers, the werewolves will launch a counterattack and kidnap people directly. At that time, it will be impossible for them to eliminate the werewolves silently. It will definitely be a tough battle, so they can't let the werewolves know who is the werewolf. The village chief said before that a werewolf stole the treasure left by the gods to protect the village. Su Luo guessed that this treasure should be a more powerful prop, which needs to be focused on later. Unfortunately, she didn't know what the treasure looked like. After sorting out her thoughts, Su Luo walked around the village. There were 12 households in this village, but there were more than 12 people. There were even several households with 5 people, which made it more difficult for her. Su Luo found that most werewolves were easy to recognize, just by looking at the way they looked at her, the messenger of God. The only trouble was that she couldn't let other villagers see her using her skills to fight the werewolves. Su Luo found a target, and walked up to him under the gaze of everyone and said, "The village chief is looking for you." The man asked unkindly, "The village chief is looking for me? What does she want to talk to me about?" Su Luo wanted to laugh a little. He looked at the messenger who came to save them with a cold brow, and showed no respect to the head of the village. Was he afraid that others didn't know he was a werewolf? Su Luo pretended that he didn't see anything and replied innocently, "I don't know either. I just got here." The villager nodded and said, "Okay. I go and see." Su Luo said, "It just so happens that I have something to ask. Let's go back together." The villager frowned, but did not refuse her in the end, and walked towards the village chief's house with Su Luo. When they arrived at the village chief's house, Su Luo deliberately lagged behind and closed the door after the man entered the room. The man didn't realize that something was wrong, and asked impatiently, "Where is the village chief?" He turned around and asked, "You?" Su Luo seized the opportunity and took out the spray in her pocket at the moment the man turned around, and sprayed it on the man's face with quick eyes and hands. As expected, the man also covered his face with his hands and glared at her fiercely. Su Luo didn't care how fierce the man's eyes were. She used her skills while punching and kicking the wolf that was transforming. When the time was almost up, Su Luo used the same trick again to distance herself from the man. Unexpectedly, the werewolf transformed by this villager was much stronger than the village chief. Although the health did not change, the speed was much faster than the previous one. Su Luo was not expecting it, and was thrown to the ground. The werewolf's claws immediately reduced the health by 5. After all, Su Luo had experienced many battles. She relied on her small body to slip out from under the werewolf, then ran away quickly, and used a skill on the man. The werewolf itself has 100 HP. When Su Luo transformed, she punched and kicked him to reduce it to 70. Adding the 2 skills she just used, the werewolf still has 36. Su Luo was refreshed and used 2 more skills, then rushed up and killed the werewolf with 4 HP. Actually, it is easy to kill a werewolf, but it will be troublesome if other werewolves are attracted. Moreover, this dungeon is more about consumption. If you are hit by a werewolf and get injured, you can only take red medicine. After all, they are in a hurry. Su Luo had counted, and there were about 38 people in the whole village. It had been concluded before that if the number of werewolves exceeded the villagers plus gods, and the werewolves knew about it, then they would kidnap people. According to the nature of the system, Su Luo felt that most of the people in this village were werewolves. After doing these things, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Luo took some ingredients and made a lunch, and then came to the village entrance to wait for other players. Sure enough, at about 3 o'clock, other players also came to the village. Number 6 saw Su Luo and shouted in surprise, "We are here!" Su Luo nodded to her. The players behind appeared in front of Su Luo one after another. Number 7 asked with a dark face, "Why didn't you remind us? Come here directly? Do you want to take the task reward for yourself?" Su Luo almost laughed when she heard this nonsense. Who gave him the illusion that he could control her? Number 6 heard Number 7's words of repaying kindness with enmity and scolded him angrily. If there was no lost, you still don't know about this task. Then we waste another day on that crappy game, and the mission won't be completed. How dare you blame them? Number 11 also said, "That's right. Telling you is a favor. Not telling is my duty. Do you want them to find this place and come back to pick you up? It's fine if you don't know how to be grateful, but you're still talking nonsense. If you have the ability, you can find this village by yourself." Number 11 was obviously angry at his shamelessness, and he retorted with a red face. Chapter 24. Number 7's face turned red and blue after what they said, and he stubbornly retorted, "She obviously found out that something was wrong a long time ago. Why didn't she say it at that time? She obviously wanted to keep it all to herself." Number 6 was about to say something else, but was stopped by Su Luo. You and Number 11 come with me. Since the rest of you hate me so much, I think you don't want to get any information from me. So just explore it by yourselves. Su Luo had long discovered that when Number 7 was speaking, except for Number 6 and Number 11, everyone else chose to remain silent, obviously agreeing with what Number 7 said. Su Luo was too lazy to explain anything. Anyway, she would not lead these ungrateful people. Explanations were meaningless except wasting time. She turned around and walked back. You and Number 11 were stunned for a moment, and then followed her. Some people who didn't believe in evil also wanted to follow, thinking, "I will follow you. Let's see what you can do to me." Su Luo didn't turn her head, but said in a voice that was neither loud nor soft, but just loud enough for everyone to hear, "Don't force me to send you out now." Don't think Su Luo is scaring them. She said this because she is really sure, if they followed Su Luo again, she could just lure them all into the room, and then lure the werewolves she had just found over there. As long as she lures enough werewolves, there's no need to worry about these people not dying. This matter was just a little troublesome for her, but it had no effect on her plan. Yes, that's right. Su Luo now has a more definite plan. Next, she just needs to find treasures while implementing her plan. Although Number 7, who originally wanted to follow them, was a little unconvinced. He thought Su Luo was bluffing, but he still didn't dare to risk his life. That would be a real loss. So he had to go back cursing. Su Luo ignored him. A biting dog doesn't bark. His behavior made Su Luo feel at ease. After taking the two back to the village chief's house, the three of them ate the lunch prepared by Su Luo together. Thanks to her life as an orphan, Su Luo cooked delicious meals. She used to work as a helper in the kitchen of a restaurant, and also learned a trick from the chef. After eating, Yu praised the food highly. With her mouth full of food, she was still forcing herself to speak. "New. It's so delicious. You made it so delicious." After swallowing the food, she said with a sad expression, "Why have you found someone else as your teammate?" After hearing this, Number 11 asked Su Luo in surprise, "You already have a teammate?" Su Luo nodded. "I met him a few times before." Number 11 said a little embarrassedly, "I thought that big guys like you would look down on us mortals. So you wouldn't form a team." "I was wrong. You may still meet a big guy." After listening to this, Yu laughed. Speaking of Yu, she is also a magical person. Although she is beautiful and has a gentle name, she is definitely a bold person. You can tell by just looking at the way she eats. She eats like a raging storm. Su Luo also eats very fast. This is something she learned when she was in the orphanage. In the orphanage, only if you eat fast enough, you will not be robbed of food by other children who are still hungry after eating. Of course, because Su Luo's fighting power is super high, no one dares to snatch her food. But because the food in the orphanage is very precious, every child here eats slowly, and Su Luo is no exception. This leads to the fact that in the eyes of Hiyu and number 11, Su Luo seems to eat slowly, but she eats the rice in the bowl quickly, even faster than Hiyu, who seems to be devouring it. Among these three people, there is obviously an outlier. That is number 11. The other two were performing at full speed on the side, while he was performing slow cooking on a low fire. He was the only one among the three who really ate slowly. So when Su Luo and Hiyu finished eating, the rice in the bowl of number 11 was only half gone. Hiyu himself was more straightforward, and directly introduced number 11. Now we are in the same trench, eating from the same pot of rice. So we are comrades. Let's introduce each other. My name is Hiyu. This one is lost. What about you? You can't let us keep calling each other number 11. Right? Number 11 is obviously a shy child. It is estimated that apart from his family, he has only spoken to a few girls. His face flushed a little, and he said weakly, "My name is Jinjai." After thinking about it, perhaps knowing that this name is not easy to call, he added quietly and seriously, "You can just call me Ajai." Ajai, the two said together, while Ajai lowered his head to eat. He quickly whispered in Su Luo's ear, "It's a bit cute." Then he sat back immediately, pretending nothing happened. Su Luo looked at Hiyu and Ajai, then retracted her gaze, and did not answer Hiyu's words. Hiyu obviously did not expect Su Luo's answer, and she continued to say to Ajai, "I am quite surprised that you dared to stand up and speak for justice just now." Indeed, Su Luo was also very surprised by this, because before, Ajai gave people the impression that he was particularly shy and did not like to talk. When he stood up just now, it was obvious that he was not used to it. He seems to be a man full of justice. While Su Luo and the other two were having a harmonious meal, the other group was starving. After Su Luo left, the group encouraged each other and tried to find a villager to accept them. However, most of the villagers they found looked at them coldly, while some smiled and refused when asked about accommodation, saying that their homes were inconvenient. They had been traveling for 6 hours and had not had lunch yet. In addition, there was a dispute over whether there was a place to stay, and this already plastic brotherhood began to quarrel among themselves. After being rejected for another stay, the group found a rock to sit down. Number 3 complained, "It's all your fault. If you hadn't offended number 1, would we have to do this?" Number 5 replied, "That's right. Number 1 was obviously here to pick us up. If you hadn't said that, we would have had a hot meal in the house now." Number 5 was Su Luo's teammate and had a good impression of her. He just didn't dare to speak because he didn't want to offend the group. Now he was obviously dragged down by number 11, so he couldn't help but explode. However, at this time, he had obviously chosen to forget that it was not only the perpetrators who would harm the victims. People who watched coldly, who could have stopped it but chose to remain silent, were also another form of perpetrators. But obviously, unless he experienced it himself, he would never understand this truth. However, number 10 was obviously not a pushover. He had already seen that having more people go together would not help the mission, so he was not afraid of offending people. He stood up and shouted, "Why are you two acting so high and mighty here? Why didn't you say anything when I said number 1? You just think I'm right and want to make some money from me." He sneered at the group of people in front of him who seemed to be under a spell of silence. "It's just because I was the first one to come forward that you are putting the blame on me at this time. Oh, since we don't like each other, let's go our separate ways." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. The team was still in silence, and number 7 whispered, "Why is he like this?" But no one paid attention to him. After a while, number 2 also walked away, ignoring the questions from the people behind him. In just 1 minute, there was no one on the stone just now. Su Luo didn't know the dog-eat-dog plot here, and she probably wouldn't feel anything even if she knew. At this time, she was seriously introducing the rules to Hiyu and Azai. "We need to eliminate all the werewolves in the village. This is a spray that can tell who is a werewolf." As she spoke, she took out a bottle of spray, introduced the rules to them, and then gave them the bottle. "You two use this bottle. And you must kill at least 5 werewolves. Why 5? Because a bottle of spray can poison 5 werewolves at most. Only if you kill 5. It will not be a loss. The two listened and nodded seriously. After the introduction, Su Luo and the two of them acted separately. And Su Luo began her mission of gathering intelligence. Knock. 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 An old lady opened the door. And when she saw Su Luo, she put on a deliberate smile on her face. Hey, isn't this the Lord of God? What are you doing here? Su Luo thought. It seems that this is also a werewolf. But she obviously didn't intend to destroy her at this moment. She came to ask questions. Aren't you going to invite me in? Su Luo tilted her head and asked. Please, please, the old lady said, turning around and welcoming Su Luo in. Su Luo found that she still had a bad taste. This expression of forcing herself to do things happily even though she was obviously unwilling was really interesting. I came here to ask you for some information. Su Luo said straight to the point. You ask? The old lady replied. Is there anyone that the werewolves cannot kill? Su Luo needed to know who might be the real villagers. Well, but the 1-year-old baby is blessed by God. And the werewolf can't touch it. Su Luo nodded and asked again. You have lived in this village for so long. You must have seen what the treasure looks like. Su Luo's question was actually very knowledgeable. She deliberately emphasized lived for so long. In this case, if the old lady said she had never seen it, it would violate this qualifier, which was equivalent to admitting that she was a werewolf. The old lady obviously thought of this. So she said directly, I have seen it. It is a bead from the original ancestral hall. Su Luo then asked, in order to eliminate the werewolves in the village as soon as possible, can you take me to the ancestral hall? This sentence is similar to the previous one. The old lady nodded helplessly and said, let's go. When she arrived at the ancestral hall, Su Luo found that there was indeed a lot of things in the ancestral hall. Chapter 25. The two came to the ancestral hall, and what caught their eyes was a statue of a goddess that was not too big. The goddess had a pretty face, with a wild beauty on her face. However, the ancestral hall was covered with dust, and it was obvious that no one had taken care of it for many years. The statue's hand was clenched, and it could be seen that there should have been something in the palm. Obviously, the missing thing in the palm was the stolen bead. Su Luo thought, if I took this bead and wanted to hide it, but couldn't destroy it, where would I hide it? A round, medium-sized bead? Su Luo had several answers in her mind. She did not intend to verify her guess directly, but turned to the old woman to learn about the information of the goddess statue and the treasure. After all, if she guessed correctly, exploring the secrets of this village should be one of the hidden tasks. She smiled and said, do you know anything about this statue and the bead? The old woman knew that she had revealed so much information, and it would not matter if she revealed a little more. She sorted out her thoughts and recalled, the goddess was a wolf child in our village hundreds of years ago. She was taken away by wolves when she was young, and was not found by the village until she was 8 years old. At that time, the people and wolves in this village lived in harmony. So the goddess grew up under the care of both people and wolves, the old woman said, with some yearning. Later, it was said that the goddess had been doing good deeds and accumulating virtues, studying medicine and saving many people and wolves. But in the end, she was taken away by the gods. Before she left a magical bead to protect humans and wolves. So we built a statue for her for future generations to worship. Su Luo asked again, why did only humans live in the village later? Why did the relationship between humans and wolves break down? A trace of disgust flashed in the old woman's eyes. The human body protected by the gods gained a little divine power, and their strength and speed increased. But no. But the wolf tribe did not change at all. So those people thought that the wolf tribe was not protected by the goddess, and wanted to expel the werewolves. The disgust on the old woman's face became more and more obvious. Later, a wolf couldn't bear it anymore and ate a man, and found that he turned into a werewolf. The wolf tribe then realized that the goddess had always protected them, and humans were just a reserved food for the wolf tribe to become stronger. When she said this, she had some pride on her face again. But from the day the wolf tribe ate the man, the werewolves could not enter the village. Later, by chance, the werewolf raised another wolf boy. So the werewolf let him enter the village to find out the secret of why werewolves cannot enter the village. In the end, it was discovered that it was the bead in the hands of the goddess that caused the trouble. You know what happened later. Well, the story later was the beginning. The wolf boy stole the bead and put it in the werewolf. Su Luo was actually skeptical about the old woman version. The goddess was obviously grateful to both wolves and humans. How could she let the two tribes kill each other? But the old woman's expression was sincere, and she should not have lied to her. So there must be something that the two tribes overlooked. Su Luo felt that the problem was still with the bead. She left the ancestral hall, and came to the big banyan tree at the entrance of the village. When she first arrived here, she felt that the tree hole on the tree was very suitable for hiding secrets. Su Luo walked forward and dug in the tree hole, and indeed took out a brown bead. Su Luo observed it carefully, but did not find anything. It was just that at the moment of taking it, she felt a faint airflow surrounding her. It was already late, and Su Luo returned to the house. Yu and Ajai had already returned, and they were a little excited to say that they had killed two werewolves together. Su Luo smiled and said nothing. She had received a lot of information today, and she needed to sort it out. Su Luo returned to the room and began to think about the story. She was really confused about the goddess's actions. She was raised by wolves and humans, but her final direct beneficiaries were only humans. Is this possible? Later, the werewolves discovered that they could evolve by eating human flesh. Isn't this intentional to make the two tribes kill each other? The humans in the story are also very strange, because they think that the goddess does not protect the wolf tribe. They bully the weak and directly expel the wolf tribe. Although it is said that those who are not of our race must have different hearts, they should not be so cruel to the wolf tribe that they have lived with for many years. Right? The loopholes in this story are really big. Something is obviously omitted. Obviously, both tribes have misunderstood something. Su Luo thought about it, and felt that the breakthrough might be with the witch. The witch is the only priest in this village, and might know something. Unfortunately, the witch is dead. I hope there are some clues in her relics. Su Luo gradually fell asleep. The next morning, Su Luo went to the old woman's house first. When the old woman saw Su Luo coming to visit again, she was as if she was facing a great enemy. After she came back, she thought about it carefully and felt that she had been exposed. So now she thought that Su Luo was here to destroy her. Su Luo smiled at the old woman in a friendly way, but in the old woman's eyes, it was a devil's smile. The old woman asked stiffly, "What are you doing here? I have told you everything I can tell you." Su Luo took out the bead. The old woman widened her eyes. "You actually found this bead?" Except for the wolf boy, no one knows where this bead is. If she had not believed in the wolf boy's loyalty, she would have thought that the wolf boy was instigated by this hateful god's messenger. The old woman said helplessly, "Then what are you doing here?" According to the rules that when the bead is in the hands of the goddess, werewolves cannot enter the village to see. As long as the bead is placed in the hands of the goddess, the werewolves in the village will be wiped out. Su Luo smiled and said, "Touch this bead and see if you feel anything." The old woman looked at Su Luo in doubt and touched the bead tentatively. She had intended to move her hand away immediately after touching it, but she was attracted by a strange feeling at the moment of touching it and couldn't let go. In Su Luo's eyes, the old woman was emitting a brown halo at this time, and the wrinkles on her face were also faded. After waiting for a while, seeing that the old woman was still not going to let go of the bead, Su Luo took the initiative to move the bead away. She was eager to verify her guess, and asked anxiously, "What did you feel just now?" The old woman was still a little dazed, and she answered dully, "I felt some power flowing into my body, and my mind seemed to be clearer." Although the werewolves said that the goddess used humans as a reserve for the advancement of werewolves. In fact, most of the werewolves believed in their hearts that the goddess had forgotten them. Now the old woman suddenly realized that she seemed to have misunderstood something. She had a bad feeling in her heart, but she was still comforting herself. It's okay. Although the goddess may not have forgotten them, it is an indisputable fact that humans took the initiative to kill them. Su Luo did not intend to explain anything to the old woman now. She just hurried to the witch's house. Her premonition became stronger and stronger, and there must be some big secrets in the witch's house that were related to the whole thing. It was noon when she arrived at the witch's house. Su Luo walked in and found that there were many divination items in the witch's house, which seemed very mysterious. When a person leaves, the tea is forgotten. The witch died only a few days ago, but spiders have already spread their webs in her house. Su Luo searched everywhere and found a small notebook in a dark box. Su Luo had a hunch that the truth of the matter was in this notebook. She carefully opened the notebook and found that the witch had recorded everything she predicted in this notebook. The front part was all unimportant things like things that Wang Wu lost were stolen by Li Si. And Lao Zhang's wife was having an affair with Lao Wang next door. Su Luo was speechless. This divination was really gossipy. The witch must be the one who knew the most gossip in the village. She read it patiently page by page. It was not until the 23rd page that Su Luo finally saw the key part she wanted. I divined that the village would be occupied by werewolves in the end. What are werewolves? Is it transformed from wolves? I must tell the village chief quickly. The village chief can no longer stop this. I must divine again. Even if it consumes my vitality. The first werewolf appeared. The prophecy is true. I predicted that a divine messenger would come to save the village. The village is saved. I can't wait any longer. I can't even tell how many people are left in the village. I'm going to summon the divine messenger. Is that the case? Su Luo has almost figured out the whole thing. She is a little disappointed. The goddess herself does want to help both races. Her beads can help humans gain strength, and also help werewolves improve their IQ. But the transformation of werewolves is obviously more difficult. So the wolf tribe did not change before. Or they did not realize their changes. And what about the human side? The witch predicted that the wolf tribe would destroy the village. So there was a massacre of werewolves. Human bodies have absorbed a lot of divine power. So the wolf will promote mutation after eating. But at the same time, werewolves are a sinful race. So Shuzi will naturally not let them enter the village again. Who is to blame for all this? Blame the humans for killing the wolves? That was a self-rescue action. Blame the wolves for eating people? That was also a self-rescue. Blame the witch's divination? Such a result really confirms the result of the witch's divination. Blame the goddess for leaving the treasure? The goddess was kind-hearted. It seems that everyone here is right. But they all directly or indirectly caused this result. Alas, Su Luo sighed. The goddess's kindness in repaying a favor led to the almost complete annihilation of the humans and wolves in the entire village. This really makes people feel emotional. What would those dead people, wolves, and the villagers who are still alive think if they knew this result? Chapter 26. Su Luo was about to go home for lunch, but unexpectedly found some uninvited guests at home. It was Number 10 and his gang. Number 10 felt that this dungeon was just teasing him. At first, it was clearly a normal werewolf. But the system suddenly told them that werewolf was fake. And they hadn't even reached the dungeon site. They hurried to the dungeon site. And then, they offended the only big boss in this dungeon. He thought that he could offend them. Anyway, they had more people on their side. But these villagers are simply poisonous. And none of them cooperate with them. A whole day passed. And they still didn't get any news. In the end, the few people who were noisy at the beginning actually went their separate ways. However, this was useless. Next, the villagers were still unwilling to reveal the copy information. Until now, he couldn't even understand what this copy asked him to do. Originally, I thought there would be werewolves and villagers in the village. It was normal for the werewolves to have a bad attitude. But they came to save the villagers. Shouldn't the villagers kowtow to them and express gratitude? As a result, the whole village looked at them as if they were enemies. Number 10 even suspected that the whole village was full of werewolves. What Number 10 didn't know was that, to some extent, he had discovered the truth. It was already the second day in this village. And the only information he got was the address of Number 1. Number 1 actually lived in this village. He was shocked when he heard the news. Was they playing a game? There was really no other way out. He was desperate and planned to try his luck at Number 1's place to see if Number 1 could tell him some news. Unexpectedly, the people who had gone their separate ways before all came together. Obviously, they had no other choice. If Su Luo knew, she would probably scold them for being like-minded. The people put aside their past grudges and exchanged news with each other. From Number 5. Number 7 learned that Number 1's place was actually the village chief's house. Number 7 thought about it carefully, and thought that it should be the village chief who came to receive them. But Number 1 occupied it. He told the others about this guess. And they all agreed with it. Several people suddenly became indignant, and felt that it was all Number 1's fault. If it weren't for her not telling them the information given by the village chief, and not giving them the house given by the village chief, they wouldn't be so embarrassed and waste so much time. Several people were eager to wait for Su Luo to come back, wanting to ask for an explanation. This is what happened now. Number 7 was stunned when he saw Su Luo coming back, and then said arrogantly, "Why didn't you tell us the information given by the village chief?" Su Luo was a little surprised that they could think of this. But what does it have to do with her? Su Luo looked at him coldly and replied, I got the information by my own ability. Why should I tell you? Number 7 choked immediately. There was nothing wrong with what he said. Su Luo really had no responsibility to tell him. Number 7 thought for a while and asked again, then why don't you give us the room that the village chief gave us? Su Luo looked at him doubtfully. Did I forbid you to live in it? Number 7 choked again. But... Number 7 really couldn't say anything. It was indeed because they came late that they missed the important information. It was also because of them that they had not found the village chief's house, which they could have moved in a long time ago. But number 7 was very angry. Anyway, they were a lot of people. Number 7 turned around and looked at the large group of people behind him. The arrogance that had subsided rose again. We have occupied this house. If you insist on coming in, don't blame us for kicking you out. Several people behind him wanted to stop him when they heard this. But when they thought about it, it was because number 1 hid the key information and didn't tell them that they could live here, that they were in such a mess. These people were a little resentful, so they kept silent. Anyway, there were only a few days left in this copy, so it wasn't too much for them to do this. Right? Su Luo was almost laughing at the shamelessness of this group of people. She was about to say something when she heard footsteps behind her. Su Luo turned around and saw that it was He Yu and Ashai. The two had come back with a lot of harvest, but found that the ungrateful guys were surrounding their door. They felt something was wrong and walked up to Su Luo to ask. Su Luo briefly described what happened just now. He Yu had a bad temper and was about to hit someone. Number 7 had returned to the team when the two of them came. Seeing that she looked like she was going to hit someone, he immediately tensed up and prepared to release his skills. Su Luo grabbed He Yu and said to her, "Let's go." After saying that, he turned around and left. Azai followed Su Luo silently. Seeing that the two of them had left, He Yu stamped her feet angrily and had to follow. The group of people behind saw the three people leave in a humiliated manner, and the atmosphere suddenly relaxed. Number 9 was still talking after the fact. I knew that number 1 was just a paper tiger. It seems that she was just lucky to find this village. Let's go in quickly to find the clues she left, and then have a good meal. The few of them walked into the house arm in arm, as if they had won a battle. Su Luo had already walked away, and He Yu was beside her, asking angrily and puzzledly, "Are you too cowardly? Even if you can't beat them, at least take the spray away. There must be a lot of clues you found in that house. Right? Just give it away like that?" Su Luo turned around and explained seriously, "I have a portable space, and the clues have been taken away long ago. I have found a way to complete this copy, so it doesn't matter whether the house is livable or not. If they want it, just give it to them." He felt that there were too many flaws in this sentence, and she didn't know where to start. Ashai was calmer, and he asked in surprise, "What is a portable space?" Su Luo replied, "After you get out of the dungeon, go to the player forum and search for keywords, and you will know." He Yu also reacted at this time and asked directly, "Are you going to solve this dungeon?" Su Luo nodded and ordered, "Go and call all the villagers to the ancestral hall." The two nodded and went their separate ways. Su Luo went to the old woman house alone. Half an hour later, all the villagers came to the ancestral hall. The scene was a little noisy. "Why are we here? Is there any news that requires the whole village to be present?" the villagers whispered. Su Luo clapped her hands and signaled everyone to be quiet. After the noise at the scene died down, she said, "I gathered everyone this time to clarify the truth of the past 100 years. The villagers' voices that had just been suppressed became louder again. What's the truth? What don't we know? This girl just talks nonsense." The scene was in chaos again. Su Luo picked up the swana that had been prepared long ago and blew it. The scene suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. Who can compete with the swana? Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. This skill that she accidentally learned when she was a child could actually come in handy. She felt mixed emotions in her heart. Su Luo cleared her throat and told the story slowly. Once there was a little girl. She was a wolf child. Su Luo's voice was very pleasant, clear and gentle. She told the villagers the truth that had been hidden for 100 years. The good intentions that had been misunderstood for 100 years. For a moment, the scene was silent. In the end, the wolf tribe killed almost all the villagers in the village. Indeed, Su Luo estimated that there were only a handful of real humans in this village now. until Su Luo finished telling the whole story. The villagers still didn't react. Su Luo did not say anything, giving the villagers time to react. After a while, a villager spoke up, somewhat unconfidently saying, "You are lying. You have no evidence." Su Luo first took out the witch's diary and passed it around for the villagers to read. Then, she brought the old woman who had been invited to the stage and asked her to prove these things. The old woman sighed and said, "The envoy of God is right. The bead really made me full of power. We have always misunderstood the goddess. And we have made a big mistake." Her expression became more complicated, and her old voice sounded so sad. Humans, because of an inexplicable prophecy, drove out the wolf tribe, and because of accumulated jealousy, killed humans. Now, we have driven humans to extinction, and we ourselves have become the embodiment of sin. As she spoke, tears were already streaming down her face. When I was young, I remember a little girl from the human race bandaged my wounds. But now, she has died tragically in the mouth of wolves due to the misunderstanding between the two tribes. I am already very tired. Let me go down to atone for my sins. As the old woman spoke, the light in her eyes gradually faded, and she fell on the stage. Su Luo did not look. She knew she was dead. The voices of doubt gradually dissipated, and the werewolves present had complicated expressions. Many of them shed tears, and some female werewolves whimpered. Su Luo took out the beads that had been prepared long ago and said to them, "This farce that spanned a century should also come to an end." Everyone knew what would happen if the bead was put down, but no one stopped her. Su Luo put the bead back into the hands of the goddess. In an instant, the bead burst into dazzling light, and the white light quickly expanded, finally covering the entire village. Under the purification of this white light, all filth disappeared. After a moment, the white light dissipated. Su Luo opened her eyes, and there was only a young boy in front of her, holding a baby less than a month old with tears streaming down his face. The boy choked and said, "I was once raised by the wolf tribe, and later lived in the human world. I once stole the gem to repay my gratitude, and in the future I will raise this child to grow up healthy and safe to repent." Su Luo nodded. "A wolf boy who made a big mistake. A remaining orphan. I hope you can restore the peace and happiness of this village 100 years ago. Ding. The copy is completed. Chapter 27. Congratulations to the player lost successfully cleared the dungeon real werewolf killing, and received a reward, points plus 60, 30 werewolves x2. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden mission. 1. Find the truth about the werewolf village, and received a reward, a tribute point plus 1. 2. One person slaughtered more than 85% of the NPCs in the field, and received a reward, a tribute point plus 1. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the dungeon item, Earth Spirit Pearl, unique. Su Luo has discovered this time that speed is also very important. She plans to increase spirit mainly and speed as a supplement. So she said, add attribute points to spirit and speed respectively. Open the panel, life, 25, plus 6, strength, 7. Speed, 12, plus 1, spirit, 14, plus 3, endurance, 10. Charm, 12. Scores, 77. Talent skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleport a person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed. It can only be used once in a copy. Skill 1. Healing bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds. Su Luo clicked on the Earth Spirit Pearl again and checked the item attributes. Earth Spirit Pearl, Earth Element ordinary level magic weapon. Can be embedded in weapons by Earth Element players to provide a continuous supply of Earth power. Earth skill CD reduced by 1, non-normal attack in addition. 1. The Earth Spirit Pearl can be combined with other 5-element Spirit Pearls. 5 Spirit Pearls together can form a ordinary magical weapon light and dark Spirit Pearls, or be promoted to a spiritual magical weapon of any 5-element attribute. 2. Those who own the Spirit Pearl will be more likely to go to the same dungeon with other Spirit Pearl related tasks, or Spirit Pearl holders. Although this Earth Spirit Pearl only reduces the skill CD by 1, it is very likely to be one step ahead in actual combat. Su Luo was very surprised. The best treasures that ordinary players can get are ordinary level treasures. Even many elite players don't have ordinary level magic treasures. It's just a pity that this Spirit Pearl is of the Earth element, and neither she nor Yunfei Bai can use it. Su Luo herself is of the light attribute. And priests can only be of the three attributes of light, water, and wood. Maybe it is because of this reason that priests are more rare. Although Su Luo doesn't know what Yunfei Bai's attribute is, she knows very well that Yunfei Bai must not be of the earth element. Just looking at Yunfei Bai's appearance. Even if someone said he was a god, not really, Su Luo would believe it. She made a lot of money in this dungeon. Su Luo thought about the story of this dungeon and felt a sense of cause and effect. The prophecy made by the witch was really unchangeable. And it was because of the appearance of this prophecy that this prophecy came true. Su Luo didn't know what to say. She lay on the soft big bed and left everything she experienced in the dungeon in her dream. When she woke up, she was full of energy again. Number 10 was having dinner with a group of people at the village chief's house. He was a little proud and a little angry. He was proud because they had robbed Su Luo's house. A poor phoenix is no better than a chicken. It was really pleasing. He was angry because if he had known that number 1 was so cowardly, he would have followed her directly at the beginning and would not have wasted 2 days. While eating, a white light suddenly flashed. Before number 10 could think about what was going on, the reminder of the end of the copy sounded. The second before he returned to the copy space, he thought, no wonder number 1 didn't want this house. In this round, he won by doing nothing. Number 10 thought that even if he couldn't come, it wouldn't affect number 1's progress at all. Thinking about it, he became proud again. What if number 1 doesn't like him? Isn't he forced to help him win by doing nothing? As a result, when number 10 saw the copy settlement, he was completely stunned. Player strong and invincible, this copy has completed less than 1% of the task progress, and is considered to be passive play, and will be punished. 1. Copy failed. 2. Deduct 10 points. In addition, if there is a next time, the deducted points will be doubled. The next day, Su Luo was not in a hurry at all because she had to wait for Yunfei Bai to form a team, and she only had 1 dungeon left to complete. She put on a black cap leisurely and prepared to take a walk. The scenery of the imperial capital was very good, although there were no ancient buildings with a long history like those in the original continent. The planning of the whole place was very good because of the experience. There were not only novices in the community where Su Luo lived. This was what Su Luo found after 2 days of wandering. There are not only novices, but also many retired grandpas and grandmas who have lived past 60. Don't underestimate these people. It is not easy for them to live to 60, especially when they are old and have insufficient energy. Those who can still survive are very powerful. Su Luo respects these people very much. Although they no longer enter the dungeon, the experience and lessons they have are what newcomers like her need most. Su Luo herself looks very well behaved and sweet-mouthed, and the grandpas and grandmas in the community are willing to teach her. Of course, these old men have experienced so many copies and have seen countless people. They can see that Su Luo is a good person. Otherwise, they would not be willing to take her. Su Luo has learned a lot here. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the address book suddenly rang. Su Luo opened it and saw that it was Yunfei Bai as expected. Yunfei Bai, I'm ready. Su Luo, team up. Yunfei Bai, sure. The same place as last time? Su Luo, okay. I be there at 3 o'clock. After Su Luo replied, she turned around and walked towards Meters Bonwei. New players, like them, who have been playing for less than a month don't have to pay for taking the bus or other things by swiping their ID cards. After a month, the government will give a subsidy of 1,000 yuan a month to new players who have been playing for less than a year. If 1,000 yuan is not enough, then you have to earn it yourself. When Su Luo arrived, Yunfei Bai was already sitting there. The sunlight hit his face, making his fair skin look more transparent. His long eyelashes were slightly turned up, and he was undoubtedly an eyelash fairy. He just sat there, holding an unknown book in his hand, looking like he was living a peaceful life. The scene was too beautiful, and Su Luo was a little dazed. She shook her head and walked forward. Yunfei Bai. Yunfei Bai looked up and saw Su Luo standing in front of him. He stood up and smiled, saying, "You are here. Sit down." Then he pulled out a chair for her. The two of them were isolated as before. Su Luo asked, "Have you finished the copy?" Yunfei Bai nodded. "I got an attribute point." Su Luo smiled and said happily, "I got 2. So we are the same." During the first assessment dungeon, Yunfei Bai robbed the boss and got an attribute point. She still remembers it. Yunfei Bai also laughed and invited her to form a team. Su Luo clicked to agree. and the two began to check each other's attributes. This is another advantage of forming a team. You can directly see each other's attributes, items, etc. Yun Fei Bai. Player i.e. Black Occupation, Blood Clan Assassin. Life, 25, plus 10, Strength, 14, plus 2, Speed, 14, plus 2, Spirit, 7. Stamina, 11. Charm, 15. Points, 57. Talent Skill, Nightfall, Legendary. Create 5 cubic meters of dark fog, which has no restrictions on the vision of the skill owner. The fog causes 0.5 damage per second to the enemy, and reflects back to itself. The skill owner can shuttle freely in the fog. Skill 1, Nether Thrust, Short Dash causes damage equal to Strength x Speed, /2. And after each attack, he will recover 20% of his HP. CD, 2 seconds. Items, 1, Dark Dagger Common, upgradable. Bound. 2. Favorable Perfume, can make NPCs relax their vigilance. 3. Fake Death Pill, eat half to make the user achieve fake death. If no one who is fake dead eats the other half, the user will become a real dead person after 10 days. Eating it all at once has no effect. By Universe Company. 4. Butterfly Card, a butterfly flapping its wings in Brazil can cause a tornado in Texas a month later. Using this card, you can do a very small thing, but it will definitely make a big change, but not necessarily a good change. After reading Yun Fei Bai's panel, Su Luo felt that she might have made a profit. At least this person's initial level was higher than hers. The items obtained were also enough. And the hidden profession made her feel that this person didn't need a priest at all. And this talent skill can only be said to be worthy of the legendary level. Too strong. The skill can be used to escape, and it can also be used to attack. After the upgrade, it is estimated that the area of the dark space will increase. It's really amazing. Su Luo was sighing here, but she didn't know that Yun Fei Bai on the opposite side had similar thoughts in his mind. Su Luo's hidden profession makes her both offensive and defensive, and it is easy to play the pig and eat the tiger. Although the initial attributes are not as good as his, it is better that there is no need to add double points. I don't know what the other party went through in the last copy, but he actually got a common treasure directly, and it may be upgraded. It's really a bit strong. And Su Luo's innate skill, which can not only be used to escape, but also to restore status, is a bit outrageous. The two people praised each other's business in their hearts, and the more they watched, the more satisfied they were, and the atmosphere became more and more harmonious. Su Luo smiled and asked, "Is your butterfly card interesting?" Ji Hei replied, "The story of the last copy is that a village was wiped out because of a butterfly effect. We need to help their souls get rid of it." Su Luo nodded and said seriously, "Have you found that the description of this butterfly card is very similar to the description of the fake death pill?" Speaking of business, Yun Fei Bai also became serious. "Indeed, I suspect it is also produced by the Universe Company. It has been the second time Su Luo has to suspect that the Universe Company should really exist, and it is likely to be a behemoth. But obviously, such a company is not yet at the level they can contact." Su Luo stopped thinking about it. If this butterfly card is used well, it can create miracles when it is at a disadvantage. Su Luo thought for a while and said, Chapter 28. Yun Fei Bai nodded and said yes. If you use it in an extremely disadvantageous situation, you may get a good result. Anyway, it can't be any worse. Su Luo deeply agreed. In simple terms, it is a prop used in a big disadvantageous situation. Very good. After listening to Yun Fei Bai, Su Luo also talked about her experience in this dungeon. After listening to Yun Fei Bai was also amazed. Is the system good at deceiving people? It's not difficult to survive in this dungeon, but it's really not easy to pass it. Yun Fei Bai felt that if he entered this dungeon, he might not be able to do as well as Su Luo. Yun Fei Bai suddenly remembered something and said, "Oh, by the way, I got a long-term task in the cat and mouse dungeon. Take a look." Su Luo didn't pay attention just now, but now after being reminded, she looked carefully and found that there was another long-term task below. After reading it, she said with emotion, "The secret of the cat village can actually be explored into a long-term task. My Ling Zhu is actually a long-term task. You also have a long-term task. And I also have a long-term task. Alas, two people have to shoulder a huge burden at the beginning." Yun Fei Bai smiled. "It's not bad. After all, the benefits are very high. In my long-term mission, from the Cat Village dungeon. It can be seen that there should be a lot of props. And your mission. The final benefits should be very useful in the early stage. In general, we still make money. The two chatted happily. The day flew by. And when it was almost dark, the two discussed the time of the next dungeon. And then unanimously decided to start the last dungeon of this month at 9 o'clock the day after tomorrow. 2 days passed quickly. And in the blink of an eye, it was time to go to the next dungeon. After Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai exchanged breath, they clicked enter the dungeon. Life, 25, plus 6, strength, 7. Speed, 12, plus 1, spirit, 14, plus 3, stamina, 10. Charm, 12. Points, 164. Talented skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleport one person with full health to any place the skill owner has passed, and can only be used once in a dungeon. First skill, Healing Bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds, after a dizzy spell. Su Luo opened her eyes, and found herself on a bus. Su Luo looked to the side, and saw Yun Fei Bai. Team players are not affected by their teammates' disguises. So when Su Luo turned around, she was hit by the beauty of her new teammate. Well, the new teammate still has shortcomings, which can easily make her dizzy. Looking at the doubts in her teammate's eyes, Su Luo calmed down and looked around. This should be a tourist bus. The air conditioner was blowing cold air slowly, and the environment inside the car was very comfortable. Outside was a winding mountain road, and the buzzing sound of the bus starting made people drowsy. Su Luo confirmed that there should be no danger in the short term, and opened the system to check the tasks. Copy, Aquarium Prison. Mission, successfully leave the Aquarium Prison. Background, you and your boyfriend participated in a travel activity for some reason. Enjoy this wonderful couple's holiday. Confirming that there are indeed no other prompts. Su Luo twitched her lips. It was really concise. A wonderful holiday. It should be a life-threatening holiday. Speaking of lovers, it seems that it is the one next to me. But what exactly does the some reasons in the background refer to? Su Luo felt that it shouldn't be that simple. Aquarium Prison. Is it really a prison? Or is it just a gimmick? Otherwise, why would they come here to travel? Or, Su Luo thought thoughtfully. Suddenly, in front of the carriage, a girl wearing a red vest and a red hat, who looked extremely ordinary, spoke, "Dear passengers, we are about to arrive at our destination. Please pack your bags. We still have 10 minutes to get off the bus." It seems that the person who shouted was the tour guide. After the tour guide finished speaking, a man shouted, "Tour guide, please introduce this aquarium to us again." Su Luo looked in the direction of the voice, and saw a young handsome man, who looked a little handsome. Su Luo estimated that this person should be a player. There were more than 20 people in the car. According to the principle that the maximum number of people in an ordinary game copy is 12. Many of them should be real NPCs. NPCs and players are easy to distinguish, except for the players who pretended to sleep. The NPCs in this dungeon are currently very sleepy, and only the players are so awake. This player is quite smart. He knows that the tour guide must have introduced it before coming here, so he used the word again, which is inconsistent with the appearance and is easy to be confused. When the tour guide heard the man's words, a strange light flashed in his eyes, and then he turned into his sunny and cheerful appearance and said with a smile, "Then I will explain it again." She deliberately emphasized the word again, as if she knew something. The place we are going to is the Mermaid Aquarium, which is also a local tourist attraction. Here, tourists can watch mermaid performances and experience becoming a mermaid themselves. There are also various exciting activities waiting for everyone to experience. After the trip, everyone can go home. Wait, it's Mermaid Aquarium instead of Aquarium Prison? Shouldn't we all know that this is a prison? Su Luo was a little surprised. What was even more strange was that when the tour guide said the name, he deliberately glanced at her and Yun Fei Bai. Although the people in the car knew the content before coming, they couldn't help cheering when they heard it. Su Luo's heart was, "I die. It doesn't sound like a good activity. What kind of luxury suicide group is this?" But on the surface, it was, "Wow. Great. I'm really looking forward to it." The fake smiled girl. Next to her was Yun Fei Bai, who was also forced to fake smile. Su Luo felt that they were both fake smiles, but her smile was forced to do business, while Yun Fei Bai's smile was that of a sunny boy. And she hated it. Why were they forced to fake smile? It was actually very simple. When you are not familiar with what is going on, learning the behavior of NPCs is a good way to save your life. This is what Su Luo learned from Grandma Wang in the community. Obviously, Yun Feibai also knew about this. But in fact, when she was fake smiling, she was thinking about the tour guide's words in her heart. The tour guide emphasized everyone who came out, which showed that she knew that some people would not be able to come out. I don't know if it was her illusion, but the NPCs around her seemed to be cheering not for the wonderful tourist projects, but for the last sentence, go home. Other players also knew that the next aquarium trip would not be very good, but they were not like Su Luo and Yun Feibai, who absorbed the essence of the old men and women in the entire community. Therefore, there were still very few players who insisted on operating like Su Luo and Yun Feibai. Most of the players had sad faces, which was particularly abrupt among the NPCs with bright smiles. Such a beautiful scenery naturally attracted the attention of the tour guide. I found that some cute little babies don't seem to be looking forward to this trip. Her voice was smiling, but the expression on her face was completely different from what the voice showed. The whites in her eye sockets disappeared and turned completely black, as if only one eye socket was left. Su Luo felt that there was no wind around her. Before she continued to blacken, a player who thought he was smart spoke up. How could we not look forward to it? Why don't you expect us to sign up? Su Luo was simply convinced. This guy had no experience, and he didn't even read the dungeon background carefully. Isn't this courting death? Sure enough, the tour guide smiled, and although her tone was gentle, she said in a sinister tone, "Oh, you didn't sign up voluntarily." As she spoke, she walked to the player, who obviously didn't expect that he had said the wrong thing, and was a little stunned. The tour guide didn't wait for him to explain, and suddenly opened his bloody mouth and swallowed him directly. Su Luo felt that this style was a bit familiar, just like the way the villagers of Cat Village killed people. Yun Feibai glanced at Su Luo, and they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. Obviously, the other party also recognized this familiar way of eating people. Su Luo also found that the NPCs present had indifferent expressions, as if they didn't see this horrifying scene at all. Some of the players present screamed, which attracted the attention of the tour guide. Seeing that the team was about to be wiped out halfway at the beginning, Su Luo still said with a headache, "Tour guide, we are almost there. Don't waste time. I am really looking forward to the tourism project. I don't want to waste time on these insignificant people." The NPCs present heard this and followed suit. This surprised Su Luo. Do these NPCs really want to enter this fatal aquarium? Or is the aquarium only a place for players to die? Speaking for those players, it's not because Su Luo is a saint. But if these guys who are obviously here to die all die at the beginning, then when someone needs to die later, they may have to go on stage themselves. Yun Feibai was not surprised at Su Luo's righteous voice. He also found out, although the guide's introduction was very general, some information was still obtained. One of the important information was that there were many levels. Although I didn't know how this aquarium worked, this guide was obviously the same as them. In other words, they really wanted people to die. Then if there were no deaths in some levels, the NPC in charge of the level would definitely not be very happy, and it would be much more difficult for them to pass the level. So we have to leave some heads for these people. And Su Luo's voice was not an impulse to send heads. She has found that the tour guide attaches great importance to her tour group. Otherwise she would not have patiently answered the handsome boy's questions at the beginning, and flew into a rage when those players showed no interest. Therefore, interrupting her with the travel matter has a high probability of success. Chapter 29. Sure enough, the guide heard this. Her eyes suddenly calmed down, and the whites of her eyes reappeared. She turned around and smiled brightly, saying to Su Luo, "You are right. We can't delay your sightseeing." She clapped her hands. "We have arrived at our destination. Please get off the bus." Su Luo looked out the window, and sure enough, the bus had stopped. As soon as Su Luo got off the bus, she saw a very luxurious gate. There was a lifelike mermaid carved on each of the left and right doorposts. It was inlaid with countless jewels and shells, dazzling and dazzling. It seemed that this was the mermaid aquarium, Su Luo thought. After she stood still, Su Luo observed the surroundings as usual. She keenly discovered that although there were crowds of people around, like a tourist attraction, there seemed to be no single passengers. They all came in groups by bus. The tour guide was the last to get off the bus. She opened the space under the bus and began to distribute luggage to everyone. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai each received a backpack. But they obviously had no desire to open the bags in public, and stood quietly aside, waiting for the tour guide to finish handing out the bags. Su Luo looked around and saw that there were indeed some brainless players who were rummaging through their bags in public, as if they wanted to show it to everyone. What if these people have some special items in their bags? If they do this, they will suffer a big loss sooner or later. But Su Luo was too lazy to remind them. There must be such fools to make the game easier. These people took out the things in their bags, all of which were clothes, food, money, and an ID card. It was clear at a glance, and I guessed it was the same for me. After the tour guide finished distributing, he shouted with a small loudspeaker, "Dear passengers, the next step is the time for self-guided sightseeing. I wish you all a happy time." Su Luo listened to her and twitched her lips. Self-guided sightseeing? It's almost like losing your life on your own. But it's better this way. At least you don't have to be forced to pass the customs. Su Luo sighed, and walked to the corner with Yunfei Bai to start looking through the bag. As expected, it was the same as others, with 50 yuan of activity funds. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai each talked about their discoveries along the way. The difference was that Yunfei Bai had a special discovery. I saw the tour guide take out his wallet before, and vaguely found that the money in it was different from ours. Su Luo thought about it and said, "It seems that what was given to us should be game coins." Yunfei Bai nodded. "It seems that this is a big problem. Going out for a trip. No money? 7 days of sightseeing without a suitcase but only a backpack? Obviously not for tourism, but rather for exile and reform. Besides, the money in this place is different from that in the outside world, as if it is a special space specially prepared for these travelers." There were so many things along the way, and the two did not find anything else. They looked at each other helplessly, and saw that the other's face was an expression of righteousness. There was no point in dragging it out anyway. The two walked into the luxurious door helplessly. Unexpectedly, after entering the door, it was not an aquarium, but a commercial street. It seems that the end of the commercial street is the rail gate of the aquarium. So is this commercial street set up so that they can spend their game coins here? Su Luo and Yunfei Bai looked around and saw a lot of things for sale. It seemed to be an ordinary commercial street. The two observed the NPCs, and found that most of them were rushing to the gate in a hurry. Based on previous experience, other players also learned their lesson and followed the NPCs, and walked straight in. Yunfei Bai said, "Let's take a look around first." Su Luo smiled. Great minds think alike. These NPCs were obviously eager to go in, but the tour guide was lingering on the things outside. Follow colleagues or leaders. Everyone with good eyes knows it. But what should I buy? This is a problem. There are many things sold on this commercial street, and the tour guide stopped at every stall, which shows that he doesn't want to give them any more hints, so they can only choose by themselves. Su Luo observed carefully, and found that the items here can be divided into 3 categories: food and drinks, support items, flowers, light sticks, and toys. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai agreed to buy some of each category. The two of them had a total of 100, so the budget was 50 game coins. After all, no one knew if there were other places in the aquarium that needed game coins. After careful selection, the two bought a shark doll, 20 yuan, 2 flowers that did not deform, 5 yuan each, 2 hamburgers, 10 yuan each. Yunfei Bai gentlemanly put all these items in his bag. After making these preparations, the two walked into the gate. Behind them, the tour guide nodded with satisfaction, with an admiring look in his eyes. After entering, what came into view was not a blue sky, but a reception hall. Su Luo and the others stayed outside for a long time, and at this time, there was no one in the hall with the same car. Su Luo looked around and was about to cross the hall. Yunfei Bai pulled her back and signaled her to look over there. Su Luo turned around and saw a children's choir. Su Luo realized that the whole hall was indeed a bit like a church. Su Luo looked at Yunfei Bai in confusion, not knowing why Yunfei Bai wanted them to go over there. Yunfei Bai saw that she didn't understand, and explained gently, "Look at the people in the choir. There is one who looks like the person in the car." Su Luo looked in surprise, and sure enough, she found a face among those children that looked a bit like a player in the car. This obviously couldn't be a coincidence, and the two of them walked towards the choir decisively. Maybe it was a hidden mission. The two of them stood a little further away and observed for a while. The child was probably a player. Not only that, Su Luo found that this choir was indeed a bit magical. First of all, this was a choir composed entirely of children. Even the conductor was a child. They all wore black tuxedos and practiced their voices over there. In addition, there was another magical thing, that the children here seemed to be in a small society. Here, the fatter the child, the higher the status. The other children are all servile to those fat children. Only the conductor, although very thin, has a higher status than them. Just like an adult in the children's world. Su Luo thought about it, and felt that it should not be the fat who has a higher status. The conductor is a special case. Then Su Luo estimated that the status should be determined by ability. Because the fatter the person, the better he sings. And the conductor is indispensable. So their status is so high. They were so focused on their training, that they didn't notice Su Luo and the others approaching. Suddenly, the choir conductor waved his hand, and all the children began to sing in unison. Ignoring the numbness on the children's faces, Su Luo had to say that they sang really well, with a little bit of childish voice, singing hymns praising heaven. The whole world seemed to be purified by this beautiful harmony. After the song, Su Luo couldn't help but praise, "These children sing really well." The conductor turned around and looked at her, bowed like a gentleman, and then smiled and said, "Thank you for your appreciation, ma'am." He was a little kid, and his serious expression made such a move, which looked cute and incongruous. Su Luo hesitated for a moment, then took out a rose from Yun Fei Bai's backpack and gave it to him, saying softly, "Thank you for your wonderful performance." Yun Fei Bai did not stop her. After listening to the song, he was also deeply attracted. After listening to it, he felt refreshed. Such wonderful music deserves a flower. Hearing this, the conductor looked up at her with some surprise and asked cautiously, "Are you really giving it to us?" At this time, he finally felt a little like a child. Su Luo smiled and said affirmatively, "You sing so beautifully. Of course you deserve a flower." The conductor laughed happily and said happily, "Thank you too. You are really good people." Su Luo asked with a little curiosity, "Why do you want this flower so much?" The conductor hesitated and said, "Sorry. This is a secret. I can't tell you." Although Su Luo was a little disappointed. She had expected it, and said sympathetically, "It's okay. I'm just asking casually." Then he thought of something and asked, "Where did your singers come from?" The conductor looked at them with disgust and said, "These are bad kids. Come here to let the singing purify their souls." The little boy turned his head away, obviously unwilling to say more. It seems that this player has offended the boss because of his ignorance. Su Luo thought, because the task still needs to continue. After asking the question, she turned around and was about to leave with Yun Fei Bai, but suddenly felt a little resistance. Looking down, a small hand tightly grasped the corner of her clothes. It was the commander. Su Luo turned around and asked with her head down, "Is there anything else?" The commander said, "The right side is always lucky. Do you know?" Su Luo thought for a while and said, "I know now. Thank you." The commander smiled and waved to her, saying, "Goodbye, sister." Su Luo also smiled and said goodbye to him. After walking 2 steps, Yun Fei Bai turned his head thoughtfully and looked at the little boy who was packing things with a group of children. The two pushed open the third door, and this time they finally saw a piece of blue behind the door. This place really looks like an aquarium, with a huge water tank in the middle. There are many rare and colorful fish in the water tank, and the fish swim around in the tank. If this place is really used for tourism, Su Luo is still willing to come. The huge water tank divides the left and right sides into 2 roads, and the road on the left is full of water marks. Chapter 30. There is a signpost on each of the 2 roads. Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai went to check and saw it. The signpost on the left reads, "Take this road to turn into a mermaid and swim in the water. Automatically restored when leaving the aquarium." The signpost on the right reads, "Take this road and have fun visiting the aquarium." Obviously, the road on the left is to turn into a mermaid and tour the entire dungeon, while the road on the right is to walk through the entire dungeon normally. Which one should I choose? Su Luo hesitated. This is an aquarium instance. Obviously, turning into a mermaid is very beneficial to the instance. But the little commander clearly said that the right side is more fortunate. Su Luo didn't think the little boy would lie to her, because she could see the boy's sincerity at that time. But reason told her to go to the left, which made Su Luo very embarrassed. She was actually a hidden choice phobia patient. Yun Feibai saw Su Luo's hesitation and said decisively, "Go to the right." Su Luo nodded and asked, "Why are you so sure?" Yun Feibai smiled and said calmly, "With the degree of deception in the dungeon, it is absolutely impossible to infer it with common sense. Think about it. If there is no hint from the commander, would you not hesitate to choose the left road?" Su Luo nodded. She had figured it out. Sure enough, Yun Feibai continued, "Since everyone would think so, then there is no point in setting up these two roads in the dungeon?" Finally, he made the final decision. "So there must be something wrong with the left road. The little boy did not lie to us." Su Luo nodded in admiration. "What you said makes sense. I was wrong." The two then walked on the right road. On the way, the two chatted. Yun Feibai said, "Just now I turned around and saw that little boy was packing up his things. It seemed that he was leaving." Su Luo thought for a while and guessed. He stopped singing as soon as he got the flower. It seems that this flower can either let him rest for a while, or it may let him leave here forever. Yun Feibai nodded. If it is the second guess, then this flower must be very important to the employees here. So we must use the last flower at a very critical moment. Su Luo nodded. Not only that, if a $5 rose is so useful, then hamburgers and dolls must be more useful. This is a pleasant surprise. Soon, this tourist road was finished. Unexpectedly, the next road was a fork. Both roads were endless. But this time, the two did not hesitate and went straight to the right. After walking for about an hour, a circus appeared on the road. There were big, weird-shaped words on the top of the tent, "Mermaid Circus." Very good. It was obviously the same style as the aquarium. This circus spanned the entire road, and it was obviously impossible to cross it. The two looked at each other and walked towards the circus. The door of the circus was closed, with a wooden board hanging on it. On the wooden board, there was a line of childish words written in chalk, "Performance in progress." Okay. The two of them waited helplessly at the door, and some people came in one after another. After an hour, the tightly closed door was finally opened from the inside, and a man with a mustache similar to Mario smiled and said to them, "Welcome to the Mermaid Circus. Have you been waiting here for a long time? Come in." Everyone filed in. After the seats were filled, the door was closed again. Mario said with a red face, "Hello everyone. I am today's host Reska. I believe everyone here must have been looking forward to our circus performance for a long time. Right?" Su Luo secretly complained, "Only ghosts are looking forward to your performance. This is not false. I guess only the dead or those who want to die will look forward to this performance." Reska was still muttering on the stage. "Our circus has always been famous in the floating continent, and a ticket is hard to come by. It is a great honor for you to watch our performance for free. As we all know, the most anticipated performance in our circus is of course our mermaid performance. She will be the last one to appear. Then, let's start to enjoy this carnival feast." Reska spitted on the stage, speaking passionately and excitedly. However, Su Luo's heart was not moved at all, and she even wanted to laugh. She was satisfied with these words. Why? This is because what he said actually revealed a lot of information. First, floating continent. Su Luo knew that it was the Zodiac continent in the Cat and Mouse dungeon. But this dungeon is another continent. It can be seen that system tasks are spread across many worlds. The next keyword is free. How can a circus that costs a lot of money be free? It can be seen that there should be some PY transaction between the aquarium and the circus. Why do you say that? The circus performed in the aquarium. If the aquarium charged admission, then this expensive circus would definitely take a share. Then this share of money should be counted as the ticket money they gave to the circus. But he said we came for free, which shows that the aquarium did not give the circus any money at all. If the circus still came, there must be some benefits that made it have to come. At this time, one cannot help but think of the common point between the aquarium and the circus. They both have mermaid in their names. Su Luo made a bold assumption. The aquarium provides mermaids for the circus, and the circus brings popularity to the aquarium. This is a mutually beneficial and win-win situation. Su Luo thought. Another thing is that they watch the performance for free, and it stands to reason that Reska should be very unimpressed with them. But what Su Luo saw in Reska's eyes was excitement. What kind of excitement was that? Su Luo racked his brains to come up with a better word. Probably similar to the excitement of a hungry wolf seeing a fat sheep. But they obviously have no money, and they are not even worthy of being tourists waiting to be slaughtered. So what can the circus get from them? While Su Luo was thinking, the circus performance began. The first person to come on stage was a magician. The magician was just like the magician Su Luo often saw, wearing a black tuxedo, a top hat on his head, a mysterious expression on his face, and a magic wand in his hand. The magician smiled and said, "My magic needs the cooperation of some people." Su Luo knew with her toes that this performance would not be very good, at least not very friendly to the players. "Who is so honored to perform with me? Ah, are you all so excited that you almost fainted? I feel very sad when I think that you will cry because you were not chosen by me. It's a pity that I only have one, and I can't let each of you have me. Ah." He looked a little proud in his regret, as if the passengers at the scene had already fought for him. Su Luo thought silently. The people in this circus seemed to be very narcissistic. For his performance just now, Su Luo gave him 0 points. Not afraid of his pride. The NPCs and players on the scene are actually easy to distinguish. Most of the NPCs have indifferent expressions. And there are also some fanatical female fans who shout madly in the audience, "Choose me. Choose me. Ah. I want to be on the same stage with you. Ah." It seems that she is really a crazy fan of this narcissistic magician. Su Luo felt that her 3 views were completely destroyed. Nowadays, anyone can have fans. The players are the opposite of the NPCs. Without exception, the players all wanted to turn invisible so that the magician could not see them. It was like the teacher was calling your name, and you did not review anything because you played games last night. Others did not know. But Su Luo felt the same way. Perhaps because he was saying bad things about others. The magician actually passed by a group of fanatical female fans and looked in Su Luo's direction, as if he had something in mind. Su Luo was startled and activated the invisibility method, silently chanting, "Can't see me. Can't see me. Can't see me." However, what you fear will come true. The magician raised his mouth, pointed his finger in Su Luo's direction and said, "It's you? Oh my god," Su Luo whispered, still looking around with some hope, hoping that he was referring to someone else around. However, the magician broke her fantasy. "Oh, it's the girl looking around. You are the lucky one. Cry for your luck. No one will blame you. After all, excitement is inevitable." Su Luo really wanted to cry, but it was definitely not because of excitement. She stood up with a pale face. "I'm honored that you chose me." While she was talking, Yun Fei Bai quickly handed her the rose behind her. His face was not very good either. There were so many people present, but he chose his teammate. What kind of luck is this? Su Luo held the rose tightly, and her face looked much better. With this rose, at least this time, there should be no need to worry. She stood up and went to the stage. The magician asked, "Have you ever seen the rabbit show?" Su Luo knew which one he was talking about. It was often played in cartoons, where a rabbit was taken out of a hat and then put back. Although it was common, it was still very interesting. Su Luo nodded. The magician smiled happily and said, "You know? That's great. In this magic show, you will become a rabbit. Are you happy? Are you excited?" The magician asked excitedly. If it was a normal magic show, Su Luo thought, she would be really excited. In her extremely limited experience of watching performances, she had never been called to the stage. However, for the magic show here, Su Luo just wanted to maintain her indifferent face and slap him mercilessly. But obviously, this can only be a delusion. In reality, Su Luo raised a sweet smile and said obediently, looking forward to it. Excited? Chapter 31. The magician didn't care about Su Luo's weird attitude and perfunctory reply. He took off his hat, showed it to everyone, and then put it on Su Luo's head with a smile. He then performed some magic moves, and then put his hand on Su Luo's head and began to press down slowly. Almost instantly, Su Luo felt a huge pressure on her head. The pressure continued to go down, and Su Luo understood that this was intended to press her into the hat. Feeling the power above her head almost doubled, Su Luo knew that she couldn't wait any longer and had to stop him quickly. She couldn't accept that she would become shorter. Immediately, she screamed. This scream really made the magician stop. "What's wrong, my dear Miss Rabbit?" The magician's voice was filled with anger because the magic was interrupted. Su Luo believed that if she didn't give a reasonable explanation, she would face the most severe punishment next. Su Luo acted shy and said awkwardly, I have always been your fan. Whether it is your stunning appearance or your exquisite magic, I am deeply attracted by it. I am really honored to be invited to the stage by you today. As your fan, can I make a small request? Su Luo's words made the magician feel refreshed, and the anger of being interrupted in the magic had long disappeared without a trace. He smiled gently and dangerously, and asked, What do you want to ask? Su Luo asked cautiously and expectantly, Can I hug you? The magician was stunned. He originally thought that it would be a request like stepping down from the stage. But he didn't expect Su Luo's request to be so simple. Since she was really his fan, the magician was naturally willing to generously meet this request. Oh, what a cute little girl. I will meet your request. After saying that, he opened his arms. Su Luo stepped forward and hugged him. Then said loudly, I actually hugged my idol. I have no regrets in my life. Then he fell on his back with a satisfied smile on his face. Not to mention the magician. Even the audience was stunned by this trick. After Su Luo fainted, there were 3 kinds of reactions from the audience. One was extremely surprised and didn't understand why Su Luo fainted. This was the NPC who was indifferent before. One was very moved and felt that Su Luo was indeed a qualified fan of the magician, and he must talk to her later. This was the magician's crazy fan. There is another type of players who are speechless and surprised. Although Su Luo's operation is indeed quite coquettish, it works. Can it be played like this? It really refreshes their 3 views. Yun Feibai was also very speechless below. Although he knew that Su Luo would not give the rose away so easily, he would definitely struggle. But even he did not expect this kind of operation. The magician on the stage was stunned when he saw Su Luo fainted. Is this a scam? No. No. This is because the fans are too excited to hug their idols. So they fainted. The magician smiled with some understanding and pride, and said loudly, What a passionate fan. It's just that his psychological quality is not good enough. But there is nothing I can do about it. Who made me so good? Are there any friends of this fan below? Come up and take her back. Here she comes. Su Luo, who was pretending to faint on the ground, felt nervous. She had guessed that the magician would send someone to pick her up. If nothing unexpected happens, when Yun Feibai comes up, he will let Yun Feibai take her place in the performance. Su Luo was still very nervous. Although she would rather die than let her friend die, Su Luo had never really thought about it. This seemingly fatal situation actually has a solution. It depends on Yun Feibai's understanding of human nature. In fact, this is also a test. If Yun Feibai cannot face this situation this time, then her attitude towards him will change. In her eyes, Yun Feibai can no longer be entrusted with important tasks, nor can she trust him too much. Fortunately, Yun Feibai lived up to her expectations. After the magician called out twice, Yun Feibai stood up and said, I'm her boyfriend. Yun Feibai looked a little handsome in this copy, but his face was very dark now. Obviously, he was very bothered by the fact that his girlfriend hugged a man and fainted. The magician rolled his eyes and smiled. You know, my charm is too great, and it's not her fault that she fainted. As a generous boyfriend, you won't blame her, right? Yun Feibai's face turned darker, with a bit of embarrassment on his face. He replied heavily, Yes. Anyone could tell that he didn't mean it. The magician laughed even more happily. I'm glad you don't mind. If you two break up because of my great charm, I'd be so guilty. Su Luo quietly opened one eye and glanced at the magician. In her eyes, the magician was a swaying white lotus in the prosperous age. Looking at Yun Feibai's stinky face, the magician was even more satisfied. He waved his hand generously and said, You guys go down. I find someone else to perform with me. Yun Feibai and Su Luo both breathed a sigh of relief. The bet was right. Su Luo is a fan of the magician, but she has a boyfriend. The magician must be unhappy and wants to kill this boyfriend. But if so, his position in the hearts of fans will definitely be greatly reduced, which is not what he wants. So the more Yun Feibai shows that he cares about this matter, the happier he is. This way, the fan can break up with her boyfriend without damaging his image in the hearts of fans. So the magician would not kill Yun Feibai again. He was waiting for Yun Feibai to break up with Su Luo. Yun Feibai picked up Su Luo, who was pretending to faint on the ground. In a princess hug, Su Luo quietly rubbed Yun Feibai's chest to show that she was still alive. Yun Feibai froze for a moment, then strode back to his seat. The magician's performance on the stage continued, and he grabbed another player to the stage. The player was pale and trembling. The magician asked gently, "You won't faint again, right?" This cut off the player's path to copy Suluo. The player had no choice but to cooperate with the magician's performance. Suluo also saw the whole experience of what she would have experienced if she had not escaped. The magician put the hat on the player's head as before, and then began to press it down. Soon, the player was completely stuffed into the hat. The magician changed it again, and then turned the hat upside down, and the player was folded into the shape of a normal rabbit. It was obvious that he had died in extreme pain. Suluo felt a chill in her heart. Now that she had some points in her hand, she was not afraid of death. But Suluo was very afraid of pain. This way of dying would be too painful. The magician performed more than just the rabbit trick. He also performed the sawing magic and the lion magic. Without exception, people died. Suluo had to say that this was the game with the highest mortality rate she had ever encountered. Although not all the dead were players, it was enough to show the difficulty of this game. The magician performed for a long time before leaving the stage. It was already noon when Suluo took out the lunch prepared in her backpack. She suddenly realized that, without the hamburger she bought, that lunch would not last for 7 days. So, if you don't buy anything outside, you either have to buy something inside or you will be hungry for 7 days. Suluo deduced that the role of the hamburger was probably to keep them from going hungry. At this time, Suluo had already pretended to wake up and made a small scene to show her anger that she didn't see the performance. The crazy fans around her expressed their sympathy and regret for her. After all, in their opinion, this was indeed something worth crying about. After Suluo finished her performance, she told Yunfeibai about her speculation. The two hesitated for a long time before eating the burgers directly. After eating, both of them felt full. But you have to know that as an adult male, Yunfeibai can only feel full after eating 2 burgers. This can be regarded as a disguised proof of Suluo's speculation. As the performance progressed, the number of deaths continued to increase. The person performing the lion jumping through the fire ring faced the audience with the fire ring, and the lion ate 2 people before going back. The clown who was throwing the ball threw it at the audience, and whoever was hit by it died. Suluo and Yunfeibai avoided various dangers while observing their surroundings keenly. They gradually found that the beasts trapped in the cages around them seemed to be getting more and more restless. Obviously, something would happen in a moment. This made the two of them feel a little uneasy. And the last one to appear was the mermaid. Could it be the mermaid that made the beasts uneasy? Suddenly, Yunfeibai pulled Suluo, who was dodging the ball with all her strength, and pulled her to a corner. For an assassin like him, dodging these balls is still very easy. Suluo looked at him in confusion and asked quietly and quickly, "What's wrong?" Yunfeibai pointed behind him. Suluo turned around and saw that the back door of the circus was open. "Go!" "Yes." "If not now, when?" After the two said that, they began to move quietly towards the door. The clown on the stage was throwing balls to his heart's content, and the people below the stage were also concentrating on dodging. Suluo and Yunfeibai rubbed for a long time, and finally successfully left the circus. The two ran several steps faster until they could no longer see the circus. Then they stopped. Leah was a player, and she felt that this copy was too scary. It was a normal sightseeing tour before, but once she arrived at the circus, it suddenly turned into a horror game. She narrowly avoided performance after performance, and finally waited for the mermaid to appear. The host at the beginning, Reska, came out and said to everyone, "The finale of our circus is about to be performed. Are you excited?" He was satisfied to hear the cheers from the audience. And then he continued slowly, "But before the mermaid appears, we need to do some preparation." He looked at the people in the audience with ill intentions. Chapter 32. At this time, Leah finally had a bad feeling. She looked around and suddenly found that the beasts in the cages had been released at some point. Behind Leah was a tiger. It was sticking out its thick tongue, licking its nose, and staring at Leah. Leah was so scared that her legs went weak. Then she heard the host on the stage say, "You are so kind. You must be willing to donate some blood to our beautiful mermaid lady, and some meat to these poor beasts, right?" Leah shook her head frantically. No, she didn't want to. But no one paid attention to her struggle. After Suluo and the others completely left the circus, they continued to walk along the path. Su Luo looked back and asked curiously, "What do you think will happen to those who didn't leave the circus?" Yun Fei Bai thought for a while, and said, "Those beasts are obviously getting more and more excited. Their excitement gives me a strange feeling. Just like the excitement of the puppy I raised before the meal." He didn't continue talking. But Su Luo also understood that those people might become the beast's meal. The two of them tacitly didn't continue to talk about this topic. Yun Fei Bai suddenly said, "Did you find out? There should be more than 12 players in this copy." Su Luo nodded. "Indeed. Just now in that circus, I saw several unfamiliar faces that I had never seen before. And they should not be in our car. But there are 12 players in our car. This is a very interesting thing." And the two began to discuss it. "I think these people are likely to be players from another dungeon," Yun Fei Bai guessed. "If that's the case, then their tasks are likely to be different from ours. And there may even be high-level players." Su Luo added, "We didn't see the mermaid just now, and I don't know if we will have a chance to see it later." Yun Fei Bai said, "Our dungeon task has nothing to do with mermaids. I always feel that the mermaids here are not that simple. So it's better not to see them." Su Luo said seriously. The two of them spoke one after another, and time passed quickly. The sky gradually darkened, and they finally saw a hotel. The two walked into the hotel, and the hotel owner was reading a book at the front desk. Seeing that the owner was immersed in reading and couldn't extricate himself, Su Luo knocked on the counter to attract the owner's attention. Hearing the sound, the owner finally raised his head. His face was a little pale, and there were big bags under his two small eyes and deep dark circles. He asked weakly, "Do you have money?" Su Luo thought, "If I say I have money, will you treat us as a scapegoat?" She said with a bitter face, "No money?" The boss immediately stopped looking at them, lowered his head, and waved his hand impatiently. "If you don't have money, leave. Go out the back door by yourself." As he said that, he opened the book again and planned to continue reading. Su Luo smiled and said, "Why don't you just put a charging standard at the back, so that no one will bother you like us without money?" The boss hesitated for a moment and said, "This is indeed a good idea. Okay. I hang it up now, and take it down after I finish reading the book." Su Luo smiled slightly. Sure enough, there was a price tag. But the boss wanted to ask for a high price and see what he wanted. So he didn't hang it up. I have to thank the book. Otherwise the boss wouldn't have hung it up temporarily because he was too bothered. Su Luo stretched her head to take a look at the book that the boss put on the chair. She saw 6 big characters late night hotel romance and a picture of a girl with a graceful figure and revealing clothes. Well, no wonder the boss looked so exhausted. She thought the hotel was haunted by ghosts. So the boss looked like he was short of energy and had been drained. Yun Fei Bai, who was standing next to him, also saw the book. Su Luo saw him staring at the book, wondering what he was thinking about. She touched him slightly and said with a choked voice, "What are you looking at? You also want to have a late-night hotel affair?" Of course, Su Luo was just joking. Even if we don't talk about his character, Yun Fei Bai's appearance meant that he didn't need to wait for such an affair. There should be affairs everywhere in his life. Yun Fei Bai immediately withdrew his gaze upon hearing this. He replied innocently, "No. I was just wondering if this boss, who is so unsatisfied with his desire, would come to bother you at night." As he spoke, his eyes moved downwards. And then he said with certainty, "I was overthinking. You are not the type that the boss likes." His implication was extremely obvious. And Su Luo felt like she was going to explode. Who are you discriminating against? It's not okay to have small breasts. Are you eating your rice? Su Luo actually has a good figure. Although she is 1.62 meters tall, her figure is very well proportioned. A pair of long and white legs, a slim waist, a swan neck. The only shortcoming is that the breasts are a bit small. Right, eh? Yun Fei Bai's words hit her sore spot. Su Luo felt like a firecracker at this moment. And Yun Fei Bai had completely set her on fire. She was going to blow him up. Just when the friendship between the two was teetering on the edge of breaking, the boss finally came staggering with a sign. "Hey! You haven't left yet?" The shop owner looked at the tense atmosphere between the two and asked hesitantly. Su Luo stopped staring at Yun Fei Bai and turned around and said with a smile, "Let's stay and see how expensive your house is." The boss smiled and said, "Yes. You see, my hotel is very cheap." Su Luo looked at the wooden sign and saw, "Single room 4 lang. Double room 7 lang. Deluxe suite 10 lang." It seems that this game coin is called Lang in this game. Su Luo calculated in her mind, then glanced at Yun Feibai, who noticed her gaze and quietly made it too. Su Luo hesitated. If it was a single room, then the two of them would have to spend 8 Lang. The most important thing is that this hotel is here, but people don't have to pass through. This proves that if you don't stay in the hotel at night, there is a high possibility that there will be something dangerous in the wild that can kill people. So if conditions permit, you must stay in the hotel. They still have 50 Lang now. If you calculate it based on the maximum time of a copy of 7 days, then their money is not enough. So if they want to be absolutely sure, they can only book a double room. But Su Luo refused to book a double room. Yun Feibai obviously thought of this. He chuckled and looked at her teasingly. Just when Su Luo was about to get angry, Yun Feibai looked away and looked at the shop owner. Look, you have a wave of customers coming to us this evening. Right? Why do you say that? Yun Feibai just found out that the owner folded a corner of the page he was reading before leaving. He had already looked at more than half of it, but there was no corner in the front, which showed that no one had been here before. The boss rolled his eyes and did not refute. Yun Feibai continued, anyway, your house is empty, and it must be more of a loss if no one lives in it than if it is discounted. Don't you think so? The boss looked at him with a smile. You two kids are so cunning. Just now, they pretended to have no money. He dragged his chin and motioned him to continue. Boss. You see, don't you have to be careful when you go out? And we too really don't have much money. If you charge 300 yuan for a single room per night, then we will take 2 rooms. What do you think? The boss looked at Su Luo and Yun Feibai with a side look and asked, don't you want to stay in a double room? Maybe you can get a discount. Yun Feibai was not attracted by his words and reacted immediately, saying, so you agree to a discount? Thank you. You are such a good person. Su Luo watched Yun Feibai bargaining with the owner from the side, feeling a little complicated. In fact, she didn't mind living in the same room with Yun Feibai. First, she believed in Yun Feibai's character. Second, with Yun Feibai's handsome face. If something really happened to the two of them, it was not certain who would suffer. Most importantly, in order to successfully complete the dungeon, she was willing to give in on such a small matter. But Yun Feibai was willing to take her wishes into consideration, actively bargain with the boss, and negotiate a more suitable room, which still touched her very much. When Su Luo was in the orphanage, she was the oldest among the group of children, so she was actually the one who took care of others. Because she was an orphan, she was very sensible since she was a child. She didn't cause trouble to others, and solved problems by herself. Over time, the children in the orphanage really thought she was omnipotent. This was the first time she saw someone of her age protecting her and taking care of her feelings. Su Luo had indescribable feelings in her heart, so she remained silent and watched the man who was already her teammate solve the problem. In her heart, Yun Feibai finally officially became her recognized teammate, a smart and warm-hearted teammate. Yun Feibai succeeded in bargaining, and turned back to look at Su Luo proudly, wanting to take credit. He happened to meet Su Luo's complicated eyes. Yun Feibai was stunned, and asked jokingly, seeing how considerate I am, have you fallen in love with me? Su Luo came back to her senses, and got rid of the inexplicably moved state before. She rolled her eyes at him unhappily and said, no. I'm still waiting to see you start a harem. Indeed, in Su Luo's eyes, Yun Feibai was a male protagonist script. In a sense, she is the truth. Handsome, capable, and with a very powerful talent skill. The standard configuration of the male protagonist in a cool novel. And if she is lucky, she may be a friend who can peacefully dissolve the team with the male protagonist. And her role in the book is to make the female protagonists jealous. Yun Feibai frowned when he heard this and said, don't talk nonsense. You are destroying my innocence. I am a loyal and good man. Su Luo smiled but said nothing. She was just joking. But seeing Yun Feibai's anxious look, it was actually quite funny. Chapter 33. Yun Feibai saw that she just smiled and didn't say anything. So he was so angry that he stretched out his hand to tease her. The hotel owner was watching their interaction with a smile behind the counter, and a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. The two gave Lu Lang to the owner, and then took the key and were taken to their respective rooms by the owner. Su Luo lay on the bed, thinking about what happened that day. There were a lot of things today, but with today's preparation, it should be much easier later. There is also a shark doll. I don't know what it is used for. But Su Luo thinks that judging from its price, the shark doll is definitely amazing. Thinking about it, Su Luo gradually fell asleep. A good night's dream. The next morning, the two said goodbye to the innkeeper and set out on their journey again. Before they left, the boss hesitantly reminded them, "You have now passed the test preliminarily. The next step depends on your strength. Those who can pass will pass quickly. And those who can't pass." The boss looked at them meaningfully, drank a sip of strong tea and said, "You will never be able to get out." After saying that, the hotel owner waved his hand and drove them away in annoyance. After the two left, they discussed the boss' words again. Rely on strength? Is that a place for fighting? Yunfei guessed. Su Luo shook her head. You should be more sober. This is an aquarium. I think it is very likely related to water. Anyway, we will know soon. So let's not guess here. Yunfei nodded and stopped discussing the matter. Soon, there was another fork in the road, and the two quickly walked to the right. A glass plank road appeared in front of the road, and the two walked on it, enjoying the scenery, feeling like visiting a garden. However, gradually, they felt something was wrong. Let's not talk about why the plank road was getting bluer and bluer. Just talk about the small school of fish floating in the air. Su Luo was a little upset. It seemed that they had entered some strange place again. Yunfei was also confused. This is the underwater world. It was a bit dreamy. The glass plank road gradually became wider and bluer, and the sky above also turned blue at some point. The scene around them changed from no birds flying over the mountains to 20,000 miles under the sea. All kinds of corals stood around them, and schools of fish of all kinds swam among them. Su Luo even saw a huge unknown fish flying over their heads. Well, maybe it swam over. Except for the lack of water, they really entered the underwater world. After walking for a while in this confused mood, a place similar to a highway toll booth appeared in the distance, and many people lined up in a long queue behind it. The two looked at each other and walked forward. Soon, Su Luo and Yunfei followed the team. Since there were so many people, they must find out the situation. Su Luo patted the shoulder of the person in front of him, and after he turned around, he asked apologetically, "Hello? What are you doing?" The tourist said, "Oh, we are going to activate our pets to protect ourselves from behind." After a pause, he looked at them strangely and asked, "Don't you know?" Seeing that the tourist was a little suspicious, Su Luo hurriedly said, "We are a couple. When we woke up, we were on the bus, but we both lost our memories and only remembered each other." After saying that, he and Yunfei looked at each other affectionately. Although the tourist was still a little skeptical, he felt like he had eaten a big melon and said happily, "You two have a really good relationship. Losing your memories can't make you forget each other." Su Luo smiled awkwardly. "And Yuren used his super gossip skills to guess, but you both lost your memories. I think you must be from a big family." The two of them felt nervous and asked with pretended curiosity, "Why do you say that?" Yuren said, "People here were exiled here because they made mistakes. Only after passing this aquarium can you be released. You have lost your memories, so it will be more difficult to pass the level. Someone in your family must not want you to come out. Besides, this is the most strictly guarded place in the floating continent. If they are not from those big families, they will never reach here." The two nodded thoughtfully. Su Luo pretended to be grateful and said to him, "Thank you very much. Otherwise we would be sold and help count the money." The tourist waved his hand. "It's nothing. It's a small matter." Anyway, he was very happy to eat melons, when he thought that the two people in front of him might be some big shots. But now they were also locked up here. He felt happy. He coughed again, pretending to know a lot, and said, "Once you enter Haicheng, you are not allowed to leave. So we outside don't know what's going on inside. But then again, no matter where you are, the strong will live well." Su Luo nodded thoughtfully, thinking, "It seems that this is a prison. No, it should be a passage out of the prison. After passing the aquarium, you should be able to leave this prison. But the prisoners in the prison should be extremely vicious, so only a very small number of people can pass through here. For most people, this place is a meat grinder used to clean up prisoners in prison. Alas, judging from this, the difficulty must not be low." Su Luo looked up at the long line, wondering when it would be their turn. The activation process is full of surprises. Some people cheered because they activated powerful marine animals. Similarly, some people cried because they activated weak creatures. Su Luo was actually still very curious about what she could activate. After all, the activated creatures actually had a lot to do with her own abilities and potential. Su Luo thought that she would not be too bad. And as for Yun Fei Bai, seeing how fancy he was, the creature he activated should be very beautiful too. Soon, it was Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai's turn. Su Luo came first, and under the command of the tester, she put her hand on the sea crystal. Sea crystal is a kind of mineral produced in the floating continent, which is specially used to awaken pets. As long as you inject mental power, you can activate the pet. Su Luo followed the command and focused on her hand. Soon, the sea crystal emitted a soft light that hit Su Luo, and then a ball of white light emerged from Su Luo's chest. The white light faded away, revealing the crystal clear and lovely jellyfish inside. The jellyfish that Su Luo awakened was very beautiful, a bit like a sunny doll. The whole body was white and slightly transparent, floating in the air, which was indeed beautiful. Su Luo knew this kind of jellyfish. She had been attracted by such a beautiful thing because of a picture of a jellyfish before, so she frantically looked up relevant information. Although she didn't dare to say that she was a jellyfish expert now, she could at least crush most people. This kind of jellyfish is extremely lethal and beautiful, so it is naturally within her range. The jellyfish she awakened is called box jellyfish. Box jellyfish is also called cubic jellyfish. Box jellyfish is the most toxic creature known on Earth to humans. It is also known as sea wasp, and is a type of coelenterate. There are about 20 species, which are marine. They will actively hunt fish, crabs and other animals. They live alone, and their tentacles are highly toxic to humans. When box jellyfish attack humans, people will feel muscle pain, but within 2 minutes, the function of human organs will fail, and they will die after 4 minutes. This jellyfish was once ranked first by a biologist in terms of toxicity of creatures on the blue planet. So Su Luo had a deep impression of it. I didn't expect that I would actually activate this species that looks beautiful and fragile, but is actually very lethal. Su Luo felt that this might be related to her policy of playing the pig and eating the tiger. And Su Luo's box jellyfish is the most toxic of all the box jellyfish. The Australian box jellyfish. The Australian box jellyfish kills people in just 30 seconds. The Australian box jellyfish is also called the square jellyfish. Its appearance is just like its name, square like a box. The venom of this jellyfish can almost kill an adult instantly. If you are stung by it, you will faint after 10 seconds and die after 30 seconds. You won't even have time to think about your will. It's really terrifying. The box jellyfish is almost transparent in the water, although it is not in real water at the moment. It is indeed in the water for these activated creatures. So the box jellyfish quickly became transparent and floated beside Su Luo. In addition, the activated creatures will be reduced to the size of a normal human head. So once the jellyfish becomes transparent, it almost disappears in the eyes of everyone. Others present didn't know that this was one of the most powerful species on Blue Star, and they just thought it was a prettier ordinary jellyfish. The tester also looked at the person's situation, and if the awakening was good, she would greet him with a smile. For someone like Su Luo, she didn't bother to say a second word to her, so the tester just waved her hand and signaled her to leave. Su Luo waited on the side for Yun Fei Bai to activate. Still the same steps. The difference was that the white light separated from his chest was extremely large. When the white light faded, a domineering-looking marine creature appeared, spanning nearly 20 meters. Its mouth was so big that it seemed to want to swallow everyone present. It looked like a crocodile and a lizard. Su Luo felt that it might be more like a dinosaur from ancient times. After its stunning appearance, the marine creature shrank rapidly. When it shrunk to only 20 centimeters in size, it lay on Yun Fei Bai's shoulder and closed its eyes. This time, many people knew what it was. Many people present exclaimed, "It's actually a mosasaur?" The mosasaur was the largest top predator in the Mesozoic era. It lived for a short time, but no one could match it during its time. It lived in the Cretaceous period. Its longest body length reached 21 meters, and its weight was 33 tons. The ancient beast golden shark with a body length of 8 meters was its food. Chapter 34. Oh, it's a mosasaur? Although Su Luo hadn't looked up mosasaur in detail, she knew about this sea overlord from long ago, but she hadn't paid much attention to its pictures. Besides, there have been a lot of things going on recently, so she didn't recognize it for a while. The vision of mosasaur is a bit weak, but its hearing and sense of smell are very developed. In the era when it was active, it killed many animals. And as a character that often appears in various large-scale web games, mosasaur is definitely worthy of Yunfeibai's male protagonist script. Everyone's eyes suddenly became hot, and those who were a little bit smart began to think wildly, although they didn't know how to leave this hellhole. If they could get close to such a big guy, then passing the level would definitely be just around the corner. Even if they didn't pass the level, they would be able to have a much easier time on the road ahead. The girls who were a little bit pretty were already flirting, trying to get his favor. Su Luo was actually a little surprised. Although he knew that his friend was very powerful, he didn't expect him to be so powerful. This awakened pet is so majestic and handsome. It can kill everyone in seconds. In fact, Su Luo is underestimating herself. The box jellyfish is actually not bad at all, but the two focus on different directions. The mosasaur focuses on the bite force and strives to fight head-on. The box jellyfish focuses on the poison. Once poisoned, you will die if you can't get the antidote within 2 minutes. It's just that the box jellyfish is relatively niche, and its appearance gives people a feeling of vase, so it is not taken seriously. The main reason is that Su Luo had investigated the box jellyfish on the internet. Although she knew that the box jellyfish was powerful, she didn't have a clear understanding, so she forgot that she was also powerful. On the other hand, the tester who had just tested Yunfeibai felt that her heart was moved when she saw the handsome and extremely powerful man in front of her. If she could make the list of this powerful man, she might be able to leave this hellhole. She was just lifting her hair and shyly wanted to talk to Yunfeibai. But Yunfeibai didn't even look at her, and walked straight to Su Luo and said, "Let's go." Su Luo nodded, and left with Yunfeibai in the face of everyone's surprised and puzzled eyes. As soon as Su Luo and Yunfeibai left, the people behind them exploded. 1 minute. I want all the information about that little brother. 30 seconds. Don't stop me. Handsome and capable. What's wrong with the little brothers nowadays? They hit my Su point everywhere. These are the fans. How come he has a girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. Maybe it's just a sister. Oh, they don't look alike. I'm much better than that woman. Is he blind to choose that woman? Maybe there was no other place to change before. Now, I want to take the top position. Songlong. This man must be mine. These are scheming bitches. It's just a little stronger. Look at these superficial women. So arrogant. What's wrong with Canlong? Maybe he is a piece of trash. Watch me kill him unexpectedly. Maybe I can awaken something stronger. These are the sourpusses. When everyone was looking for information about the man, the tourist whom Su Luo and the others had asked before stood up triumphantly and said, "Here is the exclusive insider information about the man who just summoned the mosasaur. If you want their information, pay." Suddenly, the crowd rushed over. I have money here. How much money do you want? Tell me quickly. The tourist took a large sum of money and began his vivid story. Su Luo didn't care much about these people. After she and Yunfeibai walked to a corner, she gave him some popular science about her jellyfish, and then came to an inexplicable conclusion. Why do I feel that you are more like an assassin than me? Yunfeibai. Su Luo thought about it carefully, and it seemed to be true. The box jellyfish itself is relatively transparent, and it doesn't hurt people when they are poisoned. When fighting, it will quietly hit people from behind, and then the person will die silently. It seems okay. I am an assassin. Su Luo defined himself. Yunfeibai's mosasaur was lying on his shoulder, his eyelids drooping a little, and he looked like he was called out before he woke up, which was actually a bit cute. It didn't look as majestic and domineering as when he was just summoned. Su Luo seriously suspected that this form not only reduced the size, but also the age. Right? According to what the tester said before, the two recalled their pets and walked forward along the road. Soon they saw a slightly quaint gate with 2 large characters in regular script on it. Haicheng. The two looked at each other and walked under the gate. The next second, the gate opened by itself as if it had life. As soon as Su Luo and the others stepped into the door, countless sea creatures swarmed over them, densely packed, covering the sky and the earth, as if they wanted to tear them apart. The next second, a huge mosasaur appeared out of nowhere, and with just one bite, it devoured all the creatures covering the sea. Then it stared at the tiny and fragile humans below with a pair of cold eyes. There was silence, and two people walked in leisurely from the gate. Su Luo and Yun Feibai. Yun Feibai was stunned for a moment, and then observed the surroundings as if nothing had happened. Su Luo looked at the empty street. She was a little emotional. Humans have no way to attack summoned creatures directly, but summoned creatures can attack humans. Only summoned creatures can attack each other. The overwhelming summoned creatures just now must have been man-made. In other words, there must have been countless people who wanted to take their lives near the city gate just now. Fortunately, Yun Feibai's pet is strong enough. Otherwise, if she wanted to enter the city alone, she would have to waste a lot of time. But don't think that without Yun Feibai, Su Luo can't enter the city. According to the restriction that people in the city cannot leave the city, Su Luo can let her jellyfish sneak into the city and quickly poison those sneak attackers. For the box jellyfish, it is very easy to do this. It seems that those people before have been killed by this group of people. Su Luo wondered, why do people in the city not want anyone to enter the city? Soon, she had a guess. It is probably because the competition in the city is already very fierce, so they don't want another competitor. In fact, Su Luo still had a vague guess in her heart, but she subconsciously didn't think about it. As we all know, restaurants are the easiest place to get information. So although Su Luo and Yun Feibai didn't need to eat, they still came to a restaurant. There were only a few people in the restaurant, and almost everyone looked pale and thin. A man handed a black bag with unknown contents to the waiter. He didn't say anything, and the waiter took the bag away. There was something strange. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. The two walked to the counter, and Su Luo asked, "Is there a menu here?" The waiter laughed and looked at them with a strange expression, saying, "New here? It's not easy to get in." Other people in the restaurant also realized that they were new here, and their eyes were full of hostility. I don't know what he was thinking of, but his eyes were full of amusement, as if he was watching a good show. Su Luo was a little wary, wondering what they were going to do. But soon, she got the answer. The waiter smiled and asked, "Excuse me, are you ready for human flesh?" The moment Su Luo heard it, she actually doubted her ears. What? What human meat? The waitress pretended to be surprised and asked, "Oh, you don't know? We don't have food here. If you want to eat, if you don't cut meat from yourself, you can only find it from others." At this moment, Su Luo understood a lot. She finally understood why people in the city were not allowed to go out. Because if people outside the city knew about this, they would not come in. Why were they attacked by countless people as soon as they entered the city gate? In addition to being afraid of competition, they also wanted to snatch a piece of meat from them. Why did the man come to the restaurant just now and bring his own meat? Because this place does not provide food at all. Only cooking. Although her face was a little pale, Su Luo had already expected it. As early as when she knew that this was a prison, Su Luo had guessed that the essence of this city was actually a meat grinder. In this case, she would not be too surprised no matter how cruel the rules were. Yun Feibai was also not surprised. He did not even change his expression. For him, cutting human flesh was not something he had never seen before. In the most difficult years, he was fed human flesh and fed other people human flesh. So for him, this matter is really not a matter of inability to accept. The two of them accepted this matter very calmly, which made the group of people watching the show very unhappy. When they first heard about this matter, they vomited the overnight meal. How come nothing happened to them? If possible, they even wanted to go and find some trouble to show that they were not inferior to these two people. But there are no fools who can survive in this city. These two people were able to enter Haicheng smoothly under the siege of so many people, and even remained unscathed. They were definitely not easy characters to deal with. If they were embarrassed because of the rules of Haicheng, then of course it could be a joke. But if they were asked to personally go on stage to cause trouble, then the people present would be afraid that they would become the joke. Haicheng worships the strong, and the fact that the two people were able to enter Haicheng is already very telling. In addition, the mentality of the two people was obviously very suitable for Haicheng. So the waiters naturally no longer had the initial attitude of watching the show towards them, and turned to be respectful. Chapter 35. "Excuse me, are you here for dinner?" the waiter asked respectfully. Su Luo hesitated for a moment, but still replied, "No. We want to ask about the survival rules here, and how to leave here." Su Luo asked these questions, but in fact, he had no intention of getting any definite information from the waiter. After all, in general dungeons, The rules, clearance conditions, etc. all need to be explored by themselves. How can someone tell them directly? What she really wanted to find out was the attitude of the people here. If the waiter said directly that he didn't know, then this was a place where you just had to kill people. This was not a big deal for Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai. But if the waiter was talking nonsense, then this was a place full of blood and lies. In this case, they would have to spend a lot of their energy and be more careful. But Su Luo obviously guessed wrong. Because here, everyone knew how to pass the test. So the waiter didn't intend to hide it from her. The waiter said, "We have a trial tower here. The top 10 people who enter the trial tower can participate in the final battle. But whether you successfully leave the aquarium or not, your record will be left here." Hiss. Su Luo took a breath of cold air. In this case, the people on the list are not only those in this city, but also those who have left or died. The difficulty is obviously much greater than the previous one. The waiter has obviously seen her reaction many times. And he sighed numbly, and then introduced, "Every time you fail to leave the final battle, you have to wait for a month before you can challenge again. If the challenge is unsuccessful, you will have to stay here forever." When the waiter said this, his expression was a little strange. Although he didn't finish asking, it was already late, and Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai turned around to find a hotel to stay. In a short period of time, the news that Yun Fei Bai awakened the mosasaur spread throughout the city. So when they found a hotel in the city, the owner was particularly attentive to give them a discount. Su Luo lay on the bed, always feeling a little uneasy. She was not really afraid of tomorrow's trial, but the final battle made her uneasy. Meat grinder. The next morning, it was already the third day of the dungeon. Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai discussed yesterday's situation. Su Luo said, "Each final challenge is separated by a month, and we only have 7 days. In other words, we only have one chance to challenge." Yun Fei Bai nodded and said, "And strangely, once a month is a bit too frequent. I seriously doubt that there is something wrong with this time." Su Luo nodded thoughtfully. Yun Fei Bai suddenly said, "Right." Su Luo looked at him. "What's wrong?" Yun Fei Bai took out the shark doll and said, "As soon as I stepped into the city yesterday, I felt that this doll was getting hot. Last night, I took it back to the room and found that it began to emit white light the moment I took it out. Just like an awakened pet about to come out." He paused and continued, "I took it back immediately, and the white light disappeared. I think this doll is also an awakened pet." Su Luo nodded and added, "In the sea, sharks have always been the overlords of the sea. This doll should be strong enough." Su Luo suddenly asked, "Was it a bit noisy over there yesterday?" Yun Fei Bai said with a headache, "I was slept with 3 women yesterday, and I didn't sleep well for half the night." Su Luo was a little gloating. She used to envy Yun Fei Bai's domineering pet. But now, she just wanted to give her cute jellyfish a big kiss. Su Luo said jokingly, "Is there anyone with a particularly good figure?" Yun Fei Bai looked at her helplessly and said, "Don't tease me. I just threw them out. If I had known this would happen, I would rather not awaken." After the two talked about yesterday's discovery, they went to the waiter again to get information. Yesterday, the waiter talked about the general rules, but did not say the specific content. They planned to ask first, and then go to the trial tower. "You are here again?" When the waiter saw them, his expression was calm, but he still asked calmly. Su Luo nodded and asked, "Let's find out the rules of the trial tower." The waiter smiled and said, "After entering the trial tower, there will be a big red button with the word Start Trial. You just need to click it, and you can start." "What is the trial in the trial tower?" Su Luo asked. "It's a group of various fish attacking you. Pay attention. If humans don't attack fish, fish will be nothing to you, and will only fight with your pets. But once you attack the school of fish, the school of fish will become a physical entity, and start to attack you." Su Luo thought for a moment and asked again, "Then do you know what the final battle is?" The waiter hesitated for a second and said with a smile, "I don't know. I don't even know when the last final battle was. Sorry." Su Luo glanced at her and replied, "It's okay. Anyway, I probably won't even be on the list." The two thanked the waiter and left the restaurant to find the trial tower. Without anyone's guidance, Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai found the trial tower. The trial tower is in the middle of Haicheng, towering into the clouds, and is completely black. Even outside the city, it can be seen at a glance. The crowd near the trial tower is sparse. There have been no new people in this city for a long time. The old people have tried countless times, and have experienced hope, disappointment, and despair. Now, no one will come to try. There is a huge display screen outside the tower, on which is the top 10 list. The first on the list has reached the 32nd floor, and the worst has reached the 28th floor. They are all the best in the history of the aquarium prison. But no one knows who has left the city. Below the display screen is a rule sheet. Sulu read it carefully, and found that it was exactly the same as what the waiter said. I just listened in vain. Well, it seems that the waiter didn't, or couldn't lie to me, Sulu thought with a smile. In this case, maybe there is nothing to worry about. Entering the tower, there is indeed a bright red button. The two clicked start trial and prepared to start. But two stairs appeared in the tower. Obviously, the trial requires one person to participate. The two looked at each other, and Yunfeibai said, "Be careful." Then he handed her the shark doll. Sulu nodded and said, "You too. Come on. If it doesn't work, I take you away." Yunfeibai looked at Sulu with some amusement. Shouldn't this be said by a boy to a girl? Sulu was stunned, and then said righteously, "We don't have gender discrimination here." Yunfeibai smiled and shook his head, and took the lead to step onto the stairs. Sulu followed closely behind him, and went up the stairs. Sulu came to the first floor of the trial, and a female mechanical voice sounded, "Please summon your pet." Sulu summoned her own box jellyfish as she was told. After the box jellyfish was summoned, it rubbed Sulu's cheek affectionately. Sulu was touched, and touched the jellyfish's head. The jellyfish obediently let her touch it a few times, and then floated to Sulu's side. If you don't look carefully, you can't see that there is a jellyfish next to Sulu. When Sulu was ready, the mechanical voice started again, "Trialer lost. The first level challenge. Start." As soon as this sentence fell, 12 more swordfish suddenly appeared in the air. However, the swordfish, which should have started to attack as soon as they appeared, wandered aimlessly in the air. They couldn't find their target before humans attacked them. Both of them were nothing to each other. The jellyfish entered a semi-invisible state, and the swordfish could not see it. Sulu was amused when she saw it. It turned out that these fish couldn't see the jellyfish either. This is much easier. Sulu let the box jellyfish slowly move behind a swordfish, and then rubbed the swordfish with its tentacles without anyone noticing. The swordfish immediately felt something was wrong, and suddenly swung its tail, ready to attack. However, there was no fish behind it. But the fish teammate next to it was hit in the face by its tail because of its sudden tail swing. The swordfish that was hit was also stunned, and suddenly turned its head to look at the fish that slapped it. However, what it didn't expect was that because the fish were standing very densely, it turned around and hit another group of fish. Next, Sulu was so upset when she saw these fishes spinning around like crazy, and then hitting each other like crazy. Except for the first tentacle. Her jellyfish was just floating by the side, and was obviously stunned by the scene in front of it. The tail swing of the swordfish was amazing. Sulu saw that the blood bars on the heads of these fishes kept decreasing, and the swordfishes kept disappearing. After a while, there was no fish on the field. After a few seconds, the mechanical prompt sounded, "Congratulations. For the trial as Sulu passed the first level." Not sure if it was Sulu's illusion. She felt that the mechanical female voice was also a little confused. What is this? A tragedy caused by a brush with each other? She hasn't shown her skills yet. And these fish have solved themselves? It should be a dangerous and serious scene. Why does it look so funny? Sulu scratched her head, puzzled. Did she turn an inspirational film into a comedy? But it is obvious that those fish just now probably have no intelligence. This is a very powerful point for Sulu. She can take advantage of this weakness of the fish school and pass the level smoothly without too much loss. Maybe I can watch another comedy, Sulu thought with a smile. As soon as the female voice fell, another staircase appeared in front. Sulu followed the stairs to the second level of the trial. It was the same female voice again, the second level trial. Start. Chapter 36. Some fish gradually appeared in the sky again. Sulu used the previous method again and successfully caused the fish to riot. Then the box jellyfish took advantage of the situation and had a great time. Then the fish finally had intelligence and were no longer played by Sulu. They would no longer turn their heads because of a sudden touch, but would use special signals to remind their teammates, "The enemy is coming." Then everyone was on alert and carefully observed the surroundings. After all, the box jellyfish is not truly invisible. If you observe carefully, you can still find it. Then a very funny scene appeared. A translucent jellyfish floated in front, occasionally swinging its tentacles back. A group of fish chased behind, and occasionally turned into white light and disappeared. Su Luo was a little speechless. Is her own jellyfish running a little fast? Its fighting style is very similar to the way she fought the werewolf. Is this the legendary pet follows the owner? After another round of operations, Su Luo actually managed to get through the 19th level. She herself found it incredible. But at the same time, according to previous experience, the 20th level should be more difficult. As expected, a turtle appeared in the 20th level. Su Luo immediately paid great attention to these species that seemed useless, but were actually extremely dangerous to the box jellyfish. These turtles are leatherback turtles. Box jellyfish are afraid of leatherback turtles, but leatherback turtles can eat them. Jellyfish is one of the main foods of leatherback turtles. Although many animals are helpless against the tentacles of jellyfish, leatherback turtles can move freely among the jellyfish groups and easily tear off their tentacles with their mouths, forcing them to roll up and down and eventually lose their resistance and become a delicious meal for sea turtles. The reason why leatherback turtles are not afraid of the toxicity of jellyfish is that when leatherback turtles eat jellyfish, they operate on their heads. The tentacles under the umbrella of the jellyfish are its digestive organs and weapons. The tentacles are covered with stinging cells, which can eject venom like poisonous threads. In this way, leatherback turtles cleverly avoid the highly toxic tentacles. Why did Su Luo know so clearly? Of course, it was because she had searched. After becoming fascinated with jellyfish, she had carefully searched what the natural enemies of jellyfish were. When she knew that this leatherback turtle actually feeds on jellyfish, her heart could be described in one sentence. Jellyfish are so cute. How can you eat jellyfish? So Su Luo searched what the natural enemies of leatherback turtles were, and found that octopuses, sharks, other carnivorous fish, and birds are all its natural enemies. Nature is fair. In her design, nothing is invincible, and nothing can last forever. The poisonous jellyfish has natural enemies, and the sea turtles that restrain jellyfish also have natural enemies. Su Luo does have a shark, but she doesn't want to release it. First, she is not sure how long the shark can exist, whether it is an hour, or the end of the trial, or always. If there is no big problem, she does not intend to take the risk. Second, from the first 9 levels to the 10th to 19th levels, fish can see jellyfish. From the 20th level, the natural enemies of jellyfish appear. Su Luo had reason to suspect that this trial was not fixed, but was specially designed for the pets of the trialists. If she released the shark now, she didn't know whether the shark's natural enemy would appear by the 30th level. Su Luo felt that she couldn't force herself to create greater difficulties just because of a small difficulty. Su Luo used her first skill to hit the leatherback turtle. She had tried it before. For these trial creatures, the attack order is, humans are greater than pets. So after being hit by Su Luo, the leatherback turtle immediately gave up chasing the jellyfish and swam towards Su Luo instead. The leatherback turtle sprinted at full speed, running towards Su Luo, wanting to quickly eliminate this enemy. It felt that it was as fast as lightning and unstoppable at this time. Its eyes flashed with the light of victory. However, in Su Luo's eyes, all this was a turtle slowly sliding. Sliding? At a turtle speed. Well, it was indeed a turtle speed, rushing towards her slowly. Su Luo almost laughed out loud. Was this turtle joking? Although every species must have flaws, releasing a species with such a big flaw just to target jellyfish is too childish. Isn't it? Su Luo started the same trick she used to fight the werewolf. But it was easier now. She walked in front, using her first skill from time to time. The leatherback turtle chased after it with all its might, and then passively took the beating. Anyone who saw it would think that the turtle was extremely humble, and that the man was heartless and ungrateful. Finally, the big turtle with 200 HP turned into a white light and disappeared. Su Luo sighed. She knew that she would become thinner after walking for so long. Why is it always like this? She is already thin enough, but she always loses weight for various reasons. Alas! Su Luo walked to the next floor, and the system prompt sounded as expected. The challenge of the 21st floor begins. Now, 3 leatherback turtles appeared at once, still at that slow speed. The turtles also performed their tactics for Su Luo, outflanking. However, Their encirclement was not threatening at all, because no matter their speed or the gaps between them, they gave people unlimited space to escape. It really looked like a joke. But Su Luo couldn't laugh. Her face was serious. According to the current situation of the trial, there will be 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, and 19 leatherback turtles next. Then even if the leatherback turtles are so slow, they can win by numbers. Sure enough, at the 22nd level, 5 leatherback turtles appeared. Su Luo said she had a headache. The turtles would surround them directly, and no matter how fast they were, they couldn't escape. What should she do? As long as she hit one turtle, the other turtles would be able to hit Su Luo. Once blocked by these turtles, Su Luo would definitely not be able to hold out for long. Box jellyfish were no threat to them, so they had to rely on themselves for everything. Su Luo was thinking quickly while walking the turtles. The turtles do have some intelligence, and they know how to encircle and block. But Su Luo believes that their intelligence must not be high, and even their tactics may be set automatically by the trial tower. So, I must use my wisdom to defeat them. Encircle. Encircle. Got it. Su Luo let the jellyfish hold her, and then tried to pull her up. As expected, the jellyfish was able to pull her up. Okay. The first step of the plan completed. Then, Su Luo stood in place, and the turtles lived up to expectations and formed a circle, and then rushed towards Su Luo. When they were very close to Su Luo gave an order and let the jellyfish take her flying. Bang! As expected, the turtles collided with each other. Although in Su Luo's eyes, they were very slow, but in their own minds, they had maintained a high speed. So Su Luo suddenly flew upwards, and the turtles naturally collided with each other due to inertia. Su Luo took advantage of the leatherback turtles colliding with each other and hit them several times. Then he repeated the same trick and successfully exhausted the turtles to death. Su Luo did the same thing for the next few levels. It wasn't until the 30th staircase appeared that Su Luo became serious again. It's easy to tell that the 30th level and beyond will definitely increase in difficulty. Although Su Luo has now entered the top 10 and can go to the final battle. But according to her guess, if she can get the first place, there is a great possibility that she can get an attribute point. Although Yunfei Bai is also likely to get the first place, it has never been her idea to pin her hopes on others. Su Luo stepped up the stairs with some heavy steps and came to the 30th floor. The 30th floor challenge. Start. A shark appeared on the 30th floor. Well, if the tactics don't work, it seems that I'm going to break the 100-point challenge with one force. I'm using a sea overlord to bully my jellyfish. What a disgusting trial tower. Su Luo began to hesitate. It was obvious that her jellyfish couldn't beat the shark. Should I release the shark doll? If I release it, then if the shark doll can't exist for too long, this prop will be useless. If I need it again later, I will lose a lot. If I don't use it, I probably won't be able to pass this level, and I may not get attribute points. Is attribute points important? Or is completing the task important? Su Luo made a choice quickly. She now has enough points, and can fully bear the consequences of a failed task. But if she doesn't get attribute points, then she will lose a chance of winning in future copies. Thinking of this, Su Luo took out the shark doll that Yunfei Bai had stuffed into her and activated her telekinesis. After a burst of white light faded, a shark more than 20 meters long, with sharp teeth and a ferocious look appeared. This is Megalodon. Since the beginning of the Cambrian period 540 million years ago, countless huge and ferocious predators have appeared in the blue ocean, among which the most famous are Anomalocaris, Dunkleosteus, Pliosaur, Mosasaur, Basilosaurus, etc. But if you want to choose the strongest predator among them, it must be Megalodon. It is not only the strongest killer that has appeared in the ocean, but also the strongest killer that has appeared on the earth. Su Luo was surprised that the little shark doll she bought at the beginning turned out to be such a powerful marine creature. As far as she knew, the food of the Megalodon was sharks, so it would be much easier to pass these levels. Indeed, in front of the Megalodon, the shark that was so majestic just now trembled like a child. The Megalodon did not disappoint Su Luo's expectations at all, and treated the sharks that appeared next to it like a child. With this powerful help, Su Luo soon successfully reached the 40th floor. Chapter 37. A whale with a body length of about 17 meters appeared on the field. which was definitely comparable to Yun Fei Bai's mosasaur. Su Luo thought, if nothing unexpected happened, this should be the famous Melville whale. Why do you say that? Because the megalodon had no natural enemies during its survival period. Only the Melville whale, which was the top predator like the megalodon, could compete with it. According to the nature of the trial tower, it must release the only marine creature that can compete with the megalodon to fight against its own megalodon. Why does Su Luo know so much about these marine animals? This can be traced back to her love of learning and her curious personality. Su Luo liked jellyfish, so she started to study them. Since she liked jellyfish, she naturally didn't want anyone to hurt them. So Su Luo also searched for the natural enemies of jellyfish. And then she also searched for the natural enemies of leatherback turtles. The natural enemies of leatherback turtles. And then she searched for the natural enemies of sharks. The natural enemies of sharks. That is, megalodon sharks. Everyone must have guessed what happened next. Su Luo went to search for the natural enemies of megalodon. However, megalodon had no natural enemies. So Su Luo could only settle for the next best thing and look for a creature that could rival megalodon. The Melville whale. This is really a long story, isn't it? However, this also made Su Luo's knowledge profound. You know, Su Luo was able to get into Q University, relying not only on what he learned in the textbooks. The current trial has obviously changed from an ordinary trial to the ultimate competition of large top marine predators. Such a battle was not something Su Luo, at least not the one she was capable of participating in now. So she could only watch them fight helplessly from the side. Biting, gnawing, collision. A series of primitive fights that could even turn the entire sea city into ruins greatly expanded Su Luo's vision. Su Luo even felt that she would not be surprised even if she saw a dragon and a phoenix fighting in front of her in the future. This was truly an amazing visual feast. After a desperate fight between the two, as the huge body of the Melville whale collapsed, Su Luo barely won the 40th level. However, when it came to the 41st level, Su Luo was really at his wit's end. 3 Melville whales appeared at the 41st level. Even one Melville whale made Megalodon use all his strength. How could it possibly defeat 3? In a contest of this level, you really can't rely on some clever tricks to win. Okay. You are so cruel. I admit defeat. Su Luo gave up decisively. Su Luo withdrew from the trial and returned to the trial tower. Yun Fei Bai had already come out. Su Luo asked, "How many levels have you reached?" Yun Fei Bai sighed and said, 35 levels. You must have more than me. Right? How many levels? Su Luo smiled and replied, 40 levels. Yun Fei Bai smiled and said, very impressive. Su Luo frowned and said, I used the shark doll. It's a megalodon. I don't know if it can still be used now. Yun Fei Bai was stunned and said, it's okay. You try it again now. Su Luo nodded and injected his mental power into the doll. And the doll began to emit white light. Su Luo quickly withdrew his mental power and said happily, it can still be used. The two of them were ready for the final battle. They asked in the tower, how can we have the final battle? A yellow light screen suddenly appeared above the red button in the tower, with blue words on it. To be revealed tomorrow. The two knew that they could not get the task today, so they left the trial tower. Their trial lasted for a long time. They came in the morning, but now it was dark outside. Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai left the trial tower and turned to look at the big screen. The two names at the top suddenly changed to Lost. It's dark. The two smiled at each other and walked towards the hotel. On the way, Su Luo looked at Yun Fei Bai and asked, how long have you been waiting for me? Yun Fei Bai shook his head. Not too long. Maybe an hour. Su Luo looked at him apologetically and said, if there is a next time, you can go back first. Yun Fei Bai smiled and touched her head. It is basic courtesy for men to wait for women. Not to mention that we are partners. Su Luo slapped his hand away in annoyance. Opened her mouth helplessly, as if she wanted to say something, but finally closed her mouth in vain. Yun Fei Bai didn't wait for her reply. He sighed, and said in a low voice, you can try to rely on me more and trust me more. After all, we are teammates. And there are many things waiting for each other in the future. There was something behind his words. Su Luo just listened silently, but didn't say anything. The two talked about the animals they encountered in the trial again. As expected, different creatures appeared according to the pets of the trial participants. Compared to Su Luo's side, Yun Fei Bai's side was completely different. The first to appear were sharks. Su Luo had to admit that he was really miserable. So, the weaker the person, the easier it is to pass the level? This is not in line with common sense. Both of them had some guesses in their minds. And Yun Feibai said, "Our final battle tomorrow should not be difficult." Su Luo nodded and said, "Indeed. After all, your mosasaur is too strong. Plus there is also the megalodon. It should be difficult for us to lose. But I think there should be some hidden problems that we haven't discovered yet." Yun Feibai just nodded, but didn't say anything more. The two quickly returned to the hotel. Su Luo returned to the room, ready to have a good sleep and face the final battle tomorrow. However, tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Since the names of the two entered the list, the entire Haicheng has fallen into a state of undercurrents, and countless forces have begun to stir. Since Su Luo returned to the room, people sneaking in have been endless, and everyone who sneaked in has only one purpose: to kill Su Luo. Su Luo did not hesitate, killing one if one came, and killing two if two came, in order to maintain a better spirit for the final battle tomorrow. She asked Jellyfish to guard the window and kill anyone who came. She quickly caught up on her sleep and didn't talk all night. The next morning, Su Luo and Yun Feibai went to the trial tower together. Both of them had dark circles under their eyes. But no one talked about what happened last night. Obviously, there was a lot of noise last night, but no one disturbed them along the way. When they arrived at the trial tower, they put their hands on the button. It was the yellow screen from yesterday. But it was the mission of the final battle: kill everyone in the city except the top 10. As expected, Su Luo looked at the screen with some understanding. She had guessed it before. The assassins one after another yesterday proved that today's mission must be a threat to their interests. But there was one thing she was very curious about. Su Luo looked up at the black tower that had stood for who knows how many years. Her eyes filled with some complicated expressions. Yun Feibai also noticed Su Luo's eyes. He looked up at the tower and asked, "Tomorrow or today?" Su Luo retracted her gaze and turned to look at Yun Feibai. After a long silence, she said, "Tomorrow." Yun Feibai looked at her and suddenly laughed easily. "Is that so? Let's go then." As soon as the two of them pretended to leave the tower, overwhelming marine creatures rushed over, trying to catch them off guard. However, the two of them had already summoned their pets. Waiting for this moment, Yun Feibai's mosasaur opened its bloody mouth, rushed out with high spirits, and began to wreak havoc. Every time it swung its tail, it would cause a large number of casualties. Su Luo's jellyfish also quietly slipped out and waved its tentacles at those humans. Soon, a large number of humans fell. Those people obviously knew that they could not deal with Su Luo and the others' pets. So they planned to kill them while they could still deal with them and eliminate the trouble forever. But would Yun Feibai give them this opportunity? Just as the few people entered the trial tower, Yun Feibai suddenly released the megalodon, which made everyone panic. Obviously, they didn't understand why two people had 3 pets. The addition of the megalodon made the situation of the people in Haicheng take a sharp turn for the worse. Originally, it was just the mosasaur and the box jellyfish, which they found difficult to deal with, not to mention the addition of such a powerful weapon. And Su Luo took advantage of the time when they were confused and doubted their lives, and escaped in the chaos with her petite body. Someone saw Su Luo running away and shouted, "That woman ran away." The person next to him said indifferently, "The woman pet is just a jellyfish. Nothing to be afraid of. But the man inside has a mosasaur as his pet, which is a big threat." The person who shouted nodded convincingly, indicating that he still didn't think enough. The person who explained was immediately floating when he saw this admiring look. He put on the appearance of an old driver and analyzed calmly, "And you see, the woman ran away. But the shark is still on the field, which shows that the shark belongs to the man." He paused for a moment. After thinking for a while, the man continued, "So the woman only has a jellyfish that poses no threat, while the man has sharks and mosasaurs, 2 deadly weapons. It's clear who to watch out for. So we should keep an eye on the men." After the analysis, he said obscenely, "Wait until we kill this man, and we can take control of the woman." "Right?" The person next to him said puzzledly, "The woman is just average looking. I'm not interested in her." At this time, he shook his head again, and said as if he knew nothing, "The man can activate such a powerful pet. So he must be good. The woman can make such a man devoted to her. So she must have some extraordinary qualities." At this point, He rubbed his hands evilly and laughed. Maybe this woman is very good in bed. Ha ha ha. As he said this, he seemed to have already put Su Lu on the bed. And he was very proud, and fell into a beautiful fantasy. Chapter 38. The other two nodded in admiration and said, "You are so thoughtful. I didn't think of this just now. When we catch that woman, don't forget to let us enjoy it too." The person who was listening was thinking, "When we find that woman, I will kill you and enjoy it alone. You are just making random analysis here." As if no one has thought of it. Behind them, the box jellyfish had quietly floated by. While they were analyzing here, others obviously also thought of it. That man must be the real main force. So several death squads risked their lives to rush into the tower, wanting to kill Yun Fei Bai quickly and end the battle. However, Yun Fei Bai was no longer in the tower at this time. That's right. Su Luo had already used her innate skills to send Yun Fei Bai away. And she herself took advantage of the people of Haicheng's contempt for her, and successfully escaped under everyone's noses. Once the two masters left, the three pets had no weaknesses, so they naturally became more rampant. Every place they arrived, there would be a lot of casualties. Even the opponent's only weakness was gone. So everyone in Haicheng naturally fell apart and hid themselves. However, this was useless, and the three pets continued to massacre the city. Once they couldn't find anyone, they would destroy the building. And then the people hiding in the building would naturally have nowhere to escape. This massacre lasted for a whole day. Until the early morning, accompanied by the ringing of the bell. The massacre was declared over. Haicheng finally became an empty city. Now, in the huge Haicheng, there was no one except Su Luo and the other two. The two did not go out to see the situation. Nor did they plan to go to the trial tower and leave here. Su Luo opened the window and smelled a faint smell of blood. Many buildings outside had been smashed, and there were ruins. The matter was resolved, and the two fell asleep on the bed very tiredly. Although they were not fighting, it was actually a great drain on their spirits to summon pets all the time. So the two of them were already exhausted at this time. Su Luo and the other person didn't even have the energy to go back to their room to sleep, and they fell asleep on the same bed. A good night's dream. The next morning, Su Luo opened her eyes in confusion, feeling that something was wrong with her. Her hand seemed to touch something warm. Su Luo subconsciously touched it, but heard a deep and pleasant male voice in her ear. Su Luo woke up immediately, looked up, and it was indeed Yun Fei Bai's divine face. And at this moment, I was clinging to someone, with one leg even hanging on him. And what my hand touched was Yun Fei Bai's abdominal muscles. Su Luo carefully moved her hands and feet away, trying not to wake Yun Fei Bai. Then she got off the bed quietly and rolled over to wash up. In the mirror in the bathroom, a woman with a face as red as a cooked shrimp was reflected. Yes, it was Su Luo. Su Luo was very upset at the moment. Just looking at their sleeping postures, anyone could see that she had climbed on Yun Fei Bai. But my sleeping posture is not so bad normally. Right? I am usually very well behaved. Although I do covet Yun Fei Bai's beauty, I am not so hungry. Could it be that my subconscious mind in my dream prompted me to take advantage of him? Su Luo was still doubting her life in the bathroom, while Yun Fei Bai on the bed had already woken up. Yun Fei Bai slowly opened his eyes, and after a moment of blurriness, his eyes quickly returned to clarity. He touched the bed with his right hand, but did not find another person. So he sat up on the bed and wanted to see where Su Luo had gone. Su Luo washed her face in the bathroom and finally managed to get rid of the redness on her face. When she came out, she saw this scene. A handsome man with a slightly hazy face, and his hair was a little messy because he had just gotten up. However, this did not affect his appearance, but instead added some messy beauty to him. He was no longer a gentleman, but a cute guy. His clothes also became half covered because of the night. Half of his abdominal muscles and right shoulder were exposed. His abdominal muscles were 8 packs, neatly arranged on his lower abdomen. The muscles on his right shoulder were distinct, and it was obvious that they were the result of regular exercise. However, such a good figure would not give people the feeling of a muscular man, but would only make others sigh that he was really thin when dressed and had muscles when undressed. Such a sexy figure and that slightly confused face formed a contrasting cuteness, which made Su Luo a little overwhelmed. The redness that Su Luo had just managed to fade away slowly crept back onto her face. Su Luo's face was a little red, but she was perfectly expressionless. Her heart was the complete opposite of her expression. At this moment, Su Luo's heart had already begun to scream crazily. Ah! I'm dead! This man is too ruthless! Why did you let me see this? Is my face red again? Did I not bleed from my nose? Dean's mother! A man seduced me! Yun Feibai didn't know all this. He only saw Su Luo standing there very calmly, staring at him straight. Although her face was a little red, she didn't show any emotion at all. He looked down, then quickly tidied up his clothes. After tidying up, Yun Feibai smiled and greeted Su Luo. Su Luo kept her expressionless face and said calmly, "Hurry up and wash up. We will go to the trial tower later." Yun Feibai nodded, stood up and walked around Su Luo to wash up. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the bottom of the trial tower. The trial tower opened a dark little door. Obviously, as long as they passed through this little door, their copy would be completed. But neither Yun Feibai nor Su Luo wanted to pass through that door. The two just stood in front of the door. Su Luo nodded, and Yun Feibai immediately summoned his mosasaur, and Su Luo also summoned the megalodon. The two ordered the two pets to crash into the trial tower. If there were other people in this sea city, they would definitely laugh at them for overestimating their own abilities. Bang! 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 After one collision after another, a small crack really began to appear on the trial tower. Under the fierce collision, the cracks became more and more numerous and larger. After an unknown amount of time, there was a loud bang, and the black tower that had stood in Haicheng for who knows how many years collapsed under the gaze of the two. However, this would have stunned any Haicheng person. But no one in Haicheng watched. After the tower collapsed, a dark hole was revealed below. Su Luo and Yun Feibai were not surprised, as they had guessed this long ago. Why did this happen? Su Luo had already begun to doubt it when she knew the rules here. The hotel owner told them that if they could not pass the level quickly, they would probably never pass it. But this sentence was obviously different from the rules. After all, everyone could continue to take the test. If you fail the first test, you can summarize your experience and try again. When the test is over and the final challenge comes, you can also fake your death and wait for the right time to massacre the city again. Why do you say it will stay here forever? When Su Luo saw the battle between the megalodon and the melta whale, she suddenly thought, if such a battle can completely destroy the building, then can it also destroy the trial tower? If you think from this perspective, the boss words will be understandable. This sea city has been built for many years, and this trial tower has also been built for so many years. No one thinks it will be easily pushed down. It's like a camel tied to a stick, because when they were young, they were tied with a wooden stick and could not be pulled out. So when they grew up, they could easily pull it out. But they did not do it. The people of Haicheng, based on the experience of generations, no one had even thought of knocking down the trial tower. So even though the trial tower was very fragile, they were trapped in it for generations and could not extricate themselves. If the people who came here did not find this, then even if they passed the final battle and successfully left Haicheng, the heart soaked in blood because of killing could only be left in this dark Haicheng forever. Su Luo could have taken everyone from Haicheng away without going through the final battle. But she didn't do so. When Yun Feibai asked her whether she would leave today or tomorrow, he was actually asking whether she would help the people of Haicheng leave. Su Luo refused. She really couldn't think of any reason for her to take the people of Haicheng away. They all came from darkness and lived in darkness. Human flesh was their only staple food, and killing was the symbol of their revelry. How could such people return to the light? What can they do after returning to the light? Only death is their true destination. The two stood in front of the black hole in silence for a long time. The air was still filled with the smell of blood. The light wind blew, witnessing the long-lost peace of Haicheng. In this sinful city, only after such a war can there be a little tranquility. Finally, it was Yun Feibai who spoke. "Let's go?" Su Luo nodded. She turned back and took a deep look at Haicheng, and then jumped into the deep pit with Yun Feibai without any nostalgia. Ding! The copy is completed. Chapter 39. Congratulations to the player lost successfully cleared the dungeon aquarium prison and received a reward, points plus 30. Congratulations to the player for completing the hidden task. 1. The conductor's passionate performance. Received a reward, attribute point plus 1. 2. Explore your own identity. Received a reward, attribute point plus 1. 3. I am always the first. Received a reward, attribute point plus 1. 4. destroy the trial tower. Received a reward, attribute point +1. Congratulations to the player for obtaining the dungeon item, Rose X1. Su Luo actually didn't expect that she would get an attribute point at the beginning, which was a pleasant surprise. That I am always the first should mean that I am ranked first on the list. As expected, without hesitation, Su Luo said, add attribute points to spirit and speed respectively. 1 point to spirit. 1 point to speed. She has already thought about it. For every 3 attribute points, 2 are added to spirit and 2 are added to speed. Open the panel. Life, 25, plus 6, strength, 7 speed, 12, plus 3, spirit, 14, plus 5, stamina, 10 charm, 12 points, 194 talent skill, God's redemption, legendary teleport one person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed. Only once in a copy. First skill. Healing bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds after reading it. Su Luo clicked on the rose to check the properties. Rose. The roses donated by the guests are the greatest encouragement to the performers. So it has great appeal to any performer. Giving roses to the performers will gain their greatest love. It must be said that this prop is still very powerful. But there are restrictions. It must be given to the performers. But Su Luo felt that she would definitely be able to use this flower in the future. It was a pity that she didn't buy more props at the beginning. Now that she thought about it, those might be props that could be brought out of the dungeon. But there was nothing she could do. Knowing it earlier was more valuable than gold. If I get it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, I'm doomed. Su Luo never felt sad for a long time for things that had already passed. When they left the dungeon, the shark doll had disappeared automatically. Presumably because the props could only be used in one dungeon. So actually, they only got one item this time, which is relatively poor among these times. But this time, they actually got 4 attribute points, which greatly improved their strength. Su Luo had learned from the forum before that most of the time, ordinary players could not get even 1 attribute point after passing a dungeon. Not only that, even the items were very rare. And Su Luo could get items and attribute points in every dungeon. It seems that he should be the best among the players. Su Luo thought happily. In fact, if you think about it carefully, Su Luo's process of obtaining attribute points is actually quite difficult every time. Escape from the cat village. The reason why I was able to complete it is mainly because the key props are in Yunfei Bai's hands. And my talent skills are indeed more suitable for this task. Find the truth about the werewolf village. This task mainly depends on carefulness. If I hadn't discovered the real dungeon task in advance, I would definitely not have had time to search for information. If I wasn't more curious, I would only complete the task and would not think about finding the truth at all. One person kills more than 85% of the NPCs in the whole field this mission. How to say it? The main reason why I can complete the mission is that I rely on my idiot companions to help me. The 4 hidden missions in this dungeon are hidden deeper and deeper. The first one, conductor's heartfelt performance. If there is no rose, there will definitely be no attribute points. If Yunfei Bai hadn't found something wrong, they would definitely not listen to music in the tense dungeon. If I didn't value props so much and didn't give the rose to the little boy, I wouldn't have this reward. In general, this task requires the right time, right place and right people. It is not difficult to do, but it is very difficult to find. The second task, explore your own identity. Actually, it is not bad. There is only one piece of information at the beginning, and the conclusion depends on guessing. As long as you pay attention to the background of the copy, this task can basically be completed. The third one, I am always the first. It is easy to guess, but it is very difficult to complete. It mainly tests personal ability. The last one, push to the trial tower. It is the deepest hidden, and the clues are very hidden. And if Su Luo and Yunfei Bai didn't have 2 very powerful pets, they would have to rely on the joint efforts of the whole city to push down the tower. Then, it is also a big test to make them trust the players. Su Luo thought thoughtfully that the process of obtaining attribute points is indeed difficult, and it is basically difficult for players to obtain them. But the game obviously does not completely prevent players from obtaining attribute points. It is more like training players, or force players to stratify. Indeed, players like Su Luo rely on luck and carefulness to obtain attribute points, and then use attribute points to improve their strength. So it is easier to obtain attribute points, like in the previous task, because I had a lot of experience in obtaining attribute points before. I could guess where to obtain attribute points. And if you are someone who has not obtained a few attribute points before, you naturally cannot guess the system routine. And you will not get those attribute points that are almost obvious and easier to obtain. Su Luo was summarizing, when suddenly, the system prompt sounded. Su Luo opened it, and saw that it was Yunfei Bai. Yunfei Bai, all the dungeon tasks for this month are over. What are your plans? Su Luo, stay at home? Or work? Yunfei Bai, if I tell you that I am actually super rich, what will you do? Su Luo, question mark. I might beat your head off. I advise you to organize your words. Yunfei Bai, I have a younger uncle who is an awakener, and he died before, because he has no children. I inherited his property. That is, a villa and some spare money. Su Luo, I envy you. How did your younger uncle die? Is there any inside information? Are there any top-notch relatives? Or are there any troubles with inheritance? Yunfei Bai, no. So, do you want to come? Su Luo refused him without thinking. If she agreed, it would be like he was supporting her. After Su Luo refused, the two chatted about college and then went to do their own things. As soon as Su Luo finished chatting, she immediately lay on the bed. When her cordial meeting with Zhou Gong ended, it was already dark. Su Luo suddenly realized that her work and rest schedule was very problematic, although it was only 4 times a month. Every time on this day, she would get up in the morning to do the task, go back to sleep after completing the task, and then be very energetic at night and couldn't sleep at all. This is not right, Su Luo thought. Why not go to the task so early next time? But she was in a good mental state in the morning, and she was afraid that she would be easily emotional at night. Su Luo had a headache. It was difficult to have both. For the next few days, Su Luo successfully lived a very extravagant and licentious life for her, playing games and reading books at home. It has been a long time since she had a day without working or going to school. Although this period of time was very leisurely, Su Luo was actually not used to it. However, soon, her happy time as a stay-at-home girl came to an end. The reason was that 1 week before the next month, Q University sent a message. Hello, Su Luo. The school will start on September 2nd. Our school will have 14 days of military training. Please move your luggage into your dormitory this Friday and start military training next Monday. Okay. School is finally starting. Su Luo packed her luggage. She didn't really have anything to pack. After packing, she called Yunfei Bai. Hello? Su Luo? Yes. It's me. I plan to go to Q University tomorrow. What about you? Yes. I go tomorrow too. Do you want me to pick you up? Su Luo hesitated for a moment. It was really inconvenient to go to school with her luggage. Now she had no money and couldn't even take a taxi. Then let's meet at the gate of Xingfu Community at 10 o'clock on time? Yeah. Xingfu Community is exactly where Su Luo lives. The configuration of the whole community is quite good. Su Luo looked at the house and said, Alas, I finally have my own house. But I have to live in the dormitory tomorrow. The next day, Su Luo waited for Yunfei Bai at the gate of the community on time. The moment she saw Yunfei Bai's car, she suddenly realized that the sum money Yunfei Bai said yesterday was like the I did average in the exam that good students often say. Not only is it not counted, but it also always makes people stunned. Yunfei Bai drives a car that looks low-key, but is actually extremely expensive. Why does Su Luo know the car Yunfei Bai drives so well? The reason is that she searched for the signs of rich people on the forum a long time ago. This car is one of them. Su Luo has been an orphan with no power since she was a child. So it is very important to identify the right person. It's okay to have small fights at ordinary times. But once you provoke those really rich and powerful big guys, you will really be in trouble. So Su Luo learned her lesson after suffering a loss once, and became crazy about those shoes, watches, cars, etc. that represent the identity of rich people. Even in the new world, this habit has not changed. And Yunfei Bai's car is within her knowledge. My friend turned out to be a hidden boss. What can I do? This is a true portrayal of Su Luo's heart. She now really feels like she is living in a romance novel. Soon, the car stopped in front of Su Luo. The car door was opened, and the legs came out before the person. A pair of legs that made Su Luo's scream stepped on the ground. Yunfei Bai's handsome face then appeared in front of Su Luo. The sun was shining, and both the luxury cars and the beauties seemed to be radiating light. What a standard plot of a Mary Sue idol drama. After going through a whole copy of the game, Su Luo finally became immune to Yun Fei Bai's divine appearance. Now she could even complain about that handsome face. And Su Luo was very pleased. Chapter 40. Yun Fei Bai didn't know Su Luo's mental activities. He was very happy to see his friend again after half a month. Yun Fei Bai smiled and greeted Su Luo. Then put Su Luo's luggage into the trunk like a gentleman. And then opened the door for Su Luo and invited her in. Although Yun Fei Bai behaved very gentlemanly most of the time, it made people feel very comfortable. But every time Yun Fei Bai showed such obvious gentlemanly behavior, Su Luo always felt like a princess. Alas, this is not good. Su Luo sighed inwardly. Under the gaze of the elderly in the community, Su Luo got on the car helplessly. After thinking for a while, she said, "Aren't you a little too conspicuous?" Yun Fei Bai looked at her innocently and said, "This car. People who don't know it can't tell that it is a good car. I am already low-key enough." Su Luo looked at him, and finally chose to remain silent. "She couldn't say that your face was too ostentatious. So why don't you wear a mask next time?" Yun Fei Bai thought of something and asked, "By the way, your luggage is so light? Are the things enough?" Su Luo looked at him with a smile and said, "I have been here for almost a month. If it is not enough, won't I work and sell it?" Yun Fei Bai also knew that he asked a stupid question. He touched his nose and stopped talking. In this harmonious atmosphere, the two came to school, because they knew that many juniors would come to school this week. The seniors' hunting activities also started vigorously. Everyone thinks, as long as I can attract the juniors as quickly as possible, singles can't catch up with me. If Yun Fei Bai had no one around him, he would definitely be the key candidate of the seniors of Q University. But there was Su Luo next to him, which made the boys and girls who saw them very disappointed. But after all, they were top students of Q University, and no one would go up to cause trouble when there was already someone next to the target. So Su Luo and the others helped each other reduce a lot of trouble without knowing it. After the two asked the senior where the dormitory was, Yun Fei Bai accompanied Su Luo to the girls' dormitory first. Then he left in front of everyone's surprised eyes. Su Luo came to her dormitory with her luggage. For 1602. This is it. Su Luo entered the dormitory and found that there were already two people inside. Both girls were eye-catching. One had short hair, a beautiful face, red lips, and wore a black leather jacket, looking indifferent. The other was completely opposite to her, wearing a white skirt and smiling eyes. This was probably the legendary first love face. Su Luo thought silently. The girl in the white dress stood up first when she saw Su Luo coming in, stretched out her hand, and said enthusiastically, "Hello. My name is Lu Luoming." Su Luo also smiled and held her hand, saying, "Hello. My name is Su Luo." The girl looked at her with some surprise and said, "Both of our names have the word Luo in them. What a coincidence." Su Luo smiled and agreed, "Yes, it is a coincidence." After saying this, she looked at another girl, stretched out her hand and said, "Hello?" The girl looked up at Su Luo coldly, held Su Luo's hand, then quickly let go and said, "Chu Qingqiu." What a cold woman. Su Luo thought helplessly. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Lu Luoming immediately said, "Sister Chu is super beautiful. She lights up our entire dormitory." Right? This? Su Luo was speechless. Not to mention that everyone is the same age. Why do you call her sister? Just this sentence. Chu Qingqiu lights up the entire dormitory. Isn't this equivalent to saying that they are dull? Lu Luoming is young, but she has a lot of tricks. Su Luo feels that she has changed from a wuxianwen to an idol drama, and now to a palace fighting drama. But when it comes to palace fighting, the little girl in front of her is very weak. Su Luo once had a good friend in the orphanage, who was a fighter among green tea bitches, killing both men and women. Every word and every makeup of hers was hidden in her little tricks. Under her influence, Su Luo has a very clear view of this kind of people. After all, the master of the green tea bitch world is right next to her. Compared to her, the little girl in front of Su Luo was like she was not wearing any clothes, and could be seen through at a glance. TSK. These two roommates really have distinct personalities. Su Luo smiled and looked at Lu Luoming. Without answering, this made Lu Luoming a little embarrassed. For some reason, she felt that the eyes of this new roommate were particularly clear, as if he could see through her heart. After all, it was the first day, And Su Luo did not intend to turn the dormitory into a Shura field. She said, "I wonder what our last roommate looks like." Lu Luoming breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that she must not have seen through her intentions. So she also smiled and agreed, "I am looking forward to it too." As she was talking, the door was pushed open, and it was the last roommate, Su Weiwei. "No, it's Yi Weiwei." The girl at the door smiled and shook her head, put down her luggage, and hugged Su Luo, who came over. "Yes, this is Su Luo's full-level green tea friend. She was adopted by a family surnamed He when she was 9 years old. I didn't expect that. I was thinking about her 1 second, and I saw her the next second." Su Luo was extremely surprised. "You have also awakened your talent skills," Su Luo exclaimed. He Weiwei smiled and said, "I am also surprised. How about it? Do you want to consider teaming up with me?" Su Luo shook her head and whispered in her ear, "I have already teamed up." He Weiwei looked at Su Luo in surprise, but she also knew that there were 2 outsiders around, so it was not appropriate to talk about these things. So she had to suppress her doubts in her heart. He Weiwei glanced at the whole dormitory and whispered in Su Luo's ear, "The one in the white dress is a scheming bitch. You should be careful." Su Luo had to admit that people of the same kind can recognize each other better. At least it was because of what Lu Luoming said that she was able to judge her attributes. I didn't expect that He Weiwei could see through Lu Lianrong's scheming bitch character with just one glance. Su Luo really felt inferior to her. Su Luo looked at this old friend, who she hadn't seen for a long time, and missed her a little. After not seeing her for so long, she was still as beautiful as before. Looking at her appearance when she just came in, Su Luo knew that she was now in the style of a sunny and beautiful girl. As an outstanding green tea, He Weiwei has always kept pace with the times, and has a variety of appearances. From a cute Lolita to an intellectual queen. From a pure little white flower to a carefree female man. There is nothing she can't handle. After several people got to know each other, Su Luo also habitually labeled everyone. This is a small habit of Su Luo, which can reasonably help herself recognize others. He Weiwei, full-level green tea. Good character. As a big green tea, He Weiwei cherishes her reputation very much, so she never does anything bad. For example, stealing other people's boyfriends, being a mistress, etc., are all things she completely disdains to do. This is also the reason why Su Luo can become friends with her. Chu Qingqiu, indifferent. Queen. Lu Luoming, small green tea. Although they have different personalities, these 3 roommates are all top beauties. Su Luo herself is also a little beauty, but she is not good enough in this dormitory. Okay, Su Luo thought indifferently. Don't count on falling in love in college. After the few people cleaned the dormitory, it was already noon. So after some discussion, they unanimously decided to go out to find food together. When the 4 people walked out of the dormitory building, they immediately received a lot of attention. Su Luo felt that the 3 people next to him were simply a beautiful scenery of Q University, and he was forced to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention. However, what made Su Luo most uncomfortable was their standing position. Chu Qingqiu was about 1.7 meters tall. He Weiwei was 1.68 meters tall. Lu Luoming was a little shorter than He Weiwei, about 1.65 meters tall, and she was 1.62 meters tall. Several people walked together, as if they were a Wi-Fi signal. Forgive Su Luo for being frank. If she walks with them like this again next time, she will be a dog. After this trip, their dormitory 4602 became famous. Women's friendship always comes inexplicably. And after a meal, several people have already started to get familiar with each other. Back in the dormitory, several people started talking about their majors and careers. He Weiwei said first, "I majored in fashion design and am a mage. I have participated in 4 dungeons so far." After hearing the last sentence, several people couldn't help but look at her. "Wow, Weiwei, you are so amazing. You actually went to 4. Besides the assessment dungeon, I have only been to 1 dungeon. It was super difficult and used up all the points I earned in the assessment dungeon, so I dare not go again." The one who spoke was Lu Luoming. She clenched her fists and pretended to say, "I've thought about it. I just passed the assessment dungeon in the future. Otherwise, I'd be at a loss if I die because of insufficient points." This is indeed what most people think. They always pass the assessment dungeon without doing anything. This is especially true for students from prestigious schools like them. They can live well with their academic qualifications. So why do they have to go through life and death in the dungeon? Su Luo couldn't deny this attitude. Anyway, she wanted to do both. Lu Luoming continued, I am a fine arts major. And I may become an art teacher in the future. As long as I can become a teacher. It is a stable job no matter where I am. So I just need to study hard in school and stay alive in the dungeon. Chu Qingqiu was still as brief as ever. I am an assassin. Majoring in finance. I have passed 3 dungeons. Very good. Very powerful. Whether it is a major or a career. It fits her personality very well. Su Luo finally said, I am a history major and a priest. Su Luo deliberately did not say how many dungeons she had passed. After all, as a priest, she is very weak. If she said that she had passed 4 dungeons, it would easily lead to a series of questions. Chapter 41. Su Luo's identity as a priest immediately attracted everyone's attention. He Weiwei asked in surprise, Priest? Su Luo nodded. He Weiwei stamped her feet and said with some regret, Oh? Why are you? Su Luo smiled and said, It's okay. Anyway, it's not a good idea for a priest and a mage to team up. He Weiwei had no choice but to nod helplessly. Oh, 3. Have you seen our campus forum? Yun Feibai shook his head and asked in confusion, What's wrong? The boy said excitedly, There is a female dormitory among our freshmen, which is full of beautiful girls. Yun Feibai withdrew his gaze without interest, and heard the boy continue, It seems to be dormitory 4602. For 1602? Yun Feibai remembered that Su Luo seemed to live in that dormitory. This time his eyes were finally attracted. At this time, a boy on the upper bunk lowered his head. If he had long hair, he could definitely play a qualified female ghost. He asked, Baozi, look quickly. What types of girls are those for? The boy named Baozi saw that he was interested, as if he had seen a good friend with the same interests, and immediately said excitedly, We have everything you want here. Aloof queen type, pure and sweet type, sunny and cheerful type, and a petite and cute type. The most important thing is that these girls are all better than the average. Show me the photos. As he said that, the boy quickly got down from the upper bunk. Several boys gathered together and began the judging session. This girl is awesome. She is indeed a gorgeous queen, with such a pretty face. And she is also an iceberg beauty. Ah, I can't do it anymore. Forget about queens. I still like girls who are cute and cuddly. That innocent little beauty meets my requirements for first love. I think that sunny girl is very good. What about you? Third brother? Which one do you think is better? Yun Feibai looked at the person with a cute smile in the blurry photo. With a smile in his eyes. I think the one on the far right is the best. As he said that, he pointed at Su Luo. Baozi looked at him with some surprise and said, Do you like cute styles? I like them too. But compared to her roommate, this girl's looks are a little worse. Yun Feibai was no longer looking at the photos. He returned to his chair and said, Aren't you hungry? Several people suddenly felt hungry. So they closed the interface and went out to eat. When everyone walked out together, Yun Feibai said softly, I think she is pretty enough. This sentence was lightly blown away by a gust of wind in the air. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the freshmen were uniformly issued with military training uniforms. Tomorrow morning, they will be sent to the much-anticipated, not military training base. The next morning, everyone got on the bus with excitement. They had filled out the occupation form yesterday. If nothing unexpected happened, the warriors and assassins should be separated from the others. Su Luo had a military training when she started high school. Although it was only 7 days, I was still very clear about the routine of military training. Except for having to get up early every day and the extremely unpalatable food in the cafeteria. There was nothing else that I couldn't stand. Soon, the military training speech was followed by standing at attention. In addition to adding points to one of your attributes, attribute points can also improve personal physical fitness. In other words, when standing at attention, the person who only added 1 point must be worse than the person who added 5 points. In total, Su Luo has now added 8 attribute points. Most of the others only added 1 point per month. So the military training that was unbearable for them was really nothing to Su Luo. This also led to a few small poplars standing out among a bunch of crooked melons and cracked dates, which looked particularly abrupt. So, these abrupt little poplars were gloriously pulled to the front to stand in military posture. The good name was to set an example for everyone. Among them, Yun Feibai is one of the boys. Among the girls, besides Su Luo, there is also Chu Qingqiu from their dormitory. Although Chu Qingqiu has much less points than Su Luo, she is originally from a military family. Standing at attention is a piece of cake for her. Her back is straight, and the ugly clothes she wears give people a cool feeling. Like her, Yun Feibai can wear the military training uniform to look like a regular soldier. When he wears this outfit, he doesn't look like a student in military training, but more like an instructor giving military training to students. Su Luo thought about how she looked in the mirror, and then looked at the person in front of her, and she was very angry. Others say, clothes make the man, and the saddle makes the horse. But people with real looks really become people who match clothes. Su Luo's other two roommates are also examples of people who match clothes. However, when they wear them, they look like military flowers. At this time, these two military flowers are trying to escape the torture of standing at attention. Lu Luming was the first to lose patience. She was seen swaying back and forth, with increasing amplitude, and then falling backwards. Successfully escaped from standing at attention. At this time, He Weiwei performance, which was completely worthy of her full-level green tea attribute, officially began. She also swayed at first, and the amplitude became larger and larger. The difference was that He Weiwei's swaying body never fell down. Her face was pale, and her lips were a little chapped. But her face was stubborn. What a little white flower who refused to admit defeat. Such a style made the boys look sideways. And even the instructor looked over. Sure enough, after a while, the instructor asked everyone to rest. As soon as the instructor gave the order, He Weiwei's legs went limp, and she looked like she was going to fall. The girl next to her immediately supported her, and took her to the shade of a tree. The other girls surrounded He Weiwei, and asked her about her well-being. Weiwei, why are you being so stubborn? Weiwei, you are just too obedient. Look at that white lotus over there. Didn't it fall down early? As she said this, the girl glanced at Lu Lianrong. Su Luo was in the front, and heard some boys discussing the situation here. The girl who fainted is pretty. I feel so sorry for her. The one who is supported is the one who makes me feel sorry for her. I think she has already died. But she is just holding on, not wanting to embarrass the girl. That's right. The girl who fell down was too weak. But this one is more pitiful. To be honest, if Su Luo didn't know that He Weiwei had gone through 4 dungeons, and probably gained more than 1 attribute point, and she also saw He Weiwei put on a very light sick makeup, and deliberately made her lips very dry, she couldn't help but believe it. Real green tea always attracts both men and women. Su Luo smiled and shook her head. She really hasn't changed at all. Turning around, she found Yun Feibai looking at her. Su Luo raised her eyebrows, and gave him a puzzled look. Yun Feibai asked, is that girl who pretends to be bad your friend? He said friend, not roommate. Su Luo nodded and said, I met her in the original continent. Why? Are you interested in her? Su Luo looked at the two people. Handsome man and beautiful woman. Really a good match. Do you want me to help you? Before she finished, Yun Feibai interrupted her. I don't like it. It's not my cup of tea. His tone was a little anxious, and his brows were deeply furrowed. Su Luo was a little surprised, not knowing why he suddenly became anxious. She had to wave her hand and said, forget it then. Just at this time, He Weiwei waved to Su Luo. Luo, accompany me to the toilet? Su Luo nodded, looked at Yun Feibai apologetically, and then ran towards He Weiwei. As soon as they arrived at the toilet, He Weiwei spoke, is that handsome guy the one you teamed up with? Su Luo paused and nodded mechanically. Sure enough, He Weiwei exploded next. Are you stupid? He is so handsome. How insecure you feel to team up with him. Men are all pigs. Am I not good enough? Why did you abandon me? Seeing that He Weiwei gattling mouth was about to continue, Su Luo quickly interrupted her. Weiwei, we have met twice. He is a good person and strong. He is a good resource. Besides, when I teamed up with him, I didn't know you were here either. He Weiwei talked to Su Luo for a long time, with only 2 main points. One is that the girl should protect herself, and the other is that I will always wait for you. It rhymes a bit. Su Luo was moved, not very much. The two of them also exchanged names with each other. Only when they know each other's names can they add each other as friends. He Weiwei game name is Scarlet Beauty. And Su Luo laughed at her for a long time. In the following military training time, in Su Luo's eyes, the main task was to watch the show. First, the little green tea's acting skills, and then the standard demonstration of the full-level green tea. The two people fought in all aspects from flirting with men to pretending to faint, and Lu Luoming was completely defeated. But despite this, the fight between the two people was still interesting to Su Luo. What surprised her most was that when the little white lotus and the full-level green tea were fighting fiercely, Chu Qingqiu didn't feel the undercurrent between them at all, and even thought that the two had a good relationship. Specifically, one day, when the two girls went out to do something, Su Luo suddenly saw a little envy in Chu Qingqiu's eyes. Su Luo went over to ask Chu Qingqiu, and the conversation went like this: they are going out together again. Making trouble. Yeah. They have a really good relationship. Do you really think so? Are you blind? Yeah. I tell you. I saw them looking at each other affectionately several times. You are really observant. Imagination is a disease. It must be cured. Su Luo really didn't expect that Chu Qingqiu, who looked cool on the outside, was actually an emperor of imagination. And a little pure. Su Luo almost knelt down to her. Chapter 42. Later, Su Luo found out that because Chu Qingqiu grew up in a military compound, there were no girls around her. In addition, she had a cold personality, so she never encountered any intrigues between girls in her life. Su Luo suddenly realized that except for herself, everyone around her was living a life like a novel. The military training time passed by in a flash, and when it was time to leave, everyone was still a little reluctant. The instructor asked everyone to form a circle and then told them interesting stories in the dungeon. You must be careful in the dungeon. Remember, if you think something is wrong, it must be wrong. Don't be lucky and think that you are overthinking. Following up the matter may save your life. Su Luo felt that what the instructor said was really from the bottom of his heart. She also experienced the importance of being bold and careful in the dungeon. Unfortunately, if nothing unexpected happened, most people present might not listen. After all, behavioral habits have been formed long ago, and it is impossible to change them because of someone else's words. 14 days is neither long nor short. Soon, the military training was over. Su Luo officially started school. As expected, the day before school started, all players would enter the assessment dungeon at the beginning of the month. At 9 o'clock, Su Luo waited for a while on the bed in the dormitory, and then clicked enter the dungeon with Yun Feibai on time. The first thing that popped up was the attribute panel: life, 25, plus 6, strength, 7, speed, 12, plus 3, spirit, 14, plus 5, stamina, 10, charm, 12, points, 191. Talented skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleport one person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed, and can only be used once in a dungeon. First skill, Healing Bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds, after a dizzy spell. Su Luo looked up and saw that she was surrounded by lava, and she was standing on a path in the lava. Su Luo, frightened by the scene in front of her, took a step back subconsciously, but bumped into the chest behind her. A slight groan was heard, and Su Luo turned around and saw that it was Yun Feibai. Yun Feibai was also observing the surroundings carefully. After being bumped by Su Luo, he looked down at Su Luo and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Su Luo was a little embarrassed to say that she was scared. After thinking for a while, she said, "I think this scene, if you fall into the magma, it won't be very good." Yun Feibai nodded and said, "And this copy is likely to be more friendly to fire players." The two opened the system and checked this task. Copy. This assessment copy is a lava copy. The fire player's attack is +1, and the water player's attack is reduced by 1. If the player falls into the magma, the health will continue to decrease by 5 per second. After the player leaves the magma, there will be a fire poison that lasts for 10 seconds, and the health will decrease by 1 per second. Mission 1. Kill all monsters, required. 2. Kill 10 ordinary monsters personally, required, reward, health +1. 3. Healing amount reaches 500, required, reward, health +2. 4. Kill 3 elite monsters personally, optional, reward, health +3. 5. Kill the dungeon boss personally, optional, reward, health +5. PS. There are still 5 minutes before the game starts. Please familiarize yourself with the map as soon as possible. The tasks are the same as the first one, but the number of monsters required for each task has increased. Su Luo had seen on the forum before that the number of monsters required for the first task of the dungeon X12 plus 10 is the number of all monsters in this dungeon. Elite monsters are the number of tasks X10. In other words, there are 130 monsters and 30 elite monsters in this dungeon. This number is much more than the initial assessment dungeon. And Su Luo sincerely misses the previous dungeon. The difficulty of this task is not only reflected in the increase in the number of tasks compared to the initial assessment dungeon. When the old player said that the assessment dungeons for new players were very simple, Su Luo didn't quite believe it. But seeing the difficulty of this dungeon map, Su Luo had to say that the initial assessment was much easier. What a devilish scene this map is now. You know, if you die in the assessment dungeon, you really die. After falling into the lava, your health will decrease by 5 per second. If we compare it to the level of ordinary players, most players who are in the second assessment dungeon will only have about 20 health points. Then they can only stay in the lava for 4 seconds before dying. Not to mention that even if they get ashore, their health will slowly decrease by 10 points. It can almost be said that if there is no priest, the newcomer will almost certainly die once he falls into the lava. Even Su Luo himself only has 31 health points. Plus the siege of the monsters. It is easy to die on the spot. And it is too late to add blood. Su Luo feels that this game actually doesn't want them to live well. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other helplessly, and both felt the difficulty of this dungeon. The two calmed down and began to explore the map. The entire dungeon was not very large, but the terrain was quite complex. In addition to the flat roads, there were also small hills and small islands in the magma. Su Luo found that if you fell into the magma, as long as you reacted quickly enough, you could basically land within 3 seconds. But there was a prerequisite, which was to be very familiar with the map and know which direction had the nearest landing point. Because the map was not very large, they soon saw other people in the distance. It's not surprising that these two people are also team players. Obviously, most people will quickly form a team after entering the mainland to improve their survivability. I just don't know if these two people are new or old players. Because time is tight. Su Luo and the others didn't plan to chat with them for $5. But the two people obviously wanted to find someone to chat with. And they quickly rushed over and entangled Su Luo and the others. Hello. My name is Xiao Zian. And this is my companion Xingxing Bukong. Are you two also team players? The one who spoke was the girl. She was not very pretty, with many pockmarks on her face. But unexpectedly, her voice was very nice. Such a gentle voice. Su Luo was a little emotional. She felt that if it's a fairy she wanted, she could be a voice actor to support herself. No need to change the voice. Just use the original voice. It will definitely attract a lot of fans. For someone with such a nice voice. Although her uninvited behavior just now was a bit disgusting, Su Luo was still very willing to be tolerant. Yes, we are in the same team. My name is Lost. And his is Jie. Su Luo tried to be concise. She didn't want to waste time. Although this map is not very big, the terrain is quite complicated. In addition, you need to react quickly after falling into the magma. So it is very challenging to remember. But just based on the fact that it's a little fairy. And Xingxing Bukong took the initiative to chat with them before Su Luo and the others came over. It can be seen that these two people have low emotional intelligence. Sure enough, it's a fairy. Didn't get Su Luo's implicit hint, and happily chatted with Su Luo. This dungeon looks so difficult. It's much more difficult than my first dungeon assessment. It's a fairy. Complained. Then he looked at Su Luo with some hope, and said carefully, you should be veterans. Right? Can you guide us? Although it was a question, it was in a positive tone. Su Luo then understood the other party's intention. It turned out that he wanted to ask the old players for help and pass the dungeon like the first time. No wonder he was so enthusiastic towards me. And he still forced himself to put a cold face on me. Although the other party's tone made Su Luo very uncomfortable. She thought about it and said calmly, we are also new players. We can't help you. It's the little fairy. After listening to Su Luo's words, doubts were clearly revealed on her face. She frowned and said with some dissatisfaction, you don't have to pretend to be newbies. We can still tell whether you are newbies or not. Next to her, Xingxing Bukong. He comforted her arrogantly. Little fairy, don't worry about them. They just don't want to take us. If you don't want to take us, then don't take us. Why pretend to be a new player? Heh. These old players are so selfish. Once there is no benefit, no one is willing to take new players. Su Luo was almost laughing out of anger. Not to mention that she didn't lie at all. Who gave them the illusion that old players must take them? And not taking them is selfish? Who gave them the illusion that they can provoke old players at will? It's the little fairy looked at Xingxing Bukong affectionately and said gently, I know you are standing up for me. It's okay. And I also believe that there is true love in the world. Maybe the two seniors really have some unspeakable secrets that are why they don't want to take us. Xingxing Bukong was still full of indignation just now. But after listening to what It's the little fairy said, he softened and touched It's the little fairy's face affectionately and said, I know you are kind and don't want to embarrass everyone. But it is because you are too kind that you have encouraged these people's arrogance, he said, and glared at Su Luo and the others angrily. And then continued, but it doesn't matter. I will protect you from the harm of this world. After that, he looked at Yunfei Bai fiercely and said, if you hurt my woman, I will destroy your paradise. It's the little fairy. After hearing this, she looked at him with tears in her eyes, looking deeply moved. Brother Xingxing, you are so nice. Little fairy's sister. Excuse me? Su Luo was almost stunned by the two people's magic, and even the anger toward Xingxing Bukong just now disappeared a little. Chapter 43. She originally thought that they were two. I am weak. I am right players who were forcibly blackmailing people. But they turned out to be two Mary Sues. Su Luo relaxed her brows. She was a normal person. Why should she bother with fools? These two people were probably the male and female protagonists of the old Mary Sue script. She knew this kind of script well. The protagonist was right in everything. And love was supreme. Yunfei Bai was obviously shocked by the words of the two people. He never expected that there would be such wisdom in the assessment copy. To be honest, originally, Xingxing Bukong was scolding Su Luo openly and secretly. And he was already angry and wanted to knock out these two noisy people. However, the conversation between the two just now was like a basin of cold water, which extinguished his anger. Now his mind was full of wanting to take Su Luo away from these two people as soon as possible, because their smart brains could not accept the poisoning of wise players. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai had the same idea at this time. The two looked at each other and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Yunfei Bai stood a little in front of Su Luo, protecting her behind him, and said, you can find someone else to take care of her. Don't bother us. Thank you. After that, he quickly pulled Su Luo forward. However, he underestimated the stickiness of Mary Sue couples. It's the little fairy, she said with a hurt face. Why do you say we are bothering you? How can you be so rude? My heart is deeply hurt by you. As soon as she finished speaking, the stars are not empty. Just like singing a double act, he said. How dare you bully my little fairy sister? The little fairy sister is so kind and innocent. Why do you bully her? Su Luo couldn't help thinking. Rabbits are so cute. Why do you eat them? At this time, the little fairy sister in his mouth had tears in her eyes. She grabbed the sleeve of Xingxing Bukong and said pitifully, I'm fine. Brother Xingxing, don't quarrel with others for me. I will feel bad. What a delicate and pretentious little white flower heroine. Su Luo watched them perform from the side, and felt inferior in her heart. Before, Su Luo was wondering why they thought that she and Yunfei Bai were old players, and she was wondering if she had done something that didn't want to be new. Now it seems that in their eyes, except for herself, everyone else should be an old player. Yunfei Bai looked at them, was silent for a while, suddenly took a deep breath, and then asked in confusion, I said thank you. Why do you still say I'm impolite? Ah! My heart is deeply broken by you. As he said this, he made a gesture of holding his heart like Shizi, and put on a look of grief. Su Luo was stunned by his actions. It was the first time she knew that her friend had the attribute of acting. Obviously, it's a fairy, and the stars are not empty were also attracted by it. It was the first time they met someone with the same Mary Sue script. It's a fairy opened his mouth and wanted to explain. I'm not. Yunfei Bai interrupted her very quickly and released the second skill of the little white flower heroine. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. His second skill successfully caused a lot of damage to the enemy. But obviously, it's the little fairy as a regular little white flower heroine. She is not a vegetarian either. And quickly counterattacked. How can you be like this? You are cold. You are ruthless. And you are unreasonable. Yun Fei Bai released the ultimate skill indifferently. Aren't you cold? Ruthless? And unreasonable? Now even Su Luo could guess the next sentence of it's a fairy which must be, but you are more cold. More ruthless. And more unreasonable. Su Luo shuddered. She didn't want to hear such a wise conversation. Obviously. The opposite Xingxing Bukong also thought of this. He immediately grabbed it's a fairy and said to her, "You stared at that man for more than 10 seconds. I'm jealous now." As he said that, he took the shy it's a fairy in a princess hug and took her away like a boss. Su Luo widened her eyes in surprise, expressing her admiration for Xingxing Bukong. She had just seen the fear in Xingxing Bukong's eyes towards it's a little fairy and Yun Fei Bai's upcoming spell, and wanted to dissuade them. Unexpectedly, he spoke in a romantic tone, successfully interrupting the little white flower heroine's chanting skills. Su Luo looked at Xingxing Bukong and Yun Fei Bai, and suddenly felt the man routine. Only romance can defeat romance. She lost, because of the continuous output of the two people. They successfully stopped the white flower lady's ultimate move from coming, so they can continue to explore the map. 5 minutes passed in a flash. Ding! The dungeon begins. Almost as soon as the voice fell, a small monster appeared in front of Su Luo. She quickly stepped back a few steps, and then started to attack. Yun Fei Bai also released a skill at the moment the small monster appeared, and entangled the small monster in close range. This is a flame-type small monster that looks a bit like a ghost fire, but it is red. The whole flame looked like a head, with slightly ferocious facial features on it. How to say it? In Su Luo's eyes, this monster was probably exactly the same as the pumpkin on Halloween. The monster's attack method was also very simple. That is, it would get close to the opponent and cause high temperature damage to the opponent. This was very unpleasant for any melee player. After Yun Fei Bai approached the monster, his health began to drop. Now Su Luo could no longer care about attacking, and directly turned into a full-time nurse, doing her best to add blood to Yun Fei Bai. With a full-time nurse, Yun Fei Bai's health was finally guaranteed to be stable and always maintained a green. -18. -18. -18. The attacks hit the monsters one by one. And soon, the monsters turned into white light and disappeared. Yun Fei Bai breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Su Luo and said, "Next time is yours." Su Luo nodded. Looking back at the battle just now, Su Luo made a small calculation in his mind, and then said to Yun Fei Bai, "The monster's health is 120, and it will cause 2 damage to the player every second when it is close to the player." Yun Fei Bai received the data and did some calculations in his head. I can kill it in 5 hits, which takes 15 seconds. During this period, the damage received is reduced by 30. Su Luo continued, I can add 19 health points to you every 5 seconds, which is 57 health points in 15 seconds. Calculated in this way, we can only fight with 2 monsters at most. Yun Fei Bai nodded. Then let's go. I go and lure the monsters. It is obvious that both of them are data flow players. The advantages and disadvantages of such players are obvious. The advantage is that you can clearly know what to do and how to maximize the benefits. The disadvantage is that you must get the data quickly. And once the data changes, errors are likely to occur. Su Luo and Yun Fei Bai walked along the path and suddenly received a system notification. Ding. Player 84 stomach strengthening and digestion promoting tablets. Li Jiaoping died. Ding. Player no need for shower gel when taking a bath. Chen Nuidied. Su Luo was stunned instantly. It was less than 10 minutes after the game started. How come 2 people died? Although this dungeon is very difficult, at least at the beginning, the players still have the strength to fight? Could it be that there are some hidden dangers that I haven't discovered yet? Yun Fei Bai also looked solemn. 2 people died at the beginning. This is very unfortunate news for other players. This means that their workload has increased. In other words, the tasks that these 2 people should have undertaken were evenly distributed to them, and the tasks were increased. Su Luo looked at Yun Fei Bai with some uneasiness and said, It seems that these 2 people died together. Do you think there is any inside story in this dungeon? How could 2 players die together? Yun Fei Bai shook his head and frowned. I don't know. Logically, too many monsters should not be refreshed at the beginning. Then most players should be able to deal with a monster independently. Could it be that these two players were too unlucky? They encountered 2 or 3 separate monsters at the same time, and had no time to replenish their supplies. So they were exhausted to death by the monsters? Su Luo thought about it and guessed maybe the two players had a conflict, and then messed with each other, and finally didn't control the scale, and were killed by the monsters. Yun Feibai sighed and said, "No matter what, we just need to be careful." Su Luo nodded as he said. Suddenly she looked forward and said, "The monsters are coming." The two of them immediately cheered up and faced a new wave of monsters. This time there were 2 monsters, and just like last time, Su Luo was in the back row to heal, and Yun Feibai was in the front to deal damage. -18, +19, -18, -18, +19. The two of them cooperated well, and it felt that this dungeon was not that difficult. After the monster disappeared, a bottle of red medicine suddenly appeared on the ground. The ground of this map was originally red, and the red medicine was also a transparent glass bottle filled with red potion. If you don't look carefully, you can't find that the monster has dropped it. Su Luo picked up the red medicine, put it in the portable space, and said to Yun Feibai seriously, "Let's always pay attention to the ground. I seriously suspect that some players will miss the drop because they didn't see it." Yun Feibai smiled and nodded. Wei Su Qingling is a single player, and she has gone through 4 assessment dungeons, although it is indeed difficult to pass the dungeon without teammates. As long as she thinks about how much the pig teammates dragged her down during the 2nd assessment dungeon, she has no intention of forming a team at all. Fortunately, her own strength is good enough, and her mind is much clearer than many people who still think they live in the original continent. Although she is fighting alone, she did not suffer any loss in the first month. On the contrary, because she is alone, she is always despised by others. And then she pretends to be a pig and eats the tiger, and successfully wipes out many 2-person teams. But now, she is looking for a place to rest with a gloomy face. This dungeon is a bit difficult, and 2 people died at the beginning. Chapter 44. Wei Su Qingling. I don't know how many times I have scolded these 2 players. How can there be such weak players? If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have to be so tired now. But I don't know if it's her illusion. The dungeons she passed seemed to be getting harder and harder. Originally, she could still complete the task while slacking off, but now it's too difficult to find the lone monsters one by one. By the way, this dungeon is too unfriendly to warriors. Right? If you get close, you will be hurt. Just now, she just fought with 2 monsters for a while, but even with her gains from 4 assessment copies, her health has turned yellow now. She touched the red medicine with heartache and restored her health. No matter how delicious the red medicine is, it can't save her painful heart. This is 5 points. She just used a bottle of red medicine at the beginning. How can she pass the game later? Before she finished feeling heartache, a monster refreshed in front of her again. Wei Su Qingling. She was about to collapse. Who could tell her why the monsters kept appearing in front of her? She didn't want to fight monsters. Let her rest for a while. Just as she was trying to gather her strength and prepare to fight, a magic bullet suddenly flew out from the side. Wei Su Qingling. Without caring about who was helping her, she rushed forward to entangle the monster. -17, -16, -17, -16. With the combined efforts of the 2, the monster died in a short while. Wei Su Qingling turned around to see who was helping her. Behind her was a girl. When she saw Wei Su Qingling looking over, she panicked for a moment, then smiled at her. Wei Su Qingling looked at her and said seriously, "Thank you for helping me just now. If you need me later, I can help you once." The girl said embarrassedly, "Hello. My name is Ruosher. This dungeon is a bit difficult. How about we team up temporarily?" Wei Su Qingling was a little hesitant. The girl played well just now, and her magic bullets were basically thrown accurately. In addition, the girl's attack power is about the same as hers. A warrior and a magician are the standard configuration. The most important thing is that it seems that this if you were not here is good luck. When the monsters were at low health just now, she obviously stopped and let the heads be given to her. Wei Su Qingling was a little tempted and asked, "How do we distribute the monsters later?" "If you're not here," said with a smile, "one for each of us. I gave this one to you just now. I start next time. If there are red and yellow medicines, we split them equally." Wei Su Qingling. Thinking about it, she would lose money if she continued to go through this dungeon alone. If you're not here in front of her. Looks pretty good. Maybe he's really a good teammate. She nodded, stretched out her hand and said, hello. My name is Wei Su Qiling. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. If you're not here. He heaved a sigh of relief, held her hand and said, happy cooperation. Su Luo is not very happy now. Ah. No. It should be said that she is very unhappy. They have obtained 2 bottles of medicine in a row. It stands to reason that they are lucky to get 2 bottles of medicine after killing 3 monsters. And they should feel very happy. But these 2 bottles of medicine are all red medicine. Heh. Selling red medicine in front of the nanny. Showing off one's skills in front of an expert. Yun Feibai is also very speechless. With a powerful nanny at home, red medicine is useless. But all the spawned items were red potions. Isn't that infuriating? Both of them felt the genuine hostility of this dungeon towards them. The 2 of them walked forward depressedly, trying to find out if there were any players who could exchange yellow potions for red potions. Because the map was relatively small, they soon met 2 team players. The 2 players were fighting with 3 monsters, and they were already at low health. Like them, the 3 monsters were also at low health. For them, these 3 monsters were enough to give them a hard time. The 2 men's faces were covered in sweat, and it seemed that they had been fighting for a while. At this time, they saw Su Luo and the other 2 men coming towards them aggressively, and their faces turned pale. One of them shouted loudly, those who see it will get a share. The monsters can be given to you 2 later. Don't mess with us. This person was so miserable. They had walked for a long time before encountering a small monster, and they were complaining that the copy was too stingy to them. As a result, the copy suddenly refreshed 3 small monsters in front of them at once, and the 2 people were immediately unable to split up. He was wrong. They didn't deserve such excessive love. Now they had spent so much blood and finally beat the monster to a low health. But suddenly 2 obstacles with full health jumped out. He wanted to shout, why did God do this to us? Although he was very unwilling. He knew very well that if these 2 people messed up, they would not only fail to kill the monster, but might even lose their lives. After weighing the 2 options, he had to choose the one that would be better for them. Su Luo raised her eyebrows upon hearing this and said, we are not going to fight for these monsters. We are here to exchange medicine. Although the 3 low health monsters are indeed very attractive. Su Luo and Yun Feibai are both people with principles and bottom lines. For them, as long as others do not take the initiative to provoke them, they will not bully others. The 2 players were stunned and did not dare to believe what Su Luo said. After so many dungeons, they have rarely seen such principled players. Most players put their interests first, and everything else has to be put in the back. As players, they also know that if the weaker party has good resources, it is easy to attract the attention of the stronger players. Anyway, if they see 3 low health monsters, they may not be able to resist. Of course, they are not bullies. They just want to take one head. But they have never seen someone like Su Luo who is obviously strong but sticks to his principles. The 2 looked at each other and saw that Su Luo and Yun Feibai did not intend to steal the monsters. So they quickly harvested the heads of the 3 monsters. After the monster turned into white light and disappeared, a bottle of red medicine exploded on the ground. The 2 players were happy with their luck, but suddenly remembered that there were 2 full-blooded people next to them who were eyeing them covetously. The person in charge of the 2 players was named Alia, who quickly reacted and said that he was the one who wanted to share the spoils. Alia cursed inwardly that it was bad luck that he caught up with the explosion of red medicine. But there were other players next to him. He looked up carefully, hoping that Su Luo didn't see the bottle of red medicine. But he was obviously going to be disappointed. Ali found that the female player was staring at the bottle of red medicine. But he didn't know if it was his illusion. He seemed to see a trace of disdain in the eyes of the female player. Without thinking too much, Ali shook his head and laughed at himself for wanting to get the bottle of red medicine. How could a player dislike red medicine? Oh, forget it. He sighed in his heart, looked up and said, this bottle of red medicine is for you. My name is Ali, and this is my friend Shizubuyu. Let's be friends. Su Luo quickly shook her head and said, no, thank you very much. Yun Feibai heard Su Luo's evasive tone and tried to hold back his laughter. Su Luo saw the smile in Yun Feibai's eyes and became a little angry. So she took advantage of Aaliyah not noticing and secretly bumped into Yun Feibai. Seeing Yunfeibai's eyes turned around, Su Luo glanced at him viciously. Yunfeibai clearly saw a meaning in Su Luo's eyes. You have offended me. The smile in his eyes became even bigger, and the little kitten was furious. Aliyah, I felt that these two players were becoming more and more mysterious. The dungeon had already started for a while, and they came from a distance. But they were all full of health. Obviously, either because they had a lot of red potions, or because these two people were so strong that they were not beaten by monsters at all. But no matter what the reason was, this shouldn't have been the reaction just now. Refused to take the red potions they had worked so hard to get. Aliyah, I can understand it. They might just be lucky and meet a good player with a conscience. But what's with this disgusted tone? Aliyah, I really can't understand it. Do they hate red medicine so much? Aliyah, I feel that I can't understand them. But since the two are conscientious players, they shouldn't worry about being cheated. Aliyah, too lazy to think about it. He lowered his head and drank the red medicine. Su Luo stood by and waited for them to finish drinking. Then took out a bottle of red medicine and asked, Red medicine for yellow medicine. Do you want to change? The two players looked confused, and obviously didn't understand what was going on. Ollie, I thought, they really dislike red medicine. As we all know, physical strength can be restored by regular exercise and rest. But if you want to restore health in a dungeon, you can only rely on red medicine. So in the minds of most players, red medicine has always been more precious than yellow medicine. However, at this time, the female player in front of me actually wanted to exchange red medicine for yellow medicine, which was incredible. Sheetsi sees Aliyah, stunned, hesitates for a moment, then asks boldly, How many bottles of yellow medicine do you want to exchange for one bottle of red medicine? In his opinion, these two players are probably planning to ask for too much. But it doesn't matter. At most they can just exchange one bottle. Compared with the 3 monsters and red medicine just now, they still made a profit. He doesn't worry about this. He already believes that these two players are probably good people. So naturally he doesn't worry about them asking for too much. Instead, he was looking forward to it in his heart. After all, it was rare to meet someone who would exchange red medicine for yellow medicine. Sure enough, he heard Su Luo say, 2 bottles of red medicine for 3 bottles of yellow medicine. This price was very fair and completely within the acceptable range of Aliyah, and he even felt that he had made a profit. Chapter 45. In fact, Su Luo originally wanted to exchange 1 for 1. But after seeing the reaction of Aliyah before, she remembered that for ordinary players, red medicine should be more precious. Although she didn't need red medicine at all, she wouldn't let herself lose money. Aliyah quickly said, We want 4 bottles of red medicine. He was still regretting why he only brought 6 bottles of yellow medicine. Then, he quickly took out 6 bottles of yellow medicine from the bulging small bag he carried with him. Suddenly, he paused, and then asked suspiciously, Where are your potions? When entering a dungeon, basically nothing can be brought in. Only props and some useless things can pass the system inspection. After many experiments, Aliyah found that this small shoulder bag can be brought into the dungeon. But anything bigger will not work. So he brought this shoulder bag every time he entered the dungeon, and put some props in it. Now, there are 6 bottles of yellow medicine and 4 bottles of red medicine in this satchel. Such a small satchel can only hold these things at most, compared to most players who can only wear clothes with many pockets. They are already ahead of the players. But the 2 people in front of them not only have no backpacks, but also only have 2 pockets on their pants, which are empty. Ollie suddenly doubted his previous judgment. These 2 people are not trying to get something for nothing. Su Luo didn't know. Aliyah, with so many twists and turns in her mind, she casually took out 4 bottles of red medicine from her personal space and asked, Change? Aliyah. Now he was panicking. He doubted his eyes a little. Did this woman just take out 4 bottles of red medicine out of thin air in front of him? It's over. Is he afraid that he is blind at such a young age? Before he could doubt his own brain, his companion next to him spoke. How can you take out 4 bottles of red medicine out of thin air? Very good. My brain is not broken. Ollie, he thought with relief, and looked at Su Luo with curiosity. This is a portable space. You just need to search for this word in the player forum, and you will get the answer. At this time, Su Luo realized that the portable space is a very niche thing. Not only few people get it, but also few people know about it. Indeed, because most players will not go to the system mall during the second copy. So they naturally miss the portable space. And because they didn't see it, they didn't even know there was such a thing as a portable space. So they naturally wouldn't search for it. Ollie. He was delighted. There was actually such a thing as a portable space. That's great. I don't have to choose a small item to bring with me in the future. Thinking of it, he happily handed the yellow medicine to Su Luo. And then got the red medicine. The two teams got what they needed. And everyone was happy. After the transaction was completed, both sides liked each other more and more. Since the monsters didn't come, the four people started chatting. When Su Luo saw that the two people had so many bottles of yellow medicine, she knew that the two people must have participated in several games. As expected, after asking, she found out that the two people had participated in 13 assessment dungeons. In other words, they have successfully survived a year, so they must know a lot of dungeon information. And maybe they can answer their doubts. Thinking of this, Su Luo asked, "Do you know why the first two people died so quickly?" Ollie. I did have a guess. I was indebted to someone just now, so I should do a good job now. He said immediately, I have a guess. These two people are probably wit attributed. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at him with some doubts. And they seemed to understand something in their hearts. You only look at the dungeon map. It will increase the attack power of fire attributed players, and reduce the attack power of water attributed players. But you forgot the principle of the 5 elements mutual restraint. He smiled and continued, in this map, water attributed players will definitely strengthen their attacks on small monsters. Similarly, the attacks of wit attributed players will be weakened. And even the attacks they receive will be strengthened. Now Su Luo and Yun Feibai understood. Because the monsters are a fire attribute, water overcomes fire. So they naturally have an advantage in the fight. And fire overcomes gold. So gold is at a disadvantage against fire. If the two players are really gold, then they are really miserable in this dungeon. As new players, most of them only pay attention to the increase given by the dungeon map, but ignore the attributes of the players themselves. Su Luo and Yun Feibai looked at each other, feeling a little scared. Fortunately, they are not of the same attribute, but of opposite attributes. Just now, through the issue of the 5 elements restraining each other, they thought carefully and found that it is best to team up with two players whose attributes are just separated. What does the interval refer to? As we all know, the 5 elements restrain each other in that wood restrains earth. Earth restrains water. Water restrains fire. Fire restrains gold. And gold restrains wood. Adjacent attributes are wood and water. Earth and fire. Water and gold. Fire and wood. And gold. And wood. Why do you say that? Because it is very common to encounter attribute restraint in dungeons. If A and B form a team, assuming A is of water attribute and the dungeon map is of earth attribute, water will be suppressed. Then if B and A are adjacent, they will be of wood attribute. Wood attribute just suppresses earth attribute, so the two will not suffer. If A and B are not adjacent, then when encountering a map that suppresses A will have no attack power, and B will not be able to get any good, so the two will suffer a lot in this dungeon. Therefore, it is best to form a team with adjacent attributes. The second is to form a team with mutually suppressing attributes, so that at least when encountering a map that suppresses oneself, teammates can add a little attack power. Many people don't know about some rare attributes, such as wind and thunder. But Su Luo is definitely not included in this. As a good student who loves history, Su Luo has studied various sects in Xia country and even foreign countries. So she has dabbled in the 5 elements and 8 diagrams. In the 5 elements of Xia country, wind and thunder can replace wood and gold respectively. And light and darkness have no adjacent attributes. So it is best to team up with players with hostile attributes. So Yun Feibai and Su Luo accidentally formed the best team. Yun Feibai and Su Luo smiled at each other, sighing at their good luck. The problem was solved. And a big stone in their hearts finally fell to the ground. Then Su Luo and Yun Feibai said goodbye. Aliyah. The two continued to complete the task. At this time, the game had entered the middle of the game. Su Luo calculated the time and found that the elite monster was about to come out. The two did not dare to provoke 2 small monsters at the same time. If an elite monster suddenly appeared while fighting with the small monsters, the two people would really be unable to split their attention. After a while, Su Luo saw an elite monster in front of him wandering around with its fangs and claws bared. The difference between elite monsters and small monsters is always huge. This monster takes on the form of a fireman, as if the small monster has grown a body. After Su Luo found a safe place, Yun Feibai went forward and entangled the elite monster. Su Luo calculated the HP of the elite monster while adding blood to Yun Feibai. An elite monster has 360 HP, and one attack causes 5 damage. But this is not the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing is that the elite monster, which is a human fire monster, is actually intelligent. How did Su Luo see it? She found that the elite monster was trying to push Yun Feibai into the magma. It is obvious that the magma will cause a lot of damage to the player. Su Luo was afraid that Yun Feibai could not see the situation clearly in the game. So she shouted immediately, "It is taking you into the magma." Yun Feibai nodded when he heard it, and his figure flashed, and he changed positions with the elite monster. Although the elite monster was trying very hard to bring Yun Feibai into the fire pit, it was completely useless to him. As an assassin, his greatest advantage was flexibility. Although Su Luo knew this in her heart, she was still very nervous when she saw a man and a monster fighting on such a dangerous narrow path. However, from this, she could also see that Yun Feibai was quite skilled. After fighting for a while, the elite monster gradually died. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from the side. Su Luo's heart tightened, and she looked up and found that it was another group of players. The 2 players saw the elite monster with low health, and their eyes lit up, and they came up to grab the head. Su Luo was so confused. Why were they so unlucky? She sighed and shouted to Yun Feibai, "I stop them. You be careful." In the assessment copy, players cannot attack each other with skills, but it does not prevent players from attacking each other with physical attacks. The 2 players obviously heard Su Luo's words, but they didn't believe that a petite and cute girl could cause any harm to them. The 2 of them split into 2 groups, one to stop the girl, and the other to grab the head. These 2 players, one is called 2021, the other is called 7059. When they named their names, I don't know if they were controlled by some mysterious power, and they had to name them with a string of incomprehensible numbers. 2021. He walked towards Su Luo with a grim smile, and said in a dirty joke, "Don't blame us, little girl. We are forced to do this. Didn't you say you were going to deal with me? Come on. See if you can get me to the bed. I deal with you in bed. Okay?" Ha ha ha. Su Luo was stunned for a moment. She stood there. Her calm eyes suddenly turned red and a little crazy. She grabbed her necklace pendant and pulled it down. Instantly, the pendant turned into a long sword with an ancient shape and appeared in Su Luo's hand. She had never used this sword before, mainly because she was afraid that it would be discovered. You know, this is one of her trump cards. But she naturally had no concerns about the 2 dying people. Now, let her see the power of this hidden reward. Chapter 46. 2021. Seeing Su Luo suddenly conjure up a long sword that looked extraordinary, he was shocked and stopped subconsciously. He shouted fiercely, "What is that in your hand? Why can you conjure something out of thin air?" The girl in the distance just sneered and did not answer him. Su Luo held the hilt of the sword and rushed towards 2021. This time 2021, he was really panicked. He backed away in a panic, but touched the lava behind him. He broke out in a cold sweat, and began to regret why they were so greedy to snatch the monster. At the same time, Su Luo also came in front of him with the hilt of the sword in hand. 2021. Seeing the person in front of him holding a sword and slashing at him, he blocked it with his hand in a panic. Swish! An arm fell to the ground. 2021. With a scream, he completely lost the will to fight, and turned around to run back. However, there was a lava behind him. 2021. He didn't pay attention and fell into the lava by accident. He was already at low health after being stabbed by Su Luo's sword. He fell into the lava with extremely high damage again, and in just a few seconds, he turned into white light and disappeared. Su Luo didn't even look at him, turned around and walked towards Yun Feibai with the bloody sword. 7059. He had already reached Yun Feibai, but he suddenly heard a scream from his teammate. He subconsciously looked up and saw a terrifying scene. The petite girl was holding a sword and facing a man with a broken arm. Her mere presence made his teammates panic and fall into the lava and die. What scared him even more was that the girl who had just killed his teammates in just 10 seconds was walking towards him. 7059. At this time, he was almost scared to death. He no longer had any thoughts of robbing monsters in his mind. He just wanted to escape from here. I must not be caught by her. 7059. This sentence was the only thing in his mind that was frantically sounding the alarm. Thinking of this, he flashed and was about to run away. However, Yun Fei Bai had already circled behind him, raised the dagger in his hand, and slashed it. 7059. Before he could even scream, he widened his eyes and turned into a white light and disappeared unwillingly. The last thought was, why did they want to offend these two evil gods? Seeing that, 7059 was also dead, Su Luo calmed down. After calming down, she stared blankly at the bloody sword in her hand, and suddenly her legs went limp, as if all the strength in her body had been drained, and she collapsed on the ground. Yun Fei Bai finished the last slash of the elite monster, and turned around to see the girl sitting on the ground. Her head was buried deep between her legs, and she looked heartbroken and sad. Yun Fei Bai thought about it for a while, and knew why the girl was like this. It was nothing more than that she had never killed anyone before, and now she couldn't accept it. He was like this when he first killed someone. Yun Fei Bai walked over and said to Su Luo gently, "It's okay. We have to go through this process on this continent. You just went through this process earlier. Don't be afraid." Su Luo raised her head, and Yun Fei Bai realized that she was not only afraid and uncomfortable, but she was crying. Su Luo's crying was never ostentatious. Just like her, it was silent, but her presence was very strong. Su Luo said with a crying voice, "I didn't want to kill him. I just wanted to knock him out." But he said, speaking of going to bed, "Burp. I couldn't help it." Su Luo might have cried too hard, and she even burped. Yun Fei Bai was stunned and asked, "Why didn't you help it? What happened to you before?" Su Luo was silent for a while. This story had been buried in her heart for too long, and she really couldn't bear it alone anymore. In fact, this is a very short story. When I was 7 years old, I went with a good friend to take care of the lives of a family of elderly people living alone next to the orphanage. I often leave early because I have a lot of things to do. Later, I found that my friend became more and more silent and often in a daze. I wanted to find out the reason. As she spoke, tears as big as beans fell from her eyes. One day I pretended to leave, but I didn't leave. I secretly observed from the window. It was not until then that I realized that the old man had been molesting her. Yun Fei Bai's face was very dark. This kind of scum is really unforgivable. Su Luo's tears gradually stopped, and she said in a nearly numb voice, "I didn't know what they were doing at the time. I just watched the old man touch my friend inch by inch with his dry hands, and then put his hand into her skirt." As she spoke, she gradually clenched her fists. Although I didn't know what was going on, I still told the Dean Mother about it. This was the wisest decision I've ever made. It was because I told the Dean Mother that the matter was settled. At this point, Su Luo had already returned to her usual calm and self-possessed appearance. She briefly concluded, "But because of this incident, I am very disgusted with these related words, even to the point of losing my mind." Yun Fei Bai stepped forward and hugged Su Luo, and the little one was completely held in his arms. He knew in his heart that Su Luo must have gone through countless days and nights of self-torture before she stopped blaming herself. Su Luo did not struggle, but just held him in his arms a little numbly. "I didn't want to kill them." But, Yun Fei Bai interrupted her self-blame and said, "This is not your fault. They made a mistake in the first place. Not only did they steal the elite monsters that other players had worked so hard to kill, but they also teased other players. If you were not strong enough, you might have really been bullied by him." He paused and concluded, "So this is not your fault. If you insist on saying it is your fault, you are just over-defending." He held Su Luo's face, looked her in the eyes, and asked seriously, "Do you understand?" Su Luo was silent for a while, and finally nodded. "Yes." Su Luo stood up, calmed down and said to Yun Fei Bai, "Don't think about these things. When I took the sword just now, I found that I was completely self-taught. It seemed that I had swung the sword countless times." As she said that, she took the long sword and made a sword flower. And then her mind moved, and the long sword turned into a necklace again. Su Luo handed the necklace to Yun Fei Bai and said, "Help me wear it." Yun Fei Bai took the necklace, put it on Su Luo, and then said, I didn't feel this way when I used it just now. Maybe because I used to use a dagger. Su Luo nodded. After thinking for a while, she said, let's see how much of our tasks are left. As she spoke, Su Luo opened the task panel. Task 1. Kill all monsters. Required. Not completed. 2. Kill 10 ordinary monsters personally. Required. August 10th. Reward. HP plus 1. 3. Healing amount reaches 500. Required. 326/500. Reward. HP plus 2. 4. Kill 3 elite monsters personally. Optional. 0/3. Reward. HP plus 3. 5. Kill the dungeon boss personally. Optional. 0/1. Reward. HP plus 5. In general, their tasks were basically completed. But now there are 4 less people out of the 12. So the next boss should be difficult to fight. Su Luo sighed. Isn't this forcibly increasing the difficulty? It's no use thinking about it now. The two of them continued to fight monsters frantically. Although there are disadvantages to having fewer people, there are also advantages. At least, they are not afraid of not completing their optional tasks and required tasks. An hour later, the two of them took a bottle of yellow medicine and went to fight the last elite monster. Before they had fought for a while, they heard footsteps again. Su Luo looked up and saw that it was the Mary Su duo. Su Luo felt a headache now. When she thought about the way these two people talked, she wanted to hit them. Excuse Su Luo for being blunt. If these two people dared to cause trouble, she would knock them out directly, and then wake them up after defeating the boss. The Mary Su duo really came to cause trouble. Before the game started, it's a little fairy, and the stars are not empty suffered at the hands of Su Luo and the others. After the game started, they hoped to get back at them. However, 2 people died at the beginning, which led to more monsters they encountered. They were always entangled by monsters, so they naturally couldn't bother the 2 people. Now it's just right. The enemy's road is narrow. Stars are not empty. Seeing that the 2 people were fighting elite monsters, he sharpened his knife and brought. It's the little fairy. Hey, aren't these 2 big guys? Su Luo didn't even look at him, and concentrated on healing Yunfei Bai. However, these 2 people were obviously not the kind of people who would leave if you ignored them. What's more, these 2 people were here to cause trouble. Stars are not empty. Arrogantly said, guess what will happen to your teammates if we entangle you? Su Luo still focused on adding blood, but said, I don't know what will happen to him, but you will definitely be separated from your heads and become a pair of desperate lovers. Stars are not empty. A joke. Obviously did not expect Su Luo, who was at a disadvantage, to be so tough. He laughed angrily. Who gave you the confidence? There are 2 of us, and the boy over there can't save you in time. Su Luo said calmly, you know, what you just said is very much like a villain, which is completely inconsistent with the character setting of your Mary Su male and female protagonists. You are OC. Stars are not empty. Seeing that verbal attacks are useless to Su Luo, he immediately handed it to. It's the little fairy. With a look, he signaled 2 people to go up and surround and interfere with Su Luo. Although Su Luo didn't look at them, she knew what the 2 people were going to do. She persuaded them, I advise you not to come over. Otherwise you will miss the next trip. Chapter 47. It's the fairy. She was obviously a little scared. She pulled a corner of Stars Are Not Empty's clothes and said carefully, how about we forget it? I don't think she is bluffing. Stars Are Not Empty was also a little scared, but the beloved woman was beside him to persuade him to be scared, which was a different matter. Stars Are Not Empty felt that no man could tolerate this situation, so he said to Cat Tears, don't be afraid. Fairy sister, I will definitely protect you, even if it costs me my life. It's a fairy. After hearing this, she was already in tears. Brother Xingxing. They completely forgot that as long as they didn't cause any trouble, there was no danger at all. Danger can be easily avoided, but these 2 people insisted on ignoring the method of avoiding risks. So, death is caused by oneself. Su Luo listened to the conversation between the 2 people and complained silently. But when she recalled the various magical behaviors of the male and female protagonists in the Mary Su novel, Su Luo was relieved. After all, it was Mary Su. The Mary Su duo thought Su Luo was concentrating on healing and didn't notice them. Xingxing Bukong made a gesture, and the 2 people thought they were very stealthy and moved forward to attack. Su Luo sighed. What does it mean to live forever and never stop dying? This is a standard demonstration. When the two approached, Su Luo timed it well and used his skill, then took advantage of the CD to quickly move to Xingxing Bukong side. Xingxing Bukong. As a warrior, he is not an advantage in terms of speed. After 4 dungeons, Su Luo's speed has reached 15, and each attribute point can bring a big difference to the player. So now Su Luo is much faster than Xingxing Bukong. In addition, the two people are relatively close, only a few steps away. So when Su Luo slid over, Xingxing Bukong had no time to react at all, and was knocked unconscious by her clean and neat hand knife. When Xingxing Bukong fell, it's the little fairy finally realized it. She screamed awe, and subconsciously used her first skill on Su Luo. In the assessment copy, it is invalid for players to use skills on each other. Su Luo made a silent gesture to its the little fairy, and said shu. Then she turned around and used her first skill on Yun Feibai. And the 5-second CD just ended. Although Yun Feibai was fighting with the elite monster, he was also paying attention to the situation here. Seeing that Su Luo had perfectly solved the problem of the stars are not empty, he was relieved to withdraw his gaze. One, it's a fairy. It won't be a big deal. At the same time, he was very satisfied in his heart. The little friend was able to solve the problem behind him very well, so that he could fight here with peace of mind, which made him feel more at ease to leave his back to Su Luo. It's a fairy. Seeing that Su Luo was quieter, he subconsciously shut up, and then quickly put her brother Xingxing in fear, drag her to her side, and then stepped back several steps. This surprised Su Luo. She always thought that these two people were just a playboy couple. She didn't expect that when she was in danger, she would remember to take Xingxing Bukong away. Although she dragged him away, when it's a little fairy felt safe. She looked at Su Luo angrily and asked, "Why are you so cruel? Why did you knock brother Xingxing unconscious?" Very good. She found her Mary Sue heroine again. Look at what you are asking. Is this a human question? Su Luo looked at her with amusement and asked, "Weren't you the ones who were planning to mess with me first?" "It was the fairy," she said confidently. "But hitting people is wrong." Su Luo didn't look at her again this time, but asked calmly, "What were you planning to do to me?" "It was the fairy," she said. "We just wanted to persuade you not to add blood to your companions anymore." Su Luo was shocked by her shamelessness. She didn't expect it was the fairy. She actually said such a thing, since the other party was totally illogical and didn't talk about facts. There was no need for her to talk to her with normal thinking. Persuade? Oh, then I just persuaded you not to come over. It's the fairy, said, "But you hit him?" Su Luo smiled. "I didn't. He fainted because of my persuasion." At this time, Yun Feibai suddenly shouted, "Come on." Su Luo knew that it was her turn to make the final move. "It's the fairy." My eyes lit up, and I secretly thought that I could not defeat the elite monster by myself. It's hard to grab the boss. It's better to grab the elite monster now, and make a profit in the end. Anyway, this loss doesn't kill people, so it doesn't matter if it faints. And it can also avenge brother Xingxing. However, Su Luo is such a smart person. As soon as she saw the look of It's the fairy, she knew what she was thinking. So Su Luo said, "I advise you not to think about it. I can kill Xingxing Bukong in 5 seconds. And I can knock you out before you get there. If you both faint, what if a monster comes over?" It's a fairy. After Su Luo's reminder, she also thought that if both of them fainted, they would probably be killed by the passing monsters. The death of those two people would be too unfair. She immediately said decisively, "Goodbye." Then she hugged Xingxing Bukong's waist and put her strength. Ha! She actually carried Xingxing Bukong on her shoulders. Su Luo had a question mark face. It's a fairy. Such a sudden change in style. From a Mary Sue script to a strong sailor girl script? Su Luo was successfully confused by her actions. Yun Feibai was also confused. Wasn't this woman just there saying to him, "You are cold. You are heartless. You are unreasonable"? Why did it suddenly become like this? Wouldn't it be better to fight him if you have the strength? Why do you have to disgust each other? Children, do you have a lot of questions in your heart? Anyway, Su Luo and Yun Feibai are now full of question marks. It's the fairy. She obviously knew that her current behavior was very different from before. So she quickly carried stars are not empty, and left Su Luo and the other sight. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Luo walked towards Yun Fei Bai with an unbelievable look on her face, and then quickly finished the knife and said to Yun Fei Bai, "Was I blind just now?" Yun Fei Bai also looked confused and said, "I might be blind too." The two looked at each other blankly, and Su Luo was the first to react. "Forget it. Don't think about it. Let's go and continue to fight monsters." Yun Fei Bai nodded obediently. "Let's go." The monsters were getting fewer and fewer, and both of them knew that the boss was coming. Sure enough, after a while, the two saw the boss refresh in front of them. Incredibly, this boss was a huge, terrifying orange-yellow fireball, with many strange black spots on the surface, surrounded by a huge column of rotating flames. "What is this?" Su Luo was a little confused. She had never seen such a thing before. The steel wool ball last time was just enlarged layer by layer, but this time the boss, elite monsters, and small monsters were all in different forms, and they only had one thing in common: they were all fire attributes. Yun Fei Bai, who was beside her, had a serious look on his face, and he kept muttering about the form of the boss in front of him. Orange-yellow fireball, black spots, columnar. Su Luo looked at him with some doubts, and Yun Fei Bai suddenly said, "I remember. This is Thugga." Su Luo was confused. "Thugga? What is that?" Yun Fei Bai's face turned pale, and he said to Su Luo, "This is a high-level old ruler in the Cthulhu mythology, a god created entirely by Drays, and it is a rare fire-attributed old ruler in the elemental system of the old rulers." Cthulhu mythos Su Luo still knew a little bit, but he had no systematic understanding. Fortunately, his friend risked his life to know it very well, so Su Luo felt a little relieved. Yun Fei Bai continued to add, "Thugga has a large group of small fireball-shaped servants, which should be the monsters we encounter. In addition, the flame vampire is also his descendant, which is the elite monster we encounter." Although Su Luo listened to him, she was still confused. But at least one thing Su Luo understood. Advanced Old One. This name sounds very advanced. It should be difficult to fight. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded, "Ding! There is a bug in the game. It is being repaired." The repair failed, and it is being remedied. The remediation result is you completed, and all attributes of the players present are temporarily doubled. Please players defeat Ga. This is exactly what Yun Fei Bai guessed. Su Luo was really impressed by the remedy result. Doubling the attributes. They have no skills, and doubling the attributes means they can only use one skill, and they are still a weak group. However, the system said that bug has occurred should refer to the fact that the ultimate big boss that we should not deal with has come to the novice village. No wonder there is a remedy like doubling the attributes. I hope they can handle it. At this time, Aaliyah, and if you are not here, also received the system message. The two looked at each other and felt that things were not simple. They immediately gave up their rest and quickly walked around the map to the boss. It's the little fairy had already woken up Xingxing Bukong. When they received the message, they both looked determined. Little fairy's sister. This is the accident we must experience as the protagonist. It's the little fairy held Xingxing Bukong's hand and said, "Brother Xingxing, we have to overcome difficulties together again. You accompany me every time I encounter difficulties. I am really touched. But, alas, it is the shining halo on me that harms the players in the same copy as me." Chapter 48. The stars are not empty. Comforted, no. It's not like that. Little fairy's sister. You are too kind and too innocent. If we can pass this level, everyone will definitely have unexpected gains. And we have the aura of the protagonist. We will definitely be able to turn danger into safety. So they are just taking advantage of us. It's the little fairy. Nodded vigorously. Brother Xingxing, you are right. I was narrow-minded just now. We are helping everyone. It's good that you can figure it out. Xingxing Bukong said with relief. The boss has appeared. As the protagonists, how can we not rush to the scene? As they talked, they went to find the boss hand in hand. Soon, everyone was in front of the boss. Yun Fei Bai saw that everyone was there, and asked everyone, "Does anyone know this boss?" Everyone shook their heads together. They had no impression of such an obscure thing, and they didn't even know that this boss was recorded on the mainland. Yun Fei Bai gave everyone a brief introduction, emphasizing the identity of this boss. Now, everyone more or less understood how powerful this boss was. After all, Yun Fei Bai's solemn expression was still very convincing. But apart from that, Everyone's attitude towards Yunfeibai and Su Luo became more respectful. Originally, everyone thought that these two players were just old players who had played a few more games. But they didn't expect that they were still high-level players. According to them, this boss should be a very difficult and powerful boss. And they actually knew about it. Aaliyah felt that they must have encountered it before. Otherwise, how could they know it so clearly? However, Aaliyah didn't know that Yunfeibai really only looked up relevant information because of her interest and curiosity, not because she thought she had encountered it before. After all, which boy didn't have a dream of becoming a superhero and saving the world when he was a child? Several people stepped heavily and surrounded the huge boss. From the boss' smart eyes, it can be seen that this boss obviously has human wisdom. And it is not low. It did not move, but just looked at the group of ants surrounding it with contempt. Just like how people would care about being surrounded by a few ants. He just waited with interest for Su Luo and others to surround him, and did not stop them. Su Luo knew that it was because it had absolute confidence in its own strength that it was so arrogant and indifferent. At the same time, she also suspected that this system bug was not accidental, but was intentionally done by the boss. Because the boss obviously knew that they were weak and could be easily defeated. But if it was in the copy it was supposed to appear in, those players would definitely not be as easy for it as it is now. So the boss may have found some way to go from a high-level copy to a low-level copy. Then this time it is likely that it is not just a monster that has crossed the border. It is likely a large-scale cross-border action. If you think about it this way, other low-level dungeons are also very dangerous. At least much more dangerous than them. After all, the attack power of this super big boss must be not low. Even if the attributes are doubled, it is not necessarily possible to beat it. At that time, they can only madly knock red potions to recover blood. After all, there is a priest here, so it is much easier to add blood. Su Luo gathered his mind and moved with everyone. The assassin tank and the warrior came close to the boss. And the mage and the priest retreated behind the scenes and output remotely. Several people formed a formation. Yunfeibai was the first to release skills. And then everyone started to release skills together. The boss was obviously angry. To it was like ants surrounded you and bit you hard. What it couldn't stand the most was that the bites of these ants were quite painful. The result of the boss' anger was that the boss used a big move. This was something no one expected. You know, the general boss will wait until the blood volume is halfway to use the big move. The black spots on the boss' body seemed to have turned into black holes. And flame monsters came out of them. When everyone was stunned, Su Luo quickly reacted and shouted, "Hit! What are you looking at?" Everyone realized that it was true. This is not the magical girl transformation in the anime. Why do they have to wait until the protagonist has transformed before attacking the protagonist like the vicious villains? The skills of several people began to quickly turn to the flame monsters. When the flame monsters came out, the big boss could not move. Su Luo had time to study the data carefully. The health of the big boss is 5,000 points. The attack power is unknown at present. It should have multiple skills, and can probably summon elite monsters. The current skill is to summon small monsters from the black hole. The boss has 8 black holes that can summon small monsters. It is not clear how many monsters can be summoned from each hole. Su Luo shouted out these data, and the voice was transmitted to everyone, making everyone look at Su Luo with a little sideways. These two people are so powerful. They are indeed high-level players. This is the common psychological activity of the players present. Several people attacked the monsters frantically together. Under Su Luo's command, each person guarded a hole. Yunfeibai was fast, and was responsible for 2 holes. The main reason was that Su Luo needed to add blood to everyone. So he couldn't take care of his own hole. So he needed Yunfeibai's help. Soon, the monsters were beaten to pieces, when everyone had already gained attribute enhancement. When the boss skills were released, all the monsters came out, and the boss was able to move. There were only 2 or 3 small fire monsters left on the field. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, there were no more. If there were too many, they would not be able to take care of them. At that time, not only would the big boss be able to output all his strength, but there would also be small monsters making trouble nearby, which would be a big problem. The boss obviously did not expect that after using a big move. He actually only summoned 5 or 6 small monsters. The orange light all over its body began to expand and contract violently. and everyone could see that it was very angry. However, everyone did not care whether it was angry or not. You know, it was inexplicably encountered a system bug, and the risk factor increased exponentially. And everyone was also very angry. Who is not a baby these days? Several people speeded up and attacked the last few monsters with all their strength. Next, after dealing with the monsters on the field, the skills were once again used on the boss. The boss finally started its own attack. The flames all over its body flew around like meteors, and every time it hit a person, it would cause him a lot of damage. It can be said that just being hit by the boss once would turn everyone into half-blood. Su Luo calculated, because everyone's attributes were doubled. So if we calculate based on the original 25 HP per person, then now there are 50 HP. In other words, the damage of the boss is 25 attack points. After Su Luo finished the calculation, he reported this data to everyone, asking everyone to be careful. The attacks of the crowd continued, and Su Luo felt that he was almost too busy. Indeed, the others only needed to use their skills crazily, and they didn't even have to worry about using them incorrectly. After all, the boss was so big, and if they could use them incorrectly, it would be a skill. But Su Luo is different. She has to keep an eye on everyone's health. Once the health is less than half, she has to quickly add blood. Otherwise, if the boss attacks again, the person will die on the spot. And the boss attack is so brutal. Su Luo's frequency of adding blood is very high. Su Luo actually doesn't like to sweat. When running 800 meters in school, other people, whether boys or girls, will have sweat on their foreheads and necks after running. But Su Luo didn't do that at all. She just panted heavily at most. However, now, under the high temperature and intense exercise, beads of sweat ran down Su Luo's temples. Her panting was very heavy, and her chest rose and fell violently. It was obvious that she was exhausted. Su Luo felt that this was the most tiring time in her 18 years of life. In contrast to her, except for Yun Feibai, the other players all felt unprecedented ease and joy. Although they were still very tired, they were very satisfied to see that they were fighting the big boss. But their health was always in the green state. You know, fighting monsters is tiring in itself. Unlike now, when fighting monsters, you have to worry about your precarious health bar all the time, for fear that you will be killed accidentally. But now you don't have to worry at all. The health bar is almost always full. Once it drops to half, a white light will immediately come over, and then the health will be restored immediately. What kind of divine priest with high healing capacity and good skills is this? At first, they didn't trust this priest very much, and even worried that she looked down on the situation and only healed her teammates. After all, they have seen many players like this. But gradually, everyone was relieved and even stopped paying attention to their own health. After all, every time they looked at their health, it was green. So there was nothing to see. How comfortable everyone was feeling, with a priest behind them. They felt safe. However, Aliyah knew very well that they were so relaxed because they met a good enough priest. Aliyah, I have met a priest before, but that priest was completely different from the one I met today. First of all, that priest never paid attention to other people's health when he healed. Only when you actively called him, he would condescend to heal you once. Otherwise, he would be blind. No matter how red your health was, he would act as if he didn't see it. Chapter 49. And when he was asked to add blood, he was still whining and looking reluctant. Didn't he know that after all his output was dead, he couldn't beat the boss alone? Not only that, his magic bullet was extremely inaccurate. As long as you are a little further away from him, his magic bullet will miss. A standard human body outliner. It doesn't matter if it's inaccurate. After all, it's just the beginning. Just practice slowly. But that person still relied on his rare priest status and insisted that it was someone else who was making trouble. If anyone dared to refute him, he would not add blood to that person. Thinking of his previous experience, Aliyah sighed sadly. They are all priests. But why is the gap between priests so big? The boss fight continued, and everyone worked together under the threat of possible loss of life. After fighting for a while, the boss got angry again. It let out a sharp cry, and its whole body was shaking. This time everyone was mentally prepared. Sure enough, the orange light on the boss flashed, and in an instant, the yellow light swept across the entire map. The system prompt sounded again. Ding! The temperature of the dungeon map rose by 5 degrees due to the impact of an unknown force. Affected by the fire poison, the health of the players present decreased by 1 every 5 seconds. Unknown force. You head? Weishu Qingling. I just want to curse. This is obviously the boss' fault. You are telling me here that the reason is unknown? Su Luo was also irritated by the system, but she was more worried. Every 5 seconds, the health points decreased by 1, which seemed small, but because the boss had a high health point, they would fight for a long time. In this way, the damage accumulated little by little would be very high. Moreover, this extra environmental damage was not friendly to data-oriented players like them. After all, Su Luo had already calculated the damage, but now she had to add the damage caused by the map. In addition, Su Luo could now fully feel that the temperature, which was already very high, was now even like a sauna. This has a great impact on the player's state. Moreover, under high temperature, everyone's heart is also easy to be impetuous. This is what Su Luo is very worried about. Once they quarrel over some trivial matters, they will become even more vulnerable. Soon, the facts prove that Su Luo's worry was not unnecessary. Under high temperature, within 5 minutes, stars are not empty, and Cross is silent. Had a conflict. The cause is actually very simple. Stars are not empty. When I was dodging the skill, I accidentally bumped into Silent Cross. It was such a simple thing. And there are many solutions. Either the person who was bumped didn't mind, or the person who bumped the other person just said sorry. However, these two people didn't want to. They could have solved it peacefully, but they chose to be explosives. After being bumped, Silent Cross reached out and pushed back. Stars are not empty. Then he said angrily, "Why did you bump into me? Don't you know that this might cause me to be hit by the boss skills?" At this time, Xingxing Bukong, who should have said sorry, was pushed, and he was not used to the accusatory tone of Shitsibuyu. At this time, coupled with the catalysis of high temperature, he was directly set on fire. "I just bumped into you. Why are you yelling?" He felt that he hadn't said enough, and continued, "Besides, nothing happened to you. Why are you yelling?" 10:10. Originally, he regretted that he had said something harsh, but now he has no regrets at all. He said directly, "Do you want to fight? Let me tell you, when I was the leader of the children, you didn't know how to play with mud in the corner. Stars are not empty." Is also a hot-tempered person. When he heard this, he raised his fist and pretended to hit 10:10 in the face. Seeing that the two people were about to fight, everyone's attention was finally attracted. It's the fairy. Holding Xingxing Bukong. "Brother Xingxing, let's not argue with him." Su Luo, She knew that. It's the fairy. Wanted Xingxing Bukong to stop arguing and fight monsters properly. But she didn't notice that her words mocked Buyu. This was simply a hindrance. Sure enough, Buyu said, "What do you mean by that? What do you mean by not arguing with me? Are you mentally retarded? What's wrong with me?" It's the fairy. Hearing that she was called mentally retarded for trying to stop the fight, she got angry. She immediately replied, "How can you say that to me? You are too much. My heart is broken by you." Very good. A Hong Kong and Taiwan romance style came out. When they said this, the hands attacking the boss even stopped. Only Su Luo was left. Yun Feibai. Ali. Weishu Qingling. If you were not here, several people were still insisting on beating the boss. But because there were fewer people attacking, the boss health bar dropped more slowly. Su Luo couldn't stand it anymore. She clapped her hands and shouted, "Stop arguing." Everyone was stunned by the sudden shout, and was stunned for a moment. With this second of calmness, everyone stopped talking. But the expressions of the three people were still angry, and they were obviously unconvinced. In order to prevent them from arguing again during the fight, Su Luo could only temporarily act as an emotional mediator, hoping to solve the problem once and for all. Su Luo looked at everyone and said, "I won't stop you from quarreling. But can you please fight monsters while quarreling? Vent your anger on each other to the boss. Thank you." As she said that, she used another skill on Yun Feibai. The three quarreling people finally woke up. And still, Cross silent, first said to Su Luo, "Sorry. I failed in my duty." Then he focused on fighting the boss again. The stars are not empty. And it's a fairy. They looked at each other and said nothing. Just turned around to fight monsters. Su Luo didn't mind their attitude. As long as they could fight monsters, they were good kids. She nodded with satisfaction, and then went to add blood to everyone. Ollie. In fact, he has been paying attention to the situation here. Seeing that Su Luo solved it easily, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. What kind of godlike assistant is this? As we all know, assistants and priests are not the same thing. They are two things that are neither necessary nor sufficient. In other words, an assistant is not necessarily a priest, and a priest is not necessarily an assistant. A top-level support is one who has good skills, a large amount of healing, a big picture, can solve problems, stabilize the rear, and make the front lines smooth. And Su Luo happened to perfectly meet all of the above conditions. However, Alia didn't know that in her eyes. A qualified support actually has a crazy output heart. Yes, Su Luo is very irritable now. She was healing the entire dungeon. Healing. Healing. She is just an emotionless healing machine. But Su Luo wanted to deal damage. She could be a mage. Now it was like this. She felt like she had gotten the hidden profession for nothing. But Su Luo knew very well that her idea was wrong. And she could even find 10 reasons to refute it. Like the nurse was rare. She was lucky enough. Or maybe this dungeon was difficult. It would be fine next time. And she was the only one with the blood-adding skill. So she should consider the overall situation now. But Su Luo just felt wrong. Very wronged. Just like when she is on her period and can't help getting angry. She is in such a state now. She knows she shouldn't feel bad. But she can't help feeling bad. However, despite Su Luo's rich inner drama, it's hard to tell what Su Luo is thinking from her appearance. If someone looks at Su Luo now, they can only see a cute girl who is trying to add blood to her teammates. With a serious face and very serious. Alas! Su Luo suddenly sighed softly. And this helpless sigh dissipated in the scorching wind. And no one heard it. Only Yunfei Bai seemed to sense something and looked back at Su Luo, who was trying to add blood. Su Luo adjusted her mentality quickly. She never showed her incorrect emotions outside. As an orphan, if there were no special adjustment methods, she would have been depressed by now. Su Luo's method is to save her emotions and force them to be stored until the right place to vent them. Although this method sounds simple, it is actually extremely difficult to do. Su Luo can use this method mainly because she is very rational 99.99% of the time. Even when she is angry, sad, or happy. Only when she is in a rational state can she successfully save her emotions. Otherwise it won't work. The health of the boss is getting lower and lower. And it repeats its first skill in anger. But the difference this time is that the monsters that appear in the holes on its body are no longer small monsters, but elite monsters. This just verified Su Luo's guess. Because everyone had guessed before. The attacks were now hitting the elite monsters in an orderly manner. At the same time, other players also sighed in their hearts that it was great to have a big guy in the dungeon. If they hadn't guessed it in advance, they would probably fight in a mess now. However, although everyone was prepared, the elite monsters were much stronger than the small monsters after all. So even if everyone's full output was used, it couldn't be cleared directly like last time. By the time the boss had finished using his ultimate move, there were already 13 more elite monsters on the field. The difficulty of beating the boss increased sharply. And Yunfei Bai shouted, "Let's focus our fire. And you will attack whoever I attack." Everyone nodded in agreement. And everyone had this awareness. Yunfei Bai found an elite monster with relatively low health, and rushed over with his first skill. As expected, everyone followed him to fight the monster as he said. Chapter 50. This made Su Luo feel relieved. Everyone was still very well behaved. You know, it's not terrible to be a bad person. What's terrible is that a bad person is self-righteous. In that case, no one can save him. In fact, Su Luo's luck was really good this time. The two people she killed were troublemakers. I don't know what the character of the two people who died at the beginning was. Anyway, the players who are still in this dungeon have different personalities. And there are also very strange players. But no one is unwilling to listen to advice. Everyone cherishes their lives very much. Yunfei Bai was now fighting a blitzkrieg. And each time he chose to attack the elite monsters with less HP and closer distance, striving to eliminate one elite monster at a time. Such a rapid action made the boss a little panicked. And it also commanded the elite monsters to dodge everywhere, while it also released fireballs and meteor showers to attack everyone. For a while, skills flew all over the map. And the white, red, yellow, and black lights were dazzling. This was a process of hunting and counter-hunting, encirclement and counter-encirclement. What is tested is the commander's reaction ability and the executor's action ability. Under Yunfei Bai's perfect command and everyone's full cooperation, the elite monsters were defeated in 2 minutes. Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief. After this big move, it should be easier next time. However, after a while, Su Luo found that things were not what she thought. Everyone's health gradually dropped to yellow, and Su Luo had been doing her best to heal and add blood. Therefore, Su Luo keenly discovered that the boss attack was getting higher and higher. So her milk was gradually insufficient. Not only her, Yunfei Bai also discovered it. He shouted, "The boss attack is increasing. Everyone, fight faster." As he said that, he quickly took out a bottle of yellow medicine from his personal space and started to drink it. And then he quickly attacked again. After Yunfei Bai's reminder, others suddenly discovered this problem. Because they had been protected by the big milk before, they had not checked their blood bars for a long time. Until this time, they suddenly found that the blood bars that had been maintained in green before had turned yellow. Several people panicked. They were having fun just now when they were slowly killing monsters. Everyone thought that they could finish the killing anyway, so there was no need to rush. Now they found that the attack power of the boss could be improved. So they stopped saving medicine, used red and yellow medicines together, and then quickly killed the boss. In such an atmosphere, no one was lazy anymore. Under the swift attack of everyone, the health of the boss dropped rapidly. When the boss was finally about to lose blood, it roared. Everyone held their breath, because based on previous experience, everyone knew that the boss was going to use a big move again. As expected, the boss shone brightly again, and the entire boss was like a small sun, illuminating the entire dungeon. It glowed and roared loudly. Yunfei Bai suddenly shouted, "Hurry up and take the red potion." Su Luo then realized that the boss roar was causing her to lose blood continuously and quickly. Su Luo quickly added a skill to herself, and then quickly took the red potion. After the CD was over, she used Yunfei Bai's first skill. Only then did she realize that red potions were really important. After all, no matter how powerful a priest is, he can't keep everyone at full health under any circumstances. At such times, red potions can save you from danger and are indispensable to players. Fortunately, they still have a few bottles of red potions in their hands, and Su Luo is now focusing on adding blood to her and Yunfei Bai. The two of them kept green under the boss' big move. The others were in a miserable situation, with their health dropping significantly. They didn't care about the medicine anymore and started to take medicine like crazy. Fortunately, since 4 people died almost at the beginning, everyone gained a lot in this dungeon. In addition, they prepared a lot of red medicine before entering the dungeon, so they still had enough red medicine. When the boss' big move was over, no one died, except for Su Luo and Yunfei Bai. The health of others had dropped to red. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. If there were more, they would not be able to hold on. However, just when everyone relaxed their vigilance, 8 small fireballs suddenly began to spray, facing everyone. Yunfei Bai reacted quickly and shouted, "Get out of the way." Su Luo had already reacted when Yunfei Bai said quickly. She rolled over and dodged the fireball that fell on her position. However, Yunfei Bai's words were still a little late for others, and no one reacted. "Xingxing Bukong. I was very unlucky to be hit by the fireball. It's the little fairy," she screamed, "Xingxing brother." But her Xingxing brother had already turned into a white light and disappeared. Everyone was speechless. It was originally a simple attack, but because of their carelessness, someone died. The teammate who was fighting side by side a second ago has now turned into a white light. After about 5 seconds of silence, Yunfei Bai took the lead in attacking the boss again, and the others also continued to attack in silence. Although the death of Xingxing Bukong was regrettable, they would not give up their own interests for someone who was not very relevant. Only it's a little fairy squatted at the place where Xingxing Bukong disappeared, hugging her arms and crying. Su Luo touched her head comfortingly, without saying much, and then healed everyone. Soon, the boss entered the stage of real residual blood. Its blood volume was very low, almost to the state that it could be destroyed with one skill. Everyone knew that it was time to really grab the boss. Everyone's eyes were focused on the boss, and no one dared to act rashly. for fear that such an action would make them miss the opportunity to grab the boss. Su Luo and Yunfei Bai had actually been calculating the boss' health. The two secretly compared the number, and it was the same, 50. At this time, the combined attack of the two of them completely exceeded 50. And at this time, the cooperation of the two people had to be tested. Yunfei Bai and Su Luo exchanged glances, and Su Luo understood. She immediately said, "If you don't move, I will add blood to the boss first." Everyone knew that priests could not add blood to the boss. So everyone laughed. And the tension and anger just now were relieved a lot. Su Luo really released a skill as she said. No one cared about her, because everyone knew in their hearts that the boss blood volume was not enough for them to kill it with one blow. In other words, someone must take the lead so that they can kill the boss with one blow. But who is willing to take the lead? When Su Luo's skill was about to reach the boss, Yunfei Bai suddenly rushed over and released a skill. Everyone was shocked. Why did Yunfei Bai rush out first? Did he not want to grab the boss? So kind? But everyone didn't care to think too much. Seeing someone taking the lead, everyone's skills were quickly released. But what's the use of this? After all, the person who really took the lead was Su Luo. The real second person to take action was Yunfei Bai. Su Luo had already opened the task panel after she released her first skill. If nothing unexpected happened, when Yunfei Bai's skill landed on the boss, all their tasks would be completed. Sure enough, when the boss turned into white light and disappeared, Su Luo's task panel was also refreshed. Task 1. Kill all monsters, mandatory, completed. 2. Kill 10 ordinary monsters personally, mandatory, October 10th, reward, HP plus 1. 3. Healing amount reaches 500, mandatory, 500/500, reward, HP plus 2. 4. Kill 3 elite monsters personally, optional, March 3rd, reward, HP plus 3. 5. Kill the dungeon boss personally, optional, 1/1, reward, HP plus 5. Comfortable. Su Luo showed a satisfied smile to Yunfei Bai, who turned back. The cooperation was perfect. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. End of copy. Ding. Congratulations to the player for completing the assessment copy. Now for settlement. Rewards. 1. Health plus 11. 2. Defeat boss. Attribute point plus 1. 3. Successfully solve the BUG. Attribute point plus 3. 4. Copy rewards. 1. Attribute point plus 1. 2. Points plus 30. 5. Bug compensation. 1. Revive any person who died in this copy. All players must agree to revive this person. 2. All consumption in this copy will be refunded. In this instance, the player Xingxing Bukong died. Do you agree to his resurrection? Yes or no at this time? It's a fairy was very surprised. She didn't expect that there would be a resurrection right in this instance. So maybe her brother Xingxing could be resurrected. She quickly clicked yes, and waited for her brother Xingxing to be resurrected. But after waiting for 2 seconds, Xingxing Bukong still didn't appear. So she looked at the requirements again. It was only at this time that she realized that her brother Xingxing could only be resurrected if everyone agreed. Ah, then just wait. But soon, she became worried again. They offended a lot of people in this dungeon. Lost, Yunfei Bai, and Silent Cross. The system said that only when everyone agrees can brother Xingxing be resurrected. It's the little fairy. I think it's very likely that many people don't agree. She has never regretted offending so many people so much. Before, she and brother Xingxing treated every player as a character in the plot. If they don't help themselves, they are the villains with the heinous crimes. If they help themselves, it's natural. After all, everyone has to serve the protagonist. Until now, she suddenly realized that everyone has their own thoughts, and she can't control them at all. No one revolves around her. Chapter 51. It's the little fairy. Waiting for the result with a hint of hope and despair. She swore in her heart that if brother Xingxing could come back to life, she would definitely be grateful to everyone who helped her. Ding. The same player Xingxing Bukong has resurrected 8 players. Congratulations to player Xingxing Bukong for his successful resurrection. Su Luo decisively clicked yes. After all, there was no big grudge, and they had fought side by side. As for what others choose, that's none of her business. The first reward for the bug compensation will compensate for all the red and yellow medicines they consumed in the dungeon, which is really great. Although this dungeon is very dangerous, it also gets a great reward because of the danger. You know, 3 attribute points are not easy to get. After the 5th bug compensation reward was distributed, Su Luo cheered up and prepared to welcome the highlight of this time. Her second skill. 6. This time, the player can choose one of the following 2 options. 1. Upgrade the talent skill to level 2. 2. Choose one of the following 3 skills as the second skill. 1. Holy Light Array. Create a magic array with a diameter of 5 meters, which increases, reduces, all attributes of the party, enemy, in it by 10%, lasting for 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds. 2. Sanctuary Pillar. Erect 5 light pillars with a diameter of 1 meter at the designated location, and the players in the pillars recover 10% of their health, lasting for 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds. 3. Sacred Heart Aura. When the designated player puts on this aura, the player is immune to attacks for 1 second, CD, 60 seconds. After reading it, Su Luo fell into deep thought. Undoubtedly, all 3 skills are good skills, and they are all very useful to her. So which one should she choose? Su Luo first passed the 3rd skill. After this dungeon, she thought that what she needed most now was a group health recovery skill. The 3rd skill is indeed very good. It can not only protect people, but also have miraculous effects if used well. But this is still too far for her now. Su Luo set her sights on the 1st and 2nd skills. Both skills are similar to group buff abilities. The difference is that, obviously, the first one is a unique skill of the Shadow Priest. After all, only the skills of the Shadow Priest can cause damage to the enemy. Although the second skill cannot cause damage to the enemy, it is more targeted to the enemy. In other words, I can add blood to whoever I want to. The 2 skills have their own advantages. And Su Luo was a little confused for a while. She fell into deep thought. After a fierce struggle in her heart, Su Luo still chose the first skill. After all, the exclusive skills of the Shadow Priest are very precious, and the ability of plus 10% of all attributes is indeed very strong. The most important thing is that if the enemy stands inside, all attributes will be reduced by 10%. This is simply too good. Group attack and group healing are all available at once. After selecting this, the reward settlement for this copy is over. Su Luo said as she thought before. Add 2 points to speed and 3 points to spirit. Open the panel. Life, 25, plus 17 strength, 7. Speed, 12, plus 5, spirit, 14, plus 7, stamina, 10. Charm, 12. Points, 221. Talent skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleport one person with full health to any place where the skill owner has passed. It can only be used once in a copy. Skill 1. Healing Bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds. Skill 2. Holy Light Array, create a magic array with a diameter of 5 meters, which increases, decreases, all attributes of the friendly, enemy, 10%. Lasting 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds. Su Luo left the system space and lay on the bed. The dormitory was empty at this time. She was empty for a while, then sat up again. She sent her second skill to Yunfei Bai, and after a while, Yunfei Bai also sent his second skill to her. Shadow Flash, move 5 meters in the specified direction. Can be accumulated 3 times. CD, 2 minutes. This skill has no attack power, mainly used to close or distance. Although it is just a simple flash, it can be stacked 3 times. In other words, he can move up to 15 meters, which is a very long distance. And the 2-minute CD seems very long. But for this skill that is not used in combat, it is very fast. Su Luo is quite satisfied with Yunfei Bai's skill. With this skill, it will be easy to do some tasks in the future. In an instant, many possibilities flashed through Su Luo's mind. Yunfei Bai was also very satisfied with Su Luo's new skills. A group healing skill is rare in itself, not to mention that it improves all attributes. Moreover, this skill is not only a group healing, but also a group attack. It makes up for their lack of group attack skills. If Su Luo had this skill before this dungeon, it would definitely be much easier for them to fight the boss. The two discussed it, and unanimously decided to finish the remaining 3 dungeons at the beginning of the month. In other words, their next dungeon will be tomorrow. After all, the longer the night, the more dreams there are. Completing the dungeon later is not much better than completing it earlier. There may be problems due to some unexpected reasons. After discussing with Yunfei Bai, Su Luo lay back down. closed her eyes, and replenished the energy consumed this time. When she woke up, it was already 11 o'clock in the afternoon. The 3 people who disappeared before had magically appeared in their beds. These people were also catching up on their sleep in bed. It seemed that everyone was very tired from this assessment dungeon. I just don't know how many people have encountered system bugs. Su Luo's stomach started to growl. So she planned to go out for dinner. When she was about to go out, He Weiwei woke up. Seeing Su Luo about to go out for food, He Weiwei called her in time. Luo Luo. Su Luo was suddenly called, and subconsciously turned her head and asked, "What's wrong? Do you want me to bring you food?" He Weiwei nodded, then hesitated for a moment, shook her head again, and said, "Wait for me. I go with you." Su Luo nodded indifferently. It didn't make much difference to her whether they went alone or with 2 people. As a green tea queen, He Weiwei makeup skills were also maxed out. She sat down at the desk and quickly put on a fresh makeup to make herself look more energetic, and then went out with Su Luo. After leaving the dormitory building, He Weiwei asked mysteriously, "Luo Luo, did you encounter any unexpected incidents in this dungeon?" Su Luo guessed that she had also encountered a system bug, and did not intend to hide it from her. She nodded and said, "Yes, I did. A high-level boss sneaked into the low-level boss, and bullied the weak." He Weiwei obviously did not expect that Su Luo had also encountered it. She was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Are you okay?" After asking this question, she also realized that she asked a stupid question. People are here. What else can happen? She changed the topic and said, "How did you get through this dungeon? How many people died?" In this dungeon, there were 12 people, and only 5 of them survived the boss. Su Luo nodded. It was indeed more difficult for the others than for them. She replied, "There are still 8 of us left." He Weiwei said in surprise, "8? There are too many of you who survived." Su Luo did not tell her that 4 of them died before. If she told him, He Weiwei would definitely be very surprised and question the whole process, which would be too troublesome. He Weiwei continued, "The resurrection reward given at the end of the copy was just disgusting to us. The remaining 5 of us each chose to revive 1 person. But in the end no one was resurrected." Su Luo nodded. This was indeed quite annoying. There was no chance to discuss. Instead of expecting everyone to have a tacit understanding, it would be better not to give this reward directly. The 2 bought 4 servings of Rigiamo and 4 servings of mutton soup and returned to the dormitory. The 2 who selflessly contributed their labor were welcomed by the other 2 people in the dormitory. In the dormitory, everyone ate while discussing this copy. Su Luo and He Weiwei looked at each other. Apart from them, the other 2 people had not encountered this situation. After dinner, Su Luo searched the player forum for system bugs, but did not find any information about this time. It seemed that the system had deliberately blocked it. Su Luo had actually expected this, and calmly closed the player system. Then she searched for information about Cthulhu mythos on the internet. This system bug made her doubt whether there would be similar situations in the future. But no matter what, it's always good to know more. And from the compensation given by the system this time, the system really doesn't want them to die. Otherwise, the system can completely not give compensation and not let people revive. Anyway, players have no channel to complain about it. But the system did not revive everyone. And even if it did, there were relatively harsh conditions, which shows that even the system is not omnipotent. Su Luo suddenly remembered the universe company that she had seen in the previous copy, and wondered what this universe company was. Is the universe company the creator of this game? Or is it the same existence as this game? She is still too weak to be exposed to these contents. Su Luo sighed, and put away her thoughts that had already flown out of the Milky Way. Tomorrow, in addition to the dungeon, is also the day they officially start school. So tomorrow, they definitely can't participate in the dungeon at 9 o'clock. Su Luo hadn't thought of this before, so she didn't discuss the time with Yun Feibai. She immediately called Yun Feibai and told him about it. Yun Feibai slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about it. Chapter 52. The 2 thought about it, and decided to complete the dungeon in the morning. After checking the schedule, they found that both of them were free at 10 o'clock. So they made an appointment at 10 o'clock. I don't know what the next dungeon will be like. Su Luo is full of interest. This is probably a kind of fearlessness. After all, if the points are enough, there is no need to worry about death. In addition, Su Luo is also very interested in the content of the dungeon itself. Every time for her, This is an adventure that she will never encounter in the original world. Su Luo had always thought that she was a conservative person, and was more suitable for the plain life in the original continent. But it was not until she experienced several dungeons that she realized that she also had an adventurous heart. The next morning, Su Luo went to a class first. I have to say that the teachers at Q University are good. Although it was the first day, Su Luo felt that she had learned a lot of knowledge. Then when the class was over at 10 o'clock, Su Luo went to the place agreed with Yun Feibai. He was already waiting there. Start? Su Luo asked. Yun Feibai nodded. And then the two of them clicked enter dungeon together. Open the attribute panel, life, 25, plus 17, strength, 7. Speed, 12, plus 5, spirit, 14, plus 7, endurance, 10. Charm, 12. Points, 218. Talent skill, God's Redemption, legendary teleport one person with full health to any place the skill owner has passed by. Can only be used once in a dungeon. Skill 1. Healing bullet, increase, decrease, friendly, enemy, spirit value x 100% of health, CD, 5 seconds. Skill 2. Holy light array, create a magic array with a diameter of 5 meters, which increases, decreases, all attributes of the friendly, enemy, 10%. Lasting 10 seconds, CD, 30 seconds, after a dizzy spell. Su Luo came to her senses, and found herself in a room again. She looked around and found that this room was very similar to the room in the real werewolf dungeon. There is a treasure chest in each room. In addition, there is a dressing table, a large wardrobe, a shoe cabinet. It looks like a dressing room. Su Luo stood up and walked to the window. Looking outside, it was already dusk, and it would be dark soon. So, the first day of this dungeon is about to end. And a dungeon lasts at most 7 days. So this dungeon should not take long. And she is now sitting on the chair in front of the dressing table. Su Luo did not rush to open the treasure chest. She opened the system and checked the dungeon mission this time. Dungeon background, you are an amateur. And this time you come to participate in the large-scale love variety show. Love Time. Held by Jiangjin Group under Universe Company. Dungeon rules. 1. You will get 1 surface personality and 3 hidden personalities, under the condition that all personalities are intact. Do not let others discover your hidden personality. 2. Every time a hidden personality is discovered, a debuff will appear on yourself. 3. When all 3 hidden personalities are discovered, you will be eliminated. 4. If you guess the hidden personality wrongly, you will add a debuff to yourself. 5. Each person has 3 chances to guess wrong. If they use up all 3 chances, they are out. 6. For every 3 hidden characters guessed correctly, you get 1 attribute point. 7. Everyone except the team members is eliminated. If you win the game, you get 1 attribute point. 8. This game is broadcast live to 10,000 selected visitors. If there is any behavior that destroys the character, the visitor will report it to the system. 9. Each player has 2 chances to be successfully reported. If the third report is successful, the player will be out. 10. At the end of the dungeon, the player with the most visitors' favorite points will receive 1 attribute point. 11. The points of this dungeon will be settled according to the audience's favorite value. Dungeon mission. Survive 7 days or win the game. Su Luo was a little surprised. You know, in every dungeon in the past, you had to guess how to get attribute points. But this time, it was directly stipulated in the mission. Su Luo thought about it, and quickly guessed why. Because if there is no sufficient interest drive, then the players of this dungeon can guess the hidden personality of others. As long as this is done, everyone can get through this dungeon safely, without taking the risk of failure, and can get the points reward for clearing the dungeon. Although the points reward will definitely be less if this is done. It is better than losing points for mission failure. However, if there is a reward of attribute points, it will be different. It is well known how precious attribute points are. There will definitely be many players who will fight for this reward. After all, wealth and honor are sought in danger. With such players, everyone can no longer trust each other. In this way, the system doesn't have to worry about the players in this dungeon being lazy all the time, and they can get points just by being too bland. In addition, there are as many as 11 rules for this dungeon, which are given in great detail, as if they are afraid that the players don't understand the rules. Su Luo thinks this may be related to the Universe Company. The dungeon background says that this variety show is opened by a subsidiary of the Universe Company, and the players in this dungeon are equivalent to the actors of this variety show. The rules of the system were very detailed, as if they were afraid that they would bring shame to the system. This made Su Luo wonder if there was any special relationship between this system and the Universe Company. Maybe it was the cooperative relationship she had guessed before. Another point is that this time it was a live broadcast, and people from this planet came to watch them fall in love, and they would also give points to the players. In other words, they not only had to hide themselves, but also had to be dog-abusing enough, or interesting enough, to gain the so-called tourist love value. I just don't know how the tourist's popularity is calculated. Is there a machine that automatically extracts their popularity? Or is it based on rewards and popularity like the live broadcast on Earth? And I don't know what the debuff penalty is like. Of course, Su Luo doesn't plan to try it. Alas, Su Luo sighed. The rules are very clear, but there seem to be more things to consider. Sure enough, no dungeon is easy. Thinking about it, Su Luo took the treasure box. If nothing unexpected happens, it should be her character setting. Sure enough, when she opened the treasure box, there were 2 notes inside. The first one read, Public Character Setting. Rich lady. You are the daughter of the CEO of Jianjin Group. 23 years old. This time, because I thought it was interesting, I begged my father to participate in this program. The second note read, Hidden Character Setting 1. Sundara. 2. Extremely fond of sweets. 3. Must wear red clothes. After reading it, Su Luo folded the 2 notes together and threw them into the toilet and flushed them down. She sat on the bed and thought for a while. These 3 hidden personalities are actually quite conspicuous. Only the second one. If there is no sweet food, there will be no problem. Maybe it can be hidden. As for the other 2, the first one is arrogant and will be exposed almost as soon as she opens her mouth. And the third one must wear red clothes, which is also very obvious as soon as they meet. How to hide these 2 personalities? Su Luo has a plan in her mind. You know, the old saying is good, it is better to open than to block. After sorting out her thoughts, Su Luo opened the closet. As expected, there are many very beautiful and luxurious clothes in it. As a young lady, her wardrobe seemed to be born to be so luxurious. The program team would not deliberately let the players collapse their character under the conditions that the program team could provide. In other words, at least in terms of material, Su Luo is now really a young lady. Su Luo picked a bright red long skirt from the list and put it on. Then she found a pair of peach-colored high heels in the shoe cabinet below and put them on. Red is matched with colors in the red series, which will give people a capable and strong impression. People can notice her at a glance. For example, the combination of red and peach color will give people a gorgeous and elegant feeling. It just matches her eldest lady character. Moreover, the red dress is matched with red high heels, and the matching of the same color system will not go wrong. This is a very good choice for people who have only a vague understanding of dressing. Next, she went to the dressing table and painted herself a more domineering makeup to enhance her eldest lady's momentum. After all, if you don't have enough strength, you can make up for it with makeup. After doing all this, she slowly painted herself with the necessary red nail polish that she wanted to complete the task. After painting, Su Luo waited for it to dry while admiring her hands painted with red nail polish. Su Luo actually always liked the bright red color, probably because of its bright and flamboyant color. But because of her personality, she rarely wears red. This copy was just enough for her to enjoy the color. After a while, there was a knock on Su Luo's door. She opened the door and found a man wearing a mask outside. The man waited for Su Luo to open the door, was amazed for a moment, and then said to her after a pause, "Hello, Miss Lost. I am a staff member of Love Time. Please follow me to our initial studio now." Su Luo nodded and asked, "By the way, brother, what is your name?" In this copy, Su Luo's appearance is still very good, with a bit of exquisite charm. Her fair skin and red clothes make her look bright and eye-catching. Bright and beautiful. When she asked this, the staff member's face immediately turned red, and he stammered, "You can call me. Just call me Xiao Wang." Su Luo said apologetically, "Please wait for me." Then she turned around and picked up the white bag she had chosen. The red dress, because it is pure red, gives people the first impression of nobility and elegance, which is particularly eye-catching. Chapter 53. So when matching bags, you can't choose colorful ones. Because if you choose a colorful bag, then when it is paired with a red dress, the two will not only have no sparks, but also no sense of matching and no sense of layering. So if you are wearing red and choosing a bag, you must first choose a solid color, and among them, white or black are the first choice. On the way, Su Luo asked casually, "Hey, by the way, do you know when we will start the live broadcast?" Xiao Wang replied subconsciously, "When you enter the studio, the live broadcast will officially begin." Su Luo's heart trembled. So, entering the studio, the performance officially began. It's time to establish her own eldest lady persona. After Xiao Wang answered, he suddenly stopped talking and looked at Su Luo with some vigilance. Su Luo thanked Xiao Wang and obediently stopped asking for other information, and quickly followed him into the studio. The so-called studio was just an empty room with a row of semicircular blue sofas. As soon as Su Luo entered the room, a golden UFO followed her. This was a spherical metal with two pairs of light golden transparent wings. It also had a big eye on it, and when it saw Su Luo looking at it, it blinked at her. Kind of cute. Su Luo touched her nose and guessed that this should be something used for live broadcasting. This time, the copy seemed to follow her all the time. The studio was empty at this time. Su Luo looked around and sat in the middle of the sofa. Don't think Su Luo is just sitting casually. Every choice is very particular. Sitting in the middle of the sofa, she can perfectly reflect the arrogant and domineering personality of the eldest lady. Su Luo straightened her back and said to herself, "Am I the only one? How can the program team put me first? I will be very embarrassed." She said embarrassed, but she smiled with satisfaction, playing the arrogant and domineering personality of the eldest lady to the fullest. In a place where Su Luo could not see, the barrage had exploded. "This girl is so pretty. 5 minutes. I want all the information about this girl. This girl is so suitable for red. She looks so good in it. Has no one noticed that this bag is from Renexiang? This girl is really rich. Ah, rich woman. Please support me. By the way, I remember that this girl's resume said that she is a Sundra type. I like her. I saw it just now." She said she was embarrassed, but I'm afraid she was not very satisfied with the fact that she was the first to appear. Of course, there were also some not-so-good comments. For example, she came up and sat in the middle. This girl is a bit self-centered. Is the bright red color meant to outshine the others? Is this little girl too fond of showing off? However, Su Luo didn't know all this, as she had already waited for the second player. This second player was also a girl. Her hair was long and black, which made her skin look even whiter. She wore a white dress, which made her look weak and gentle. Almost instantly, the two people who saw each other defined each other as weak little white flower and rich lady. These are two completely opposite personalities. Su Luo thought with interest. She looked at the little white flower at the door with interest, waiting to see her reaction. Such a look made the little white flower quite uncomfortable. She frowned slightly, and then showed a relatively weak smile. Then, she walked into the studio and said gently, "Hello? My name is Ice. You can call me Bing Bing." As she said that, she also found a good place to sit down, sitting at the edge of the circular sofa. Su Luo waited for her to sit down, then smiled and said, "Hello. My name is Lost." After saying this, she stopped talking. She was silently observing this Ice, but after a while, she withdrew her gaze. On the surface, Su Luo could not see anything else except that she was a little white flower, and Ice was also observing Su Luo. "Excuse me for being frank. The first time she saw this, Lost, when I saw the girl in front of me, the first thing I said was, 'So red.'" Su Luo guessed correctly. Ice's surface personality is a pure and weak girl. Although she wore a white dress to create this personality, she didn't wear all white. And the girl in front of me, her clothes, shoes, bags, and even her nails are all red. I strongly suspected that one of her hidden personality is that she likes red very much. But in addition to this, her hidden personality may actually be that she likes red clothes, likes red nail polish, etc. Besides, it shouldn't be like that. The hidden character must be hidden. Is it a trick to deceive me so blatantly? Or is it taking advantage of my mentality and putting the hidden character in front of me? This is a dead loop. Only by verifying with the system can we get the answer. The problem is that there are only 3 chances of failure, and Ice can't afford to gamble. She looked at Su Luo deeply. This opponent is much stronger than the opponents in the previous copies. It seems that he will be a strong enemy. Su Luo didn't say anything. And Ice just sat there quietly as a little white flower. The opposite of them was the situation in the barrage. Red Rose. White Moonlight. This crew knows how to have fun. They are all so good. Which one should I choose? Don't dream if you are wondering which one to choose. They don't like you. I feel like I'm watching a palace drama. Is it my illusion? Ah! The one in the palace drama. You are not alone. The third player broke the silence. This is the first male player on the field. He wore a dark blue suit and a tie, looking like a workplace elite. After the man came in, he looked around first, and then sat down next to Su Luo. He is also a self-centered person. Su Luo immediately saw that this man should be a company leader. Hello. My name is Internet. Internet Addicted Boy. When he said this, the face of the workplace elite turned red, immediately breaking the image he had just established. Poochie. The one who laughed was Ice. A grown man named Internet Addicted Boy. Anyone would laugh. The contrast was too great. Internet Addicted Boy saw Ice laughing and said anxiously, I. As soon as he uttered this word, he might have suddenly remembered his character and closed his mouth again. After a second of silence, he continued, You can call me Chunyin. At this time, Ice was also a little embarrassed and said, Oh, sorry. I didn't mean it just now. Internet Addicted Boy shook his head and said, It's okay. I didn't know this problem would happen before. And now I can't change my name. Ice had a decent smile on her face. She was suddenly very grateful in her heart. Fortunately, the name she gave herself was not too out of line. Thank God. However, Su Luo couldn't laugh at this time. Thanks to her good memory, Su Luo remembered this person clearly. Internet Addicted Boy. It was the person she helped in the first assessment copy. Su Luo had a headache. There were so many players in the whole Oro continent. Why did she meet someone familiar? I stretched out her hand to the Internet Addicted Boy and said gently, Hello. My name is Ice. You can call me Bing Bing. The Internet Addicted Boy shook her hand back and said, Bing Bing. Nice to meet you. After that, he turned to Su Luo and said, Hello? Su Luo looked at the boy in front of her. Compared with the first meeting, he was obviously much more mature. But he still retained the shadow of that time. When the Internet Addicted Boy extended his hand, she said coldly, When everyone is here, I will introduce myself. After that, she shook hands with the Internet Addicted Boy. At this time, the comments were polarized again. This woman is so rude. That is, when someone introduced themselves to her, she didn't reply? Didn't you notice that she shook hands with others on purpose? This is a sign of wanting to make friends. Why do I think the young lady is a little cute? Although she said she didn't need to know you now. Her body showed that she was very happy to know you. Now that you mention it, it's a bit like that. By the way, do any of you know what Bing Bing was laughing at just now? I don't know. It seems to be the name of the Internet Addicted Boy. It's very strange. What Su Luo and others didn't know was that in the eyes of most people on the planet, names with less than 6 characters are very normal. This is also the reason why the system stipulates the number of characters in their names. At this time, the door was pushed open again. Yun Feibai came in. Yun Feibai was wearing casual clothes and gold-rimmed glasses, which perfectly showed what a gentleman is. Su Luo blinked at him, and Yun Feibai stayed on her for a second longer when he looked around the audience. Then he looked away and said to everyone gently, Hello, I'm Jihei. Everyone nodded to him. And then Yun Feibai walked to the other side of the sofa and sat down. Su Luo looked at him thoughtfully, thinking, what is Yun Feibai's job this time? He wears glasses, so he should be a quieter job. The next two people came together. A girl wearing a gothic Lolita outfit, and a big boy wearing a dark yellow t-shirt and denim shorts. Looking sunny and handsome, the two of them walked together, as if they had broken through the dimensional wall, giving people a strange and harmonious beauty. The two of them found an empty seat and sat down. When they were all done, the radio suddenly sounded, Next. Everyone has 20 minutes to introduce themselves. Then, everyone will enter the love house together. As soon as the broadcast ended, Internet Addicted Boy took the lead and said, Hello everyone. My name is Internet Addicted Boy. You can call me Chunyin. I am 26 this year, a lawyer, and currently opened a law firm. Chapter 54. After he finished speaking, Yun Feibai suddenly looked up at him in surprise, and then looked at Su Luo. Su Luo was also looking at Yun Feibai's reaction. When she saw him looking at her, she gave him a helpless look. Others did not notice the undercurrent between Su Luo and Chunyan. When Chunyan finished speaking, the sunny boy immediately spoke. Hello everyone. My name is Yukawei. I am currently 22 years old, and I am a national team athlete, playing table tennis. Wow! Awesome! As soon as he finished speaking, everyone left with just the right amount of exclamations and applauded. Indeed, being a national team athlete is too awesome. Serving the country? This identity is very popular. The next person to speak was Loli. Hello. My name is Xiaowei. I'm an internet celebrity. 29 years old this year. I currently have a studio. Everyone looked a little surprised. After all, although there are many internet celebrities, they don't often appear in everyone's lives. And this little girl, who looks like a minor, is actually 29 years old, which is also very surprising. Su Luo looked at her a few more times. For some reason, Su Luo felt that the gaze of this Xiao Yu seemed to have been wandering among the three men. Next was Ji Hei. Hello. I am a professor at H University. In the computer department. Well, I am 31 years old this year. As he said that, he pushed his glasses again and said with a gentle self-deprecation, I should be the oldest among the six of us. Seeing this, everyone shook their heads. Xiao Wei said, How can it be possible? A man is in his prime at 31. And you are so handsome and knowledgeable. Several people followed up on Xiao Yu's words and sighed. After all, professors are too impressive. After he finished introducing himself, Xiao Baiwa introduced herself softly. Hello everyone. I am Ice. You can call me Bing Bing. I am a fashion designer, and now I have my own clothing store. 26 this year. Everyone nodded and said Bing Bing. Finally, no one on the field introduced themselves, and only Su Luo was left. Everyone's eyes were focused on Su Luo. Su Luo sighed deeply under the gaze of everyone. Then she said with a stiff upper lip, Hello. My name is Lost. Currently 25 years old. Unemployed. As she said this, she finally found the feeling of a young lady that she had finally found just now. She said with some arrogance, If I must say what my profession is, then my profession is to spend money for my daddy. When Su Luo finished saying her name, the internet-addicted boy had already raised his head and looked at her with shining eyes. Su Luo had been secretly observing him while she was talking. Seeing that the internet-addicted boy was so obvious, she had to shake her head at the internet-addicted boy implicitly, signaling him not to act rashly. The internet-addicted boy received Su Luo's signal, shut up obediently, and looked at her eagerly. Su Luo looked at the internet-addicted boy with a face of a workplace elite. He looked at her with a pitiful puppy-like look and sat down with a headache. Yun Feibai knew the inside story, so he had been observing the interaction between Su Luo and the others. He didn't know what he thought of, and he fell into deep thought. Ice listened to Su Luo and asked with a smile, So you are a rich second generation? Su Luo raised the corner of her mouth, shook her head leisurely, and said, No, I am a rich nth generation. At this time, Xiao Wei rolled her eyes and said, Miss, you are so rich. Why do you come to our little show? Su Luo glanced at her, and then calmly said, Support our own small program. She deliberately emphasized the word small. This sentence has three meanings. One is to answer Xiao Yu's question. One is to tell you that this program is run by my family. Don't make trouble. Another is to tell her that my family's program is not small. Xiao Yu stopped talking immediately. She was a little unhappy to see Su Luo in red. In addition, she wanted some exposure and a lot of audience likes. So she wanted to find fault. But looking at the current situation, I am afraid that I have not found any faults, but have caused trouble instead. At this time, the barrage was also active. The program team is so awesome. Can they invite athletes from the national team? No. I am a rich second generation. This sentence is a bit domineering. Did the eldest lady's family sponsor this program? The eldest lady is so domineering. The eldest lady really pokes me. I declare that I am the eldest lady's fan leader. University professor. University professor. What a young and handsome professor. H University students are so lucky. I am a student of H University. Professor Jihei is super gentle. We are very happy after the real name authentication. Xiao Wei is my favorite anchor. Xiao Wei. Here I come. Call for you. Lolita is so cute. I envy them. These guys are really strong. Where did the program team find them? Does anyone feel that what Xiaowa said later is weird? I noticed it too. It feels like they are picking on the young lady. Everyone on the scene also noticed that the atmosphere was not right. And the internet-addicted boy said, "We will enter the love house in a while. I wonder what it looks like inside." Ice immediately said, "Yeah. I'm really looking forward to it." The two of them talked and quickly covered this issue. Everyone was chatting. And the radio sounded again, "Love house. Open. Open." As the voice fell, the wall opposite the sofa suddenly opened from the middle, revealing the two-story villa behind. It seems that this is the so-called love house. Su Luo thought. Please enter the love house. This program officially begins. Everyone walked over as instructed, pushed open the door, and what came into view was the whiteboard on the right. The whiteboard read, "Please choose a room. Then make your own dinner. The ingredients are in the refrigerator. There are also 12 keys next to it. 2 by 2. Su Luo took a look. One is the key to the house, and the other is the key to the room. Internet-addicted teenager said, "Let the girls choose the room first." The other boys nodded naturally. The girls didn't hesitate, and Su Luo took the key to the middle room upstairs. At this time, I suddenly said to Su Luo coquettishly, "I want this room too. Can I?" Su Luo looked at her in surprise. Isn't it right? Creating trouble at the beginning? And Su Luo felt weird. This "can I?" doesn't fit the calm personality of Ice in her mind at all. After thinking for a while, she said, "First come, first served." However, Ice insisted, "Why are you so unkind? It's just a change of room." Su Luo was even more confused. Is there anything special about this room? Why would Ice want it so much that he would even ask for it from a young lady like her? Wait. Young lady? Su Luo seemed to understand something vaguely, but couldn't find the point. In order to maintain her young lady persona, Su Luo raised her chin, looked at her and said, "I can't give the room I chose to others." After saying that, he took the key and went upstairs. The people who stayed had different expressions. Some looked at Su Luo's back, while others looked at Ice meaningfully. I seemed to not see these looks, and said with red eyes, "Why is she so domineering?" After saying that, he quickly took another key and continued crying, "Look at her. No one helps her." After saying that, he stomped his feet, then left the crowd and went to his room. At this time, the comments were quickly divided into the White Moonlight faction and the Red Rose faction. I feel sorry for my little sister Bingning. She refused to change rooms even when asked to do so. She is still a young lady. The young lady is so powerful and domineering that she beat the White Lotus. To be honest, I think what the young lady said is right. First come, first served. A war between women. Didn't anyone notice that Professor Jie frowned when Lost and Ice clashed? I didn't notice it. It's a pity that I can't watch it again. I want to know who the professor frowned for. Is it the White Moonlight or the Red Rose? Oh no. I've already imagined a big drama. Hand the pen to the boss. Next. Yun Fei Bai seemed to be casual, but he took the key to Su Luo's next room. Then he asked gently, "Then I take this? Do any of you want to change?" The other two boys shook their heads together. So Yun Fei Bai smiled and nodded at them, and then went upstairs. On the other hand, after Su Luo entered her room, she unexpectedly discovered that the camera did not follow her into the room. This was a pleasant surprise, and she did not have to maintain her character all the time. Su Luo observed the room at ease. The whole room was quite large, and it was pink, giving people a sense of fantasy. Su Luo actually did not like pink very much. It always made her feel innocent, and this feeling was too far away from her. She sighed and opened the closet in the room. As expected, the clothes had been moved in. She sat on the soft big bed. As a young lady, cooking is definitely not her responsibility. So Su Luo had a long time to think about things. She first thought about the conflict just now. It was very strange. From the previous situation, it should be said that Ice is not a person who likes to attract attention. Even through the similarity of the roles played by Ice, it can be seen that she is a very rational person. But just now, it was clearly a situation that could have been settled peacefully. And even this small quarrel did not need to happen at all. Why did Ice go to the trouble of changing rooms with her? Chapter 55. You know, from the very beginning, her behavior was very obvious. a tsundere lady. So it was simply a fantasy to want to get something from this character. And most importantly, when she tried to leave, Ice did not come up to pester her, but simply let her live in this house. Such a reaction denied one of Su Luo's previous guesses, that there was something wrong with the room she chose. If there was really something wrong with the room, Ice would definitely not let her leave so easily. So if Ice didn't have to change rooms with her for this reason, then her abnormal behavior was probably due to a hidden personality. But what kind of hidden personality made her want to do something? And what was that weird feeling? Su Luo fell into her own thoughts. In addition, Su Luo found that everyone's identity would bring certain conveniences. For example, she herself was the sponsor of this program. And Xiaoyu, it has a certain number of fans. Yukuwei is a national team athlete. This identity alone can attract a lot of attention. Yun Feibai is a university professor. Students of H University should be considered his regular fans. The convenience of Ice is that her personality is easy to attract the likes of straight men. After all, straight men are indeed a very large group. As for internet-addicted boy, Su Luo thought, his advantage may be that the people he helped to fight the lawsuit are all his fans? Knock. 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 The door was suddenly knocked. Su Luo, whose train of thought was interrupted, sighed and stood up to open the door. She guessed that the person outside the door was either Yun Feibai or internet-addicted boy. As expected, it was internet-addicted boy. He nodded calmly at Su Luo. And with his face, he looked like he was going to discuss some business. Su Luo stepped aside to let him in. After internet-addicted boy entered the room, Su Luo looked around and saw that no one was watching. So she closed the door. Turning around, she saw the internet-addicted boy smiling brightly at her. Su Luo looked at her and felt overwhelmed. Can you imagine your boss smiling at you like a little fool? Anyway, that's how Su Luo feels now. It's already been the second month since entering the player continent. Why is this kid still so stupid? Oh, forget it. At least this stupid kid has improved. At least, he didn't lose his character at the door. Which is good news. Su Luo now looks at him, and feels like looking at Su Mao. Both of them are enthusiastic little fools. Internet-addicted boy didn't know that Su Luo was looking at him with the mentality of an old mother. He was now in endless happiness. What a coincidence. I met my benefactor again. We are destined to meet. I am so happy. Should I tell my benefactor about my hidden personality directly? And so on. Each person was a barrage. Before internet-addicted boy spoke, Su Luo took the lead and said, let's do our own things and don't give in to each other. Okay? Obtain attribute points by ability. Obviously, Su Luo had guessed the thoughts of internet-addicted boy and strangled him in the cradle. If she let internet-addicted boy let her do what she wanted, it would be like playing chess with a child and cheating. Anyway, she couldn't afford to lose face. Internet-addicted boy. Hearing this, he immediately lowered his head in disappointment. Su Luo felt that his whole aura was a lot weaker, like a golden retriever that fell into the water. The more Su Luo looked at him, the more he looked like Su Mao. She couldn't help but soften her heart and explained, it's not that I want to distance myself from you, but it's unnecessary. Perhaps she felt that what she said was too simple. Su Luo added, I am confident in my ability. I don't need you to let me. Huh? This is respect for both of us. After she explained this, the internet-addicted boy just looked up and said, then add me as a friend when you finish. Su Luo nodded awkwardly. At first, she thought that the two of them would never meet again, and it was just a piece of cake at that time. So she directly rejected the friend request of the internet-addicted boy. Now it happened again. It was like a public execution. After finally sending away the internet-addicted boy, Su Luo pounced on the bed. She had to take a good rest before dinner. Knock. Knock. Just when Su Luo was lying comfortably on the bed, the door rang again. It seemed that she could not sleep. So Su Luo got up desperately to open the door. The person outside the door was Yun Feibai, who was not polite and walked into the room directly, and then sat on Su Luo's bed. Su Luo asked unhappily, what is your personality? Yun Feibai said, the surface personality is a gentle university professor. And the first hidden personality is that you must read for an hour every day at 2 p.m. Su Luo looked at him with some surprise, thinking of something in his mind. Yun Feibai continued, the second hidden personality is severe misophobia. The third hidden personality is that I am very strict with people who are not obedient. Su Luo said, my surface personality is the eldest daughter of Jiangjin Group. That is, the daughter of the sponsor of this program. The first hidden character setting is that you must wear red clothes. The second hidden character setting is that you like sweets very much. The third hidden character setting is that you are at Sundara. Yun Feibai realized something when he heard the first hidden character setting. After Su Luo finished speaking, he continued, so, the three hidden character settings actually have a pattern. Su Luo nodded and said, everyone should have a mandatory task that must be done. That's right. Must wear red clothes. And must read for an hour every day at 2 p.m. are obviously a series of tasks. So, what do the remaining two tasks have in common? Su Luo asked in confusion. Yun Feibai thought for a moment and said, I think severe misophobia and extreme love of sweets are in the same series. And Sundara and being strict with people who don't behave are in the same series. Su Luo nodded. Indeed. It felt like the two groups had some things in common. But they couldn't tell what the differences were. There are still too few materials. Su Luo sighed. Yun Feibai said, let's do something to test it out later. I think, since I am a misophobe, there is no guarantee that there will be someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder. We can try it later. Su Luo smiled and nodded. This kind of blind guess is too cheap. Anyway, it is a random test without purpose. So it is impossible to guard against being shot. Suddenly remembering something, Su Luo said, I am the first one to come. Ice and the internet-addicted teenager should not know each other. It seems that the 6 people this time are a team of 1 man and 1 woman. Yun Feibai thought for a moment and said, so, it is very likely that Ice and Yukawei are in the same group. And the internet-addicted boy and Yaya are in the same group. Su Luo nodded. It should be correct. After saying this, Yun Feibai asked again. It seems that the internet-addicted boy was met in the first assessment copy. Su Luo nodded and said, yes. I didn't expect to meet him again. It's really a coincidence. Yun Feibai asked, did he come to see you just now? Su Luo replied with some surprise. Yes. He came to see me before you. How do you know? Did you see him coming to see me? Yun Feibai shook his head and said slowly, I didn't see him coming to see you. But I think that internet-addicted boy is impatient, and will definitely not wait until after dinner to see you. And the time I came to see you was almost at dinner time. So he may have looked for you before. After saying this, he paused, then looked up at Su Luo with a smiling look, and said, besides, when I came, you seemed a little impatient. I guess you wanted to rest after being looked for by the internet-addicted boy. But I disturbed you? Alright. Su Luo was a little helpless. Having a smart teammate who is good at reasoning has this disadvantage. If you show any clues, he will find out. The two were chatting when someone knocked on the door again. Su Luo smiled and said, today my door is finally going to be broken. As she said that, she got up and opened the door. It was Ice outside the door. She saw Yun Feibai in Su Luo's room. But she didn't show any surprise. She just said, go downstairs for dinner. Su Luo thought, it seems that this person has noticed the interaction between her and Yun Feibai, and guessed that she and Yun Feibai have formed a team. She looked at Ice with a hint of meaning. This person is indeed not simple. So there must be a reason for the previous operation. She retracted her gaze, and then nodded to thank him. The 3 of them went downstairs together. At this time, there were already 4 players downstairs. Everyone greeted each other, and sat down around the dining table. There were already 4 dishes on the table. Yukawei, wearing an apron, he came over with 2 dishes. At this point, all the dishes for tonight were served. Yeah. Asked Yukawei, did you make all these dishes? Yukawei smiled shyly and nodded, I made them. I hope you like them. Yeah. Laughed teasingly, little brother can cook. Don't miss it if you pass by. Everyone teased again. After starting, Su Luo raised her eyebrows slightly in surprise. These dishes tasted really good. Yukawei, seeing that everyone was enjoying the meal, he asked, is this dish okay? Ice praised, super delicious. Brother is great. Very supportive. Which verified Su Luo's guess that the two were probably in the same team. Su Luo looked up at him and said, it's just average. Barely edible. As he said that, he took another big mouthful of rice. Yun Feibai smiled and said, it's delicious. The cooking skills are really good. Ice also praised, the little brother is really good at cooking this dish. The internet-addicted boy asked, "You are so good at cooking. Why don't you have a girlfriend?" Chapter 56. Yukaway scratched his head shyly again and said, "I am a otaku. I don't go out except for training. So I don't have a girlfriend." Everyone smiled and expressed their understanding. Otakus who never go out are likely to not have a girlfriend, even if they are good enough. This chat brought the barrage to a peak. "I am moved by the way the little brother cooks. Call for little brother Yukaway. Ah, I can be a boy in the living room or in the kitchen." Did anyone notice that the young lady said it was just SOSO? But she scooped a big spoonful of rice in her hand? Ha ha ha. I saw it. What a cute young lady. You say you are not nice, but you are honest. The little brother doesn't have a girlfriend. I love Liao. So handsome. Young brother Yukaway is so shy. I think he is shy. When eating, everyone unexpectedly discovered that Yukaway, the appetite is very large, and one person can actually eat 3 bowls of rice. Suddenly, several people's eyes met, and they were meaningful. Xiao Yu asked meaningfully, "Oh, Yukaway, you have a big appetite. I can only eat half a bowl of rice, and you eat 3 bowls." After that, she smiled and said, "How come you don't get fat even if you eat so much? I am a person who will get fat even if I drink cold water. I envy you so much." These words immediately attracted everyone's attention to Yukaway on his body. Although Xiao Yu made a joke at the end, no one paid attention. For a moment, the atmosphere on the scene was very strange and ready to explode. Su Luo had no doubt that as long as Yukaway acted a little wrong, or hesitated, or stuttered, everyone would scramble to submit. Yukaway, hidden personality as big appetite, including herself. But obviously, Yukaway would not reveal such a big flaw. He smiled and said, "You also know that I am an athlete. I have to do a lot of exercise every day." So his appetite naturally increased. He said it naturally, which made everyone a little hesitant. This could be a cover-up for his hidden personality, or it could be a deliberate attempt to confuse their eyes and make them submit his hidden personality incorrectly. With such doubts, everyone naturally did not dare to submit. Who knows whether his big appetite is real or fake? Su Luo has other ideas. She now thinks that big appetite may really be Yukaway's hidden personality, because she discovered some rules. Su Luo discovered that big appetite can be transformed into love to eat. Cleanliness can be transformed into love to be clean. And she is love sweets. All of which have the same effect. That's right. When she saw Yukaway eating like crazy just now, Su Luo finally figured out the similarities between these 3 people. They are all favorite things. But Su Luo was also afraid that Yukaway had discovered this rule. So he deliberately misled others. So Su Luo is not going to submit this hidden character for now. She has to discuss it with Yunfei Bai. After dinner, everyone returned to their rooms. Su Luo has been told that there will be more sessions next. So she sits on the bed and waits patiently. Sure enough, after a while, the radio sounded. "Please go to the studio immediately to record today's moment of love." Su Luo was puzzled for a moment. What good thing is this moment of love? Is it used to confess? Or is it to express who you like today? It has to be said that Su Luo is telling the truth. Soon, her doubts were answered. "Please go to the studio to record today's love moment." Su Luo stood up and walked towards the studio. When she arrived at the studio, there was still the same row of blue sofas. But there was an extra camera in front of her. The small speaker in the studio sounded, "Who do you like the most today?" "Why? Ah." Sure enough, Su Luo sorted out her thoughts and said, "Today's male guests are mostly average. If you have to pick a general among the short ones, that Jihei can barely do it." As for why, Su Luo thought about it with difficulty, then raised her chin and said proudly, "Do I need a reason to like someone?" What she didn't know was that the barrage was about to explode. What fairy duo? Love at first sight? They both chose each other. "I'm so sweet." One said the other was cute. The other said the other was gentle. "Ah, I'm dead." Gentle Professor X Tsundere young lady. "I love you." What to do? Can anyone write about this? I really want to see it. So the professor frowned before because the White Lotus was unreasonable? The victory of the Red Rose faction. Although the young lady is a general among dwarfs, She does not hesitate when it comes to choosing Sundara or something. You can only infer the person's true thoughts from the details. After recording a moment of love, Su Luo finally returned to the room. However, as soon as she sat on the bed, Su Luo remembered that she had something to do. She thought about it, and still got up, and went to Yun Feibai's room. Su Luo waited until the door opened, and what she saw was a picture of a handsome man taking a bath. Yun Feibai had just finished taking a bath, and his whole body was covered with steam. His hair was wet, giving people a sense of reverie. He was still wearing glasses, and it seemed that he was afraid of breaking his character, so he put them on before opening the door. But this gives people a sense of abstinence, and makes people want to see what kind of style this person will have in bed. He was still wearing a bathrobe at this time, and his good figure was looming. Su Luo felt her nose itchy. After entering the room, she cleared her throat and said, "I found the pattern of one of the groups." The words were not very clear, but Yun Feibai knew what she was going to say. He raised his eyebrows and said, "I would like to hear more about it." Su Luo said, "The common point between mysophobia and sweet tooth is that they like something." Yun Feibai thought about it carefully and said, "Indeed? But how do you know that this is the common point? What if there are other things?" Su Luo said, "Do you think the Yukawei big appetite today can be transformed into a love of eating?" Yun Feibai nodded and said, "That makes sense. So you think the Yukawei behavior today is not a trick, but a real thing?" Su Luo nodded. "Yes. So I plan to submit it," Yun Feibai said. "If the submission fails, there will be negative effects. How about I do it?" Su Luo shook her head and said, "No," I insisted. "So I should bear the consequences." After she finished speaking, she took a deep breath and said to the system, "I think one of Yukawei's hidden personality settings is that he eats a lot." The system replied, "Are you sure you want to submit?" Su Luo answered firmly, "Yes." The system prompt sounded, "Ding. Submission successful. Checking. Ding. Correct. Player lost successfully discovered a hidden personality setting of player Yukawei. Success?" Su Luo breathed a sigh of relief and laughed with Yun Feibai. This is good. Not only did they discover a hidden character, but they also added a debuff to the opponent. And now they can know what the player's debuff is. Kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Really good. The next morning, Su Luo got up on time and picked out a red outfit for herself. A red wide sweater, with denim shorts that almost reached the thighs. The outfit matched her petite figure, and she wore the popular feeling of not being able to see that she was wearing pants. Then she painted her nails with red polish as usual. After getting dressed, Su Luo walked out of the room excitedly. She couldn't wait to know what the debuff was. However, to her surprise, there was no boy in the hall. Only Ice was eating breakfast in the living room. Ice was wearing a student-like outfit, a white top, a sky blue pleated miniskirt, and that first love face. Su Luo couldn't help but sigh and think, this is the school beauty of that high school. But it was strange. Su Luo looked at the clock in the living room. Right. It was 8 o'clock. Are there no boys up at this time? Ice also noticed Su Luo. Seeing her looking at her, he shrugged and said to her, I was wondering too. I got up at 7 o'clock. Until now. You are the first one I saw coming out except me. Su Luo nodded, took a steamed bun from the dining table, and sat next to Ice to eat. Ice asked casually, yesterday, Yukawei had a big appetite. It's really strange. I suspect that's his hidden personality. Su Luo already knew that Ice and Yukawei were very likely to be team players. And naturally she knew that Ice was testing her now. So Su Luo pretended to be stupid and said, I also thought there was a problem. But his later explanation was too natural. I didn't want to have any problems. After that, she pretended to be mysterious and whispered to Ice, and I suspect he actually deliberately exposed the flaws, trying to lure us to submit this hidden character setting, and then let us get debuffed. These words were serious and wise, successfully dispelling Ice's doubts. She smiled and said, I thought so too. Suddenly, the system prompt sounded, ding. Player Yukawei has only one hidden character left. Ding. Player Yukawei has only one hidden character left. Ding. Player Yukawei has only one hidden character left. The system prompt sounded 3 times in a row before it stopped. Su Luo was a little surprised. Did this Yukawei reveal other hidden characters yesterday? Compared with Su Luo's simple surprise, Ice's face was very ugly. 2 hidden characters of his teammates were discovered at the beginning of the game. And such a debuff was triggered. What should he do? Chapter 57. At this time, Xiaoyu also appeared, looking from the bottom up. She looked very petite in her white long stockings and sky blue sailor suit. When Xiaoyu saw Su Luo, her face was also very bad, with some resentment in her doubt. When Su Luo and I saw her, they almost screamed out, because Xiaoyu had a lot of red herpes on her face, densely covering her face, which looked very scary. Su Luo noticed the look in Xiaoyu's eyes, and guessed that maybe this person wanted to submit his hidden persona, but submitted it wrong. Otherwise, there was no reason for her to look at him like that. Su Luo guessed right. Xiaoyu noticed that Su Luo was wearing red yesterday, and guessed that this might be her hidden persona. She didn't dare to submit it at first. After all, no one wanted to trigger a debuff. But she suffered a loss at Su Luo's hands yesterday. And the little puppy she had finally caught actually said that Su Luo was his benefactor, and went to find Su Luo despite her obstruction. This made Xiaoyu, who had been going smoothly, very unhappy. So she was furious and had evil intentions. Xiaoyu did not bother to think rationally, and directly submitted the hidden personality of Su Luo liking red. The result was unexpected, but reasonable. The result of the failure was that when she woke up, these herpes appeared on her face. Xiaoyu tried for a long time in the room, but failed to hide the thing on her face. She had no choice but to come out. When she came out, she saw Su Luo was still wearing bright red. And she was even more confused about how this could not be her hidden personality. Suspicion was one aspect, but more of it was hatred. If it weren't for this Lost, who had to argue with her at first, and then shamelessly had an affair with the man she liked, how could she have reached the point of losing her mind? Through Yaya's thoughts, we can see that people who are shameless are invincible. Shameless people can make up for their lack of conscience by distorting the facts. If Su Luo knew that Yaya was thinking like this, she would definitely sneer and wake up. Yaya. But now, she was just observing this girl, let alone the face. Today, Yaya was wearing a Lolita outfit again. But this time it was a sailor outfit. If you ignore that horrible face, Su Luo still likes it. But with that face, Su Luo was also drunk. At the same time, the people who waited until the next day and were ready to see the beautiful faces of the young ladies were also kneeling. Oh my god! This face? My child is so scared that he is crying. Quit the competition. I can't stand it anymore. Oh my Yaya. What happened to you? Is it an allergy or something? Can it be cured? Hurry up and look at Bayueguang and Hong Meigui to cleanse your eyes. I will not give up, Miss Yaya. Yaya is so pitiful. She is disfigured and still being dissed by you. How dare she wear a Lolita outfit when she is like this? Is the personality so important? Good question. Really eye-catching. No. I dare not look at her. This is actually the doubt in Su Luo's heart now. Put yourself in her shoes. If her face suddenly became like this, she would find a sack to put herself in. Wearing Lolita clothes. Isn't this a forced comparison? So, Su Luo intuitively felt that Yaya's hidden personality must be related to Lolita clothes. But, is her hidden personality that she likes to wear Lolita clothes? Or do I have to wear a Lolita outfit? Su Luo retracted her gaze and stopped looking at her scary face. At this time, I suddenly smiled slightly, then stood up and walked to Yaya, pretending to be worried, and said, "Hey, Yaya, is your face okay?" Yaya now didn't want to hear anyone mention this matter, but Ice was concerned about her after all, and for the sake of her fans, she couldn't refuse her face. So, Yaya bit her silver teeth and said hatefully, "Maybe I accidentally ate something bad yesterday. It should be a simple allergy." After saying this, she explained, "But I should be fine in 6 or 7 days." She also knew that the system debuff would definitely last until the end of the dungeon. So the 6 or 7 days was to tell fans that she was not permanently disfigured. Once this was said, the effect was immediate. The direction of the barrage area changed immediately. The little sister is just allergic. It's okay. Next one. Fortunately, it's not permanent disfigurement. Otherwise it would be really miserable. Yeah. I will always support you. This disfigurement happened just 6 or 7 days ago. And I missed this variety show perfectly. Could it be the work of other girls? Conspiracy theory? Don't touch my daughter. Bing Bing is so weak. How could she hurt someone? At this time, Ice was still making trouble. It's good that you are not disfigured. Your face. As she said this, she hesitated and said, when I looked in the mirror this morning. Were you scared? This is too cruel. Su Luo was simply stunned. The problem is that even after saying such words, Ice still had a weak face, making people feel that she was simply concerned about others, not taking advantage of others. Yeah. Hearing this, her nose was crooked with anger. She yelled, "What do you mean? You are the one who scared yourself." She wanted to say something more vicious, but thinking that it was still live, she held back. However, after seeing Ice's performance, she became even angrier. Ice's eyes were red, and the whole person took a few steps back, covered her mouth in disbelief, and said weakly, How can you say that to me? Why are you being mean to her? Excuse me? What did I say about you? Who are you acting for here? Suddenly, remembered that she was acting for the audience. Indeed, the comments were completely conquered by Ice's performance. Sister Bing Bing is so pitiful. That is so ungrateful. That's right. She was obviously concerned about her, but she still said that to her. A dog bites Lu Dongbin, and he doesn't know the good in him. Even if some rational fans found the problem, they would be quickly brushed off by the majority. I don't think Yaya said anything excessive. Right? But Bing Bing said something a bit too much? Bing Bing is so innocent. She definitely didn't mean it. Isn't this excessive? Can Bing Bing cry if it's not excessive? Yaya is so annoying. Passers-by turned black. Turned to black +1. Su Luo watched Ice perform from the side, but was thinking in her heart, here we go again. Unnecessary quarrels. Why does Ice force hatred? Although this can make be ridiculed by the crowd and lose the audience's love. But considering the operation of Ice yesterday, Su Luo had to be vigilant. This must be related to the hidden personality of Ice. And that strange feeling came out again. Although Ice's coquetry was very natural, Su Luo still felt a little abrupt. Coquetry? Su Luo was thinking. The radio suddenly sounded, "Ladies, please go to the display board at the door to watch today's task." So there is a task? Su Luo followed the instructions and walked to the display board. In addition to the words, there were also 3 photos on it. Today is the date day for the male guests. The 3 male guests have prepared 3 date locations. Please choose one and rush to the date location for the date. While Su Luo was reading, Ice with red eyes and Yaya with a frustrated look also came over. Su Luo started to look at the photos while they were reading. The first photo was of an arcade. To be honest, Su Luo actually wanted to go to the arcade, but she needed to tell which photo was Yunfei's. They couldn't be put together. Why? Although for the audience, dating is to see sweet things. But for the players, such a date is the best activity to observe other people's hidden personality. Su Luo looked at the second photo, which was a photo of a library. Almost instantly, Su Luo guessed that this was Yunfei, because Yunfei's hidden personality includes reading for an hour every day at 2 p.m. So if he wants to avoid being discovered, the library is his best choice. After confirming, Su Luo looked at the third photo leisurely, which was a central park. Going to the park is actually a good date spot, and it can be seen that the person who chose it is very attentive. Su Luo vaguely guessed that the video game arcade should be the place chosen by the internet addict boy. After all, just from the name, we can see the hobbies of internet addicted boy. Moreover, based on Su Luo's understanding of internet addicted boy from these few contacts, this silly boy really doesn't care about the feelings of girls. He didn't choose the internet cafe as the date place, and other girls should be thankful. Su Luo shook her head, took the photo of the video game arcade directly, and said, I want to go here. With the experience of yesterday, the other 2 did not compete with her for this place. She chose the library, and Ice chose the aquarium. Su Luo guessed that the 2 of them thought the same as she did. So the player in this video arcade should be the internet addict boy. She really didn't misjudge this silly kid. After choosing, everyone got on the special car and came to the meeting place. When they arrived, as expected, it was the internet addict boy waiting there. At this time, the internet addict boy was dressed very formally, with a white suit and a black tie, which looked very good, but with the big video arcade behind him, it looked a bit out of place. TSK. Is it true? Chapter 58. Is it really him? Su Luo thought. Internet addicted boy. When he saw Su Luo, his eyes lit up immediately. Then he came over attentively, took the bag from Su Luo, and said, I didn't expect you to come. We are really destined to be together. Su Luo nodded and said, I guessed it was you. Internet addicted boy. Hearing this, he was even happier and said, Do you know me so well? Su Luo was afraid that he would misunderstand. So she gave him a comprehensive analysis, and he deified the internet addicted boy in a subtle way. However, the internet addicted boy was still very happy. With a half chance, you can choose me, which means we are destined to be together. Su Luo nodded helplessly and said, Let's go in with our feelings. The comments were also very active at this time. Brother Chunyan really likes Miss Lost, and he chose her yesterday. Did you see it? The moment the internet addicted boy saw the miss, his eyes were shining. I see. I see. I like this CP. The CP of gentle and generous. Everyone is welcome to join. You have the name of the CP? Okay. Okay. I will never let down the CP flag. What is gentle and generous? It's the CP of black and lost. Gentle and lose your heart. Am I the only one who likes the CP of white moonlight and red rose? I also like the one above. It's a bit exciting. Gentle and generous. Other CPs. Get lost. At this time, the internet addicted boy had already brought Su Luo into the arcade. The internet addicted boy asked, Luo Luo, can I call you that? Su Luo actually felt a little offended. It was like the feeling when your son suddenly calls you by your full name during his rebellious period. But she certainly couldn't say to the internet addicted boy, I treat you as my son. Don't call me that. So Su Luo had no choice but to nod helplessly. Seeing her nod, the internet addicted boy happily continued, Have you been to the arcade? Su Luo nodded again. Although she was usually very busy, she would occasionally come back to such a place to relax. Internet addicted boy smiled and asked, What do you want to play? Su Luo hesitated for a moment and said, Let's play racing? Internet addicted boy. S smile froze on his face. He originally thought that Su Luo would choose something like catching dolls, shooting basketballs, etc. that was full of girlishness. But he didn't expect Su Luo to directly choose a very masculine racing car. This was not within his consideration range. You know, if two people play racing, they will definitely be matched as opponents. His racing skills are pretty good. If he wins over his benefactor, he will definitely be unhappy. Internet addicted boy has been thinking about how to let disappointed find out that he is letting the game go and still have fun. However, when the game officially started, internet addicted boy realized that he was wrong. Su Luo played this game very well. On the contrary, internet addicted boy who claimed to be good at playing, I can't beat her at all. Okay. The internet addicted boy thought helplessly. My benefactor is so good. No matter what aspect. When internet addicted boy lost 3 games in a row, Su Luo finally had enough fun and said to him with a smile, Let's play another one. Internet addicted boy hastily agreed. He just wanted it. Probably to prevent Su Luo from playing such a game. This time, internet addicted boy said directly, Let's play the claw machine? Su Luo looked at him strangely. The internet addicted boy could see clearly what Su Luo meant by her eyes. You, a boy, actually like claw machines? The internet addicted boy simply had no words to express his bitterness. He couldn't say that he was forced to be a girl because he was not a girl at all. So the internet addicted boy had to swallow his bitterness and said with a smile, Will you go? Su Luo nodded and said, Okay. The two started the journey of catching dolls. However, what made the internet addicted boy despair was that Su Luo was also gifted in catching dolls. And she was always accurate in catching one. So he had no chance at all. The comments at this time were almost hilarious. Ha ha ha. What a pitiful man. Hong Wun Wohuo. Dazed. Ha ha ha. Sure Luo is such a straight woman. She doesn't understand the meaning of the internet addicted boy at all. The eldest lady is so versatile. She knows everything. The eldest lady was so handsome when she was racing with the internet addicted boy. Ah. Miss. Please consider me. The internet addicted boy is so helpless. But he still patiently accompanies the lost miss. So sweet. In the eyes of the audience, the two are interacting sweetly. But in Su Luo's eyes, she is frantically testing the internet addicted boy. The result of the test is also obvious. One of the hidden personalities of the internet-addicted boy is obsessive-compulsive disorder. How did Su Luo determine it? Because of the chat with Yunfei by yesterday. She has actually been implicitly doing some actions that go against the nature of obsessive-compulsive disorder. For example, when grabbing dolls, if she happens to miss one style, then internet-addicted boy will grab that style herself. Or he will deliberately roll up one sleeve and leave the other one unrolled. Internet-addicted boy reminds her to align both sides. Actually, she planned to have everyone try it, but she didn't expect to succeed in the first try. Su Luo is also helpless. Alas, looking at the silly kid who is still in high spirits, Su Luo doesn't know what to say. Suddenly, internet-addicted boy. It seemed like he was tripped by something suddenly, and then fell straight to the ground. Ouch! Internet-addicted boy screamed. Su Luo hurriedly helped him up. And then when she saw the appearance of internet-addicted boy, Su Luo was shocked. Can you imagine it? The person who was chatting with you in the last second fell down, and then got up and turned into a zombie. Anyway, in Su Luo's opinion, this has become a supernatural story, not. The face of the internet-addicted boy who stood up was covered in blood, which fully demonstrated what it meant to have a bloody head. Su Luo hurriedly asked, "Are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?" As he said that, he was about to find someone. However, the internet-addicted boy waved his hand and said, "I don't feel any pain now. I'd better go wash my head." Su Luo was full of surprise. "You told me that you don't feel pain after such a fall? Maybe you were stupid because of the fall." But she still thought about it rationally. The fall just now was full of confusion, and it was also a natural talent for him to fall like this on a flat ground. In addition, the internet-addicted boy said that he didn't feel any pain and didn't feel anything. So there was only one truth. It was the system that was playing tricks. In other words, the internet-addicted boy got the system debuff. But he didn't submit his hidden personality? Why was he entangled by the debuff? At this time, the internet-addicted boy suddenly said with a strange look, "I know why I fell." Su Luo looked at him and asked, "Why?" Internet-addicted boy replied, "I just received a system notification saying that I was reported by the audience for a broken character." "Oh, is that so?" Su Luo nodded in understanding. Indeed, internet-addicted boy. His performance today was indeed a broken character, and he did not look like a business elite at all. On the contrary, he played the role of a boy next door in his true colors. Internet-addicted boy said a little embarrassedly, "Then I guess I will be disfigured like Yukaway? How about we go buy a mask first, so that you won't feel uncomfortable when you see it later?" Su Luo looked at him, feeling a little uncomfortable. He was disfigured, but she was afraid that she would feel uncomfortable when she saw him. Although it was only in the game, it was also possible to see that this person was sincere. On the contrary, I was dating someone while secretly looking for his hidden personality, which was very unkind. Su Luo thought about it and said, "I don't mind your face. It depends on whether you mind it or not." After a pause, she continued, "I just found out that one of your hidden personality settings is obsessive-compulsive disorder." "Right?" Internet-addicted boy was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. "You are worthy of being my benefactor. You are so amazing. You can even find this out." Su Luo had to admit that he was totally unsuitable for this game. With this silly look, anyone could cheat him. Su Luo warned him seriously, "What if I am cheating you? Please don't be so naive." "Okay," internet-addicted boy said innocently, "but you are not. I believe you." Su Luo stroked his forehead with one hand and said helplessly, "You? Oh, forget it. I will wait until all your hidden personas are exposed before submitting them." Internet-addicted boy nodded. "Come on. I believe you can find them all quickly." Su Luo almost kneeled down to him. You know, she was looking for his hidden persona. Then, internet-addicted boy went to the bathroom to wash his face, and it turned out to be disfigured. His face was covered with scars. It must be said that this did not look like it was caused by a fall, but more like someone scratched it with a knife. In the blink of an eye, it was already noon, and the two of them wanted to go to a restaurant next to the video game city to eat. Internet-addicted boy said, "I just found out that there is a rice noodle shop here. Shall we go?" Su Luo sighed. "You went to a rice noodle shop in a suit. Even if you were reported by the audience, it was your own fault." She raised her chin and said proudly, I never go to a small place like a rice noodle shop. If you want to take me out for dinner, please go to a large restaurant. At this time, internet-addicted boy finally realized that his character did not allow him to go to a rice noodle shop. So he looked at Su Luo gratefully and said, "Okay, let's go to the Western restaurant next door." Since the internet addict boy fell, there have been a lot of comments from them. Why did he fall suddenly? Are you okay? Oh my god. Are there broken glass on the ground? He has blood all over his face. Are you okay? Another disfigured one? What's the name of this variety show? It's called Love Time. Forget about calling it accidental moment. I'm so exhausted. My internet addict boy brother. Chapter 59. Crying. The lost miss actually doesn't dislike him. A passerby turned into a fan. The miss is awesome. The rice noodle shop is a small place for a miss like this. I guess the internet addicted boy wanted to take the miss to experience civilian life, but was rejected. Su Luo arrived at the Western restaurant and realized that she had made some mistakes. Because the restaurant has desserts? Su Luo said she had a headache. She was too concerned, just thinking about the internet-addicted boy not to ruin his character, but forgetting his own business. There was no other way. Su Luo had to bite the bullet and order a bunch of desserts, which attracted the internet-addicted boy's frequent sidelong glances. Su Luo smiled and said, "Sweets and the like are my favorite." The internet-addicted boy looked at her doubtfully and said worriedly, "Can you really finish these? Do you want me to help you?" Su Luo asked proudly, "What if you can't finish them?" Internet-addicted boy. After thinking for a while, he answered seriously, "If you can't finish it, you can pack it up." Su Luo was so amused that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "I was trying to be a lady here, and you were answering questions there." The comments were also very joyful at this time. History is always surprisingly similar. Ha ha ha. You don't understand romance? Then I don't understand romance either. Am I really asking you a question? I was just showing off my style. I'm afraid this internet-addicted boy is a fool. I have to say, it's a little sweet for no reason. You're so generous. Su Luo is eating cake like crazy now. In order to avoid some hidden characters that players can't create, the copy deliberately gives players the same abilities as hidden characters. For example, Yukaway doesn't eat much, but with the system blessing, he can eat 3 bowls of rice in one meal, and it won't cause any problems to his body. Similarly, Su Luo herself doesn't like sweets, but with the blessing of the system, Su Luo watched herself eat 3 small cakes and 2 ice creams with heartache. Su Luo's brain told her, "You've had enough," but her stomach told her, "Come on, I can still pretend." Su Luo had to comfort herself that the food she ate in the dungeon would not have any impact on the outside of the dungeon. Internet-addicted boy was very considerate and served Su Luo other dishes to relieve her greasiness, and also asked for drinks for Su Luo, which made Su Luo feel more comfortable. It's just that during the meal, internet-addicted boy occasionally talked about some legal knowledge, such as, according to Article 71 of the Food Safety Law of the People's Republic of China, the labels and instructions of food and food additives should be clear and obvious, and the production date, shelf life, and other matters should be marked prominently and easily identified. Su Luo was very confused after hearing all these legal knowledge. After a day, Su Luo was very happy. She had both money and free time, so she could have fun without restraint for a day. When she returned to the Love House, Su Luo found that Yunfeibai and Ice had returned. Ice looked unhappy at the moment, but Yunfeibai smiled naturally. The two were a little surprised to see the appearance of the internet-addicted boy. Yunfeibai smiled at Su Luo, while Ice looked at Su Luo with some caution. Su Luo was a little curious about what happened between the two, but now was not the time to ask questions. So Su Luo just said hello to the two and went back to her room. Actually, something made her feel wrong today, but it was not convenient to think outside. So now that she is back, she needs to sort it out. First of all, the thoughtfulness of the internet-addicted boy is nothing in itself, but in connection with the character of the internet-addicted boy, this point seems particularly suspicious. Could it be that his hidden personality is well considered? In addition, through Su Luo's contact with the internet-addicted boy, she felt that this person was not someone who liked to show off his knowledge, of course. It could also be that he had no knowledge in the first place. During the meal, the internet-addicted boy talked a lot about legal knowledge, which was a bit deliberate, which made her feel very strange. Su Luo keenly felt that these two strange places must have a lot to do with the hidden personality of the internet-addicted boy. But what it is needs more performance. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the door. Su Luo opened the door. It was Yun Feibai. After Yun Feibai came in, he asked directly, "Which hidden personality of the internet-addicted boy did you find today?" Su Luo said, "Obsessive-compulsive disorder." "You guessed it right. But I haven't submitted it yet. So the debuff of the internet-addicted boy was not triggered by me." Seeing Yun Feibai's puzzled expression, Su Luo explained, "His personality collapsed. And I decided to wait until all the hidden personalities of the internet-addicted boy are found and submitted together." Yun Feibai nodded and didn't ask why. After saying this, Su Luo told Yun Feibai about her doubts. Yun Feibai nodded and said, "I will pay attention to this later." After talking about Su Luo's schedule, Yun Feibai began to talk about his day today. "I got up very early today, mainly because I couldn't sleep, but I found that Yukawei had already gotten up before 4 o'clock. Su Luo thought, that must be to complete some hidden task. Sure enough, Yun Feibai continued, he went for a morning run. It was such an obvious operation, so I submitted it directly. And it worked. Su Luo couldn't wait to ask, what is his second debuff? Yun Feibai raised his eyebrows and said, do you already know his first debuff? Su Luo smiled and said, it's disfigurement. Right? Yun Feibai was surprised for a second, then said clearly, just because you saw the internet addict boy trigger the debuff, do you think that other people's first debuff is also disfigurement? Su Luo shook her head and told Yun Feibai what happened this morning. Yun Feibai nodded and said, the second debuff is disability. Yukawei broke his leg. He then said with some confusion, what's strange is that the debuffs reported by the audience, the debuffs submitted by players to hide the character, and the debuffs submitted by players as errors are all the same? Su Luo also felt something was wrong, but couldn't tell what was wrong. Yun Feibai didn't bother to think about it, and continued, I've been with Ice, and I've discovered before that there is no conflict between hidden personas and surface personas, and even many hidden personas serve surface personas. After saying that, as if afraid that Su Luo didn't understand, he explained, just like my reading, university professors should indeed read frequently. Yukawei running. Athletes do need to run every morning. Su Luo nodded thoughtfully and said, so the internet-addicted teenager is a lawyer. And the legal knowledge he told me today is actually related to his hidden mission. Yun Feibai nodded in appreciation and said, I was wondering what hidden personality this kind of weak girl would have. Su Luo subconsciously said, I'm afraid she's afraid of thunder. Yun Feibai shook his head, then nodded and said, it's almost the same. She's afraid of bugs. The first bug I tried was the easiest to find, and it worked. Su Luo nodded and smiled. Then we both had good luck this time. After that, he frowned and said worriedly, but my hidden personality of liking sweets should be exposed. Yun Feibai said, it doesn't matter. After all, you didn't submit the hidden persona of the internet-addicted teenager, so he shouldn't submit yours either. Speaking of this, Su Luo asked, you haven't submitted Ice's hidden persona yet? After all, her face is fine. Yun Feibai said, she asked me to submit her hidden persona on the last day, in exchange for giving me a hint of Qiaoyue's hidden persona. She promised that she would never submit this hidden persona. Su Luo thought about it, and it wasn't a big loss. So she asked, so what's the hint? Yun Feibai said, she said, pay attention to Qiaoyue's eyes. After saying this, Su Luo suddenly remembered something and said, I have observed this. When Qiaoyue first entered the venue, her eyes were always between you three boys. I thought it was very strange at the time. Yun Feibai nodded and said, it seems that the problem lies here. Su Luo said with some doubt, what is her hidden personality of always looking at you? Is it because of her occupational disease that she wants you to become internet celebrities in her studio? Yun Feibai shook his head and said, you and Ice both look good, even if you are a young lady and I don't observe you. At least Ice should be within her hunting range. Su Luo nodded. This point really didn't make sense. So what kind of hidden personality would make her look at these three people? Su Luo sorted out her thoughts bit by bit. First, we should think about the common points of these three people. The first obvious common point is that these three people are all male. What else? These three people have different professions and personalities. So what else do they have in common? Su Luo expressed his thoughts, hoping that with more people, they could come up with the right answer. Yun Feibai did not disappoint him. He pondered for a while before saying, In the variety show love moment, whether it is a boy or a girl, they must be good looking enough. Otherwise they will not attract the audience's interest. Indeed, Su Luo did not consider the problem from this angle just now, so he did not notice it. Then a new question came up. What is the hidden personality of staring at handsome men? This time, Su Luo and Yun Feibai said in unison, "Love maniac." The two smiled at each other. Yun Feibai and Su Luo had already submitted a hidden personality, so it would be the same for whoever submitted next. Chapter 60. Yun Feibai raised his chin and signaled Su Luo to submit. Su Luo did not shirk and directly said to the system, "I think one of Qiaoyu's hidden personality is a nympho." The system routinely asked, "Are you sure you want to submit?" Su Luo replied, "Yes." The system prompt sounded, "Ding." Submission successful. Checking. Ding. Correct. Player Law successfully discovered a hidden personality of player Qiaoyu. It's true. Both of them laughed happily. It seemed that this dungeon would not last long. Unlike Su Luo and the others, the other two groups were now in a dark cloud. In Ice's room. "What's wrong with you? It's only the second day." "The second day? You have already discovered two hidden characters. Are you planning to find one a day and leave the dungeon quickly tomorrow?" Ice asked with a headache. Yukawei. At the beginning, the two of them were classmates. So when Yukawei proposed to form a team, Ice did not refuse. She thought that after all, he was someone she knew and would not betray her. In the previous dungeons, Ice was strong enough and basically passed the level smoothly. So even though Yukawei was a little lazy, Ice did not say anything. This time, a problem occurred, which exposed the contradiction. "Yukawei," he said with a gloomy face, "I don't know what's going on. I don't even know who submitted it." As he said that, he paced back and forth in the room, obviously very angry. Ice sat on the bed, calmed down first, and said, "Don't worry. Calm down first. Let's think about how you can hide the last hidden character. If you are eliminated, you will have to pay a death point separately, which is too much of a loss." And at this moment, Yukawei. But he couldn't calm down at all. "Who reported me? It must be someone who has a grudge against me. Hidden? I'm sure they cheated. I'm going to report them to the system." Ice hates him the most when he can't do anything right, but still blames others. "Why don't we cancel the team after this?" Ice secretly made up his mind. It's obvious that after the first month, the players who are willing to continue to pass the dungeon will not be too simple. It's not good enough to be alone, let alone with such a burden. At the same time, it was the internet-addicted boy, who was not harmonious. Qiaowei was furious when she knew that the scar on the internet-addicted boy's face was reported by the audience, and that the woman named Lost discovered a hidden personality. She didn't even care about maintaining her image in front of the internet-addicted boy and said hysterically, "What's wrong with you? Did he let her off easy? Why did his character collapse? Tell me." She was so happy talking to the internet-addicted boy that she completely forgot that she was punished earlier than the internet-addicted boy. What right did she have to talk about him now? The internet-addicted boy looked at Qiaowei in shock. He originally thought that Qiaowei was a cute and gentle girl, but he didn't expect her to be like this. Although he was puzzled by the huge change of Qiaowei, he still explained seriously, "I didn't waterproof it, and Luoluo didn't allow me to let her off. But she was really good, and she soon discovered my hidden personality. As for the collapse of the personality, you know, this lawyer's personality is almost the opposite of mine, and it is really hard for me to maintain it. I'm really sorry." He said it very sincerely, but it couldn't eliminate the anger in Qiaoyu's heart. She was about to continue scolding. "Luoluo? You?" Suddenly, the huge clothes hanger placed beside Qiaoyu's bed fell down. Internet-addicted boy. Before he could even react, he saw Qiaowei was pressed down. "Ah!" Qiaowei screamed, and then cursed with full force. "What kind of rubbish hanger is this? Why did it fall down? Tofu shoddy construction. I will report you." Internet-addicted teenager. He hurried forward, lifted the hanger with great effort, and then helped up Qiaowei, who was wailing and cursing. "Are you okay?" Qiaowei wanted to say that she was fine, but as soon as she stood up, she suddenly screamed again. "Ah! It hurts. Don't move. My waist seems to be twisted." Internet addict boy. Looking at her thoughtfully, he said, "I think your waist is not twisted, but broken." Qiaowei, hearing this, He was about to scold Internet Addict Boy for cursing himself. Then he heard Internet Addict Boy continue, hurry up and check your system. Has any hidden personality been discovered? Xiaowei. After hearing his words, he subconsciously stopped talking and went to check the system message. Seeing this, her face darkened. Damn it! My hidden character of being a nympho has been discovered. After that, she said angrily, who discovered it? Ah! I know. It must be Yukawei. I have been dating him today. He must have discovered something and just secretly reported me. Internet addicted teenager sighed with a headache and doubted this hasty team formation. Why is this teammate so unreliable? That night, among the 6 people in the whole dungeon, only Yun Feibai was in the mood to cook. Su Luo's character setting did not allow it. His cooking skills were not very good. Although he had been poor before, he still had parents. Besides, his main task was to revive the family. And these things were not his turn at all. So today's dinner changed from yesterday's luxurious dinner to instant noodles. 1 bowl of instant noodles per person. Humble and shabby. Yun Feibai was also very scheming and secretly added an extra poached egg to Su Luo's bowl. Although it was such a simple dinner, it did not hinder the fan filter in the barrage. Ah! He can cook. Did you see it? Sisters? He can cook. Although it's just instant noodles, it's damn sweet when made by this man. I love Liao. Did you see that he added an extra egg to the Lost Miss? I saw it. Ah! Locked. The CP of shoot down is locked. And the key is swallowed into the stomach. Why is it so sweet? Mom, I'm going to get diabetes. Ah! What else can I say besides screaming? Ah! The above is the daily life of CP fans. Several people were eating in the restaurant with different expressions. When others saw their debuffs, they were very calm. Only Ice and Su Luo were left intact. While eating, Su Luo suddenly saw the poached egg in the bowl. She looked up at other people's bowls, but there was none. So, she looked at Yun Feibai with some doubt. Yun Feibai knew that Su Luo would look at him. So he smiled back at her and then mouthed to her, the chef will cook something special for you. Su Luo couldn't help but smile back at him, and then ate the poached eggs in small bites. At the same time, she sighed in her heart that her friend was really a warm man. At this time, Ice noticed the poached eggs in Su Luo's bowl. She picked at her bowl, which was empty except for instant noodles, and fell into deep confusion. She looked up at Su Luo, then at Yun Feibai. Finally, she glared at Yukawei, a worthless teammate, ruining my youth. After thinking about it, she decided to make trouble. Ahem. Oops. Lost. Why is there an extra egg in your bowl than ours? When the others heard this, they immediately looked into Su Luo's bowl and saw a half-eaten poached egg. Su Luo swallowed a mouthful of noodles in her mouth and said slowly, who made me have an affair with the chef? Ice obviously didn't expect her to say it so bluntly, and choked immediately. After a pause, she turned the gun around and pointed it at Yun Feibai, saying, Brother Jihei, why did you only give her a fried egg? I want one too. At this time, Su Luo felt strange again. Although she knew that Ice was trying to stir up trouble, her coquettish tone was very inconsistent with her personality. Su Luo looked at Ice and had a vague guess in her mind. Could it be that her hidden personality was that she loved to act coquettishly? Considering her superficial personality, this is very likely. Yun Feibai had already finished eating. He wiped his mouth elegantly with a tissue, and then said slowly, let's talk about it next time I cook. But what he was thinking was that there would be no next time. At least in this copy, there would be no next time. Ice had made herself unhappy. Her eyes were red again, and she said, I just wanted a poached egg and you refused. How could you be like this? Marry Su? Su Luo was simply confused. Why did she always meet people with such a personality? However, she knew in her heart that Ice herself was definitely not such a character. Every time she was in Bai Lianhua, her eyes were extremely clear. Su Luo was actually quite curious about what kind of personality Ice really had. She couldn't see clearly because she was covered in the shell of little white flour. Yun Feibai bowed his head slightly and said to her gently, sorry. Next time, I go up first. After saying that, he ignored the others and went upstairs directly. Xiaowei, because she always thought that it was Yukawei, who submitted her own hidden personality. She didn't have a good face towards Yukawei teammate Ice. She sneered and said sarcastically, "Some people are really ridiculous. Can't you see that they don't like you? And you have to rush to get close to them and get a cold shoulder."